Yes, family tree. Wagwan, we in the building, ma'am. Happy New Day and all that good stuff. Hope everyone's good, ma'am. Starting off the day right. Hit that like button. Yeah, man. Let me put the link out there. So yesterday, a lot of you lot refused to jump on. Because, I don't know. Today, hopefully, some of you lot jump on. But if you don't, it's all good. But don't ignore me, though. I hate being ignored. Yo. Jump on the panel. Big up Russian. Ha. 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 Yeah, Hush Puppy. Hush Puppy was going on mad yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Hush Puppy. Big up Middlesex Omar. Hit the like button, family. 18 of you lot in the building. 10 of you lot need to hit the like button. Smack that like button, please. Big up Cactus. MD, Dublin. Rain Hands. Big up Rain Hands. Special big up to Rain Hands for bringing Hash Puppy yesterday. That was a mad thing. And then I see how many of the brothers and sisters just wasn't on trying to like communicate with man. Maybe that was wisdom, or maybe you lot was shook. You get me? Shook. I can't believe it. Big up to Al Kaka as well. He jumped on. He's on smoke. Yeah? You man are lazy. He's jumped on. He's on smoke. Like, nah. Brother. This is how it goes. I love that. I love that. Yeah? I was trying to call you lot out as well. You lot was all looking left, right. There's a lot of that going on yesterday. I can't hear him. I can't see him. So right, let's start this off with some energy. So brothers and sisters, just jump on. Jump on now. Let's have a conversation. Let's start with the energy. Let's not draw it out. Let's not make it long. Let's have a great day. So I need you lot to jump on. Alkaka never finished him. That's a lie. That's a lie. Chill Mimosa. Yeah, Alkaka did his thing though. I'm not gonna lie. It was yeah. I wanted it to go on, but my man's reception weren't good at all. Was not good at all. Where's my Black Flame, man? Where's my morning Kickstarters? I noticed the gang have fell back. MD, Sash, Sarah, all you lot have fell back. Can't hear from you. Western Goddess, I got some. Wait, hold on. Western Goddess, was you listening yesterday? Because we were looking for you to ask you questions. I don't know. We was asking you about the defense thing and exactly what did he say? Big up the background noise crew. Big up Sash. All right, so yeah, Weston, we just kind of want to know exactly what did defense say? Because I kind of weren't, maybe I weren't paying attention when I asked you before. I just don't remember your response. Did he say where he's been? Sash Lash.
Hello. Happy New Day.
Happy New Day, man. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm all right. How are you?
Why do you sound like that?
Like what?
Yeah, that's more like it, yeah.
I don't get it.
You took a bit of the Disney out of your voice.
The Disney, you know.
Yeah, you had a bit of Disney bluebirds and a blueberry pie, bacon, and all sorts of things. You know what I mean?
Shut up.
You're more like Maleficent.
Maleficent, you know.
Maleficent. So what's going on?
No, man. I'm just jumping on to say yo. What's up? What's happening?
I couldn't get you on the tour yesterday. What was that about?
Oh, I was in my own little world, mate. In and out.
Tell us about your world. We want to know, man. We got nothing.
There is nothing to know. Like I just said, you could ask me questions because, like, otherwise I have.
No. Tell us. Not ask questions. Tell us about your world yesterday. What you was doing.
What I was doing, I was trying to declutter my shit,
right?
And it sends me into a fucking whirlwind of fuck this, basically. It's just long. So
what was he emptying cupboards, drawers?
Oh no, paperwork, just bare paperwork. I need to have a bonfire.
Do you hoard paperwork? You're thinking you're gonna need it one day?
No, do you know what? When I'm not looking at it, yeah, I don't need it, and then I look at it, it's like, oh, I might need it. That's what I just sit there looking at it, like fuck. So, yeah, that's my current situation.
I need someone to make a donation today, please.
I'll make a donation. I got paid.
I need someone to make a donation today because it's important.
Yeah, make some donations, peeps.
Yeah, come on, baby.
And
yesterday and Friday, I didn't even touch the Trilluminati. I am ramping. You lot not even reminding me. So you lot have all bought tickets. You're sitting there and you're forgetting that you got £200 that could be yours. You're not reminding me.
How many tickets are left?
There's like 13 tickets left. Minor. You know? Minor, but I just don't know.
Let's do it.
Let's get it. Get it. Hit it. Big up Real Talk 13. Big up LL Cool Trill. Yeah, man.
Up everyone, man.
So what have you got planned today? I can hear. Are you in the woods?
No, I'm in my garden.
Wow, you proper in the Disney World. Listen to that.
What do you mean? What the birds? Do you know what it is? There's a couple trees next to my house that are really big, and it's nice, man.
Get me 7-7 soldier. You like a ghost nowadays, boy. But you always hail up and pass through. Big up yourself, bro.
What happened Sunday? How come you didn't do a show on Sunday?
I couldn't be bothered. Because you lot just on a joke. You couldn't be bothered, man. What? Spend my Sunday begging you lot to jump on? Nah, man, fuck that.
Oh, okay. All right. Fucking hell. Sorry I asked.
Fuck that. No. Yeah, I was just chilling, man. I was just chilling, doing big chills. So I was just like, you know what? Let me continue this chilling vibe, give it a break, and I'll come back Monday hard, which I did. You know what I mean?
There was bare viewers on Monday, actually.
Hit the like button because when you start with energy and like you keep it going and then it just snowballs. Like once you get, because we got and that's a testament to the likes. Once you get them likes up quickly in a short space of time, the algorithm like allows you to be visible and then people just pop up. Do you know what I mean? So this is down to you lot liking up the show, making sure that you got these likes in. Trill Cactus. What excuse did Trill Cactus give us yesterday for not jumping on? What was it? I'm about to go out, or I'm about to eat, or something. I don't know. Trill Cactus, jump on. Come say wagwan. This is like seeing a good friend of yours across the road and just waving, just waving, moving. It's literally like, yeah. Am I lying? Big up streets. It's the equivalent of being like, oh no, there's Sasha, and just waving and keeping it moving.
Oh,
Like,
stop
you
it.
wouldn't even cross the road to be like, yo, walk one. You know what I mean? Just jump on. Yo, hello, cool Trill. Come say hello. You get me?
Yeah, jump on everyone.
Trill Cactus lights on. You look waving from the side of the road like, hi, Jedi, hi. You get me? And then you're going to go and tell people.
Or miming, oh, I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, I'll speak to you.
You know the ones with the wave, with the wave.
That's cool. That I'll speak to you later is cool, actually. You know what I mean? I'm just a bit busy, mad thing. I'm one of them friends that I'll look you dead in your eye. You know what I mean? And see that you're in a situation and just keep it walking. Like, you get me? You won't even have to tell people around you, you know me. I've communicated with my eyes, like, yeah, I see. Just let me keep it moving. We chat later. Mad. Mad. Usually when it's one of my brethren chatting to their girl or something, it looks like it's a deep one. You don't want to roll up when he's convincing her to have an abortion.
Just giving me a head nod, yeah, like you understand.
Yeah, big up, man. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Yeah, as you walk by, you kind of hear him say, "After all we've been through," mad thing. You don't get you don't get involved in them things there.
Nice stuff.
Right. So we waiting for Trill Cactus, man, to come on and say hello. We want to hear her voice. Make sure it's her and it's not actually like her husband that's taking over her account. Do you know what I mean? Because I think that's
come on, Cactus.
Yeah. Hello, Cool Trill says enough love to MD Gold Trill, but no love to me and you.
Deep.
It's deep. Oh, look on the screen. It's mine and your arms. Hands.
You're a twat. Honestly.
It is, though, isn't it? Hey. Uh-oh. What Tizza.
Where's the frog?
Tizza genius. The frog?
Where's the frog?
What frog?
Is that Tizza?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's usually got Kermit.
Oh, no, he's got two accounts. Sometimes it's Kermit.
Oh.
Sometimes it's just a brown circle with a white T. Don't know what that means. That seems like a bit of a white supremacist logo you got there, T.
Jordan's infiltrated
him. Does he think he's talking to us, maybe? Because we can't hear him. Should we tell him we can't hear him?
Yeah, we can't hear you, mate.
He's probably doing hello. Can you hear me now?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me now? Hello. How far into that do you that go before you give up? Can you hear me now? I know that's my answer. I mean, can you hear me now? Hello.
Stop it.
So what
I've got a question to ask you, lot.
Go on, give it to me, man.
Right, yeah.
Hit it. Please, someone donate, please, man, so we can start the day, right? Good.
Donate. Yeah. So I'm like a dog with a bone when I start thinking about stuff, and I won't move on with my day until I know. Sorry,
dogs bury bones, but yeah, carry on.
Whatever. Yeah, but they know where it is, and they will go back to it, check up on it, right?
Yeah. Well, apparently, I don't know what dogs do that. Dogs that have gardens and the ability to do stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Not estate pits and stuff. Yeah, carry
on. So
side note. Have you ever had a dog?
No, I want one though. I've got a cat.
I want a dog that does that digging thing after they pee or poo, like they try to dig up the ground behind them. I've never had a dog that does that. Yeah,
let's get back. All dogs do that.
No, they don't at all. Let's get back to what you said.
No, that's just bothered me now because I swear all dogs do that.
Exactly.
That's fully bothered me.
What dogs do that? I don't know. I've seen people's dogs do that. My dog's never done that. None of the dogs I've ever had have ever attempted to do anything like that.
My cat does it.
Yeah, cats do that. Straight litter tray business. Straight, they do that.
No, my cat goes outside. Doesn't do it in the house.
C4 says, "Big up, people. Hope you all have a blessed day. Been listening to yesterday's stream all morning, and it has me creasing up. I can't even go back and listen to that stream. That's a headache.
Yeah,
I ain't hearing that again.
I locked in, and I think one of the first words I heard was butt plug. I was like, fuck.
I
And I was
know.
like, yeah. I'll be back later. I'll be back later. And I come back, and then
you was like, I can't help it. I'm back.
I know. I locked out. I was like, I can't deal with this. And I come back, and I can't remember what it was. Literally butt plug. I'm surprised Randy didn't pop up though. To be fair, it's kind of his forte, if you like.
Big up Mimosa. You get me? And yeah, Mimosa. We're gonna leave yesterday, isn't it? We're not gonna talk about what me and Sash observed, but we're on to you, but it's cool, man. You understand? Societal pressures and that. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't be vocal. I get it, man.
Stop.
In the end, I hope love wins. Right.
I'm trying to formulate my question, Jed. I don't know how to formulate it. But yeah.
Go on, come on. I'm with you. I'm being deliberately distracting on purpose.
I know you are, and as I said, dog with a bone. Right, cool. So, show how uneducated I am now. So with the idea of Lucifer, yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Is everyone getting that idea of Lucifer from the Bible?
Some aspects of it, yeah, definitely. But I think it's just a name that we're comfortable with in this era to describe something that's been described pre-Bible.
Pre-Bible where has it been described pre-Bible?
From the other world traditions, you know, Hinduism and all that. Like, there's a lot of world traditions where the archetype of this enlightened or this being that has brought information or helped mankind in some way or gone against his other godlike compadres in order to help the human race or to create the human race, you know, in some of mythologies, like they all sum up to kind of like the same being, albeit different facets of the same being. Hence, I like the term the many-faced God, because it spans through ages and different cultures and stuff like that. Almost as if the same being has either presented himself in different ways, or people have narrated or, you know, personified this being, this consciousness, this principle with different names, but all amounts to being the same self-sacrificing, disobeying, caring about human, lord of this material realm, horned, sometimes hoofed being. Right? So there's a thread that you can follow. A good thread to follow would be Saturn. That'd be a great thread to follow. If you follow Saturn worship, the horned gods, you know, you got people like, or beings like Canunus, Bao. I don't know. Like, basically, you've heard about all these entities with different names, but you just associate them to being religion. You put all religions on top of each other, and you look between the gaps, then you clock a pattern. Yeah. And that pattern is what I think in today's society I would call Lucifer. Some would call Satan, some would call this, some would call that, some would call God. Some would call that God, some would call it Yahweh, if you're following certain steps. Oh look, we both got a T under here. We both got T. T anyone?
See, that's
we
why
both got a cup of tea.
Jump on from my phone, man. You lot can't hear me for shit.
So what was you on before, your laptop?
I'm normally on my laptop when I jump on, innit?
Oh, Okay, so you're on your phone now or back on your laptop?
Nah, I'm on my iPad at the moment.
So what's going on with your phone then? What's the problem?
It's old school, innit? Because it's jailbroken, it's still on like iOS 11, so half the shit
Right.
doesn't work with it. Like,
Okay. Oh, big up anyway, bro.
Yeah, big up to you.
Yeah, big up T, man. Big up the whole family, man.
Enough love.
Big
Yeah,
up, Freddie.
Yes, man. I love the good conversations, man. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Because
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a God follower on that.
But you're confusing because you are, but then you like bun all of this. Get me? Get me? You want?
Nah, I got my prison version. I got my own version in my mind. You get what I'm saying? As well, yeah. I ain't got the version what imam or pastor or ancient Rasta man's gonna tell me. I got my own thing running.
Man said the prison version, you know.
Yeah, you know that's when you get silent and you get quiet and you tap into your shit. You get what I'm trying to show you.
You know what? It'd be good to ask T. What's your when someone says Lucifer, what comes to mind?
A soul group.
A soul group.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, T. Go on then. Let's get into this.
I guess my kind of views on Lucifer is almost like a soul group, like I guess a collection, like you've got the Ra soul group, innit? It's almost like, I don't know how people might determine it. I guess in layman's terms, almost like a family. Others would maybe call it their ancestry and whatnot, but I just form it as a soul group that is on. They've been, what's the word? They've been chosen or asked to perform a certain goal on this realm, and they're carrying it out. But
what goal?
To cause a catalyst.
For?
Well, in the, I guess 3D, as most people call it, realm, we were in duality. So it's a good versus bad, black versus white realm. So they were making moves to, how can I put it? You know, like how a lot of people say you don't really grow until you're under pressure, or you don't start living until you've had a near-death experience or some shit like that. Yeah, they just caused a catalyst by doing a lot of things that you're seeing and then giving us the choice, really, options. We can stay silent, we can speak up. It helps us develop our growth a lot quicker than I feel like maybe would be done on other realms. Probably a lot harsher from our perspective and whatnot, but yeah, back to them. They're kind of working. If
humans
on people,
humans.
Are they humans?
Yeah.
So I'm still stuck, to be honest, on my view of like humans, because I feel like there's enough different species walking about and they tend to have humanoid features. So I'm not fully certain on that. I've got a few theories and perspectives floating around on my mind. I'm not really set on anything when it comes to that. But on the service to self versus service to others path, I guess they're showing you that service to self is a viable option for growth and evolution. Well, revolution through this plane. Yeah, different routes to similar destinations and whatnot, although the journeys are very different from my perspective. But yeah, the Lucifer soul group are those entities and beings affiliated that shine the light, innit? Shine the light on situations, as they like to call it, illuminated, the light bringers. I don't really view good and bad like that, so I can't see them as bad, because I always use the analogy of, if you have a bad experience and it turns into something positive for you, or you've turned it into something positive or whatever, was it really a bad experience? And vice versa. If you get something, or you have a really good experience and it turns into something shit, like you might get with a girl, think she's amazing, and then she fucks you over in next different ways. Was it good experience that you had with them and whatnot? So there's a story by, well, Alan Watts told it, the Chinese farmer, that I kind of used to help me balance that shit out in my mind type thing. But it's difficult to see people as good and bad, because if they're doing all the evil in this world, it's given me a choice to see it and decide whether I want to partake in it or not. If I'm seeing all these rituals in the music industry and whatnot, it gave me a choice at the time to decide whether I wanted to partake in it or not. And I believe that depending on your choices depends on the direction and how rapidly your growth, elevation and whatnot plays out. So yeah, when it comes to Lucifer, I don't see it as like a one being or a devil entity. I see it as a soul group of many. I guess they can split into many beings, but they're from the same original world or realm or whatever it is that you want to term it as. But yeah, a bit convoluted, I guess. Maybe a bit confusing.
Yeah, who recruited these people? Like who recruited this thing? Like, I don't know, man. I hear what you're saying, but at the same, like, what I would say, why I would say there's something similar to that. Not similar to that, but I get what you mean about being put on job to do certain things in the world, because two major religions speak of it. Yeah, Christianity and Islam speak about this kind of almost like a deal or an arrangement or a mission by God sent to the devil. Do you know what I mean? Sent to the to conduct on man. You know,
I kind of have the belief that man was created as a worker species, isn't it? It wasn't given a full autonomy or consciousness, free choice, free will at the beginning of the creation of it. And so it's like I always say, right now we can create like babies in pods and shit like that, designer babies and whatnot. So I can take my sperm, create a bunch of these babies, but I might just want them to do housework and cleaning and shit for me. So I keep them in the yard. And there shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. I've created them, right? Obviously, we're going to get into morals.
So that's us. Those babies are us.
All right, yeah. So if my neighbor then leans over the wall when them babies are like 10, 12, 15 or whatever it is and says, oh, by the way, you know you can leave the yard. You know there's like a world outside of here. You know there's this, that, and the other. I'm going to be pissed when I come back and I see them all left and this, that, and the other. Because I told them that they're created for this and that's what they got to do. So I'm going to be annoyed that my neighbors told them, giving them information that I didn't.
Right.
So I kind of see it in that form as to, like, is in the light bearer as to why.
So the guy that leaned over the fence, the nosy neighbor that leaned over the fence, is Lucifer the light bearer, or the Prometheus the flame holder, or whatever. Yeah,
that's it. And
that
made them
kind of explains Lucifer.
Sorry, go on.
That kind of explains him in a positive light.
But again, that's why I can't believe in like good and bad like that.
Well, but this is the thing. I'm not going to lie. That narrative and the other narrative are not owned by us. This is my thing. This is why it's not owned by us. What I would say is the guys that do things that you perceive to be bad, or you perceive to be, oh, I wouldn't do this, or I wouldn't want my family doing it, or I wouldn't marry a guy that did this kind of thing. Stuff that you wouldn't be proud of because of your level of knowledge or understanding now, these men are doing. So, man that think Lucifer's a good guy, whatever, they're doing things that my morality is against. It's a learned morality, though. But I'm happy. I'm comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with being disgusted.
I'm not sure it's fully learned. Like I do believe that there must be a precursor in at least some of us.
Right, but how could you ever know that though?
Yeah, no. You can't.
You understand? So almost like my ego wants me to think that way. Like, obviously, because man just something in the heart. But like, I want to be super brutally realistic. If think about the most fuckery thing you could think of, or something that's really disgusting to you now. If you grew up in a society where for 100 years before or 200 years before this practice was normal, and your mom and your uncle and your family members indulge in it, you really sure you're going to have the presence of consciousness to be like, nah, I'm not doing this? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not completely convinced. I'm not saying it's impossible.
No, I agree.
But you know what, Jay?
Even when
What
you
you're
look at people that
describing
eat
there,
dogs and shit in Korea, like, even when you look at people that eat dogs and shit in Korea and them types of places,
yeah,
and then the Western view towards that versus their view towards that, they grew up in that society. That's normal to them. That's
normal, man. This is fucking normal. Like, what are you talking about? You don't eat cows. You don't eat chickens. We eat dogs. Like, how are you differentiating what animals to eat and what ones not to? Because you've grown in a society where a puppy's face is cute, but a chick's face isn't. It's weird. That's what I'm saying, man. What's morals based on? Like,
I think it moves with society. It moves with the times, Jay. Because what you were just describing is England in a nutshell. We used to do the most heinous fuckery things.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And we've turned it around, or we've disguised it, or we've cloaked it into some propaganda and say, no, that's wrong. We don't do that no more. And no, and we was ill when that was happening. We was miseducated and all this shit.
Right. Because look, we were just reading a couple of days ago about the corpse medicine. They're grinding up a piece of the mummy's brain and skull and that and snorting it to try and fix a headache and that mad thing. Yeah, obviously, now we look at it as disgusting. Them times, they used to wait by the gallows and by the guillotine so that they can get pieces of the body so they can make medicine with it and eat it. They call it medical cannibalism.
We're going to say the same about the taking of placentas and cutting of umbilical cords in about 5-10 years and shit.
Right.
We're going to call it barbaric and heinous, and how the fuck could people have done that? And there's but do you think that moralities or the morality jumps that we seem to have noticed through history happen at certain times of civilizations or in certain periods?
I think certain times some things get demonized, and then other times they get freed up. Like for instance, like now I feel like they're giving us a lot of our freedoms back, but it's in a perverted way with a perverted narrative. So we just do fuckeries with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, ain't got that.
So that means at one point you had that freedom. They took it away deliberately, just so that they could reintroduce it in a twisted way. Like, let me give you an example. I'm just gonna make this up. All black children, all children with black descendants or whatever heritage are forced to keep their hair on a level 1. That's just the rules in society. Just level 1. That's the rules for 100 years, 200 years, and then after 200 years, they're like, "Yo, fight for your right to grow your hair." But now, when you grow your hair, you're growing it to do like pink curtains or something. I don't know, man. You know, like
pink curtains, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. So now everyone's rolling around with these weird pink curtains, making everyone look a bit like, I don't know, LGBT or something like that. So it's like, yeah, you do have the right to grow your hair and express it how you want. But
they reverse psychology type thing, isn't it? Like,
well, they like push it further. They push it further. They push that.
They push it into a fucked up situation. Yeah. So, for instance, polygamy. They might outlaw polygamy, and then when they reintroduce it, it's free men that want to get married.
Well, that's how it's looking. What they're trying to do these times, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why as well. Yeah,
technically, it's your right to do, but the way you're doing it now is, do you know what I mean? Perverted.
Yeah, it's just been, like you said. I don't want to use the word perverted, but in the literal sense of the word, innit? Like,
no, but you know what? I gotta agree with Jay though. You know the reason why. Sorry to cut you, bro. You know the reason why I say that is because they want us to not interact with each other physically, and then they want us to go onto these things like TikTok, where and fucking Instagram, and half of the things racist, and half of the things fucking like, you know what I mean, interaction. Like, so that's like a perverted interaction if you got to see 10 bits of racism before you get to chat to your brethren. You got, I'm trying to show you.
I put a question the other day to the panel, and something me and my sister were discussing as well, because she's a teacher in a high school. Like, what? So with parenting, like the whole gentle parenting thing, right? Compared to like, I don't know, smack or shouting or whatever. Right. Because we was like, I mean, I've just been looking at it type thing and thinking, right, we know kind of the effects of psychological. I'm gonna say abuse, yeah, but we all know there's a line in it, right? There's a line between discipline and abuse, but we know the effects, right? We don't know the effects yet of psychological discipline.
Oh, psychological. Well, break that down. What do you mean that? So you got
gentle parenting's like take something away, time out,
naughty step,
talking,
go stand
XYZ,
in the corner.
XYZ. Yeah. Do you know, like that's psychological discipline. And I was saying to my sister, I was like, so what are you seeing in your school? And she's like, I'm seeing just the effects. I don't know, like, how can I explain it? Like these kids are just
kids that don't get beaten seem to have a lack of fear of consequences when it really comes down to the crunch.
Yes,
big up. Yeah, I big up
Shani.
Have I got that right?
Big up.
Yeah, kind of, but more the thing of where, I don't know, like, because with the whole psychological thing, it's like, in terms of, I mean, if a kid's angry, a kid's fucking angry, like they're gonna want to scream and shout and whatever. But when, I don't know, I just feel like psychological discipline probably suppresses that as well. So we're talking about suppressing things and then letting it come out, but in a controlled way at a later date. Like where we're talking about reverse psychology.
So are you saying that you believe that the psychological form of discipline is, or potentially has the potential to be worse, has the potential to cause worse trauma than physical discipline?
In a way. I don't know, when we talk about trauma's got a funny thing attached to it, innit?
Literally turn the kids into psychos. Because
you
know why? Because from experience, yeah.
What are you, Shani, man? Where the hell you been, man?
I've been Ramadan. Isn't it? Yeah. Ramadan. Yeah. So, from my own experience, isn't it? Like, my mum used to make me stand in the corner the whole night as well. Like, I mean, I'm saying the whole night. It was probably into my bedtime, which was like 7 or something. But
right.
The whole night, and that would be because I didn't eat my dinner or something. So I didn't like fish. My big sister didn't like fish either. My mum would still feed us fish because that's what was for dinner. So I wouldn't eat it, and then I just remember having to stand in the corner and just be crying, covered in snot, covered in tears, just cry like for hours on end. But then also plotting my mum's death in the corner.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, even having to do things like washing up. So washing up, drying up, putting away. Oh my gosh. Even in my early teens, that would literally, I would flick the lid. Do you know what I mean? And I would just be, but it was it was kind of punishment, if that makes sense, because my mum stopped hitting us when we were like over the age of like 8, I think. We stopped getting beats and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? We'd learned from all that. So then it was just like, you know, that psychological discipline of like, you got chores to do now. Oh, right, okay, so you got to, do you know what I mean? Like, well, the washing up ain't been done, or this ain't been done, or this needs to, like that kind of stuff. That stuff like trips me out.
I think that's just a little messed up, because those things shouldn't be seen as like chores. Like, they should be taught as that's how you kind of
big
like,
up everyone.
Big up MD.
Big up MD.
T, I agree with you, innit? Like,
big up, sis.
I think we call them chores, but it was something that you had to do in it. Like, you just had to do it. But my mum used to use them as punishment for, like, she would do them. Do you know what I mean? Like, so my mum would wash up. Mum was very like OCD in it, right? So she would wash up, but we would have the chores to wash up. That my job would be drying up, putting away, right? My sisters would be washing up. But sometimes my mum would just do it. But if we were bad or something happened, she would use it as a punishment. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Stuff like that.
You know, there's the opposite way as well, you know. Like, I think I saw something on sorry to cut you, by the way, Shani. There's something I saw on Instagram that fucking pissed me off. And obviously, I think it's America because they get the children to wear masks. And they put a mask on a child and was like, okay, like the positive reinforcement thing. So put like let them use their iPad or whatever. And the only time they can use it is when they can sit through it wearing a mask. Like, to them, that might seem like it's a fucking great idea, but to me, that's fucking barbaric.
Wait,
like,
what? Wait, what?
So basically, they're training them to do that, yeah?
Wait. When you say mask, you mean like COVID mask?
Yes, because the kids, like, they're making little kids in school.
No, man. No, they
and obviously, but this is what I saw, and it was
all shit. Like, what's that?
Yeah, but it's the way it's done. Like, we know what it is, in it, like fuckeries. But I mean, in that parent's mind, I mean, she thinks she's doing fucking saving the world or whatever. But the way that's done, like the psychological aspect of that is fucking mad. So that's another example.
All right, so like, let's get to the nitty gritty. Yeah,
Public humiliation of children.
Beating your child, physical chastisement of your child may have some pros, and also where has cons, right?
Yeah.
So maybe let's just break that down, and then we'll move on to non-physical chastisement and do the pros and cons of that. Or we could start with that first. In fact, let's start with that first. Non-physical chastisement. You lot give me some pros.
You understand what you did better, I think.
No, you're able to articulate and express what you're actually feeling emotionally. Do you know what I'm saying? If you teach your child to do it, but I feel like you need a balance of both. Because in life,
I don't think all kids are able to explain it.
Stick to the pros.
Okay, sorry.
The pros for me, one of the pros for me is obviously like getting the understanding with your child, innit? The communication levels are going to be high with your child because you're not killing them with licks. You actually are going to, you know what I mean? You're telling him what he's done wrong and what he hasn't done wrong. And like with me, that used to help, man, because there was so much of us. When my mum used to break it down, I ain't got no fucking money. I used to just fall back because obviously, you know what I mean? She broke it down to me that she ain't got no guap, innit?
Also, I think
the pros for me was that my dad, I was more shook of my dad than I was of police or anyone else. So that stopped me doing a lot of shit that certain of my other mandem and brethren were doing.
And you're saying that's because of non-physical chastisement?
No, that's because of physical. It's a pro.
No. So we're on non-physical.
Oh shit, my bad.
I think accountability, because I think once accountability on the child of the child's actions, because once you start beating them, they're now going to actually look at you as the issue and you're out of order, you're bad, rather than I actually did something bad. Does that make sense?
That's a fucking interesting point. That's an interesting
I think it's
point.
different for mum and dad, though, you know.
But
Big up, Raw.
Big up, Raw.
Big up. Yeah, man. I think it's different when it comes to mum and dad, though. I think it's seen differently from the child's perspective.
Oh, if you get licked from mum and dad, it's seen differently from the child.
Yeah,
100%.
Why?
Because I think sometimes they expect to get licks from me, my kids anyway. So they expect, even though I tell them, yo, what's wrong with you? I'm not gonna hit you, you know. But they expect it. So when I don't give them licks, it's like, it's getting through to them. Sometimes you gotta show them a balance, innit?
I don't know, man. I feel like the mother's energy has something to do with it as well, man. There's something more nurturing, or that seems to be innate, where a mum can get forgiveness way quicker and that love and that relationship and bonding back quicker than the father can, especially at the younger ages.
Do you not think that depends on the gender of the child? I think it might depend on the gender of the child, because I know a lot of young girls that don't have that kind of bonding with their mothers, but their fathers are their fathers are the softie.
Like daddy's girls, mummy's boys, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's a scary one.
That natural, or is that people conforming to stereotypes that have been kind of set in place? Is it actually natural? I would argue that it's not natural.
I feel like the children go through phases of which parents they prefer the most, exactly which one they favor, and it can change through different stages of their life. Yeah.
I think it's on the mothers, if I'm being honest with you. I think it's whether or not the mothers are how they treat their daughters. Do you know what I mean?
I just had a thought, yeah.
I personally think it's on the mum to discipline, because I feel like the father,
the daughter,
can sometimes go, like, number one, the power is different and they can go a little too far, I think. Right, mums can.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Man,
from the father is way different than coming from the mum.
No, but mums can
what
go.
What are you saying, the boy or girl?
So I'm a little biased, isn't it? Like,
but for boys or girls though, or just for both?
I think for both, because at a younger age, I'm not sure that you can really separate like that. But I don't know.
I think boys. I think my mum used to overcompensate when it comes to the beats. You get me? Try and go harder than my dad. Like, I swear to God, my dad used to lick man in the face, and that'll be that. You get what I'm trying to show you? But my mum would be licking me, my face, my legs, my arms, everything. Like, can't.
But I think the boys definitely need discipline for their dad, though.
I think the mum goes crazy because you're more your mum's child, isn't it? Like, in the sense of, like, she carried you for 9 months. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you're born, then you're literally attached to her for however long you're breastfeeding or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're born with your mum.
Do you know what's so shit though, Shani? When the dad, I've experienced this multiple times, when the dad has been left to be the big bad wolf, and almost like that's the only role you play as disciplinarian. I'm not call your dad or do you know what he did? And it's like, and then when they get older, it's like they're like, yo, my dad used to brought me up, and like my mom never. So like, I love my mom. Like, what the fuck? It was your mom that contracted the hit each time. You know what I mean? But it's like, I did see like my teenage boy kind of like in his head rationalize it like, yo, maybe mom loved me more because she didn't really get too physical. But I'm like, I feel like I loved you more because I risked falling out of your favor to discipline you or to tell you when you're wrong, or to give you the hard words. It's hard. I came out of jail trying to form a relationship with my son, and I'm being asked to do the disciplinarian work because she kind of didn't. At the end of the day, he got to a big age to the point where he's grounded and he's pushing past his mum, innit? And then I finally got to say, see, fucking told you. Could you imagine this youth trying to push past me to come out the yard that I told him he can't leave? So all that time you was empowering me, and I was being the RoboCop and the disciplinarian, the bad guy, big bad wolf I used to call it. Now, you've now got a baby wolf that don't rate you. And you created that by not being willing to kind of get your hands dirty and be seen as like, you know, like kids can guilt trip some mums, you know, like I think it's more that puppy dog eye and that and it's like, oh, do you know what? Maybe like it's like I think sometimes you just need the fire of male discipline, but it needs to be balanced. Like with what Freddie was saying, his mum overcompensating. I actually think that was a beautiful thing in a way. Sorry that had to be you getting lick up. I tried to make sure that
good. The dead came out of my head last year still.
You know him. I'm trying to just show a united front, a balance of like, yo, you gotta get it everywhere. When your dad comes back, he's gonna give you exactly what I gave you. It's not gonna be he's gonna come back and be soft, or mum's gonna come back and like. What I find is if you discipline a child, the child will run to mum, and the mum will hug the child. And I've got to say, don't do that.
That's mad. That's so crazy. What's the point?
But you know what? I would say it's more than overcompensation, because I feel what some children like. You know, when you grow up as an adult, like as men, I don't think you really understand what the mothers go through. It's like my child will feel me here for the 10,000th time. I've said, put on your socks to put your shoes on to get out the damn house. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So sometimes it's not overcompensation because they want to match up to the dad. Sometimes it's just that kind of frustration, right? You got to feel me
You
now
know what?
because you're not listening.
Right.
Sometimes the mum needs to listen to the dad though. When like, 'cause I feel like dads have got foresight in it. Like especially with boys, innit? Dad knows the type of child that the boy is gonna turn out to be in it. And if you allow this is what it's gonna be in it. But I don't think a lot of mums see that though. So they want to baby the child. They want to be the mum in it. So, but they're not seeing what the effect that it's doing to the child when you're being the baby. When you're babying it. Sorry.
I hear that.
We're saying child, but it seems like in all these dynamics, it's kind of the son. It's not. We're not. It doesn't sound like we're taking into daughters.
No, but it
I
goes
only
the same.
have boys.
It goes the same
I'm
for the
talking
daughters.
from my perspective. I only have boys in it, so
Yeah,
I can
but
only
I
speak
mean,
from
the
that.
scenario. You know, I hear you. The scenario though only kind of really works with guys though, because
I don't think so. It can work with
No,
girls,
it
sis,
doesn't.
'cause that's why I
I'm
agree.
just
I've got to agree with Raw on this part, because I would say that my eldest father is a lot stricter on his daughter, but doesn't really understand doesn't fully understand how a young girl's mind works. Do you know what I'm saying? And the correct ways in order to channel that youthful energy. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas with me, disciplining my daughter, it's on a different level, because we have certain levels of communication and certain levels of understanding because I've been through her experience. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas boys, I don't really know what it's like to be a boy growing up.
Yeah,
so
that's
certain things I'm going to take more of the dad's advice on.
Do you think it should be then males should kind of discipline the males and females should discipline the females then?
Nah.
My dad
solely.
believes in that,
It's a
and I
balance.
don't agree with
It's
it.
a balance of both. It's a balance of both.
Yeah,
but obviously, when it comes to understanding, the father should go to the mum, and the mum should go to for the daughter, and the mum should go to the father for more understanding on the son.
Yeah, should be guided by the same sex in it, but both of them have to do the discipline because they have to be balanced on both sides. They can't just run to the other to think that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get away with it. Nah, come on, man, it's gotta be a team.
Yeah, because you know what children do, what we've not kind of mentioned, but children learn how to manipulate.
100%.
100%. It's so early as well.
Yeah, they spot the power dynamics. They see it, and you know they'll say little things. They'll say little things, man. It's mad. You stay there, man. Like when your child knows that they can't get away with shit, they start talking about, mommy, can I stay with you today? Mad thing. Not because they enjoy it, mommy. You get me? So, like, I've had it before, innit? Depends on the type of woman that you've got a child with. Like my son, I called my son. I went through my son's phone because that's something his mum didn't do. So I'd randomly give me a phone and look through his phone and one time he was texting her, "Oh, mum, remember to phone dad and tell dad that I need to come home on Friday, yeah? This is like the 6 week holiday, yeah? Remember, like rare for Friday. I'll just stay for a weekend, rare." So then, and the mum was like, why, what's up? She was like, he was like, no, and I just miss you. I just want to come and be with you. So she was like, she's all LOLing and laughing, thinking they got some secret code. But what she didn't have the opportunity to do was read the rest of his messages, where it was like, this little skanky gal is telling him she's got 3 yard. Get me? So exactly, you see, it just, so like, and then so I had to say to the mum, like, so you see, when you think you're keeping secrets between your son and you, and it involves me, and you're encouraging this type of behavior, I bet you didn't know this. And when I dropped it on her, her face just dropped. Like, oh my fucking God. I thought I was special. I thought my son just really missed me. He don't fucking miss you, man. He's trying to get me.
But them are the mums that try to be more like a friend. They don't want to.
Right.
Like,
and in the end, you're grounded, and he's pushing past you. So what can we say?
Oh no!
And kids are so smart as well, though, because like I dropped my kids back to their mums the other day. And me and I ain't been in talking terms, innit? But we're all right now. But the kids see the dynamics that they understand it so well. It's like it's mad. So when I've gone to the door, I've dropped them off. Like suddenly they want to be all so friendly and want to give me bare hugs and shit. Like, obviously they want mum and dad together, innit? But suddenly, they're just jumping on me, give me hugs and kisses, like in front of her.
Show
like,
mommy.
happy home, innit?
Kids are definitely more intelligent than adults give them credit for. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Little shits.
Little shit. All right. So, what was the cons of non-physical chastisement? The cons.
That sometimes certain situation there's no talking, and that's there you go.
The cons of non-physical.
You know what? The smarts, because then you start being able to talk your way out of shit. Do you know what I mean? I feel like
there's some situations you can't talk your way out of.
But if you're non-physical with your child and you talk and you're a talker and you're soft parenting, then the child becomes smart. Like we're saying, they're smart, so they know how to talk out of situations.
Right, yeah, but they don't have to be smart and soft. They can still be smart and physically fit and ready. That if they come up, because you may teach them to communicate, but that's not saying every other household is teaching them and raising their children the exact same way. So you're putting your children at a disadvantage, sis, if you ain't teaching them to be ready.
I would say, yeah. I would say, yeah. Raising your child to not, from the household perspective, have physical consequences to some of the actions they do is very dangerous. Very dangerous, especially in the world we live in. Like, I feel like you need your child to know, okay, listen, I'm your mom or I'm your dad and I love you. And if you cross certain boundaries, there may be something that it's not on the cards. When a kid doesn't consider physical retribution as being on the cards, I feel like it leads them into trouble in the real world, and they end up getting smacked in the mouth by someone and they don't know why, or, you know, when it does get physical, they're not prepared. I do think there's an aspect of this is gonna sound weird, like toughening. I don't know. I don't know. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It is because it's not right. Yeah, it is because it's like if you get hit by someone else, it's like right. Not even my parents hit me. It's like what the fuck?
I've seen people have full meltdowns because they obviously they just have full. You get me? I've been hit, like, you know, and they don't know how to deal with it, and not even
that in the natural world, even the non-predatory animals still know how to fight.
Right.
You know, my con is the con to the soft disciplining is like the child one day is going to turn around and be like, all right, okay, I'm going to go sit on the naughty step, or okay, I understand what I did. Do you know what I'm saying? Rather than if you're going to be physically chastised, then you're not really bringing the belt to your mum, are you? Going to get the belt, bring it to her. So
yeah, but we're under the pretense that some people, or that most people, find the physical worse than the like
mental,
kind of thing. Because I don't know, man. I don't know if that's the way. Because you might be like, oh yeah, I'll just go sit on the naughty step, but I don't know. I'd rather have my 5 minutes of beatings than an hour of sitting alone.
I don't even think it needs to be a full-on beating, man. I think if you're a boy child and you ain't got gripped up by the collar by your dad, you ain't got that level of understanding of human behavior, because you have to understand the limitations, the thresholds of what makes a man, a bigger man, your dad, your granddad, your uncle. That's where you can see the levels where you can get cheeky. And then you can get to level 5 where you can say that cheeky thing and take it back and with a sorry. And then you can get to level 8 where it's just like Dennis the Menace, like, I'm going to get you. Or,
I would agree if there was a passage of right out of that, though. There seems to be no passage of right to where the parent or the father then is like, all right, cool, now you're an adult. Now you're on my level type thing.
But then it's
just it is, though.
Wait, one second. You ain't never on your fucking daddy's level,
no,
man.
I don't mean level like that, but
it's a passage,
because that can have a lot of emotional and psychological like trauma for a lot of people. To the
which one? What can? Which one? Which can?
The if you're say you're not beating your child, and then you got someone who is beating their child. The person who's not getting beaten and whatnot after growing up, like if you're beating your child and the guy said, oh, he's gripping him up, that person won't have a way out of that, so they might always see themselves as lesser than, even if it's others like. But do you know, someone that's not getting that.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm saying nah because I took that personally. but it's obviously not. You know what I mean? It's obviously not personal. I'm saying now from my perspective, but clearly, maybe some other humans do feel like that. I mean, beatings without explanations. I think there's differences as well. I mean, I think there's definitely differences, right? So some people may have had the physical chastisement with full explanation. I got a lot of physical chastisement followed with the lecture, so I got both of them. I mean, that sucked.
Yeah.
Didn't any of you
just sitting there crying, and you have to be told why you're crying.
You know what?
I don't think it's all about the pain though. I know when you're beating the child though, I don't think it's about the pain. I think it's more of like, I'm letting you know there's people bigger and badder than you, innit? So just know your place.
Nah, it's all about the pain. Because I know that
pain,
the
yeah.
day when
well, not for me anyway.
When you check it out, a lot of the beatings didn't hurt. The little stings and that, but it was the action. It was the whole. It was the whole vibration of.
I think we've got to define beating though. That's what we've got to do.
Because there's different types of aggression and there's different types of rude pick me in it. And I was kind of like, look, I'm not going to talk about me. I'm going to say I know of children, who outside the home they was wilding out. They was rude. They was swearing when they got into the home because they respect their parents. They was trying to behave, but they got caught slipping. You know what I'm saying? And those parents weren't necessarily beating their kids every week, but they did get a clog. It was a clog or a sandal on the palm of the hand, and that kid was like shitting themselves, like, oh my god, my mom's gonna slap my hand. You know what I'm saying? With a slipper.
It's about pain though, because everyone had that time when you stop flinching or you stop crying or whatever, and then the beating changed differently.
No, but that's probably where as well. That's probably when the actual talking, and that's where the psychological part comes into it. Like, isn't it?
No, but did you guys get a mixture of beatings? Did anyone actually get physical beatings when they have to where you have to do squats and you have to put your hands up?
That's
good. Then you'd get nicked. Only then you'd get nicked. And it's a case of you're teaching your child accountability because you're saying, boy, it's in your hands. Yeah. If you drop them, that's a good technique. You're accountable. Yeah.
But there are some mad parents. We can't forget the nut parents, because I remember there was a nuts auntie that I had, and she used to beat. So I'm not going to try personalize it. I'm going to say there's a woman I know, that used to beat her son with the bed head, and she was going through a lot in life. Yeah, the bed head, like a broken piece of wood from the bed frame. Yeah, and some people take pleasure in violence, innit? Some people are sadomasochists. So those type of people have got a weird sexualized violence thing with their kids, and it turns their kids into like a pain threshold.
I don't think it's that, family.
Yes. It is abuse, because there's some people that abuse their kids, and there's nothing. What I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with a clap around the head, or like sometimes a kid does deserve. Sometimes a parent does deserve to slap their kid. That's what I'm trying to say. But if it's a weekly ritual of let me beat you because you look like your dad, or let me beat you because I'm coming off crack, then obviously I'm not supporting that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Parents do beat their children based on their own problems and their own stresses and their own anxiety.
And emotions.
And remember some parents ain't expressive enough, innit? To like they haven't even got the time to sit down and break. So they're gonna use body language and tell you everything they need to tell you tonight. You know, I'm trying to show you they're not gonna waste time, you know what I mean?
I don't agree.
They don't raise their voice, they just look at you.
I think if you've got two parents,
quickly, big chat, but I'll be jumping on later, man.
If you got two parents, if you got two parents and one can play good cop and the other one can play bad cop, or disciplinarian, and the other one doesn't have to play disciplinarian, you probably got the better setup for maybe using a slap if need be. But if you're a single parent, doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Let me just land on my point. If you're like a single mother from an ethnic minority, and you're going through your own problems in life, you've been hard done by domestic violence, a lot of other issues, I don't think you're the right person to therefore be hitting your traumatized child who's already gone through the trauma of daddy leaving home. But if you're from a strong family background, you've got spiritual background, good connection with the grandparents, it's not abuse, it's not bullying, it's just you did wrong. You smashed the neighbor's car and I'm going to smack your hand now, because you broke the car and we've got to give them money for their insurance. You're getting a smack.
what was the point of it being from an ethnic minority? Sorry.
I think it was just an example.
If you've come from a broken home, yeah, where you might have witnessed, as a young ethnic guy, you may have witnessed domestic violence. That child has already witnessed domestic violence. You get where I'm coming from? So the lessons of violence that you're going to be teaching that child is not really going to be on the same equal playing field as the child that's been brought up in a more balanced home, who doesn't really hasn't seen a woman being punched in the face or her head shoved in the wall. Because
that's what I hear that, but I hear that in all ethnic households. I mean, all ethnicities. So that's why I'm like the ethnic minority. I don't get that
because I'm
probably
talking
because
as
the
an
extra
ethnic
added
person.
pressures to society that has on an ethnic minority, a person of an ethnic background, sis. Because yes, we all feel things the same, but obviously, there's going to be that extra added pressure, and already have the healthcare and all these other systems still with you.
I understand, but I'm saying I can't understand the ethnic bit either, because my white
because if you're because as an ethnic minority in a city that is like, how can I explain it to you? If the caregiver, so for example, you're traumatized, you're already traumatized because you may have witnessed some extreme levels of domestic violence from your parents. Only child, 2 or 3 siblings, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So you've witnessed that. You may have seen police come in your yard, take away your father, rare. And then you're chilling with your mum, you make a silly little mistake, and then she comes in and batters you or slaps you, innit? So when you go to school or when you step out of the home now, you already got rage because your dad left. And now you got rage because your mum, the same woman that you tried to protect or you felt sorry for, it's just slapped you. So any you out there is going to get whack up now. Like, you just created a youth that's angry, and that's going to go to school and start whacking up everybody else.
Red, I hear you.
I hear that, but what's the link to the whole everything you just said in the beginning to ethnicity?
Yeah,
like I said, because if you're in a majority white environment in a school, yeah, like you're going to a Church of England school, Catholic school, and you're coming from a dysfunctional family, the parents have just created a ticking time bomb, like an aggressive person who's fighting racism, he's fighting like white supremacy, trying to fit into the white society at the same time as coming from a home that's going through loads of dysfunction. Whereas if you've got more of a functional home, you know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, but I feel like ethnic minorities, they don't really grow up in trauma, innit? I think we got. Yeah. I think we're the kind of
but some do because of the way that their parents came to the country, or some of them came from wars and stuff like that. There's always going to be slightly.
I'm not saying they don't experience it.
And exactly, sis.
The culture clash. Like, I think where
I think we grew up the most robust, though, isn't it? So you're saying that the whole ethnic minority, it's not exclusive to us, though, is it? So anyone, the result would be that of any race.
Exactly, because I grew up in Scotland. So growing up in Scotland, everyone was white, innit? And the scenario that you're talking about, Red, happened and played out amongst many of families. There was lots of young kids and everyone's white. So that's why I'm like, how is it ethnic minorities? Because the ethnic minorities actually had 2-parent households. In that
but it's the case. Sorry, sis, to cut you. It's the case of they're predominantly Scottish, yeah. So this is the land of their ancestries, right? So they're not. The one thing they're not going to be out of place is the land where they're from. There's no conflict in the culture. But when you're coming from an ethnic background, you're coming from a complete different type of culture to this culture. On top of that, do you see what I'm saying? It's just because the child is already going to feel slightly confused because they're never going to be like, say, for example, they're never going to be Ethiopian enough to be a proper Ethiopian, but they're not English enough to be proper English, and then everything else added on it. Does that make sense?
Sister, I always got told as an ethnic person, we don't do certain things what these do. Like, we're not in it. Like, we're out of that. Like, I don't know what you think, but we're not doing that. Like White Tommy does it. We're not doing that.
Well, exactly. So it's that
when you remove the father from the home, when the government comes in and removes the father from the home, whether it's the police or whatever, for domestic violence, whatever the parents are arguing about, I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying the man could be wrong. He could have just been battering his girl. But when you remove the father figure, you're removing if it's a boy child, you're removing a big element from that youth's life. Now you're removing the male father figure. So you got now it's more common nowadays. It's more common for ethnic people to do the 2-parent family thing, even if it's like, look, let's split up, but I'm gonna see my youth on the weekend. Now we've kind of got it more together. But in the 80s, in the 90s, it was a different story. Like one week your aunt's baby father was in the house, next day's gone, nobody talks about him. Like it was that's it, like in them days it was very common, you know, because the government would say, well, boom, the woman gets the yard, she gets the kids, and she gets the social security. Fuck what that dude's doing, innit? I'm saying. So for the child, the impact, but the impact on the boy child is detrimental. That's like his first heartbreak before he even hits puberty, before he even gets married, before he even meets a girl, before he's even interested in girls, before he even has his own kids. The fact that he's like, rah, I can't see my dad. Like, I can't just walk into the front room and chat to my dad and be like, yo, I watch the football with my dad. Like, man's got a phone up his dad. And if the dad's beat the mum, then obviously you can't just go to mum and be like, mum, yeah, can I use the phone to phone dad? Because mum might just be like, what do you mean? Did you see your dad? You hit me. Your dad's no good, blah, blah, blah. So now it's like a war in the family unit where the son is got a dysfunctional relationship with his father that's got to be healed, and then in that.
That's a good point, but like, we gotta acknowledge that most.
But not all single mums. Not all single mums behave in that way, though.
That's
not all. Do you know what I mean? Not all mums will.
Right, that's
do
a bit
that.
alien.
He's just saying not to forget those types of mothers in these conversations. Do you see what I'm saying? The balance that we give the full spectrum,
and we can get that in parents, in families where both parents are still there. Like, I think this is where we've kind of, from the get-go, we kind of defined the line between abuse and discipline. Like, that's the point. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think.
Well, that is basically the point. The fine line between abuse and the discipline is the intent behind it. Because if the mother is gonna while out just because of the child looking like the dad or the whatever the case is, because of the trauma she has, that's no longer discipline. That's abuse. Do you see what I'm saying? But what he's saying
that can happen with parents that are both there. That they can remind them of their own parents who might have abused them.
Likely. It's less likely because you got more. When you got a man and a woman in the same household, I'm not denying it happens, but I'm saying when you got a man and a woman together, that is a powerful connection. It's a powerful sexual connection. It's a powerful kind of legal connection where they're checking, oh yeah, like what are you up to? What are you doing? How are we bringing up this child? Blah, blah, blah. It's very important for men and women to coordinate and get along in many ways. That's obvious. Yeah. But what I'm saying is when the woman has to quote unquote be the father and the mother and she's going through heartache, she's lost the man she loved. He beat her in front of her kids and she's got to hold it together and pull it together. She's under immense stress to be a woman, to pay the bills and to get everything done.
What about the ones that stay together in that situation? What about the parents that stay together and the guy beats the woman throughout the whole time?
And there's a lot of parents that don't even beat their woman. Like, there's a lot of dads that don't beat their woman, but they just had a family up the road. So you have to get used to that as well. A half brother or half sister just up the way. You better
there's so many dynamics, isn't it? There's so many dynamics, man. Like culture, race, everything comes into it.
I think we look at as well parents that don't know how to, so we know that parents, obviously there's no book on how to be a parent and stuff, even though Jedi's got one, book to life. Remember that? Even though we know that there's no like book and you just kind of do what you're doing, if your parents have been, like you said, through the trauma or whatever, of your parents come from a household of beatings or a tradition of beatings and so on and so forth, they're not going to look at doing that to their child as wrong, but it's society that will tell you that that's abuse, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
You've got to remember, I understand, but we got to remember, there's levels of beat. Like, we got to define this whole beating thing, because it's like there's every stage of the child's life, the beating might be different, innit? I can speak from my experience that I went worse than my kids when they were younger. Like, my kids are 5 and 6 now. I say when they were about 3 or 4, I was going not in. Like, it was, the intentions were still there, but intentions was still good. But it was like I was using a bit more force than I probably should have. It's like, right, I had to step back and be like, shit, you know what? This ain't working, So my way of discipline had to change, innit? So I'm saying that to say, I'm saying that to say, obviously, it's not all just one way of beating, is it? And you can't say that I was abusing my child, was it? But I've had to change because I had to step back and sit because I didn't like the way. Yeah, they're just flinching now.
No, but naturally, discipline will change with the
discipline a
ages of your
3-year-old.
children.
I wouldn't physically discipline a 3-year-old. I wouldn't. I've got a big voice and I'm quite tall. So I know that I can do the look and I can raise my... What are you doing? I can just do that.
Yeah, but trust me,
at the end of the day...
work for every kid's different.
I know, there's different kids, but what I'm saying is the physical thing, because of the nature of the whole, you know, like, as I think as a father that's living with the child, you get more... There's more on your side than if you're not in the house. If you're not in the house...
I was living with them now.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying in comparison to the father that's not living with his son, the father that's not living with his son or daughter has got more of an uphill struggle than you do because you're in the house. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not now. That's the thing. I'm not now. I was living with them, and that's when it was worse.
Do you think it's down to maturity as well, Raw? Because I wouldn't discipline a 3-year-old. Like I don't think. I'll discipline a 3-year-old. I wouldn't physically discipline a 3-year-old. I don't think there's any need to for a child under the age of 5.
Can anyone remember? Can anyone remember where they learned that fire burns? Can anyone remember when you first?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
So maybe, like, I'm not advocating hurting children, but on the grounds of like just pain, just the element of pain, rather than the psychological thing. Oh my God, my parents just hit me. But I mean, when you're a kid, you learn what hurts, what don't. So I mean. If let's just say for example, a kid's hanging out the window on the 2nd floor. Yeah, like a 3-year-old or 2-year-old.
No, that's a slap on the legs. But the window shouldn't even be open.
Of course. But the reality is that it is, isn't it? Right. So then in that case, the alternative is they might climb up and do it again. So using the aspect of maybe a little bit of pain in that situation, do you know what I mean? So it's like, again, when did you first learn that fire burns or fire hurts?
Listen, sis, you got it fucking 100% right, because who don't hear must feel.
Must feel.
You know what I mean? I've got brought up with that. So if you don't like to hear,
disagreeing with that. I don't think we're I'm definitely not disagreeing with that, because, like I'm saying, the fire burning thing, we used to have a fireplace, and when my little sister was small, I think she wouldn't remember this, but I remember when she would go near it, everyone would give her a little tap on the hand and raise your voice. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to physically hurt, because for her, she knows, like, we're instinctive with these things.
But that is still admonishment or chastisement, physical. So, like, you're right. It doesn't. This is why I said it's not about the pain, you know.
Yeah,
it's not even about the pain. Like, you know, like in psychology, you know, they do that shit. Oh, is he gone?
It's gone,
yeah.
You're gonna do the dog experience.
No, I was gonna. Yeah, you do that. They do this shit where a quick sharp touch kind of programs you to be aware when something's going on. Like I've seen it with dogs and that. I've seen it with kids. I've even seen people using it on themselves. Like they tap themselves to get over phobias on that. Have you seen that therapy?
Yeah.
They do. You know what they do? They do a they when they were searching like fears on children, they wouldn't use physical pain for fears. They would like show it like so basically there was this experiment done. It's in my mum's medical book, and I remember reading it. And there's basically they put a rabbit in front of a child, but every time the child went to touch the rabbit, they would bang a loud noise behind the child. So that child then was scared of rabbits. Do you know what I mean?
So this is bordering into the psychological discipline then.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is
you can't do physical. You can't do physical without psychological. The minute that you impact somebody in one way or another, you're introducing some form of trauma or shock to that system, and that's psychologically going to be read. Even the shouting.
Do you feel now we're going along the lines? Then we're taking out the physical aspect of it, where it's just purely
manipulating the children. Yeah, and that's what I've got an issue with, because I feel like there are a lot of parents in their 30s that are narcissistic, and they're going to end up having a golden child, and the golden child is going to be used to play against the scapegoat on the child that's not the favorite, and then as they get old, they're going to use the house as leverage and the will as leverage to whichever child follows their meaning. So it's like almost like mental abuse, where you're gonna have some kids rebelling and being like, "Fuck them parents."
But
they're nuts.
it's the
I ain't doing
rebel
anything with
part.
them.
It's that
All
rebel
kids
part
rebel.
that I'm one.
I
I
rebelled.
know. I
Yeah.
rebelled. I know I rebelled. But
I
then
was
I'm talking
bad.
this rebel now. It seems as if it's kind of like tunneled into a certain type of rebel. So this is where the LGBT kicks in. This is where the whatever kicks in. This, do you know what I'm saying? It's been manufactured. The rebel. It's like it's fucking like laid out. It's mad.
We haven't even seen the new drug wave, because every generation there's a new like in fashion drug. So like sometimes it's like closer to the older days it would have been like, oh, don't smoke weed. But now in America I think they've got something called was it meth or something? I can't remember what it is. Like they've got some problem in America. You know what I'm saying? So basically the generation of Generation Z, so that's like after like 2005. I can't really put the date on it. They're called Z, innit? Zoomers.
Oh man, I think their drug now is technology, man. Completely.
Nah, but listen to what I'm saying. A lot of the parents, they've tried to be like they've tried their hardest. I'm not trying to knock them. Yeah. They've tried to give their kids all the latest technology, Xbox, iPhone, Samsung. But the detrimental thing of that is it's giving too much access to the world of social media, but the dangerous aspect. So like you're bringing your child up in your home, but if your child gets into a network online, oh my God, you could have just been introducing your child to like what's gonna finish them or what's gonna make them an addict, whether it's like a sex addict or like going into pornography and all kinds of mad things. You know what I mean? Let alone the drugs. You're lucky if your kid gets a drug problem and then you can get them off the drug problem, and then secret double lives and all kind of mad stuff. So all this manipulation that people are doing, I'll take away your Xbox if you talk loud. You know what I mean? Or you're not going football training.
So check this, yeah. When I had my youngest, like she slept in the bed with me, and then I think one of the midwives was like, "Oh my God," like horrified. What the fuck is wrong with that? She's my child, isn't it? Like I know she's right next to me. I breastfeed. It's who's getting out of bed to feed my? Do you know what I mean? Like them things there. So, and then I started reading more into it. I was like, "Fuck this! It just didn't feel right." Yeah, and then it comes to the thing of I started reading about putting like my girl went straight from my bed into her bed, like at whatever age it was, and she every now and then she still jumps in my bed. But when I was reading about this whole cot thing, they were like, "Oh, you know, if you're like the way to train them is if they're crying, leave them to cry." Like, what kind of fuckery is that? Like, and that do you know what I mean? And that's from the same parents. Hang on.
Hold on. I actually don't. I don't think it's fuckery.
No, I don't either.
What for a 3-month-old baby, 6-month-old baby to just be left crying?
Because even babies are manipulative. Even babies know what the fuck they're doing.
But you know what? That's cool. That's what a mother's love is. Nah, man. Sorry.
My baby mother reminded me. My baby mother reminded me one day. She turned around and said to me, she said, "You know that all babies have is a cry, innit?
Exactly.
You know, if they're hungry, they're gonna cry. If they're bored, they're gonna cry. If they just whatever want some attention, they're gonna cry. Like all they're gonna do. Like so, don't take that crying for pain.
Emotional.
Like,
oh my God, my child's in pain. My child's distressed.
Not necessarily, yeah, but it doesn't matter though, Jed. Because my mum, I told mum about it. I was like, "Mum, this is what they're suggesting people should do." Like, we're laughing about it, and she's like, "Well, when you were all babies and in the Philippines, we just wrapped them with a blanket on us all day, bam.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, it's so fucking simple.
I get that.
It's just so simple."
When it comes to that bedtime routine and teaching your child separation, unfortunately, this is one of them traumatic lessons that I think children need to lead. They need to learn
at the right time, not at when kids are 3 months, 6 months. Not when they're that age.
Listen, hold on, wait. I think one of the most important life skills you can teach your child is independence. Yeah. And I feel sometimes teaching your child independence may be a painful thing for the parent because they're very attached to the whatever, where the dad will be like, "Yo, just leave the baby in the room. You know the baby's safe. You know the baby's eaten. You know the baby's not coming to any harm. The child needs to realize," and this is where you teach your child to self-soothe. And self-soothing, it is a Western type of thing, but I think It's very important.
Yeah,
And
I think it's important at the right time, Jeds.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the right
You
time.
determine the right time.
No, but yo, one second. I get you. The right time. I said the right time is nighttime, bedtime. It's bedtime now. Don't be like not giving mum their space. And when mum don't get their space and the child don't get their space, a child needs to learn to play in the cot or whatever, its room on its own and be independent. I don't think we let a lot of our children do that. I get tying up the baby to you, whatever, rare, but at a certain point, there has to be a differentiation between mummy's bed or mummy and daddy's bed and my bed and my space. And whether it's 3 months or 6 months or a year, that time needs to come where, I'm ignoring the cry. Maybe 3 months is quite early, yeah? You know what I mean? I think most people do have their baby.
I reckon around a year.
Yeah,
I reckon around a year. I'm sorry, but I think 3 months, 6 months. Like, some people breastfeed to like a year. Do you know what I mean? So some people breastfeed longer than that.
It's really on the.
One second, MC. I was gonna say, you see that the pukey crying and the coffee crying, I can't deal with that. That's the regular initial crying. I'm cool with that. But if you try and get into a cry fit, that's when I have to shut it down.
Yeah, the crying fit. Oh God!
But you lot are forgetting that there's some babies that are calm, you know. There's some babies that for whatever psychological connection they got with the mum or whatever, like they're cushy, man. They don't really cry too much. There's a lot of youths I've been around that don't really cry too much because the mum's got it on lock. Mum knows when to change the nappy. Mum knows where I want.
So, but
I
the thing
I
is,
just think
really, we need to, yeah.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Shani.
No, Sash, I'm just saying, like, I think we really need to understand and keep recognizing that we're all individuals, innit? So we're all very different. Morning.
We got
We're all very different. Parenting should be different. Do you know what I mean? One size don't fit all when it comes to babies. So I hear what you're saying. For you, that works, isn't it? Like,
Can I also? Go on. Sorry.
In an ideal world, I would say that, you know, like, for me, with my future child, inshallah, I'm hoping at the age of 3 and 6 months they're going to be a certain way in it. But that's just my idea of it. But it depends on the actual child itself as to.
It is both. You know what? With both my children, it was different. Like with my oldest, it was one way, and the thing is, with my oldest, the amount of times I was online looking at certain things of how to do this and how to do that, and it was all fucking bullshit. It was bullshit, and I winged it the whole way through, and she's fine. She's fine.
You gotta tailor
your
parenting to the type of child that you have, though.
It's your instincts. It's your instincts. Like at one point, I used to hear babies cry, and I'm not gonna say it, too many guys here, but you just follow your instincts, innit?
It's natural.
But there was something instinctual.
Yeah, your nipples used to burst out with milk or something.
There you go. You said it. Yeah, that happened.
Well,
do you know what I mean?
You know.
Yeah, so I think
I've seen birth.
You just know, innit?
You see the baby come out?
Yeah, have you seen it?
Have you seen the baby? You know what I mean?
Guys, can I make a quick point based on what you was talking about with leaving the baby to cry in it? I think it should be done a little bit earlier than that, because I've watched my neighbor's son literally grow up in front of me, and I can see where, because they're in this one room together all the time, the attachment is too strong. It's way too strong. She can't even leave to go bathroom, and that becomes an issue when he gets older. And he's about 1 now, and I'm telling you, it's mad. Like, she's left him with like friends where she's like obviously trying to get back into that work mode, and she realized that she can't even go back to work. Cause he will cry for hours, and when you're leaving, it's different.
When you say younger than what?
Does she have a man? Does she have a man?
No, it's different when it's different. Sorry, apologies. It's different when she it's different when she leaves the child with somebody else, because now she's thinking, oh, I'm a bad parent but realistically it's due to her situation. Do you know what I mean? Like in a situation if you've got a house, then cool, you're able to kind of go back and forth, and you can leave him there, and if he comes back out, you just leave him in the room type thing. Whereas for her, it's just a lot. Like, she lives in a house with 7 other people.
No, that's
Anyway,
cool.
all
family,
she
I'm
has is
out,
our
man. Got
room.
work to do, man. Big up, everyone.
Big up,
In a
bro.
bit, Raw.
Alright, peace.
Yeah, big up.
Good one. You know what I saw on TikTok? Yeah, well, reels. It wasn't TikTok, but you know, like those videos. Was these parents? The little girl. She must have been about 2 or something. She had her own room. Yeah, and the parents was practicing independence of her and allowing her to understand that, like, the space and the boundaries that she has. And they would knock on the door before they entered her room, stuff like that. So they knock on the door before they enter the room. They would give her time. They gave her like a timer for her own time. So, like, for instance, for her to play by herself, they would give her a timer, and she would be aware of the timer, so that they went from like 1 minute to like half an hour of her time. Do you know what I mean? So
that makes my butt clench. That really makes my fucking butt clench. I fucking hate shit like that. I fucking hate
Sounds
it.
weird.
I hate
weird.
all this, like, this routine, like, down to the second. Fuck that, man. Fuck that shit. Like, I just hate it. I fucking hate it. I'm sorry.
Do you know what? I get the structure. I understand. I feel like they can definitely understand structure from a younger age. However, they are a child.
Exactly, man.
Like, they are a
they're
child.
not robots, isn't
That
it?
sounds like that's setting them up to be some fucking work robot or something.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it makes
like,
my bum clench.
but then I can't lie. In certain, I don't know, like, I think certain things can be used for different times, innit? Like, it's not all bad. I think if this is done daily, then yeah, it could become an issue. But
I think, you know
whereas they're doing an experiment, I think it's cool to see how, because I feel like it's cool to see their brains when you're not there. How do they think? How do they move? Like, when I'm not actually in the room, what are you on? Like, what are you on? You get me?
They're drawing on the wall. That's what they're on.
Get me? I personally don't have kids at the moment. I can't wait to have kids, but like, yeah, all I can do is learn from you guys, which I've been doing. But then I can imagine it's different when the child's in front of you.
Do you know what? Yeah, the thing is,
if you don't know the personalities of the father's mother and father and the father, and the mother's mother and father and the mother,
you mean the grandparent? Yeah?
So if you're in a solid relationship with your man, yeah, and you know his personality, yeah, and you kind of know his mum and his dad, or if God willing they're alive, so you kind of went round for dinner, you kind of get their personalities. By the time you pop out the child, first and foremost, you'll get over who the child looks like. Oh, the child looks like me, looks like my mum, looks like my dad, looks like him, looks like his mum, looks like his dad. Once you get over that, you'll start to notice that the DNA traits from all 4 of them aspects. So if you're in a dysfunctional relationship and you didn't have the knowledge and the tools of what I've just said, it's going to be an uphill struggle when it comes to connecting with that child, soothing that child, and getting that child to kind of bond. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's where a lot of dysfunctional families kind of struggle, because they kind of got an uphill struggle in comparison to other families where they kind of got all that shit out the way, because the DNA traits are there. The DNA traits are there from the elders. So the child is coming into the world already built with these personality traits. You know what I'm saying?
I can see that a little bit, but do you not think that an issue is comparison? I think people compare their children to other people's children, which makes them feel like what they're doing is wrong.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But it's like, rather than just looking at your child, like I just said a minute ago, about it as an individual, and maybe your child is just a whiny baby, like maybe just.
But then
listen, I used to be whiny. My mum told me, "Oh yeah," she's like, "Says you used to bar like somebody was killing you, literally." And all I did was walk to the kitchen. She was like, "I knew you was gonna be a singer. I just knew it. There was no way you can just holler and do that for hours." Like, my mum was like, "Nah, man, you was disgusting as a baby. Like, you're just unnecessary with the screaming." Nah,
and
yeah.
I used to always try and get away. Still there. I used to keep trying to, like, every time the door was open, I'll be out.
Oh yeah. That's Ian right now, bro.
I was off.
That's him.
Apparently, Mum said she lost me in Manila for about 2 minutes, and she said, like, the whole world just stopped.
Oh my God, your heart must have been in her mouth.
Manila,
Have been in her mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mum's lost it twice, isn't it?
She's lost. No, guys. You know this lost talk isn't okay. It's you lot walking off. By the way, as kids, we just walk off. It's not them actually losing us. That's not fair to say that. It's not fair to say.
So tell my 2-year-old self, innit?
So one time, we used to live in like a proper London like flats. I don't know, like a block. You know the blocks where you've got like a balcony on your at your front door. If that makes sense. And you come up the main stairs of the block, and it's all I don't know. They're like a red brick block. Anybody? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, babes. It's okay. Just move on.
It's all right. Yeah. But I just wanted to get like the dynamics of the block. But anyway, basically, like, so everyone kind of knew everybody because obviously it's back in the 90s or whatever, yeah. And there was just like we used to like play on the balcony, and I was playing on the balcony, and it would be fine, and my mum would like allow us to play on the balcony. I was like 2 or something like that. Anyway, they couldn't find me. They got the police. There was a search.
Oh my God!
Helicopter, all that, yeah.
Wow.
And then after about 2 hours or something of not being able to find me at the age of 2, there was a woman that had me in her house.
Oh my God!
Putting makeup on me. Yeah.
What? Oh my God!
Yeah, she was a young girl.
How did they find out?
Because she came out because of all the commotion.
Oh shit!
Oh my God! So wait! People are too brazen back in the day.
She allowed me in her house.
People are actually brazen.
Makeup and stuff with me. Yeah, I don't know. Her name was Cindy as well. I don't know. Like,
how old was Cindy? Do you remember the age of Cindy?
My mum thinks my mum must have been about 22 or something, 23. So she must have been 18 or something. Round about my mum's age. No, about 18 or something. So she had her own flat, yeah, but I don't know if she was well or not. Like, you don't just take a baby into your house.
That's what I'm saying.
Playing makeup with it.
Back in the days of Off the Hook, you know, you used to get kids running around just nappies on and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I get that, but their parents wasn't too far away. Like, it's not like they were still in viewpoint, I'm sure.
Their parents were similar to my parents, probably. You know, like you just lose
the way that we grew up is we all went to Granny's house. So when we went to Granny's house,
I know about that living. I know about Granny's living.
There was like 10 or 6 to 10 of us cousins, and we could go to the park together. And if anyone touched any of us, we'd be like, yeah, we'll just beat people up. Not like in a
because you got your elders, innit? You got your older brothers, your older cousins.
No, we was all similar age, but we was very protective of each other. So, like, we were told, go to the park, behave yourself, be good, and then come back at this time. We were young. We was like primary school ages, innit, to like up. So, because there'd be like, it was just like all the sisters' kids would go up in the summer holidays or whatever, or we'd go to Adventure Playground if we weren't at Granny's. And then if we went around with our cousins, we had to behave because we would have got told off because someone would have told Granny, innit, or Granddad. You know what I'm saying? So, and Granddad was around the ends. Granddad would be walking to the betting shop or to the corner shop. You know what I'm saying? So you might bump into Granddad. But like when you went to the park, if anyone touched any of your cousins, it was an automatic thing to protect your family, innit? It weren't even a thing to let someone take your cousin into the house to do makeup or anything like that.
That's how our estate was as well. Our estate was so similar to what brother just said, where everyone looks out for everyone's kids. You're allowed out till 9, 10 in the night because obviously there's big man downstairs doing what they're doing. It's just people about, so nothing's going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's looking out for everyone. So it's like,
but you know what it is? It's the saturation of London at the moment. That like I've said this before. Like I've went back to my old neighbourhood growing up. And there's more houses. I don't know how or where they were able to put these houses. There are more houses in this area, as well as being thousands of more people. Like, who are you? Whereas back in the day, I would know you're that person's auntie, you're that one's uncle, and do you know what I mean? Or you're the weird guy that we don't go near, we run away from.
Yeah. You always have one.
There's always one weird guy.
You always have one. Can't lie, you do. Do you know what? Give you a story, yeah? One time, I think I was about probably 8, 9, 10, around that age. I don't think I was 11 yet. yeah. And I had this choir thing. It was the first time I had this choir thing. Told my mum about it. She was like, yeah, definitely. I'll drop you by this time. And I've told her all the details, whatnot. So my mum's gone out for Saturday shopping. Time's winding down. Now, at the time, I went to school with this other girl that lived upstairs, and she was in the choir too. So she comes downstairs to knock for me to see, like, oh, you getting ready? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, these times are going for rehearsal, innit? And it's coming up, like, I've probably got half an hour to get there. Yeah? These times I'm already driving, so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be late. Like, it's my first choir thing. I'm excited. She knew about it. So I'm vexed at the same time, innit, yeah? So then the mum comes down and she's like, my mum was a white mum. She's like, oh, you know, I could bring you. And obviously, me and her child went to the same school. So I'm like, okay, yeah, like, I'm sure my mum wouldn't mind, but this is before cell phones and shit. We ain't got a phone to call you and tell you, right, boom, listen, this is where your child is. Anyway, I go and I enjoy myself, come back. The beating that I received. She's like, oh, no, couldn't even leave a blood clot letter. And my mum didn't cuss. Yeah, my mum, she was a Christian. Yeah, no, as in, like, just a little thing to say, Mum, I've gone out with Rebecca's mum to the choir. Do you know what I mean? Something small.
You just gave me flashbacks of notes stuck to the fridge.
Yeah, little notes, like a little letter, innit? Yeah, like to let them know what's going on. But these times, I'm not understanding. I'm still mad with you because you basically you said you was gonna be there at a certain time, and you knew how important it was to me, and you still didn't turn up. You get me? Now I've got dad on the phone. Dad's telling me, oh, you should know better than that, when this has never happened before. So I'm not gonna know. I was about 9, 10, one of those ages. Do you understand? My mum left me in the house alone. Clearly, that was fine. But it was just like, in my head, I'm thinking, Rabom, you said you're gonna do something. You got to stick by your word, innit? Do you know what I mean? And there was out there. So I just went that way because as far as I'm getting what I want, I'm getting what I need. And these times come back, mum's vexed. She's bawling. Like, she thought somebody kidnapped me. Obviously, her and Rebecca's mum had words in it. Like, they had words because she was like, nah, how can you be so irresponsible? Like, to take somebody else's child without them knowing.
Without even,
you know?
She was one leaving a note as well, to be fair.
Exactly. But obviously, I got the slack in it. You get me?
Yeah.
Dad's calling me, oh, you should know better than that, blah, blah, blah. But I'll be real, that's when I think that's when my, what's it called began. Like, I don't like disappointment in it. I hate it up until this day. So if you know you can't do something, if you said you're gonna do something and you know you can't commit, just let me know. I hate that shit because that's when it started for me. My mum said she was gonna do something and it really meant a lot to me. And for all I know, you could have come back and I would have missed the whole thing.
Yeah, for the time that you came, no. Oh,
you get me? So it's like, it's just like, yeah, bruv. At some point, you got to start caring about what your pitney needs or what your pitney wants. Because it's,
you know what that reminds me of?
The reason why I say that, the reason why I say that.
Have you seen the film Roxanne Shante? When she was a younger girl, her dad was like, yeah, I'm going to come and pick up you and your sisters. And then they all get dressed up because they think their dad's coming and they sit on the bench outside the estate, innit? And everyone in the estate's looking at Roxanne Shante and her sisters like, you going to church? And then their dad doesn't turn up, innit? But I think it made her a better rapper, innit? Because she if you watch the film, she's hard, man. She was rapping and swearing at like big man with her mum's permission, obviously, from like young age. Do you know what I'm saying? That film's on Netflix. It's a good film to watch, you know. Roxanne Shante.
Man.
Yeah,
man, guys, try not to disappoint. And obviously, it's something that you can't run away from. But however, explain to your kids, man. Don't leave them hanging. Because I feel like
my mum used to say one day, and one day never fucking came. One day, Mum, can we do this? Yeah, one day. Mum, can we go to the? Yeah, one day. Okay, Mum. One day never came. I'm still waiting. Still.
Just. I'd say just be mindful, innit? Just be mindful with things like that, because it can have an adverse effect on your child. I can't lie.
No, I hear that.
I used to love writing notes, because also in those notes you could get away with doing what you wanted to do. You know what I mean? And like, it's different when the phones got introduced. Your mum could tell you off in a text back and it get home now.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, I'm going to Figgy's house.
And you're gone.
But did you not find when you was younger though, yeah? But didn't you find when you was younger, you would have there was certain spots I'd be at that friend's house, or in that park. Like you know what I mean? You'd be somewhere you know
really wanted
where you,
to, yeah. She really
so even though you didn't have a
to
phone, you'd be in one of those like 4 places, and if you weren't there, that's when the panic sets in.
Yeah,
that's where a note comes into play. If I'm not at this place, that place, or that place, you know what I mean?
My mum would just shout out the window. My mum would shout our names out the window, and then other kids would hear it. They'd get back to you, be like, your mum's calling you. You'd be like, oh shit.
Well, I know a mother that didn't really give a damn, because she was so happy, just raving, going out. Not saying it was my mum. I'm just saying I know a mother that was happy when the kids was out, so she could go out. Do you get what I'm saying? So she weren't ready. She did business. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Yeah, my mum used to go to work and leave me all the time.
Yeah,
one time I don't think but I had my key, and that's when I learned for the first time how to pick a lock. And I had to pick a lock to get into my own fucking house.
No.
And then I started picking the lock to get back out. Oh shit! We got them same windows. I wonder if I can still do it now.
Picking a lock, you know. I remember we never used to go. So me and my big sister, we never used to. We'd leave. My mum would be working and stuff, so we'd go back home from school and leave from school. Do you know what I mean? My mum wouldn't be there. So we had a key, and she would have. My big sister would have the key on a chain around her neck, like on a piece of string around her neck. Yeah, a chain, you know.
Yeah.
It was a piece of string.
Piece of thread.
Yeah, a piece of string around her neck with the house key. But I remember, like, we used to live in a tower block, so we never went to the toilet when we went to school. So we'd not go to the toilet when we went to school, and hold our wee all day. As soon as you get to the house, you see the tower block, you see you know what I mean? You see the lift, you're pressing the lift door, this time you're like,
everybody's holding.
Oh
Don't lie, I know you weed in the lift, man. Don't lie, I know you weed in the lift.
No, you're not the lead. The lift.
The amount of times I had wet myself at my front door is just
so sad.
At the front door, you know, and then just squidging.
Happens to the best of us. And then you know what's worse? Do you know what's worse? You got all 3 of you. That's what's mad. So, but all 2 of you at least have to wet yourself. Because by the time you get there, boy,
it's always the younger one as well.
Oh yeah, it was usually always me. Because my sister takes so long to put the key in the lock, and I'll be like, I know the toilet is literally like 30 seconds away, but for some reason 30 seconds just don't hold anymore. And
your body is like, nah, fuck this.
The closer you get to your home, the more it comes, because like you just
fuck this. I've been holding this. What, fam? Had enough, man. Had enough.
But you know how I'd have to wash my trousers and whatever in the bath before my mum got home to know that I was myself.
And then try and dry them, put them on the heater. Be like, turn on the heating, just to 20 degrees.
Oh my god, was you not allowed to turn the heating on? If we even looked at the thermostat, my dad would come running, you know.
Yo,
my dad would come running just by looking at it, thinking about it.
For fucking, bruv. I remember this beating so clearly.
Yeah, it'll be over.
Fam, I remember this beating so fucking clearly. Yeah, I woke up. It was a Saturday morning, I believe, or like it was a week. One of them, you know, when you're on holidays or whatever. Yeah. Cool. Get up the morning, it's cold, like, and you know, like when your mom's trying to get you up and you're like, nah, like, let me just chill in bed. I think I was probably around, Gabriel was born, so it was still around the ages of 8, 9, 10. Mom was fucked up. So I remember turning on my heater in my room. Yeah, you know when you turn it on to like from 0 to like 6. Yeah, or
Yeah.
0 to like 4, the ones that you can turn. Yeah, so the heating was already on. And I've turned my heater on in my room. Mom comes in there. How turn on the heater in ya? So I'm like, Mom, I'm cold. Oh my God. He told me, I remember sitting down and talking to her about that. And I was like, Mom, that was so unnecessary, you know. That Chefs. She was like, I think no, it was just before my brother was, not just before, but it was like probably a year or two before my brother was born. And she's like, Chefs, I was just ignorant. I was just like, obviously it clearly wasn't the fact that you turn on the heating, like, you get me? It's clearly not like, I can't even remember why I beat you. It's just like,
the bill. It was the
I
bill.
was like, yo, and
It was
you know,
the bill that
I
came.
remember my stepdad saving me so many times. I can't lie. He was like, save to save me, bro. I remember one time I was in the kitchen and she took out the belt. She started beating my stepdad. She's like, no, move. She's like, I don't mind you. Move. You get it too. Move. My mum was ignorant, bro. My mum just and you know what? Like, obviously, when she had my brother, things change, innit? Yeah.
She calmed
and you know
down,
when
innit?
you know when you're in that in between stage, yeah. So like, I'm 12, 13 now, and my brother's like a couple years. He's probably 4 or 5. And he's doing madness, and I'm like, Mum, like when I was that age, you used to fucking do some mad things. How you not doing the same? You feel a type of way because you're like, nah, like, wait, nah. I want to see the same thing. And then if not, he's worse than me with the mouth. You get me? I'm just like, are you serious? Like, you're just gonna let man chat? You're not gonna bust him in his lip, no? Like. But I got bust lip and still had to go to school. Yeah, my mum, and she can own up to it. She's just very ignorant. Like, she just beat me for anything. That would be it. That would be where she'd go.
See,
that was
I remember
her way.
my house. I remember my background being a bit more not so, because I know a lot of like black people talk about it being militant and whatnot, but I think religion got used. Chores got, oh my God, chores got rinsed the fuck out until I just rebelled again. You know what I'm saying? I was like Kunta Kente in the house. But now I'm on a level where it's like, I believe that the men should be the ones who the child should resent for any discipline and not the mother. I just think if the child starts resenting the mother for the discipline, it doesn't have a good domino effect. I think that should all fall on the father, and I think the father shouldn't have to use...
that's not fair.
Nah, because you don't want to resent your mother to the point where it's like interfering with that love bond, that good connection that's my mum. You know what I'm saying? If you're looking at your mum's side like she's a nutcase, it just ruins everything. Do you know what I mean? Because she eventually...
Mums are the nutcases. I think that's just a role of a mum, right? You're just a bit nuts. Like,
but do you know what? Like with you saying that, like with my biological dad, that was an issue because man would only get called when I was fucking up. And so I would only hear, and up until this day, I've got issues with my dad because he perceives me as somebody that I am not. Yeah, and as you said, that's all due to the fact that anytime if it was anything big, like obviously something that my mum in her head she couldn't handle with just beating, she would call my dad. And obviously things would make things 10 times worse for me. Like fear would set in, anxiety, all sorts of things. I remember it clear as day. You get me? And so because of that, we still now have a child and father. And when I say child, I mean young child. Like, I don't mean like I'm an adult now and I'm his daughter now. Like, that dynamic hasn't shifted. Because he doesn't know who I am.
That's culture. That's a cultural
thing. Can you guys hear me, grandchild?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we can hear you, Freddie.
It is a cultural.
I don't think
Because in the Caribbean, that's how it is.
No, but it's not, because the dynamic between his kids that he grew up with is completely different between me and like the dynamic between me and him. They don't fear him anymore. Why do I still have a fear of my dad?
I'm not just talking about the fear. I'm talking about the way that if your dad's Jamaican, he don't want to sit down and have no conversation with his child like you're on the same level. Jamaican men are not like that at all.
No, we're not. Listen, I'm not. Again, I am now an adult. There's certain things that you should do away with when you become an adult. Like with my mum, I still have the respect for my mum, and obviously respect, fair comes under that. Yeah, a little bit of fair, because you're not gonna chat to your mum how you chat to your friend. Yeah, but I can still chat to my mum.
Yeah, you know what, Chanel?
That's the difference.
I think when you say about, you know, your siblings that grew up with your dad, they have like different dynamics, they don't fear him now. It's because of that same reason, because they did
because they grew up with him. Yeah,
they see his soft side, they see all these different sides.
Exactly. Whereas all I've seen is disciplinarian, like.
Yeah,
but they're younger than you as well. They're from a different generation.
But they're not just younger than me. I've got a brother the same age as me. I've got a brother that's 2 years older than me. I've got a younger sister. She's a year younger than me and Jav. Me and Jav were basically twins, innit? Yeah, we were born in the same year. Yeah, by two different. His wife and my mom. Yeah, I was born in May. He was born in August 1994. Yeah, it's mad.
Well, then that explains what I mean. The different parents.
There is. I mean, the only difference is because I never grew up with my dad. That's the only difference. I never lived with him. I think it would have made.
Can I ask one question?
His position.
Can I ask one question? I was gonna say, did any of the panel get like guilt tripped? Because like sometimes I got guilt tripped to do this shit, innit? I didn't like necessarily get beats, or I didn't necessarily get any chastisement. I got
That's
like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, yo, just help me out, because look, you can see my situation. And I felt guilty. I used to put the chair to the sink and do the washing up quickly. And
no, that's deep.
You must have been young. That's not good,
you know. That's bad.
Yeah, that's not good, man. Because you're letting kids know about your
mum,
like.
Yeah, now she used to let you know everything. If she ain't got no money, she used to break it down to you. I haven't got no money.
That's not good.
Because of X, Y. No, I just think it was real. I appreciated it now.
No, because it turned you into the man of the house. It's not good, you know.
I had 3 men of the house above me still.
Or the husband of the house. Sometimes.
This is why I believe that. This is why I strongly believe in men and women bringing up children. I'm all for 100%. It, 100%. Even if the man is violent or not, get your brother to help, or your dad to help, or some man. You need a man, because especially if you've got a black son or like an ethnic son, you're gonna need that extra support. You can't just do it all as a single black or ethnic minority.
Do you know what I do wish though, guys? I wish. And discipline is also a form of love, but I wish I had seen that softer side from my dad and just certain things, because I feel like fathers teach especially the girl children, how they should be treated by any other man, brother, uncle, like friend. Do you know what I mean? And I see like my sister, I'm like, wow, like she's just so. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, everyone has their own issues, but I see the difference in like my sister, and like she's more assertive with herself. She more knows who she is because she grew up with both parents. Like, I grew up with my stepdad, don't get me wrong, but like halfway through my childhood, that went really bad. So like where them times where we should have sat down and had those conversations about certain things, that never happened because we were always warring. So it's kind of like then the perception of men from my stepdad, and he's all I've known and he's changed. I didn't like, you get me? I didn't even know what to expect, and there was just a lot of things that I wish I could have learned at a younger age than learning now in my adult life. Saves a lot of heartbreak.
Yeah, that's why I think the truth set me free, man. where my mum told me fully what was going on, dad's not about no more, never coming back, because obviously it's RIP. So now you're gonna have to try to sort us out. Like, you're gonna have to do what I say, help me out. I ain't gonna have no money for nothing. So it don't even make sense asking. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And I rated that because that kept my mind straight. Do you know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, I'm not gonna pressure my mum because she just ain't got it. Like, I'm just gonna free her up and try and, I don't know, get a car washing job or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Do you not think that needs a child to, like, so I totally agree with it. I think, like, yeah, tell your child about situations like that, especially if your father's passed or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100 in that situation, yeah.
But do you not think that it kind of also can lead your child to a route of crime?
Yeah, my three brothers was
definitely.
already involved. My three brothers was already heavy out there, so I was always gonna get into crime anyway.
Rest in peace to your dad, man. Sorry to hear about
Yeah,
that.
God bless everyone's dad, you know. That's alive or dead. Yeah.
I think it's important for young lads to have a bit of childhood innocence in their head until at least they hit puberty. I think if a boy child doesn't have that kind of comic reading, Meccano type playing, football loving kind of innocence to them, where they're not thinking about girls or they're not thinking
it's when you get creative, isn't it? It's when you express the true you. Do you know what I mean? Because you're not worrying about
if that gets taken away too early, if that gets taken away too early in their childhood development, it has a detrimental effect on their adulthood, and they can either end up becoming a fog or have some kind of odd tendencies about them because they got these habits where they've lost their innocence and they're trying to be a young person again because they could have lost a part of their childhood. Do you know what I'm saying? So when it's time for them to be a father or when it's time for them to be responsible, they're still trying to subconsciously connect with their childhood rather than going through their childhood, going through puberty, and then being given responsibilities and independence that differentiate them from their mother and their father and their initial family. Because the whole point of the family home is to get a boy child to say, oh yeah, no, I'm from this home, but I'm separating from this home to make my own life. And if that journey is not smooth, it creates a problem when he sets up his own life, because he could still be strongly connected to the mother or the father and not really connected to his girl or his wife. So it can create a dynamic where it's almost like you're going out of, as a woman, you could be going out of a dude that's kind of still in the mindset of being a child under his parents. It's a weird dynamic that it can create.
No, I totally agree with you still.
I think especially when it comes to, so I would look at it from like I've been a Muslim, alhamdulillah, from an Islamic point of view. I think that's a big issue in some societies within like the Muslim community, is the fact that the men are kind of mollycoddled for a very long time. I think that's an issue. I think because then when they are at the age of marriage, puberty, so on and so forth, they have so much responsibility, and like Muslim men have the responsibility of absolutely everything, even down to the child being fed. So, for instance, if your wife can't breastfeed your child, then you as a man have to find food for that child. If it's another woman to breastfeed, then that would be it. Or you have to provide food for that child. Like, it literally is not down to the woman to do practically anything. So if you've now spent the last 15 years of your boy child's life mollycoddling him, and then no, sorry, not 15, the last 17, 18 years of doing that, when it's now time for him to get married, he don't know what he's doing. He has no idea. He literally is going to be chucked right
True.
to just.
Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah.
That is so true,
definitely.
Man.
And then I can't lie. The flip side of that also is where they expect the wife to do what the mother's been doing. I'm not your mum.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm not your mum. I'm not your mum. So don't expect that from me. Yeah.
You better can cook.
No, not even like. Don't get me wrong, but it's like some like I've seen some things, and I'm just like, yo, like, yeah, she's not your mum, bro. Like, she's You need to just relax on that. The expectation that you have is too. I feel like they need to teach their sons, like, it's two different things. You
Yeah,
get
but
me?
both ways, just like what you're saying, it's detrimental. Because if you let the sun go too early, like that can have a fuck up effect. And if you
100%.
if you mollycoddle for too long, that can have a mad effect.
But this
So
is
it's
why
like a
balance
thin
is
line.
key. Balance is key because, okay, for instance, like, if your son's fucking up, then yeah, you got to discipline him, whatnot. But then there's times where, okay, he needs that. He needs that nurture. He needs that, that love to help him get over whatever it is that he's going through at that moment in time. And there's other times where he needs discipline.
So ladies,
It's just balancing.
Ladies, can I give you a hypothetical? Yeah. If your son is getting in a bag of problems, yeah, and he's bringing bare police to the yard, and you can't sleep good because you're expecting the police to tear down the door, should you tell the child to find another address by then, or what? I don't know. Because it's a tricky one, isn't it?
Freddie, how old is he though? How old is he, Freddie?
Freddie. So Freddie, just ask your son and then Bones.
Sorry?
How old was the child at that age?
Oh, how old's the child? 14.
Yeah.
14.
Oh.
What was he doing?
Yeah, and
what
he's
was he doing?
He's gangbanging, and basically what's happened is you found a lot of money on him, and you found gear on him, and obviously you know what's coming next. The boy them's coming, and they're coming to see you in your 90.
Listen, you know what's happening? HMP is happening in my house. His room became HMP. That's what happened.
Oh
Listen,
my!
I'm opening your door and feeding you food on a tray, and that's it. Like, you ain't coming out. You ain't got nothing. No Xbox. No nothing. Your room is now your cell.
Yeah, but from that time they're already sneaking out. So there's only so much you can do. I don't know. I think if it's one thing that I've learned, especially like from my cousins, like, is that bring the family in. Try and have a family unit. Like, try and be close with your family members so that you're able to call on them and they will respond. Because I feel like, okay, if it's a single parent household, do you know what I mean? Like, if you got brothers or uncles that are willing to kind of step in and be like, you know what, let him come and stay with me for a couple of weeks. Do you get me? Let me show him how things run. I think that
from what you're saying,
possibly
Sheb, like, one of the things that popped into my head as Freddie was talking is taking him back home. Like, taking him back home. Like that, I think that was a common threat, actually.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Right, yeah.
I think that would be an option as well, especially when authorities get involved.
Yeah, they tricked me, you know.
Because it turns into a whole new
They told me I was going out for 2 weeks, and then I ended up spending 2 years out there.
Where was you?
I was in Jamaica. But they tricked me.
Shit.
Yeah, same thing.
Did you go on holiday? Them ones.
I went on a long holiday and I couldn't fucking get out of it.
That's what happened when I went to Philippines.
Did you stay with your grandparents?
And then all of a sudden you're enrolled in a school now, and you're getting tailored for school uniform.
I chose to go there.
School. I had to go and work, man. I had to go and work straight away. I was too late for school.
Oh,
was you staying with hardcore Christians that went to church every Sunday?
Oh my God!
Bro.
Always.
If phone rings twice for the day, that's too many times, bruv.
Did you have to read the Bible? Did you have to pray and read the Bible all the time?
Yeah, of course I had to read the Bible, man. So
my God, that's worse than in prison.
But them times I wanted to read it. I kind of wanted to read it to calm myself down. You know what I mean? Because I was living too hype a little bit. I was living crazy dumb. Do you know what I mean? So in a little way, I accepted it. I could have applied for another passport, got my bird to do it all, sent her the pictures and everything, and fucked off from them. But I just accepted it. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something, Freddie? Yeah. When you went out there, because I mean, I still remember when I went Philly, and even though I was a little shit, like I brought my little westernized idea of little shit with me.
Yeah.
It was the vibe was completely different. Like even though I was a fucker, it was all love. Like it was just bare love, man. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
most stiff.
You know what? Yeah, but
I
think it depends. It depends on
like,
way back.
Because what we call badness ain't badness in Philly. It's light work. Like, you go home trying to show you that.
I think that's one of the things as well is that I actually realised what bad is.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I saw, like, and I said this before, like, I mean, there were guys out there in fucking cowboy boots and flares that will fuck you up.
Right.
So
real poverty as well,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah,
bro.
and I think
you get to see.
You just appreciate life a different way, man.
You see your white
lie.
privilege. even though you're not white, you get to see your white privilege.
I am half white. I am.
Yeah, but even as like someone that has got, well, I might have something there, but not directly. But like when I go to like the Caribbean, or if I go anywhere that's quote unquote the developing world, I realize, I got a bit of British privilege, you know. Like as much as I don't like to wave the flag and sing from the hilltops about being British, like when you go to other places and you see poverty, you're like, oh my god, they ain't even got like the same privileges we got in London. You know what I'm saying? So
I remember spending Christmas out there, and Christmas was like, there weren't no Christmas tree, there weren't no presents, like none of that. None of that.
I hear that, right? And I think like it depends on where back home is, innit? Like, because to be honest, my child going back home would be where their father's from, and that would be Tunisia. But he's from Beach, innit? Like he lives like there's no way you're acting a dumbass in London, and then I'm sending you to like a beach resort place. No, thank you. It's not happening. You're staying in your room. Because, do you know what I'm saying? Why are you getting sun? You should be getting rain and thunderstorms and cold. Like, that's punishment. I don't see, like, sitting in the sun, like, working. Do you know what I'm saying? For me...
I do feel back home...
It was
when I say back home...
I'm not going to lie.
Was it torture? But I feel it gives you the opportunity
I really enjoy
What parish in Jamaica was you in? What part of Jamaica did you go?
Nah, you know what it is, yeah? I was in West Kingston first, Hagley Park and Jungle. But I'm saying, I went to my people in Falmouth. I toured the whole island, but I'm saying the resentment.
No, but you was in the trenches. They sent you to the trenches.
That's what got me at first, fam. I didn't want to be there either. So, the whole thing was a nightmare at the beginning. And then, obviously, when my people told me, yo, you're not going nowhere, so you might as well get used to it, man was just like, okay, I'm just going to fall back and relax and understand my situation. You know what I mean?
Didn't they make you work on a farm?
Straight away. ASAP, bro. Come on, man. I had to get 3 jobs because they kept bringing me new jobs. Like my auntie's well to do, innit? So she kept bringing me new jobs. I got a Chinese auntie as well, like half Chinese and Jamaican, innit?
Wow.
So I had to work in her store. I had to fucking work with the telecom people, you know, like putting up the cable and all that, the wire and all that shit.
That's long. That's long.
And then plus I had to work on the farm, bro. So I had to have 3 jobs, bro, just to match up to an English wage. Like,
did you adapt? Did you adapt to the like? Because
adapted, yeah, got everything what the guys have got, like fucking done everything what the guys done out there and everything. But in the end, I was just more appreciative. I was just more like thankful to God that man's alive. And just like, you know what I'm saying? But at the start, I was more like hatred for my family, hatred for everything around me. Like, why can't I be back where I am, where I was? You know what I mean? Yeah, but
and you know what, for you, is the fact that you've been told all your life what's happening as things are happening, and then for like all of a sudden you're not on the loop, like you're like things are now being kept away from you, so you feel you're gonna feel kind of like raw.
My mum sent me out there for a purpose as well, because obviously she wanted to do business out there, but I didn't know, obviously. And I was the go between the guy that she can trust with all the money and everything. You know what I'm trying to tell you? So I didn't even see all of that vision till late. It's only when I got back I realized, half of my friends, they might be dead. half of them are in jail. I might have got my life saved a bit.
I don't understand why you left. I can't get over my. What year did you go down? And
when I
why the
left,
hell did you leave?
I cried. I didn't want to leave.
I went from 99 to 2-1, bro.
I was there in 99.
Yeah, I went from that when Coptus and Asylum and all that was there and all that. All of them fucking madnesses was on the island. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. So it was all good. It was all good, man. It was a disciplined learning curve.
But why did you come back? Like, I don't understand.
I come back because you know what? I was so sad. I was like, fucking rah, I've done my time here now, innit? Like, let me leave now, innit? I don't care how much money we're making. Let's just get the fuck out of here. I want to go back and see my friends before they die. You know what I mean? It was just like one of them ones.
So do you still go back every now and again?
I go every year, like twice a year sometimes.
Yeah, you must be living big out there. I don't want to know all your business. Don't chat your business on me.
No.
You must be doing well. Yeah, you're doing well.
Yeah, I got Chinese in my family and all that, and I got some Indians, some coolies.
When I say well, I mean in terms of like having a roof over your head, you've got to at least have some kind of something going on out there. The way you're talking.
Yeah, my people live Stony Hill as well. You know, they live in the ghetto, but they live Stony Hill too, and Jack's.
So you can just go there and stay and not have to pay for no hotels, none of that.
I never have to pay for shit, blood. I got bare. I used to have bare girlfriends out there. So.
Little bad man.
Oh my gosh, Freddie. Are they all on a promise to come to England or?
No. One of them was a Rasta man's daughter, so I got that straight hookup. Like, you have to be my daughter. Like,
you have to do with my daughter or else.
My name is Natty Bog, see? So, and this is Junior Bog. You have to do it that.
I'm dead.
How do you find it, Freddie? Yeah, when you chat to some of your cousins and that out there, like how they see you or perceive you to be living here.
They got me as a real one still. I'm not gonna lie, because I come back in it. Like, I'll be the type of man to go and sneak up on them in their garden and their bare legs out. When I come, don't shoot me, like, come back now. I tell you what the babies look like. I'm trying to show you, like. Yeah,
Freddie, did you get British? Was you called British a lot?
British, English, British,
Mr. English.
Yeah.
Mr.
Europe, man. To the Europe.
No, I was called the Philippines. They called me Americano. Like, I'm not even fucking American, man.
100.
Obviously, that's what they see. That's what they see on the TV.
Yeah.
Or,
my next door neighbour's from the Philippines, and when I had my barbecue outside, she come and seasoned up a piece of fish, the baddest fish I had in a long time. She must have put some, what is it, soy sauce. She put salmon on that fish and dashed it on the flipping barbecue only foil in it. When I ate it,
you know, my school sweetheart was Filipino as well, you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, man. She taught me a lot of culture, man. Me nah lie. The girl called me up. Me nah lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd like to go there one day.
Good people, man. Filipinos.
Yeah, I don't get bad vibes from Filipinos.
Nah, they're all kushti, man. They're all kushti. One of my brethren, he's mad still. He's like Filipino, half Filipino, but I can't say the name. But he's cool.
Yeah,
so what are we saying about this beating thing? So what are we saying? It's good or bad? Because that's why I come on the panel. I just want to know.
I think. Do you know what? Good? I think there's no good or bad about it. I think there's extremists on both ends, and I think there should be balance.
Pretty much, yeah, man.
Yeah, I think I
feel a way because there is this whole culture thing at the moment where people are going online. How do I teach my children this? How do I raise my kids like this? It's parenting is being manufactured at the moment, and psychological discipline is becoming a big thing, and you have to ask why, innit? So that's kind of probably why I brought it up. And like when I had my children, I mean, yeah, like you don't want to beat your kids. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to hurt them like that. But then the more I guess I don't know, man. It's just a lot of things we speak about on here, innit?
I understand everything you're saying, sis. I don't want to look at my daughter. I think, how the fuck can I ever beat you? But I know it's coming. I know it's coming, innit? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? It's not a thing I want to do, or I'm going to have a birthday beating party for her or anything.
The birthday beating party.
You're nuts.
I just think that she's going to cross the line, innit? Because we're living in the West, innit? She probably don't understand that I hate the West. You know what I'm saying? She don't really understand that. So she's going to get to understand that I'm not like these people. I don't want you to partake in nothing they're doing either. Or minimalize your partaking of shit that you do in this country.
I think your daughter's generation's biggest threat is the phone. I think that's the only thing. I don't think your daughter's generation.
That's true.
I don't think your daughter's generation's ever gonna upset you to the point where you're gonna need to slap her. She might get cheeky and all that, but she's gonna be so respectful of you being a black man in her life and all that. She's not gonna have the need. As other people might try and encourage her to disrespect you, like school friends that don't respect your culture, or people that want to sexualize her outside your house. They might try and turn her against you. But if she loves you and respects you like she does now, that's not going to work. Do you know what I'm saying? You're the apple of her eye, innit? So as long as you're in her life, as long as you're in her life up until she's 18, she's just going to always, not to sound rude when I say bow down, but she's going to succeed. She's going to respect your authority. She's like in the royal family, innit? She's going to respect your status. You know what I'm saying?
Pray to God.
She has to. She got no other option because that's normal behavior, isn't it?
Do you know what's funny? Yeah, Heathen says, "Hate the West, but live in the West." Somebody educate him, please, because I don't think this guy fucking gets it. Like, just because I don't. Say that again, bro.
He used to be sound. What happened to him?
It's not a personal attack on
he's just
anyone who is born and bred or whatever here. It's not a personal attack. Like, we've spoken about the culture, this culture that is happening, and this culture is spreading over the world.
What jokes is if you chat to Heathen, if he jumps on here and we talk about the things we're talking about, he's gonna agree with us. So these things we identify as being symptoms of the West, and I'm sure you don't like them either. So
that's the point, exactly.
But you live here, innit? So do you know what I mean?
Come on, lads.
It's more than words, man. Like, read between the lines, innit? Read between the lines of what people say.
Right.
Just like, it's not an attack on ethnicity or nothing. Like, just read between the fucking lines of what we're saying here, because this is what is spreading everywhere. Like, this.
Let me clarify for a minute. Basically, when I say that I hate the West, like, I know for a fact there's people living in Africa, because I've been there. There's people living in Africa better than over here, and they've got no money compared to people over here. They've got no resources compared to the people over here, and they've got no infrastructure, and they're fucking living better, bro. They got smiles on their face. They're happier. I want my daughter to have lots of things without all of this fucking the trappings with it. Like, find your own happiness, find your own well-being. Like, don't rely on these people to give you happiness and well-being, because it won't never end. You'll never fucking be happy.
Yeah, I totally get what Cole's saying, because Cole gave us a good kind of description of his story. It was like watching a movie, listening to him. He's telling us about when he was young up until now. So when you personalize it to what he's saying, you have to agree with where he's coming from, because he's painting that picture. But on the flip side, Heathen is someone that comes to the panels, and his little puddling accent and his happy attitude is fun to listen to when he talks, and he's very passionate about being British nationalist. That is his lane, innit? If we was gonna have a conversation about the image of Britain, he would be a good person to have on the panel, because he'd come up with all these things you could talk about, innit? Yeah. At the same time, I think he could sit down. I mean, not sit down. He could talk on a panel with Cole, and I reckon they could come to an agreement like what Jedi did. They'd probably end up.
But then there's even British people that, I don't know, like the royal family, whatever you want to call it. But even they would be like, okay, times have changed, and not for the better. Do you know what I mean? We can all sit here and reminisce, and everyone can find some enjoyment or a little bit of warmth in that. and
yeah.
you know what I mean. So no one's dissing. Like no, like, I don't get why people get offended. I just don't get it.
I really don't get it as well, because all I want to do is suck out the money out of Britain and cut. I don't really get it.
Love the
You're not supposed to admit it, Freddie.
Oh, sorry.
They don't like that.
I'm
Do you know
sorry.
what I mean? That's what
Put it back into the economy.
But
I mean, if you was English or whatever, or if the shoe was on the other foot, I mean, we were talking about Jamaica, and you had white people in Jamaica talking that, yo, hit this fucking backward society and blah 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 blah. You'd be like, well, why don't you fuck off? The only difference is it's very simplistic. We forget about the. Is it that easy to just pack up and go? Is it that easy? Like, don't we have attachments? Don't we have commitments? Like, is it that easy to just get up and be like, all right, we're leaving this country? Like, I don't think it is. So I think it's unrealistic.
No, it's not easy. I can give you an example. I can give you an example why it's not easy, because I know someone that's
really quickly before this goes down that route. I want to say one thing really, really quickly. Yeah, kids I grew up with were white, black, Asian, whatever. Yeah, we all have them same nice memories. Like it's this is for everyone. Like everyone wants to kind of go back to a bit more of a simplistic thing. So it's not saying, okay, well, the problem is England or Britain or whatever. That's not the problem, isn't it? It's the problem that this culture, which is becoming more and more and more. When we speak about the West, we're speaking about this culture.
Culture, yeah.
Big up Heathen.
Do you know? Big up Heathen.
I think Sarah, I get what you say. You're talking about.
Big up
Heathen. Big up Heathen. Sarah, I get what you were saying about. I think you used a good terminology. You said manufactured parenting. I get what you like. I get you're talking about an idea, an ideology. You're not really going in on Britain. I didn't really get that vibe. I feel like you're talking about the indoctrination of a lot of things, and I agree with you. You're very smart, intelligent, and you know what you're talking about. Bouncing back to what Jedi said, there are some returnees. Do you call them returnees or you call them baby boomers, like grandparents' age? So people like our grandparents' age that left Jamaica, came to England, and then they returned, and then because of the politics of Jamaica, they've now come back again, and they're living in England in the COVID. I've got evidence of at least 3 or 4 granddads that don't want their grandchildren to go back to Jamaica. So when you said it's not easy to just go and leave, sometimes you need your parents or your grandparents to sign off so you can get a Jamaican passport, innit? And if your grandparent ain't backing it, if your grandparent's like, fuck Jamaica, and I don't want any of my grandkids going there, then you got to do a whole long thing to do the paperwork to get your Jamaican passport. You got to go and apply like separately outside your family, which is long, innit? It's like, it's not straightforward. It's not easy.
But the West also, like, I don't know if someone said this just a minute ago, but the West penetrates the West of the world in like ways that you wouldn't believe. Like my example is, so I have a nephew in Tunisia and he wants to be a YouTube star, but like, so he used to do really well in school. He's no longer doing really well in school because in his head, he wants to do YouTube, but that's not realistic to his situation or the life that he lives. He's got a phone, he's got all these westernized things, and he's watching everyone in the West and kids his age doing, like, he's 15, he's watching everyone his age doing what the West do, but it's not realistic to their lifestyle when the monthly wage in Tunisia is like £300 a month. That's a wage.
Like, sister, England don't even offer realistic choices for their fucking own children of this society. Imagine they tell you, oh yeah, you know what, you can go out and play football, you can, but only 2 or 3 kids make it out of 10,000 kids.
Exactly. Look at this.
This country's crazy, bro.
Let's hear from Heathen. Chewy's jumped on. Let's bring him into the convo. Heathen.
What's happening now?
Big up, bro. Big up, bro.
Big up, big up.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I took a call before I come on, so I heard you sort of start talking, and then I took a call.
All right. So I don't
know whether it's solely to the. I don't know whether it's solely the West. Do you get me? Because I'd say like Japan, China,
I'd say it's this new technology age, which is it's tearing kids apart. Like this TikTok thing's lad. Like you can put a song on and everyone will just start dancing to the song. It's mad, mate.
You can put racism on there and everyone starts dancing to the racism. There's more racism than songs on TikTok. That's facts. You can dance to the racism more than you can dance to the song.
Probably not, yeah. I wouldn't know because you don't look on it.
No, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, that's what the setup is. The crack is half racism and half laughs and jokes at the expense of other people more than likely. So it's all racist, isn't it?
Well, that's what I see them trying to do, lad. They're trying to kickstart a race war across the world. Like, is that the great reset that people are on about? You know what I mean? I don't know. I always say it, and people go, "Oh, racism's always." But I would say it's calmed down, like over the last 10 years, lad. And then I'd say in like the last couple of years, it's kicked off majorly, like to a degree that I've never sort of witnessed. And I'll be. I want to get brutally honest.
I want to get back to your comment about people hating on the West or hating the West, but still living in it and not leaving. Like, can you expand on that?
Yeah, lad, I don't think it's beneficial for anyone who hates the society that they live in so much to carry on living there, lad, genuinely. And I'm talking from experience, lad. I've big up everyone. I mean, MD, yeah.
MD always does that in the middle of someone talking. MD.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to be rude and not give greetings, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I always interrupt everyone.
Even.
But yeah, I'm speaking from experience, lad. I've looked on moving when I've been disheartened and things like that, and I've looked on Australia. I even looked on Qatar for a bit, and then realised, you know what I mean? To get your bacon, you've got to go out to the city limits, you know, for the bacon butty.
So let's get this right. As a new dad, like literally brand new dad, you're happy with the society you live in?
Congrats.
No.
By the way.
No. Congratulations, mate.
Yeah.
Cheers, lad.
So
no,
you're not
happy? No.
Okay, no. So then we're in the same boat then, bro. The only thing is, I'm assuming what some of the panelists are calling the West is not necessarily a geographic location. It is this new age culture that is sweeping over the world.
The whole world.
Yeah.
So, although Jed, I will say, we mentioned this earlier, yeah, and it's kind of, it is a little bit like, okay, well, Freddie gave us an example of what would you do if your son did and I was like, okay, cool, take him back home. So it is a little bit here. So I get that, and in a way, I feel super duper privileged to be able to say that.
It's here, but it's here. In my opinion, it's here overtly. It's more covert where your home country from, but it is growing there. And you close your eyes and if you ask the elders there, they will tell you the country falling apart because of these new Western values. It's called Western because it permeates from Greece and Rome and that. But yeah, the West, isn't it? And
that mentality, Jay. It's that mentality. That mentality that's going to make 15 years from now, my daughter's going to want to take off her clothes and take pictures. That's the thing I can't. I hate it. I want to do something, but I can't do much.
Yeah, but Freddie, there was a turning point in that, wasn't there? Do you get me? There was a turning point where, like, again, technology, lad, where your daughter had the freedom to do that. Say within the confines of who she's hanging around with.
No, but now
that picture will go on the internet and go right around the world, lad.
No, but big man, I was been in Africa from a little while ago and other places in the world, and when I open a newspaper, there's no naked women on the fucking page 3, big man. It's this nasty place we're living in. Do you get what I'm saying? It's disgusting, bro. And the minute we keep
glossing over it and hiding it, we're never going to be able to address the problem.
Hold on, Freddie. As a suggestion, why don't we try to alter our language for the purposes of this conversation, and maybe not blame the place, like the geographic location. Maybe we should stop saying it's this place.
No, sorry. When I say the West, I don't mean England. I don't mean France. I mean the mindset, bro. It's a nasty mindset that's gonna make my daughter want to sell her body somehow for money.
Yeah. Right. I'm against page 3. I'm highly against page 3. I hate it, and I saw it as a way.
So I just wanted to say to Heathen, do you know with that whole thing about saying, "Oh, if you don't like it here, why don't you go back home?" You have to understand that the whole reason.
Back home, by the way, I genuinely don't mean back home.
I know you don't mean back home. I know you don't.
Even if
I
it's
just
like,
mean
even
anyone.
if it's the case,
I could mean someone who's from Liverpool, got ancestry right back to the fucking original Celts. Like, genuinely, I don't think it's good for the human soul to be somewhere that you're disheartened that much.
Yeah, it's not good.
I think that's maybe the difference between you don't forget you live in London, so it's a lot more prevalent down in London. We turned as a city, we turned our back on basically London years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So sort of the London wheel keeps on turning, and we sort of have our own wheel turning, and we just concentrate. So that's where sometimes we run linearly, but
but what I mean is, like, even if, like, okay, my apologies for misquoting you. So even if they say just go to the place where you don't be in a place where you don't want to be, it's always easier said than done, because in reality,
of course,
we don't live on words. So if within the society you ain't earning that much, you can still want to leave a place, but you don't have the means to leave the place. Do you see what I'm saying? That you're
yeah,
but that's not to say and that's not to say that you hate the people around you or dislike the people around you. That's to say because the current systems and the structures that are put in place within the place you are, ultimately it's going to be detrimental to your mental health or to your children, to society.
You know what? I'm with Heathen on this. Yeah, actually, why do we stay in places where we don't agree with the societal constructs? And
most of the time it's both fear and finances.
Yeah, but you know what? In a way, though, I feel like I grew up with people here. Like, I've got love for people I grew up with.
Oh, so then suck it up.
It's not against people.
No, it's not so much.
Yeah, me and Heathen are saying, well, if that's the case, quit your bitching and suck it up. Baba Dooley says.
You know what?
Yeah, Judge,
the only people that, from what I've noticed,
Baba Dooley says, name a country better than England. So in his mind, England is the best place to be.
To be fair,
that's why you're gonna have love for your homeland.
To be fair, when I'm not on these discussions, I am trying to just get on with it. Like, if I'm going to be honest with you, I am trying to just live in reality, innit? But when it comes to being allowed to talk about it, I'm not going to lie, like, to use law. I'm not going to hide because I feel safe enough to speak to Heathen and Jedi and everyone else on the panel about what I'm talking about. But in the day-to-day life, I'm probably not going to talk to the guy on the bus or the woman round the corner about it. Do you know what I mean? It's just not going to come up.
And can I chime in there, Jay? Because where we're so satisfied and we're so happy fucking living it here in this great fucking nation, you get what I'm trying to show you? The only way we can get on with the thing is if we keep to our own culture. Because normally this culture ends up killing you. The people that keep their language, keep their culture, their food, their mores, all of them things, they live longer in these type of societies.
But
so what
is this culture though? So, like, let's just say, so what we're doing right now, our accents, like, whatever, like, is this not
I would say the Western culture promotes no boundaries, in a sense of do what you like, so long as you're happy, and that is, do you know what I'm saying? It's rarely focusing on consequences of actions and holding people accountable.
No, but to be fair, for people,
the law keeps changing though, Heathen. I'm so sorry, Marv. But
totally get that, Shan. Totally get that, Shani.
The law changes to fit these things, like gay marriages, for instance.
But no, but what I'm saying, what we're doing right now, yeah, 7 of us, right this very second, discussing things. This is kind of a culture within a culture. Like we're like, and I don't get no bad vibes from this conversation. I don't get no, do you know what I'm saying? Like sitting here, having discussion, sitting in the fucking West at this very moment, using West technology. Like this is another culture, and I quite like this part of it. Like I enjoy sitting here and chatting.
It's within balance.
There's good things about London, and there's good things about London, and there's good things about Britain, and I'm never gonna deny it. And when he even talks, he talks from truth. He talks from his truth, and that's why I respect a lot of the things he says, because he doesn't bullshit and lie, innit? He just says what he believes. But at the same time, I recognize the bad things as well. So I'm not gonna just sing along and just sing great, 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 amazing, amazing. I'm gonna also be critical, and people might think I'm being a hater, but I just can critique things very well sometimes.
Yeah, I think I come from a position where I think that you through the past and through like the sacrifices of people on this land, I think you can make changes, and I hate to see people so disenfranchised that they think the changes can't be made, because I think then we're playing into the hands of I don't even think it's a conspiracy, but the powers that be want the disheartened not to vote, not to speak out, not to consolidate. You know, like regardless of whether you think the Queen has a say in it all or the Prime Minister can stop you from see what I spoke to this Dell lad the other day, and I was explaining like how I would like things done, and he said Switzerland do this because see what I think what's happened is technology, like you can see it evident with like football players and football managers. You know, he has a bad game, the next thing they want them sacked the next day, and that's purely because the amount of pressure that like social media and that can put on things, because everyone can voice their opinion there and then. And I think that's something that's majorly changed in the UK and right around the world, where they need to start noticing these changes. Just like when I'm critical of the busies, I don't want that. I don't want to be critical of the busies, but when it's needed to be called out, it needs to be called out. And I think maybe like more votes on bigger issues, you know, like Brexit. Like if anyone shows you like people do have a voice, I'd say Brexit shows you that there is a voice there. It's do
you think you're more? Do you think you have this mindset more because you're from up north, and up north historically has had a lot of oppression done to it from the north of England? Do you see what I'm saying? Where even through lockdown there was disproportionate actions taken to the people up north. So do you think because you've come from a culture up north where really and truly you have had to fight a lot of through a lot of your generation's history, that you have this particular mindset?
Yeah, probably, yeah, because a lot of my family's lost the jobs when the docks shut. We've had to live in squalor. We've been branded by the social again the mainstream media. You know, you can't, like I say to everyone, you can't buy the Sun newspaper in Liverpool. You know, they said that we pissed on our dead. They said that we robbed our own dead. We fucking never, you know.
Of that football, there was a football stadium
higher than a lot of people. You know, the one time that the whole city will come together, even Evertonians, is round Hillsborough. You know what I mean? We'll all shed a tear together, like you definitely touched on something.
That's why I don't like the Sun as well, because of what happened at Hillsborough as well, and that headline. Yeah. I'm down with the Liverpudlian people on that one, and that's another reason why that's why I was saying I didn't like Page 3 as well, because I think they're trying to hypnotize people, and I think I just see a lot more negative than good. I'm not saying it's not even artistic. Page 3 ain't really even an artistic thing. It's about exploiting young girls and like to become like Jordan.
Sorry to cut you, Red Golden Child. Just to keep up with Heathen on this one point that I was trying to make. But so you can recognize how people up north can be disenfranchised by the society and how the structures in this country are. So having that knowledge, is it then so hard to believe the level of disenfranchisement amongst those who are not originally from these lands would feel. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, for you, because you're actually like the
totally
bloodline
empathise.
follows this.
Totally empathise that. Definitely. Definitely. And that's why I say, when I say move, I don't even mean sometimes move out the country. When I hear a lot of people complain about London, I think, I tell you what, you know, say you own a council flat in London and you sell it down there for 300 grand, you could buy a street up here. Do you get me?
No, that's true. But, you know, maybe it's propaganda, but my image of the North as a general whole is that once I step out of London, I'm even less of a minority, and I am more concerned of racial attacks happening more outside, physical attacks happening further outside of London than within London. Do you see what I mean?
Definitely. And just to add to that,
that's what would put me off.
I'd love that.
Can I just one second, even? Can I just add to that? That living in London has traumatized me and made me fearful of the law and the establishment. I can't even fucking just be normal if I see a police car. Like, I have to think, fuck, they're after me or some type. I've worked for years and years and years, and it's still in the back of my mind the way they started on me from so young and picking on me and this institutional racism. They started it so young, it's fucked my mind a little bit. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the price. That's one of the prices ethnic people or low income families have to face when we're living in London. It's not all about houses and riches. There's people living in squalor in London by the millions, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Of course, lad, yeah. If you're at the bottom of the ladder in London, you're gonna be favoured at the bottom of the ladder. You know, you can still get a pint up here for £2. You know, and I know obviously that I know. I totally get it, lad. I do. I'm not even just saying that. It's like the experiments they don't look at, not to even bring Grenfell into it, but Grenfell pisses me off when they see. I don't understand why people don't understand what's going on. You know, Grenfell's still standing. The whole reason people died in Grenfell was purely down to this fucking eco shit that they're pushing on everyone. You know, they made the whole building a fucking oven. You know, the actual concrete building's still standing. The fact that they cladded it to make it eco-friendly so it ticked the fucking box for the council. People died in the name of fucking eco and energy. You know,
I think you make a lot of good points.
Do you get me?
It was more than that. It was the fact that they lined their own pockets rather than do the proper safety procedures and protocols.
Do you remember
what's still going on now? Like, I can get a free boiler fitted in my house.
Did anyone?
Only if I can have. Insulation under the floor. If you can't have insulation under the floor, I don't qualify for a boiler, and that's anyone with like a kid. You know what I mean? I can qualify for a boiler, but only if I can have insulation under the floor. Again,
this is why sometimes
someone lining the pocket.
Sometimes when Heathen's making his points, I do agree with some points, but I can see the counter. I can always see the counter to what he's saying, so I can see balance on both sides. But when he talks about voting, I used to be like, oh, fuck voting, it doesn't matter. But I think when you have children, or when you get married, or like when you buy a house in this country, you're kind of signed a contract with the nation, innit? Because your child and then your grandchildren are going to be part of the fabric of this nation. So whether you agree with it or you don't, or you think there's a conspiracy behind the system, and everybody's got their right to say the system's fucked and it's conspiracy, I do believe that if you're going to get taxed, you do need to be represented. I don't believe in taxation without representation. And even if the people that are representing us are all whack or they're clowns or liars, I think the fact that we've come from ages where people were told you're not human, you can't vote, like black people were told you're not human, you can't vote, women were told you can't vote, to be able to be given that option, I think if you're a dad or a granddad, you should be talking political and thinking political, even if you think it's a game. And I agree with Heathen on that. I'm not gonna lie. I do agree.
No, I definitely agree with Madeline, but
you can always walk around your community and stand in the local, and you know what I mean. And this is what I'm trying to say to a lot of people lately is we need to get out of this party politics that we play ourselves into, the blue and the red game. I've said before, if we replace all those blues and reds with independents, they're gonna have a conversation down south. You know, it is televised. That's where I take some comfort when people talk about like the Commons. I know the House of Lords. I'd get rid of that personally. But you know, you can sit there and actually watch the full day in the Commons of what's getting debated and what's getting said. And I take comfort from that actually being televised. So there's not as much going. I'm not saying people aren't having conversations when they get out of that room, but decisions are made. Changes can be made.
I don't know, you know.
Mate,
I feel
so.
like voting, yeah. I feel like voting just gives people this false hope, this thing that they're doing something and nothing happens, or they plant that seed a few years earlier to it gives people the illusion of choice, and they think they're voting for what, like they think they're voting for change, and like that seed was planted already. Like I don't know, innit? Like for me personally, I won't. I will
chime
not.
in?
Like,
Can I chime in? Because I
yeah,
know
man.
we've had red and blue for centuries, and if they haven't done nothing for us economically, spiritually, so like physically, they don't care about the people, innit? It's just a political game to divide us. Do you know what I'm saying? And like, obviously, I believe everyone should be politically correct. Politically aware, just like what Red said. But the voting thing, I can't see where that's going to help you either way, unless it's an independent party. Do you know what I'm saying? Because these red and blue people haven't got our interests at heart at all. They're like COVID fines, and the COVID laws are a prime example of that.
But then if you look at things like, I don't know, like, jump on me if you think I'm wrong with this one, yeah, but even with Grenfell, like, that happened just before a major vote. And I don't know, man.
There's too much. You're right. There's too much politics in it. Like they lie too much.
I can see that. We've just had the mayor of Liverpool. We've been saying for fucking years he's in with Red Row Homes, and all this council land was getting sold to Red Row, and we've been saying for years Red Row Joe. We've been calling him because his brother-in-law's like managing director of Red Row, and he got arrested on Christmas Eve. And it's all going through the courts and all that. Like we've been saying it for years, so I'm not saying there isn't corruption. It's definitely corruption. Major country, Curtis Warren's bought one of the biggest golf clubs in Liverpool. You know what I mean? Through backdoor deals.
Can I just say wagwan to Marv? Marv,
welcome, guys. Welcome. I was just listening. I was going to chime in when you guys I had your say, because I know everyone.
Jump in, man, jump in, because they'll never let you in, bro.
Big up, man.
And what I was going to say is basically, I think I kind of want to make a point earlier about when people comparing, let's say, Africa and like the West, basically. And I'll be honest, I'm African. I love my country and stuff here, but there's pros or cons of living in both places, man. And when it comes to, let's say, political matters, though a lot of us minorities don't really have a say, and we're not really cared for in the West. Sadly, and I know a lot of people are probably going to object, we're a lot better off here in terms of, let's say, having a say and having things change in our favor than back in a lot of our countries, whereby you have, in a lot of African countries, whereby you have our own army men or police people shooting us on the street as well when we're protesting against particular political figures and stuff of that nature. So it's like,
can I say something?
Sometimes
I think you made a really good point.
Sometimes back home is not like, I know sometimes the West does get frustrating, especially when it contradicts with our culture. But sometimes when you go back home, I don't know if it's the case for some of you here, but once you've gone back home and you've been here for a while, like a good few months, you're like, I can't even stand this, you know. It felt good the first few weeks, but after a while you realize, okay, how the system works.
Yeah, but
like,
what are we evaluating? Okay. In you say Africa, right? So I'll use Africa as an example.
Yeah.
Africa, there is a lack of materialism. There's a lack of no, that's a lie.
It depends on where in Africa
there's a perceived lack of, because I would say half the reason why we look at Africa like that is because we comparing it with the West. So, you know, when it comes down to education, this version of educating your child is a Western way. We had the first universities, the biggest libraries, and the most complex and earliest learning systems. So it's not like we were ever dumb. The dumbness came from colonialism, and the dumbness came from looking at, I'll say, Africans, not like they're one group, but you know what I mean? Especially the indigenous ones, the rural ones, there's ones that live closest to nature, the most simplistic, we look at them as primitive. And because we used our colonized eyes to look at ourselves and our brothers and sisters, we judge them as having less. And that was infectious, and they started judging themselves as having less. I believe this.
But I'll say the problem is on our side, because I'll say that the big mistake I think us Africans have done is we've mistaken being modern with being Western. So we think to be modern, you have to be Western, where being modern and Western are two different things. So that's a confusion on our part as Africans.
Right.
Is that we think to be modern is being Western, but we could modernize the way we run things and how we kind of, let's say our infrastructure and our culture. But it doesn't mean you have to become Western. But I think
we
that
can't
is
escape it, Marv. The modernization is Westernization. It's one and the same thing.
I don't believe so.
Give me some examples.
If you look at before colonialism, our African societies did modernize within time before, let's say, Europeans came over to Africa. We did modernize our ways. We didn't stick in one way. We done amazing things in Africa. So we did develop and modernize. The problem is now we've looked at modernization as Westernization now. So we've left our own ways of assessing what being modern is and improving our own systems. Because when they came, we had systems.
I get what you mean, lad.
But the problem is, when I say Westernization,
yeah, exactly.
When I say Westernization, that's not taking shots at the West. But I personally believe that with a lot of the Western culture, it doesn't suit us as a people, as Africans. You know what I mean? I don't think it suits.
I don't think it suits a lot of the people in the West, lad. And this is why.
As well,
I think
exactly.
Because it's a runaway train. So when I hear some people come on sometimes and say like, like the family structure and things like that, I don't see my family as anything different to what a lot of people maybe come on here from, say, African backgrounds or anything talk about. Do you get me? Like a lot of our family is very conservative. Like I'll say, like a lot of girls, like you come to Liverpool and they're very flaunty, like they flaunt themselves. A lot of the girls, but I tell you what, a lot of them are good girls. Do you get me?
Yeah.
It's quite 100%. For what it's shown to what it is. Sorry, guys.
And when I say Westernization, the West. I'm not trying to take shots at any English or American people. What I'm trying to say by that is just basically the culture, which I'll say whereby it's more companies, big organizations, political organizations.
Marv, we've got to understand, that people who have never been to one of these other countries cannot understand what we're on about because they haven't witnessed it firsthand. And they are going to probably take it offensive because it sounds offensive, but like I said, they haven't been there to see what we're on about, so they don't understand. It's like the same thing that you're on about with Westernization.
100% of the time, though, being killed by police and going out to march is not 100% of what you're going to be doing all the time.
Yeah, but that happens in the other countries as well. The same shit happens in the other countries.
Murder and death is not a part of Africa. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Yeah, man.
But can I say one thing?
I didn't experience much murder and death while I was there. But whatever.
No, but not.
Guys, I'm just wait, guys.
When it comes down
just
to
listening. Hold on, my love. As a listener, it's very difficult to listen to all of you at the same time. So just be mindful, okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Apologies. I was going to say, but in terms of murder in Africa, bruv, it's a problem, man. Whenever there's a president running, how much people are getting killed?
Family murder's a problem over here with cancer, fam. They're killing man with cancer like, whoa. Like, what you on about?
So what I'm trying to say, so the point, and that's a good point. What I'm trying to say, there's pros and cons with both societies. So what I was going to say to Heathen, I'm not trying to be offensive when I say Western. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is what I believe where this Western culture is coming from is really from organizations, the big political agendas. It's not from the people themselves. Since you've probably not gone to Africa or maybe some of these countries that we're talking about, I say similar the kind of community and culture we're kind of talking about is actually you could find traces of it, but similar customs with places outside of London in England. You know what I mean? Because you guys hold a lot of the same kind of cultural values as we do. 100%. It's just not in London.
Can I just say something?
From what you've been saying, the perception of the West is exactly the same in like Asian countries. Like from what you're saying, how Africans perceive the West, it's the exact same. This is why many people from Indian countries and that flee to the West because they're like, well, it's advertised as a rich place, like a safe haven. So this is what people migrate for.
And I think
Okay,
that's just
fuck it, I'm getting in. Yo, listen, because I've got a bounce, yeah?
From the people.
Hang on.
Yeah, go
With
on.
the thing that Marv said about so it's the same in Philippines, yeah? So they have army, they have police with guns and stuff, yeah? Like over here, when they bring in new laws, it's done subtly, it's done over time, it's introduced to the children, you know what I mean? It's a long game effect, yeah?
And a lot of it's done in secret.
And people will probably go for it eventually because that seed has been planted. In other countries it's done forcefully, but they still do the same fucking thing. Like the effect, the end effect, the end goal is still achieved, whether they've done it violently, which they do in some other countries like in the Philippines, or whether they do it in some lovey-dovey fucking love and light way. Like they're still achieving the same goal.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to fucking throw in there.
The West just does it with deception, where the third world country, they're more blunt with things.
Right.
Third world nations are way more blunt.
My mum told me she remembered when traffic lights, like if you ever saw that, driving in the Philippines is jokes, but they introduced traffic lights at this one place, yeah, and everyone was like, "What's that?" and just carried on driving like, "What's a red light?" Do you know what I mean? Put your foot down. And they got to a stage where they started putting armed police at the traffic light that would point their gun at people if they went to go through a red light. Where here, you'd get a ticket. So it's still the end. Like, I'm not to say that
I'll
shooting people for going through a red light, obviously, but the point being is that the end goal is still achieved. That element of control, the element of changing a thought process, whatever, is still achieved. Like it.
No, but you gotta have an element of control, stuff like that. But it's which element of control is actually really being proper oppressive. You know what I mean?
Let's say the matter of the roads. In the overall sense, yeah, in the overall sense, like we've spoken about United Nations and how all the countries are involved in that, and they have got one agenda, and that one agenda is going to be pushed across the world, whether you like it or fucking not, whether you agree with it or whether you don't. It's going to go through, and they're going to do different means in different countries to get there.
I don't know about
just on the topic about the roads, that's a good example. Yeah,
about that one.
It's a good example. And I'm not trying to bash Africa, nothing. I'm very realistic. You know what I mean? It's topic on the roads, for example, is that okay? Cool. I hate traffic. I hate fines. Yeah, I hate, like everyone else here. I hate especially traffic fines or anything to do with, let's say, with cars parking, blah blah blah. Hate them to death. But you know what? I complain a lot about times when I get a parking ticket or I get a speeding fine, blah blah blah. But you know what? I see most of the time where my money goes in terms of what they do with the road infrastructure in this country.
That's bullshit.
Yeah?
That's fucking cap.
Do you know what? Because if I get a pothole at the end of my road, right? Yeah, end of my road, it tends to get sorted. It tends to get sorted in time.
Bro. After
me,
there's
I
always
would rather just not have anyone have the means to give me a ticket.
One sec, bro.
Like, I want to just drive my car freely.
There are roadworks. Has anyone drove around in Africa, bro?
Brother, there's got to be roadworks.
I know potholes in Africa, which are stored there since when I first went back home at the age of 11 after I was born, then came here and then went back home at 11. I know particular potholes which are still there to this day, bro.
Sorry to cut you. So sorry to cut you, bro. You're comparing Africa's infrastructure to England. It's a bit crazy, bro.
No, listen.
I'm trying to tell you. It's a false equivalent. It's a crazy false equivalent, bro.
No, bro.
Like,
that's
English
over
people get millions. No, excuse me, one sec. English people get millions of pounds over budget on roads, and they're not doing half of the things they need to do to make us safe and secure on the street. English people are so harsh with sentences, they'll give a young youth 40 and 30 years for joint enterprise and a batty man or homosexual or fucking some paedophile 3 years for touching a child. This country's brutal, but they just disguise it with sugar. They disguise it with sugar, icing and cherries. Trust me,
stuff
bro.
like that, 100% agree with you. But just on the topic of roads, for example, it's like, I understand Africa is underdeveloped compared to, let's say, England, right, and most of Europe. But the thing is, like, whereby I can't downplay them, because I know a lot of these African countries and these African governments have got mad money, and there's certain things they could actually be putting their money into in terms of, let's say, our safety, in terms of, let's say, road safety, in terms of putting in place stuff, let's say, like speed limits in certain areas, because certain areas just have mad crashes, have mad deaths and blah 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 because of crashes. These are things they don't want to implement. Reason being, because they don't want to spend the money. The problem is that we just, the governments they're just greedy, really. It's just corruption. I'm not saying that there's no corruption. Not saying that there's no corruption here.
They're more corrupt over here than they are in any African country, and that is a fact.
What the difference is? What the difference is in terms of their corruption is? What the difference is that with Africa, this is a problem with a lot of African nations. What they do is, let's say they've got a budget to do something. They start eating from the budget before they start doing anything. So they ain't got no money to start the project.
Else does, though, brother.
What happens? No, let me finish.
No, but I'm just saying that's you're describing something that happens everywhere, bro. You can't just single it out to Africa,
let me just finish my point. Go on. There's corruption. I'm not saying Africa. But let me finish my point. With a lot of the Western countries where there is corruption as well, what they tend to do, right? They start the project, and when the profit comes out, they start eating from the project, not the capital. That's the difference in terms of our corruption. So look, there's gonna be corruption anyway, but I'd rather our leaders back home in Africa rather eat from the profit, so at least the project's running, as opposed to stealing from the capital. And that's why you find Africa is always underdeveloped, because we can't even start. A lot of the countries can't even begin setting up stuff like 4-way lanes systems, because all these corrupt, greedy officials have started eating from the capital rather than the profit was going to come from there. So that's my point. But then again, there's pros and cons with both societies.
Bro, yeah, definitely. I agree with everything you're saying there. Valid points, beautiful. But we know that Africa and the Caribbean has been underdeveloped purposely. It's not been. They've not had a fair hand and said, you know what, we got the same money as the West, but what we're gonna do is just eat it out and fuck off all the people. No, we've got scraps. We've got scraps. We're working with scraps half of the time, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? And we're still making changes regardless. Do you get what I'm saying?
Africa's very much the same like the Caribbean, in the sense of whereby the Chinese are coming there to colonize us now, right? Economically, right? But listen, but no one's telling them. No one's striking those deals with the Chinese apart from our African or Caribbean leaders. So who's to blame for that? Apart from our leaders. And when there's an election where we want to get those leaders out of power who are making these bad decisions, which are going to affect the people in the long run, they're shooting us on the streets. You see what you're trying to say?
I'd sort of back what you're saying there, like, because, you know, like, India was colonized, and like India have got like a space program going on, like where they're trying to. I think India have even got a plan next year to get to Neptune and put men on the moon and things like this. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Is the corruption at the top of the Jamaican government, and or what? Are they puppets? Are they puppets still?
I think we've got too much excuses, bro. Because we as Caribbean and Africa, we hold a lot of natural resources, bro. You get what I'm saying? We just need to educate ourselves away to where we can be, because Africa can't trade fairly. Let's get it right, innit? Come on, guys. Like, we look at the obstacles that Africa has to face as a nation. It's fucking disgusting and despicable. Like, the Caribbean's the same, innit? We get boycotted and fucked up every left, right, and center. So until it's a fair playing field and everyone's got the same cards and everyone's got the same amount of chips to put in, we can't even say the game's fair, bro. It's rigged. The whole thing.
You know what I would just wanted to add? I feel like as well, people need to not overlook the fact that propaganda for the diaspora in Africa is still being manipulated to such a degree. Do you see what I'm saying? Because when people talk about Africa, they're forgetting it's a continent. And that's why I put in the comments, Mark, it's like, try to compare it country for country rather than a country to a nation. Because I feel like by doing so, it undervalues the nation as a whole, the continent as a whole. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the West, you have Italians, you have Swedes, you have Poles, you have all these. They don't compare themselves. Oh, they share a certain type of connection, but ultimately they view each other as very different people in the same continent. And it's the same thing with Africans. In Africa, all over Africa, there is so much development actually happening in like places like Ghana, in places like Ethiopia. If you go to Tanzania, there are actually things that are in progress. The only difference is it's not being propagated, it's not being promoted, it's not being shown. And because it's not being shown, people are still left with a certain look of the continent as a whole.
No, that's 100% true. Like, let's use Ghana for example. Ghana's doing amazing things. And that really comes down to, because so basically what I've been saying all this time is basically our problem is our leaders.
And that's not to say there isn't any corruption in different African nations, but it's still corruption here. It's all the same. It's just one with a,
Because my point is really being kind of been aiming at our problem is our leaders and the people in power in our countries, Africans.
No, but
right?
it's
The reason why Ghana's been doing so well.
It's our people as well, you know, bro.
The reason why Ghana's been doing so well.
People from going back, even making simple trips. Like 1 second, bro. Because if we have Jamaicans deterring other Jamaicans from going back, we can't fix the fuck up. How are we gonna fix it, bro? If we got people deterring people and saying, no, you don't need to go over to Africa because it's dirty, it's fucked, it's this, it's that. Like, we ain't gonna improve if we got doubting Thomases all the time. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I agree with that.
Point, please?
It's good for the sister made the point about. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I think
sorry,
it was.
Yeah.
Sorry, lad, I was going to say to tune into that. I was watching the news. I only watch the news when I look after me nan. And anyway, the news come on last week, I think it was. And it was actually a few weeks ago. And I think it was Zimbabwe. And the president of Zimbabwe, basically, they couldn't get hold of vaccines. So he said, right, I don't want any vaccines. We're going to pray the virus away. And I think it was ITV or BBC done this sort of report where they were trying to they were just basically just laughing at them. Do you get me? They were just laughing at Zimbabweans for having that.
But this is the thing. There's two sides.
Thing of we'll pray it away, and it's like in this modern day when they sort of use virtue signaling, I couldn't believe the underlying sort of idea they were putting out, which was look at these, thinking that they can just pray it away.
Yeah, but even I live in the West, and I prayed COVID away. I prayed COVID away, though. I prayed COVID away.
That's your right, and I don't think anyone should laugh at you for fucking doing it.
So no. But this is the thing. It's easy for you to point the finger and say, well, look at Zimbabwe and that's ridiculous or whatever is happening. But we can still say the only difference is the accent and the language that is spoken by the different people. Because over here, it's ridiculous that we have to, as parents, you have to wear a mask to collect your children, but these same children are sitting in a classroom with 30 other children whose parents come to pick them up. So we're all mixing anyway, because my child who's mixed with your child is still coming back to my home where there's no, do you see what I mean? It's nonsensical. We have to be very careful not to be so dismissive of another and overlooking our own. Do you see what I mean? This is where extra division comes in. Yeah.
Just to what MD was saying, yeah. MD, 100% agree with you. Yeah, go on. Sorry, Red. Go on.
Yeah. My point was just to go back, because he even made a good point about 5 minutes ago about politics, and I went on the internet and I got cut off by accident. I just looked into the figures of percentages of ethnic groups in the UK. So it said 7% was Asian or Indian, and then 3% is Black British. That's an increase from, that was the 2011 census, and then we've just done a census this year. Everybody's probably should have completed one. So what I'm trying to explain is, because I want to piggyback onto foreign policy in Africa in a second. Obviously, it's a numbers game, because if 87% of the nation is classified as white British or in that group, which is quite not very scientifically true, but whatever, yeah. It's a numbers game in the political environment that we're living in. We're living in a westernized political game that's got connections with Africa. It's got connections with Europe. So going back to what he even said, and I will say he did speak a bit of truth into what he's saying. There is as much as it's an uphill struggle, I'm not gonna lie, there still is some type of strategy that it can be put into play, and it might not be in our lifetime. Of course, it might not be in our lifetime, but it's still a valid point that he made. And I just wanted everybody to really remember that speaking point about the voting as well, because it's going to have a domino effect of foreign policies in Africa. It's already had a domino effect on the relationship with Europe, the politics. And then the politics also is your local councillors, which is your local politics, your local mayor. So it's not always just to do with the House of Lords or the House of Commons. And if you understand how the system works, Red, you can...
Yeah, Red, I was going to say, understanding them figures, who would you, as a politician, cater for then? What demographic would you cater for? Understanding them, that statistics you just read out.
That's a very good question, because you know what you're highlighting is there could be biases that people who are not in the job, who have got corrupt people in positions of power, it's down to the electorate to look and analyze their representatives and replace them as fast as possible if they can see that there's overt corruption based on figures that on the latest figures of, if they're playing identity politics, it's down to the electorate, to the local electorate, because they have to go to get into the position of local MP and to get into position from local MP to the House of Commons or to become Prime Minister. It's a long journey, you know. So with the internet and cancel culture, it's even more of paranoia for these crooked people. They're more paranoid now than they were 30 years ago to upset people like yourselves. So if all it takes is one person to send a tweet to pull up an MP or whatever. So in a way, they're under more surveillance than ever before. So if you are paying your taxes, and if you pay taxes to live in the UK, like, I really want you to remember that you've got that you're not just paying the taxes just for your local school or whatever you think you're paying your taxes for. You're paying these people, you're paying the police, you're paying all these, you know what I mean? And yeah, you might be part of the 3% or the 7%, but don't get it twisted. You've got to take into consideration your options, and it might be just that you might have the weakest position, but don't get sidetracked from the bigger agenda, because the part of the 87%, they might align with part of the 7%, like Heathen, or the 3%. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So it's a numbers thing. So not every issue, not everything's so clear cut and open. Not everything is so easy to decipher and go, yeah, well, we're 3%, so this is what. Sometimes the 3% is going to align with the 87%. So on some issues, and some issues, it's just going to be the 3% by themselves. You know what I'm saying? Especially issues like to do with Africa. But if the sum of the 87% of the UK can align with the 3% and the 7%, then obviously they might be able to say things like, no, colonialism is wrong and we shouldn't be still in Africa, exploiting Africa with that foreign policy. Let's vote against that. Let's give them more leeway to make profit. Let's stop hindering their process. Let's stop hindering their development. And I think it's too early to say that it's not going to work. In my eyes, it's too early to say that the future is not going to improve.
No, that's true. That is 100% true, man. But I've got little and no faith in politics, because, as I say, it's not bringing us forward as a race any stage, way, shape, or form. It's just making rich people richer.
But Cole, this is where you're what's the word? You're like bicultural. Yeah, you got two cultures. Yeah. So in a sense, if you are registered to vote in Jamaica, you're not going to be the 3% anymore. You're going to be the majority in it. So if you're going to vote for the Jamaica National Party, then you've got a say. You can phone up the panels in Jamaica and say, I think this about Portia, or I think this about the Prime Minister. I think it's a new Prime Minister. She's not in it anymore. But you get what I'm trying to say? And then you've also got the power, because you're registered to pay taxes in England or Britain, you also got the power to say, do you know what, that's wrong, or do you know what, that's sexist, do you know what, that's racist. And you can have your opinion, because you know that you're going to probably vote for maybe a black politician, or a politician that's Christian, or a politician that's religious or not gay. Do you know what I mean? So you might pick your votes based on whatever, but you do have power. No, you're not just an innocent baby. You've got power. You spend money and you pay taxes. It's just where you choose to showcase your power. So maybe having two passports and being registered to vote in two countries is the way forward for you to feel like you are the master of your destiny. Maybe you don't want to just be part of the British system, but it's a choice you can make. I think Jedi even said it before. It's a choice that we all have to make in ourselves, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true still,
big
bro,
up,
man.
everyone. I got to jump off.
Yeah, big up, sis, man. Yeah, that's true still. What you just said, Red, is reality. You know what I'm saying? Because if you wanna ever make a change in your country, you're gonna have to get involved in the political process, innit? But it's just that I lost faith in it, bro. Seeing how we work it over here, politician is maybe 3 years of education and 4 years of manipulation. How you told a lie. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like we're studying to benefit anybody, poor people. We're trying to make breakthroughs in medicine. We're not doing nothing for society. We're just there. We got a job, politician. Okay, that's it. I'm just going to tell as much lies as I can until I get caught out.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you know the problem with Britain, which is most problematic in comparison to most other countries, is the political parties tend to play on the class and the economic backgrounds of the electorate. So that way they, like, for example, Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, they created this no such thing as community politics, where they forced people to focus on buying, like getting a mortgage, settling down, and thinking about your own bloodline, your own children. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's that is actually can be empowering in many ways to different cultures and different people. But in a city like London and in a small country like literally an island like the UK, it can create people like David Cameron who can sing on the same line of, oh, I'm a conservative, but at the same time bring in gay marriage or bring in different aspects because he's relying on the people that are already paying their mortgages. He's like giving them little tip. He's giving them like benefits of supporting him, which is going to undermine their Christian values, undermine all these other values, make them support him when he's being racist, make them support him no matter what, because he's keeping the interest rate low on the mortgages. Because all the middle class people, you know what I'm saying? The middle class people, they're scared to vote anyone else, because if they voted for Corbyn, the interest rate on your mortgage might go up. So it's like economic slavery and class slavery. And they've changed the political system to make people greedy and not think about community and not care about other people's children.
It's like disingenuous, isn't it? They've created like a political game, and you've got these career and family, full-on family political families, like Boris Johnson. His dad was involved in politics. You know, these people who just, it's stale, lad. And this is why I encourage everyone to fucking speak out and start speaking out. Because until we replace these people with the people again, nothing's going to change, lad. And that's the sad thing. You know, and with people like Freddie, lad, you've got that much of a passion behind you, lad. If you could get people behind you or get behind someone and throw someone into the mix, like I say, lad, once we get people down in London, in Parliament, like, I hate to sound horrible, but like we have people who come up here and we just vote in Labour, and they're never a Scouser. They're never even from the area, because they know they can come up here and like LARP as like a commie, like a communist, because they think, because a lot of people in this city are like soft to a bit of socialism. They play on that, so then they come up and then they just play a few cards that just guarantees them votes. You know. And I think until there's true representation from the areas again where we all live, it's going to be stale. It's going to be backdoor deals here, backdoor deals there, until we have the people back in Parliament.
Because when you look at the numbers, just the statistics of normal people, like underprivileged background, ethnic minorities, they're non-existent in Parliament. So there's no one actually representing the modern day, everyday fucking person of Britain. It's just a bunch of yuppie cunts running around trying to make sure their dad can hold on to the money. Yeah.
It is, lad, and that's what I mean. They're invested in it, literally and physically and mentally. The full-on whole life is invested in politics.
Definitely.
You know, like there was someone speaking last night about there was like I can't remember. I was listening to something last night, and they were talking about politics, and they were talking about how, like, in one area, I forgot what, something like there was a couple of rapes in the area, and they didn't publicise it because it was going to knock like 30 grand off everyone's house. That's the type of politics that we're involved in, where people are thinking with money, oh, that's going to knock 30 grand off my house because there's been, instead of dealing with the rapes that were going on in the area. Do you get me?
Heathen, you know, brother, politics ain't got fuck all to do with education and how good you can speak. It's got to do with how much money you got. So when you can link that man in the Mayfair, you can make a good proposal. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? That ain't got fuck all to do with I've got education or I'm a good speaker. It's got to do with how much chips have I got to represent my community. This is why the Asian community have got far, because they can donate things. You know what I'm saying? Further their cause.
I hate to talk about black community, Asian community, this community. And I said this to Raheem once on Valley Vision, and he saw. I heard his eyes lit up, and I said, like, you have the Muslim Council of Britain. I'm not going to take it into religion, but you have the Muslim Council of Britain. You know, black, in my opinion, the Caribbean community, well overlooked nowadays. You know, they've been here the longest, but they're well overlooked. And they've been overlooked, I'd say, in the last 10 years, because we've had such mass immigration from Muslim countries that they've come and actually set up their own council, which is now has funding, where like, if they need to push something and get equality on this reason or that reason, they can push it. They can push it through the courts.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Tony Blair had formed this special relationship with America. I'm old enough to remember the theme song for Tony Blair's election campaign, which was sponsored by The Sun. Things can only get better. I remember the whole hype, and I remember being at school and meeting my first, was it Somalian or was it Ethiopian friend? She was teaching us about her culture because none of us understood, and she was telling us she's an asylum seeker, and we helped her speak English. But it wasn't an issue to us. We were just kids at primary school, just trying to get along, innit? But when you go off and you grow up and you think, oh my God, she came from a war, like there was a war guy, like you think as a child, you just take a word for it. But when you actually look at the news headlines and all the invasions that Tony Blair, a so-called socialist, got involved with America in the name of what? It was a hypocritical. He was voted in as a Labour politician, not to be a stereotypical conservative, like the historical conservatives just fighting up all the place. And when you look at all the wars that were taken place in the 90s, it was a way to get the population to fiddle around with the population, fiddle around with the election figures for the future, because the asylum seekers, I'm not sure if they're given voting rights straight away or if they have to wait a couple of years and assimilate to it in a certain way. Then you get the European EU. You've had loads of EU migration over the years, and a lot of them were working, but they're being taxed, but they're not getting representation because they might not have got their British documents. So what happened in the Blair years is there was a wave of immigration from asylum seekers and Europeans and non-Europeans coming into the country, and that's down on his watch. Even though he's Labour, that was on his watch. Do you know what I'm saying? So now, when you're talking about Caribbean people being overlooked, even, what it means is it was structurally put in place by a so-called Labour politician, Tony Blair, so it could asphyxiate the votes based on housing, because everybody believes if you own a mortgage, you're going to have the best life. You're not going to pay rent after a certain amount of years. You still have to pay council tax. You still have to, the Queen still owns the land that your bricks and mortar is on. So it's an illusion that's being sold of success. Don't be a bum on benefits. Don't, you know what I mean? Get your own house, be the king of your castle. But it creates a political slave who's literally just going to vote based on the economy, who doesn't care about foreign policy. They just care about economics. So when you get a whole nation of people who don't care about foreign policy, you're going to have issues with immigration. You're going to have issues with a load of things because they don't care that Britain might be exploiting developing countries because they just want their mortgage rates to be low. And this is the issue that we've got. We've got countries being invaded for bad reasons that don't get explained. I'm going to shut up because I'm talking too much. But the last thing you said about 24-hour House of Commons on television, you're right. Because before it was just newspapers that we relied on to tell us what was going on in Parliament. Now they're 24 hours recorded. They've also got minutes that they keep on record for forever. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when any conversation in the House of Commons, any insults, anything that's brought up for discussion stays on record well after we all die. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you're making good points, because I speak to my older generation, and a lot of the stuff my older generation say, I find you say a lot of the stuff they say. Do you get what I'm trying to say, even?
Yeah, completely, lad. Completely. Totally get it. Sorry, lad, I had someone talking to me there, so it got out of my mind what I was going to say. But yeah, I like what you were saying there, lad. I totally get.
Yeah, no,
and again, I think this is what again, it winds me up like that. They don't read between the lines and get these type of, like, I think the British people have got very thick skin, and they'll try and show you in several different ways, and that's why I said it might kick off soon with all this like anti-lockdown things and that, because it takes a while, and we'll try and show them what we want before it kicks off. So like, people kept on going, oh, Brexit's going to make the people poor. It's going to make the people, yeah, but the people who voted for like Brexit were the poor people anyway. We're willing to take the hit. It's these people at the top again, and the middle classes, that think with the pocket and think with the purse. You know what I mean? We're willing to take that cut. We're willing to take them horrible few years. Like again, like I think it was MD before said, like, as a Scouser, we've gone through it. We've come out the other side. And don't forget, Liverpool was like as big as London. You know, financially, it was one of the biggest ports in the world. You know what I mean? But I'm on about like the smaller community round here. So the ones who relied on the coal, the mining. You know, you go round to these little communities, like, and they're forgotten about. And again, these are the people who majorly took the decision to go against everything they've known for the last 40 years and stand against like Labour's politics and say, no, we're willing to take the hit. We need to start looking inwards again at ourselves. Do you get me?
Yeah, no, 100%, man. I understand what Red was saying, and I definitely understand what you're saying, Heathen, man. I think it boils down to the people power, because if we're relying on politicians, nothing's gonna get done. When we first came here, let's get it right, Heathen. You know what I mean? We didn't get invited here to have a nice life. We got invited here to work and build up Britain after the war. So I wouldn't expect nothing else. I'm just here as a worker, and I'm looking to build up what I need to build up and try and get the fuck out of it. So I've never been under illusion that I'm going to get any fair treatment or there's anything nice going to happen to me. They care more about football and the Premier League than they care about a black man. That's facts. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know, man. Sorry?
See, like, when I sort of disagree with that, talking from Liverpool and talking like, yeah, the Toxteth riots. See, I see the Toxteth riots starting. Not again. At the end, they said it was all race, but it wasn't. It was disheartened Caribbean community that couldn't get jobs. So when I look back, like, I can only look back, and I've obviously asked family members and all that who lived in all my family are from Tocky, and like a lot of it wasn't racial. Do you get me? It was financial. You know, the Caribbean community couldn't get jobs. And this was one of the major, we had one of the major cities, but that was backed by like unions. And when I look back at like documentaries, they say this, they say like, we're in a union city and they're not getting the blacks the jobs. They're not getting us the jobs. Then when we haven't got the backing of the, so, you know, I get that argument, but sometimes in Liverpool, it's like you were invited over but never given the job. Do you get me? Which started the riot.
Definitely. Yeah, 100%. Everyone's denied their housing as well. Remember, blacks and dogs Irish and dogs was in front of a black man. So, like, you're allowed to love up a dog and have more sympathy for a dog and like pet rescue than you was to have over a black African, which is just such a fucking shame.
But Margaret Thatcher was the one that
I think that was a lot down south as well. Do you get me? Because that's why I sort of, it winds me up to see what happened in London with like the defacing of the monuments and the reaction of, say, like the whites. It was like I was scratching my head, like, because I was like, that's exactly what happened in Liverpool. You know, there was a community that was again disenfranchised, started kicking off in their own area, started burning down buildings. So then the white lads were like, what? You're not coming here and burning down buildings, you know what I mean, that we built with our own hands and our community built with our own hands. So they went down in front of it, and then the police just played them off against each other.
Even what's going on is there's an American influence since 9/11 and the London Bridge terror attacks and the underground train attacks and all that. There's been this international movement, and you've got to remember Tony Blair Remember, David Beckham, it was the same day that we won the Olympics for the 2012 Olympics, that the train attacks happened, yeah? And Tony Blair and
the same guy behind coronavirus.
They were brethren at the time when the train attacks happened and the 37 bus in Russell Square got blown up. They were brethren at the time invading the Middle East when them bombs went off on the underground and the bus, and everybody was campaigning saying, look, stop going into the Middle East. We don't want this war. We don't want it.
It was engineered consent. It was engineered consent, basically.
There was a march. Remember when there was a march against Bush being in the UK in Trafalgar Square? So what happened with the Americans? Because of this special relationship, you've had a lot of online trolls or online NRX, I guess you can call them nowadays, that have influenced these British right-wing organizations. So when it comes to like statues and stuff, remember in America on university campuses, people were protesting statues. So that it's the influence of the KKK or the right-wing Americans that influences some of these fragmented what is that word? Disassociated, disfranchised, working class, white, uneducated, lost, disenfranchised, working class white guys to join these stupid groups, because in their head, all they're thinking about is Lee Rigby. All they're thinking about is these silly headlines on the Sun, and they're not really wise to understand what Margaret Thatcher did to the trade unions, you know, and they're not understanding their own British history in a natural way. It's very biased what they're being told by the people they hang around with. And
it's also like, Red, you know yourself, like, it's also because they've erased history. I've said this before, like, for you to be proud of where you come from, regardless of the history, you've got to know the history, you know, because it plays out within the society. So if you're saying you're from like a place where there used to be a barracks, you know, the people who lived there would be very militaristic, you know, because they lived in an area with the barracks. You don't forget, until like 1950, England was very, very localized and small, plotted round places. So if you lived in a town where you just had one dairy, one at a barracks, you know, and a couple of shops, those people would act a certain way. They'd be very military.
There was community. You know? It was more community based back then as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely want to be proud of my history, you know, especially when I know my granddad fought in the World War and all that, but they don't even acknowledge it. He's fighting to even get acknowledgement for the death of this fucking country. So what they're saying to you is fuck you and fuck your granddad. Yeah. That's what they're basically saying to me. You get what I'm trying to show you? I want to be proud. I want to have
the same to big up your granddad, lad. Definitely. They've done the same to the Gurkhas, lad. You know, the Gurkhas can fight and die for us, but we won't allow them to be British citizens.
Most definitely.
And they still recruit the cunts. They still go over India and recruit them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, lad,
100%.
I think it was the biggest recruitment this year.
No, but listen. This all ties into what you were saying earlier about how the other countries perceive the Western nations. It's because of that is why the Gurkhas enroll, even though they know that the Gurkhas of the past have been neglected, and you know what I mean. The younger ones will still go for it because it's been sold to them. It's like, you know, the Roman Empire back in the day. If you was a fighter for the Roman Empire, you was a warrior, you was the greatest. It's that sold to them, so they want to be that number one, if you know what I mean.
And bring the family up with them. Exactly. I'm gonna have to
and to be that number one, you have to join the Western side. That's where the money is.
That's right. That's why I can't come back and lie to my people and tell them Africa's dodgy and you're going to get killed and there's going to be all types of murder down there. I can't do that to my people.
The other nations are
more pure. I didn't see that with my own eyes. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? I just heard news reports, innit? And the thing about this world nowadays is we're getting information overload, bro. And it's no good for us. It ain't fucking no good for us. Because by the time you decipher the shit and get to the real points, you've wasted a lot of time in between that process. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, lad. You're just reading people's opinions nowadays, lad. Just someone's opinion. It's not facts.
Yeah.
It's not this. It's not that. You know, they won't use they won't get hold of the police report like they used to. You know, and show you that, like, go through the police report and pinpoint exactly what happened. It'll just be the opinion of fucking
this is why it's important not to react. Like, you know how when something happens, everyone just seems to react, and it's a chain reaction. Then the best thing to do is not to react, because we know that half of this shit out there is trickery. We got to decipher it. You know, we got to get facts right before we have an opinion.
Going back to what Heathen was saying about the House of Lords, a lot of these lords that sit in the House of Lords, because they're so much posher than the House of Commons, in their opinion, a lot of them own land in Africa. A lot of them owned, a lot of their ancestors owned slaves from the Liverpool docks, from Canary Wharf docks, and all that. True. And the thing is, a lot of the British people in the 87% group from the 2011 census, a lot of them are not fully what they would quote unquote called English. Because if you look at like Liverpool, for example, there was a lot of race mixing in Liverpool. There's a play called A Taste of Honey, where there's a single Caucasian girl that fell in love with a black sailor from America, and she's contemplating what motherhood's going to be like with her friend. It's a famous British play. There's loads of stuff if you studied race and history and all that, and theatre and film and all that, there's a lot of evidence of communities debating about the pureness of their community and their daughters, who their daughter's going to go with, innit? And it goes back at least 4,000 years. So when you look at this group, the 87% that they call white British in the census, a lot of those people could be like Prince Philip was Greek. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, but he's classified as white. But you know what I mean? It's confusing, and it's all a numbers game.
But we've got big Filipino communities, like mad lads. Like some of the biggest gangsters in Liverpool are fucking Filipino fucking descent, you know. And people used to be conscious of this, lad. This is what used to wind me up. People used to be conscious of this. We seem to have got into a place where no one's conscious of the history. And I always say it, lad. We used to have this thing called May Day Parade, and it'd be like floats in America. You know, like the float to it, and it'd show you the history from like caveman days right through the Vikings, right through the king giving Liverpool the ownership of the land to go round the world and being a free port, right through slavery. So you'd have a slavery float. So you couldn't deny the history, but you also had a sense of how the community was built to what it is. Do you get me? And I don't think this is why I say, well, a lot of these lads who come on and talk about like percentages of whiteness, and it's like it was never ever pushed that way, lad. Do you get me? People were conscious of the history and how the community was molded and created, and nowadays it's not. It's just like they've just conveniently forgot to be able to have an argument.
Well, it's like they're trying to uncategorize everyone. It's like even with all this gender shit and all this binary bullshit, man. It's like they're trying to break down all these categories that they've built up. Because technically we put ourselves in categories like I'm from this country, I'm this religion and that race, and I believe this religion. Do you know, it's all categories if you really think about it.
But in the war against in the war against the Muslims, what the far right American influence ethnots are trying to do is they're trying to be sneaky and trying to publicize this agenda to remove all mosques and remove headscarves. That is their goal. And
but everyone's wearing a fucking hijab right now with the face mask, bro. No one can say nothing about
But in their agenda, what they're doing is they're trying to deflect from their own race mixing within their own history. It was in the 1920s in Whitechapel. The black shirts didn't want the Jewish community to be there. The Jewish communities turned into Brick Lane. Now it's the biggest Bengali community in Britain. So at the end of the day, it swings and roundabouts, because there's always going to be the boogeyman. If you live on an island, like I like this country, I'm not hating it, but I talk facts. England is an island. It's an island, isn't it? So over the years, from the Vikings to the Swedish, whoever it was, the French, everybody's been able to come on a boat within 2 hours, land and integrate, you know? So to have the fallacy of everybody against the Muslims, let's get them out, take off their hijabs, you blew up a bus, you blew up a train, you're the public enemy number one. Oh, whilst we're at it, get the Africans out and get the Caribbeans out, get the Jamaicans out. That is a reaction. They say they're reactionist and they'll come on panels and try and make us react to them, but they're reacting to history in the wrong way, because they don't understand that a lot of these so-called Caucasian people are mixed with Israeli and are mixed with French and Spanish and German and Swedish and Irish and Scottish and Welsh and it goes on and on and on. Even black. A lot of these rich people, a lot of these upper class people have got black in them, and that's the family secret. And they kept all the money from slavery. So a lot of these people you see going to Africa and shaking hands with all the so-called corrupt politicians are seriously could be long distance cousins. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just looking after their land and trying to act like I'm a house of lord, I'm a lord. But the lord is passed on from father to son. Do you get where I'm coming from? It's not voted in. The title of lord is not voted in. They're there for their own reasons that are deeper, too deep for me to explain right now. But they're there for a class reason, a reason of upper class to protect, the establishment. You know what I'm saying? That's why heathen's against the House of Lords. That's why Tony Blair wanted to get rid of it, and then they got rid of him.
Yeah. Yep. Completely, lad.
But Africa's got a hope. Africa's got solar electricity potential without any oil from Russia or any oil from any other source. It's got the cryptocurrency.
Well, we've got to see what the West starts building next, because when they was building CERN, that's what they invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and all them other countries for, because they needed the materials to build this machine that they're building.
Well,
So,
Libya, I think Libya,
so we've got to make sure they don't want to build something else.
I see
what's his name? Gaddafi was going to monopolize his people, weren't he? By actually giving them
but they needed his gold to build this CERN thing, this big thing that they've built.
But hear what I'm saying. The more these FNATs get woke and talk about they want to have their own, they don't understand the way that the world works with resources and with trade. They're completely flawed in that aspect. Since day one, from when the Germans went to the Congo, since the French went to Morocco, the Germans went to Congo, the British went to South Africa. At the end of the day, they haven't really left.
See, I think that's the difference between me and them, Red. I want to own my history. Do you get me? I don't want to delete it and start again. Do you get me? You own it exactly. Like, so this like, oh, just get rid of everyone, turn it all white again. It's like, no, we've made policies, we've invited people, we've told people they can come. So what? You're then just going to be now again disingenuous and say no, well, we've changed our mind now. You can't, you just can't fucking do that, because otherwise you're just going to erase every sort of respect. Like, people do respect Britain as a country right around the world. You know what I mean? And you'll erase all that in what the name of what? Just making everywhere white.
No, but it will backfire on them, because even when you break it down to religion, someone's got their. I think someone's got it on.
Bit of feedback, feedback somewhere.
Let me turn my earphones down and see if that helps. Is that better?
Nah, it might be me. My phone's like.
Nah, I've got my headphones in. But like, break it down to my trip to Colombia. So I went to Colombia about two and a half years ago. What that taught me was the different styles of colonialization. So you had the Catholics versus the Christians. So they're both, I guess, Caucasian groups, aren't they? They're both from the European continent or the European region. So the southern Europeans and the northern Europeans don't like each other, and there's factual evidence on why. Because the Portuguese and the Spanish were the first to do dealings with Africa and the first to colonialize places like Jamaica, and where Jamaica had a war where the English took over from the Spanish. So they've actually lost islands. They've lost influence on their what would you call it?
One's really lost anything, because no one really owns anything. That's the big illusion. But like, no one owns any land or no country.
Let me hear me out. Let me explain it. So in the FNAT's mindset, there's a point where they believe they can get to of a pure race. What I'm trying to explain to you, where the FNATs will fail, because even if they voluntarily or give reparations to people to go back, they will then therefore turn inwards on their own genetics. Because how can you explain to me that you've got different groups of Caucasian people, some with a different colonial system, So the Spanish monarchy versus the British monarchy have created two separate colonial systems. The Christian system. The Christian system was nothing like the Catholic system. The Catholic system, they gave them Black Mary and Jesus. They said to them, as long as you bow down to our faith, we will race mix. We'll race mix. Whereas the Christian system said, no, we're not going to, we'll start off race mixing. Oh shit, problem here. We're going to be overpopulated. Let's ban race mixing. You're an animal. You can't vote. And women are below us. So it's two separate colonial systems that if the ethnics get their dream wish, there's going to have to be an interfaith battle between Caucasian people, Catholics versus Christians, just like
I think it's more to do with what you just said a second ago about the systems. I think it was a fight about systems. Now, if you've got a system and an ideology, other people are going to rebel against the ideology, so you have to push it on them. You have to make it a normal for them, otherwise they won't accept it. And I think that's what the Western system was. It was like, we got to forcefully make them accept it, and then that was the bit where there was like when the British were going to certain countries and degrading them, violating people basically, and that was to mentally break them. And then that's the fear side of things, so people start falling into place. Oh, we better just work with them, we can't beat them, we got to join them kind of mindset. And then you get the people from those nations then adopting the systems of the invaders, if you want to call them that. Yeah,
and you left out the Germans. The Germans invaded Congo with their German language. The Germans, the Germans and the Brits were both in Egypt. The Germans and the Brits were both in Egypt. So as much as they're both Caucasian and they both got their separate agenda, yeah, they're both trying to take over.
Someone always starts it and then they always bring other people in. It's like with the slave thing. The Portuguese were the main people, and then what they did, they took a step back because they let everyone else. Otherwise, it's the blame game, and this is what's happening right now. It's like America's realized, all right, we can't keep doing what we did the way we're doing it because people are noticing. So then they bring other people in. Oh, let's bring the Russians in. Let's bring the they're all in it together, but it's made to look like they're not. Oh, we're fighting
each other. They may all be in it together, but they've got all in it together. Tribes. They've got it's like the Game of Thrones. It's what ethnics want the Game of Thrones in reality.
I like you, so, you're like, Twitch star, man.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, they want one tribe wants everybody to speak German. The next tribe wants everybody to pray to Jesus in a certain way, and the other tribe wants everybody to be Catholic. The other tribe wants everybody to speak Italian. The other tribe wants everybody to speak Spanish. So within the ethnics wet dream, it's a nightmare because once they get rid of all the darker skinned people, they have to go back to square one, which is why they went out in the first place, to get back up and try and invade other countries to get more soldiers, because there was constantly warring in Europe. There was constantly like I'm gonna get my team, gang. What? You Spanish people think you're bad? You French people think you're bad? Hold up 1 minute. Where's the boat? Get more soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the Roman Empire was different.
Yeah, and what it was, other nations realized that certain countries were profiting and making big gains. So there was like, we need to get in on this before it's too late. It's like the Bitcoin thing, you know, when you're early, there's bare speculation. Now it's taking off. Everyone's trying to get in on it. Do you know what I mean? And then comes the fall, and bare people lose out, and that the people who pulled out.
Yeah,
man, it's a big game, man. It's a big game, you know. Big game. Definitely. And I see the patterns between all these things that happen and the way that they're implemented, the way that they're brought in as well. It's like you always have someone bringing it in first and other people adopting it, man.
The thing is, go on.
I was gonna say you're right, Red. You're right, man. I'm not gonna lie, bro, man. One thing I love what you said is that we got hope, bro. All of these nations, we've got secrets. And we've not got secrets, but we've got resources. England, funny enough, their resources, they're clever brains, because they actually go around the world and manipulate people in a way where we can't. We can't.
England's a little dot, man. If you think about it, they use third parties. They're allies. All allies is just, you got to look at the words, the meanings in the word. All lies. So it's people who lie in the same bed and they're willing to lie for each other.
100.
Do you know what I mean? So this is why the allies are America and so on.
Yeah. And the thing is, I love it when people undermine, or they think they're undermining Africa, because in reality, Africa is a developing place, and same thing with all other developing places. So the competition
But the thing you don't want to happen to Africa, you don't want the same thing that's happened to the West. You don't want them to overdevelop so they deplete everything. There needs to be some kind of balance, man. So like, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what?
Cutting down forests and knocking down mountains and things.
Bad. You see, I'm sorry to cut you, brother. I'm so sorry to cut you. You see, the greed in the West, it knows no bounds. That's why the development is so vast. Do you get what I'm saying? They feel like they need to go over to other countries and manipulate their resources, or they need to go over to other countries and get and build coups to get dictators out, because they're never satisfied, unfortunately. And I don't want Africa to get in that same vein. I want us to develop, but I like the development we're doing now, because I know if you go Africa every 10 years, there's a change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Africa's got a lot of dealings with China, and China's doing what the British did, but in a bigger scale.
Yeah,
China's basically learned off the British and doing exactly what they did.
Africa's such a big continent. Yeah, this is where it's and remember, Germany haven't relinquished Congo, in it, so they're still old school. The scramble of Africa is still real, innit? It's still alive. But at the same time, you've got cryptocurrency, you've got Barack Obama with his military bases in Nigeria and Ghana and all along the place, and then you've got China coming in. So in the same sense, as weak as Africa can come across in our minds, we think, oh God, they're under attack, what's going on? But if the politics sharpens up and the cryptocurrencies, the decentralized cryptocurrencies benefit the layman, the everyday business person, the everyday trader, and the roads are developed and the infrastructure is developed, it's only a matter of time before they spring into life and start dominating the world economy. It's just inevitable. It's like, you can't look at it from a sad perspective. You can't look at it from a victim mentality, because Africa and all the other developing countries are becoming woke because of this technology, the internet. So all the bad things about the internet is real. You know what I mean? The internet's got bad things to it, but at the same time, that when the more people that get involved in the internet is going to overshadow places like America and England. Right now, America and Europe seem like they're dominating the internet sphere, but there's still other countries that have got to come in with their thing and add to it as well.
I don't believe that the West are ahead in technology anyway. I think China and other places are just a lot cleverer. They're just not as dumb to put it out in the open as much as like the West are. Because to think about it, Huawei, they built the British infrastructure and telecommunications. They manage the nuclear power plants in England. So England can't be that much at war with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to like connect the dots and you start realizing things that don't add up.
From my research, I looked into they've got an alliance between China and Russia. Now, clearly they've got similar values of communism in it. And that is the big fear. This is what the fear of what Trump was banging on about when he was in power. Is that
I don't buy it though. This is why I don't buy it, because if you're that in fear of them, how come you let them build your telecommunications infrastructure in your country? Come on.
Because they can't dominate like with pre
they ain't got the technology.
Times, they haven't got the know-how that China
exactly. So they need all these other countries that they're against, because they're more advanced. The thing is, people don't realize that the West is what it is because of other countries. Most of the inventions are from other nations. It's not England that's made these inventions. Yeah, the people have probably worked in England or worked for a company, and the companies absorb their It's like if you work for Microsoft or Google, whatever you invent while you're working for them, it's not your property, it's theirs, because you're under contract to them. So
in the past, they were able to steal people, like the highly skilled doctors and
still do.
Engineers.
What do you think patenting is? When you patent an idea, you're basically giving your idea to the government. You're like, here's the blueprints of my idea.
But they can't retain, America and the West are going to struggle to retain all the highly educated Chinese people, because they're going to want to stay in China, because as the countries develop more there's more access to what drives a lot of people is economics. So especially with things like cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, if you increase your value, you don't need to go to the West. You don't need to change your culture or bow down to America. You can stay right? Like, there's going to come a generation of Africans that are going to be able to run their businesses from London, or get sick or tired of running their business from London in the continent, and go to the continent and run their business from their laptop and their thing from
go
there.
to somewhere where it's cheaper and they can live like a king.
Basically, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
man.
that is the biggest threat. When you look at what the politics around NRX and all these new conservative movements are, they're all focused on.
Yeah, why live in a country where you're paying like £1,000 a month just to like have a roof over your head, when you can live somewhere where it's like £100 a fucking year?
America's lying to you. They're not concerned about Mexicans. They can't afford to pay their people good money, so they need to blame the Mexicans for that reason. Same thing
This
with
is how they met
the UK.
The cheap labour, man.
Yeah, no, I've always agreed with that, man. When you can't satisfy your people, what you do is you look for external factor to push all the blame on. You get what I'm trying to show you? And that's been happening for like decades now. Like, if it ain't this, it was the Irish first. Oh, it's all the Irish fault, the IRA. They're terrorizing England and this and that. It's bollocks. You can't satisfy the people that you that are in your country at the moment. And then
even with the IRA, that was engineered as well, because the British was directly involved in arming both sides.
Yeah,
and even the propaganda machine of it all, it was the British behind it. It's the British military industrial complex that was behind it.
Definitely. Even look at Zimbabwe. Like, fucking Mugabe was fucking Britain's best friend.
Yeah.
Ago. You get what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden now he's out of favour and he's the worst. It's fucking same thing with Gaddafi. He was having fucking lunches with the Prime Minister and the Queen and all that. And now he's the most terriblest thing. These people are full of shit, man. You know what I mean?
Well, change is coming. That's all I know, man. If it like the more they've created memory cards now that can store a lifetime of information. So let's look at this for what it is. The more corrupt people are, the more it's going to be exposed. And there have existed people in political movements that, like, for example, Mandela, who he was involved in some of. Winnie Mandela was involved in some kind of underworld tactics, but at the end of the day, that was in defense. That was in defense of their beliefs. But it's going to be difficult to expose and shame a lot of the good people that are in for the good fight. For example, if the internet was around when Bob Marley was around, it'd probably just show him as a good freedom fighter. There wouldn't be no corruption to him because he wasn't really trying to be corrupt. Whereas a lot of these people in politics, they're corrupt from the get-go, from as soon as they start. Do you know what I'm saying? So with all the evidence that's going to be piling up against these people, it's going to be difficult for them to be like snaky in the public eye. It's going to be.
But you know what, brother? This goes back to the information era now, where we've got so much information. They've got this thing called, I've never heard it. I don't agree with this shit. And I'll never agree with it. But they said all publicity is good publicity. And to me, that's some internet bollocks. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if you do fuckery, you're supposed to get called out. It's not supposed to be good for you all of a sudden. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is where the blurred lines come into it. Do you know what I mean, brothers?
No, you know why? Like, you see all this shit out in the open. I hate seeing like some of the shit I see on the internet. But then the good point of it is, I know who the fuck to keep away from.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Because people expose themselves with what they indulge in and shit, and I just be like, all right, well, I know to keep the fuck away from you. You know what I mean?
It's
and
like there's a film called the Billingdon Boys, the Billingdon Club, and it's about how in Cambridge or Oxford there's this society of chosen dudes that do weird stuff, and then they go into politics, but they're corrupt. So a movie's exposed what Boris Johnson and David Cameron's kind of university days were like. And it's like for a movie to expose that, come on now, like it's gonna come to a point where this establishment that they're built up to be robust with its military power is becoming more vulnerable as the days go by, because the establishment used guns, force, and laws and stuff to shut people's freedom of speech down. But and this is why China's very much stricter on internet restrictions in comparison to America and Britain, because China wants to maintain its establishment. But where America and England went wrong is they didn't see the threat of it, and it's going to rearrange their politics. It's like it's too late in the game now for them to start being heavy-handed and saying you can't say this and you can't talk about that person and you can't take.
Yeah, because they've been about freedom all this time. Yeah, I get it.
That's why last night when they was showing videos of the police having a fight in Hyde Park with the people, I was kind of shocked. I was like, "Raw," do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, they chased them out the park and all that.
Yeah, the whole power system in the West is gonna change because the younger people are going to be more fearful for it, more fearless, and have more courage. And the associations of our future prime ministers and our future,
I think things are going to be more irrational for a while. There's going to be a lot of irrational shit happening because people are going to be based on their emotions, and this is what they've been targeting, people's emotions. All this COVID shit, it's emotion. It's an emotion thing. It's designed to attack your emotions. You're going shopping and people are looking at you weird because you're not wearing a mask. Like,
yeah, I believe that as well. Especially with the night.
I just think to myself, like, if you're that fearful, what are you doing out shopping? Like, really? Like, if you're that fearful, stay in your fucking yard. The digital era's here, man. Just get everything delivered to your yard. You know what I mean? If you're that scared.
In 13 years' time, our next prime minister is going to have to have lived a life similar to Kim Kardashian. Basically, what I'm saying is literally have something similar to a 24-hour reality TV show like Big Brother, from when they left school to when they become the prime minister. Because without that type of propaganda and that type of media hype surrounding them, someone's going to draw right. You slept with this person. You had an affair. You've got a secret child. Your mum was an alcoholic. So the type of leaders that Britain's going to have to produce, like literally in the next decade, it's not going to be able to catch up with what social media is doing to take on these establishment figures. They haven't got enough time to train these establishment figures. They haven't got enough time to catch up with the game because the cat's been let out of the bag. So their whole political system's at threat, and all of this woke Black Lives Matter, yeah, it's propaganda, but it's only exposing all of their colonial roots. So their colonial roots are gonna rot and erode because the only way they can maintain power is by letting go a bit of their colonial roots to make them look more balanced to the majority, because it's all the rug is being pulled from underneath the establishment like fast, and they're trying to. That's why they're using distraction techniques like what Heathen said, like race wars and stuff like that, to keep everybody busy arguing whilst they try to restructure their power structure.
Yeah.
That's fact. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. 100% agree with that. You know what I mean? And obviously, the more confused state they've got us in, it's the better for them. Because I've noticed it even with knife crime. I don't need to know what's happened in Newham. I respect Newham and everything. It's just up the road and God bless. But that must be fucking killing our children. Do you know what I'm saying? Like every 10 seconds you hear that this man lost his life or this young youth.
Yeah, same in Birmingham, man. Same in Birmingham, man. Every fucking day there's something.
Innit? You don't want to know what's going on in Lizelles. Like, fucking hell. I mean, like, you might.
It weren't that bad though back in the day, man. Back in the day, it wasn't that bad. It's only the last 10 years. Yeah, it's just
the information overload.
Every year it's getting worse and worse, man.
The information overload what we're getting, bro. And this must be fucking up our kids. Do you know what I'm saying?
Nah, a lot of the youth are on these fucking mad drugs, bro. Everyone's on this Molly and shit, man. You think that shit it's chemical based, man. It's gonna fucking chemically imbalance your body in some way.
Are they really on?
You know, it's mental illness, yeah. It's self-inflicted, man, in a lot of ways.
Are they really taking Molly and shit though? I don't know.
Yeah, man, that's it, man.
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know if they're really taking that shit. I don't know. Really?
Yeah, man.
Like one or two of them going partying.
We don't see where the shit comes from. You know what I mean? We don't.
I'm saying no. You're not hearing me, bro. I'm asking. Do you like? Because I've heard. Oh yeah, these kids are taking all this mad shit. Are they really? Are all these kids taking all this mad shit? All the ones that are stabbing each other up and that, are they really all high?
No, that's probably over. That's probably over things, though, isn't it? Like women, money.
Yeah.
Listen, man, most of this shit.
Testosterone.
I keep telling people, like people used to believe that people are dying over drug territory and that. Like, and I think that's a popular stereotype that the media.
Yeah, it's a stereotype that is.
But I think more than anything, they just dying because of the wrong person in the wrong time. You get me? That's it. Like
the way that they react to things as well. A lot of things are the way that people react to things, man. Someone gets in an altercation and they don't make people like I can disarm a situation just with words. If, you know what I mean? Make somebody see sense in their errors.
I was making a separate point. I was saying, it's spotted by somebody from an area that gives them license to attack the other person. Simple. Oh, well, the code around here is you man are from
yeah.
We're from Red Lane, so now I can kill you, or I don't. And it's like, bro, these kids, I don't know what's going on with them, but I'm not sure if it's drugs or
I think it's the culture, man, the music, the TV, man. It's you know, you watch Top Boy, bro. Everyone's like, yeah, man, big things, man. Put that out there, yeah. Oh, did you? Yeah, but really.
I hear you, yeah.
You get me? Like I see. No. There's people like us.
Yeah, but how far did you take it?
No, Jed, there's people like us here that watch something like that, yeah, and we see it as like, yeah, it's just entertainment, and but there's young,
I'm saying when you was
unconditioned minds.
No, I'm saying when you was a kid.
When I was a youth.
Yeah, when you was a kid, you watched. Listen.
I used to be trouble, man.
But listen, when you was a kid, you watched Scarface. And how far did you take it, internalizing that?
I was like, yeah, he's balling. You can make money off drugs. That's how I seen it. But I was seeing him as a nitty. I was like, yeah, he's a nitty. He's taking the thing.
But I'm saying, how far did you go to emulate that?
I didn't emulate it. Nah,
Why not?
See myself like that.
Why not?
Because I knew it was a fictional thing. But then I saw my friends be like, yeah, we used to have posters.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I had a Scarface poster. I'm not really.
No, but you know what I mean. They used to worship it, man. They used to worship.
I'm not sure that. Well, let me ask someone else. Like Freddie, you watched Scarface.
Yeah, brother.
Especially Sopranos, and that was around.
How much did you try to become Scarface when you watched Scarface?
I tried a lot, man. In my younger days, more paid in full. Though I tried to keep up with all of that American, more New Jack City. Sorry, tried to keep up with all of that.
Oh wow, New Jack City. So you tried to you saw Nino Brown as being something viable.
Yeah, exactly. I saw him as a good individual at the first half of the movie. I saw that he was bringing in his brothers and sisters. He was making a little chips here and there.
So do you think that same influence, you're admitting to an influence, do you think that's the same as what H is saying, drill music for these youngsters? Is it the same kind of influence?
100%, man, because music played a major part. Shook ones and all that. Like, I'm not a shook one, and you do dumb shit. Fucking prove that you're not a shook one or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, man, it had crazy effects on man's brains.
And what about like the white stereotypical East End gangsters? What were they watching?
Yeah, no, they fucked man's head off as well, because obviously, like, you see them thriving in the crime. Like, well, I'm saying
no, not you watching them. I said, what were they watching? Because it seems like we're making a link between media and this type of destructive behavior in youth. So does it only apply to black people or what? What's going on? Asians and that. Like, do you know what I mean? How is it affecting white people? What are white people watching or not watching? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if unless there's a specific science that's aimed at certain people, I'm trying to see, because there's way more white gangsters in England than anyone else, right? Can we admit that? Can we accept that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right, cool.
Definitely.
So what are they watching and what are they listening to?
I think they listen to the government, fam, and they listen to the law, the police, and the law around them, and they see that all these things are broken, so they can just manipulate them or break them down even further to get where they need to be.
Does anyone else get what I'm trying to ask them?
Yeah, I see. I think I see where you're coming from, but with the gangsters, let's say like the English gangsters, like back in day ones, and they're still quite modern ones now, and the Romanians now, and the East
Grey twins and shit.
That's a business for them. It's like a mob, you could say. It's like a business for them. As for the kids now, let's say killing each other and all this gang warfare, it's more times not even financial related. You know what I mean? A lot of the beef is sadly inherited, let's say, from their elders and from their elders, and just based on where you live. You know what I mean? And I think, just answer your question, Jeddah, what you said about what's kind of causing a lot of these kids to kind of, let's say, be on a mad one compared to how they were a lot. I think what kind of makes it just so mad now is because of social media, things like Snapchat, things like all these kind of things whereby kids now could actually...
We've got stupidity on tap and stuff.
They could record violations. Violations back in the day might be...
Last forever. I can tell you a story. Yo, Marv slapped Jedi.
Remember Happy Slap back in the day?
Yo, Marv slapped Jedi, and then Freddie could be like, no, that's bullshit. Jedi would never fucking have it, yeah? And it can be a thing of, Jedi, I heard you got slapped by Marv, but I'm not sure whether it's true. Tell me why I can deny it. But now, by the time I've woken up, 50,000 people have fucking seen this thing, messaging me all sorts. Like, yo, you got slapped by Marv. Like, rah, what's going on? Like,
I'll be honest, I won't be able to look. I'll be honest, if I got violated on camera back in the day, I don't know I'm gonna handle that kind of pressure. I want to feel like doing something. Like, right. If I'm 15 years old, you know what I mean? I remember just some guy trying at me at 15 years old, and it's just a couple man. Bro, I'm losing it then. But imagine it being on the internet and it's forever existing. What makes me sick though? What makes me more sick is when you go on YouTube and you find out there's certain channels, so probably some neeks behind the keyboard who actually broadcast all these different Snapchats. Think, oh, so and so got violated from so and so gang, and you got other kids within the comments putting up scoreboards. Like they're not even involved, but they're just watching and it's just entertainment.
No, I know Marv is from He chefed up younger
Exactly.
It amplifies. It's like the whole. I just looked. It's funny that Fred was mentioning Newham, so I just looked at the young boy.
Because I'm from Newham, by the way, as well.
Right. So they were talking about this younger grinner that got killed yesterday or day before yesterday, a young youth. But what happened is his older brother Grinner was killed in 2017. So the mum had two sons stabbed to death, right, within a 5-year space or whatever. And I suppose it's like, how can I put it? I suppose it's like, yo, the level of comments in the chat has already implicated an area of people or even a specific person to being who's responsible for both killings. They're arguing about it. You're dumb. Jedi never killed that guy. It was them man did. And then the other one's like, nah, but these men can't rest now. Or this would never happen if these men never killed that man. And it's like, it's fully out of control. But just to quickly bring it back here, because I don't think I got a satisfactory answer to what the white gangsters were watching and listening to when they were doing what the craze. What were they watching? Don't tell me no Guy Ritchie films. Those Guy Ritchie films just came yesterday. Snatch.
They were boxers, don't they?
No one is hitting the fucking road because they've watched Snatch. Don't try it.
I think what happened with them is they were boxers, innit? So it became like a firm. It became like a security firm and like an extortion racket, like going to their local shops. If you don't want us to smack you up and fuck up your shop.
Yeah, but where did that mentality come from?
It's just money, man. It's just money.
Gangsters, bro.
It's just really just money, though. It's like the reason why you probably want to join a firm is basically just to really earn money. Okay, so I want to go and work for the craze now. All they want me to do is go down a couple of shops and pressure these guys to pay their tax, basically their street tax. And you got the same thing. You got the same thing all over Africa and all over Asia.
In some areas, there ain't a choice. That's the difference. In some areas,
so you're saying the defining factor is poverty.
Yeah. Yeah, poverty.
A lot of the times, yeah, and
I'd
lack
agree
of
with that.
opportunities.
Okay, so let's weigh it up now. Is it Drill? Is it Paid in Full on Netflix? Snatch,
I think it's a combination of all.
Or is it Poverty? Which one is it?
All of the above.
Influence and poverty.
All of the above.
Poverty.
All of
because I've been watching rude movies for a hot minute.
Influence and poverty, because I've been broke, yeah, and I've still managed to make money legit, just by using my brain and just making things happen.
Right.
So it's not really an excuse. People just want the easier option.
No, we ain't got all the same brain capacity. We ain't got all the same brain capacity, brother. There's people that don't know their mum and dad, so they're not trying to work out how they're going to get money legitly. Do you know what I'm saying? There's people just ready to roll right now. Do you know what I'm saying?
Remember, it all starts off very light. When these kids, when they start, let's say, doing like going the legal route, it starts off very light, holding something for an older. It starts off very light before, you know, it takes babies, they take little steps. It's not like they just start shutting straight away.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes he just buns weed and he's like, okay, cool. He realizes his boys bun weed as well with him. He thought, do you know what? I'm gonna pick up a little thing and shot to my boys first. And he's just making a little piece to buy a PlayStation game at the end of the month or buy some crepes in a couple of months. He's not even making money like that. Right? So he's thinking, okay, I'm just going to smoke the profit and sell the rest of my boys. And then he's like, oh, hold up. I'm actually.
Can I throw something in the mix?
I'm just wondering why poverty is going to make you stab another kid.
This is where I was going to come in.
With the violence,
that's where I was going to come in. I was going to come in on that point because I can see it from a structural position. So, like, take away the social shaping of media. Yeah, let's look at the family structure. So 9 times out of 10, when you've got a family in poverty, it creates dysfunction. Whether it means a broken home or, you know, bills not being paid, lack of childcare provisions, it has a detrimental effect on poverty. Can destroy a family, and then whoever's child's being brought up under those situations has to find a way, innit? And more times it's going to be finding a way in a criminal kind of way, innit? When you're talking about minors getting involved in crime, you always have to look at their elders. Who's raising this minor?
One thing I want to chuck in there, though, Red, good point. But a lot of these kids now, they're not raised in poverty. A lot of these kids actually have their mums buy them crepes probably 2-3 times a year. They got PS4s at home. They got fresh clothes, not the best. They're not living large.
You know what I learned?
All the basic things, right?
Marv, you know what I learned? I learned that I was taught that's not poverty. I come to realize,
that's not poverty.
Nah, not. It's not about whether you got a computer or not in your yard. Even though, like, my old school vision of poverty, because I didn't have the computer, I didn't have these things. Was a lack of materials. It's not even about it's not material poverty. It's a mental, maybe even a spiritual, and definitely an emotional poverty.
Right.
100 million%, Jay. Because can I say one thing though, brother? When I was growing up, man told me there ain't no fucking job for man. Worse, you've been in prison. Forget about it. Get that out of your mind, bro. Like, I got told that for years and years. I fucking believed it for years until about 18, 19 when I went away. That's when I said, you know what? Nah, there is jobs, innit? Like, I've been to a poor country and still got jobs. So I know when I come back, I'm not fucking about. I'm definitely getting a job. I don't know what man talking about, but I'm on jobs. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, the messages we get fed as well. When you're coming in from a poor mindset and a poor environment, you get fed dumb shit, you know, bro. You get fed
I'll say one of the pressing things from what I've seen from my experience, growing up is like, one thing I could say is exclusion is one of the main things. Is schools giving up hope on like kids which are a bit naughty, who maybe push it a bit, is exclusion. Once you get excluded, a lot of the kids, once they get excluded and they go to one of these, like post-exclusion schools, and they're all together, it's peak. Most of these kids don't really come out lead to the streets. Another thing I would say with most of the men who are on road is the majority of the ones that I was around or whatever from growing up is that a lot of us had daddy issues. A lot of us didn't have our pups around. You know what I mean?
That's a very common one. If you listen to Tupac and Dear Mama, he says it all in the rap, innit? So
you know what I mean? Some of these guys were not actually had peas.
Yeah.
Their mums had peas, you know what I mean? Their mums drove good cars.
Yes,
and their dads had peas as well, but the dad was, let's say, maybe back and forth from Africa, come UK for about a month, sees his kids back in Africa doing his business. He's just not really around like that. And he had everything, but he still was misguided, you get me?
But so you can't just be a past true father and expect your son to be a well-balanced man. At the end of the day, things happen, innit?
You over a mad stone with that. There's bare stuff under that rock that you just lifted.
And that's one of the major factors. One of the major factors, bro. It's not really
I read it's like we've gone full circle now, back to the parenting. Like we reach back to now. We're gonna get back to chastisement and all that. But let me just welcome Flame on, because you know, sometimes it's hard to find a footing. So I open the door for my welcome, Flame.
Big up, Flame.
Big up.
Yo, Flame. Can't hear shit. All right, go on, Red. Hit us with what he's gonna say now.
Yeah, no, I think it's imperative. If you're living in the UK and you're not part of the 87% of the Caucasian majority and you're planning to procreate, you really do need to have a strategy. Even if you're going to split from your baby mums, you need to have a concrete strategy on how you're going to get your child to the age of 18 without any of these issues. You know what I mean? Because it's imperative. You cannot be living outside of reality and not seeing it that way. Especially in
amalgamating bare things. Like, sorry to cut you in, because obviously I was chatting away, but my mic wasn't even turned on, so I was about to switch at everyone. But yeah, but hear what I'm saying, yeah. You're not ultimately talking about influence, innit? That can happen in many different ways. Ultimately, it's influence. I could go ride out because I ain't got no trainers. I could go ride out because I ain't got no food in the cupboard. I could go ride out because my bedrooms are riding out. I could go ride out because there's no dad in my house and I'm thinking, fuck this shit. It's ultimately influence, and that can happen in many, many different forms. We can't just put it in single boxes and say, yeah, that's because of this and that's because of that. Do you know what I'm saying?
But if that's the case, like I feel like if that's the case, why does it feel like we look for drill, hip hop,
because that can't be excused. That can't be excused.
One second to explain Wagwan in one side of the community. On the other side of the community, Manchester, Liverpool, where the gangsters are mainly white, because it's white majority, and there's some serious, like there's probably not a more gangster city than Liverpool. And obviously they've got black people there. They've had it from time and a mixed race, a whole mixed race culture.
But family does influence. Family has influence. Family members have influence. Like my family members, I could have been greenlighting 101 people just because of the back of the people that I know and how much machine was around in my house. But I didn't choose to do that.
Wait, Flame. Because I actually want to create this point to put it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
On one side, where you grew up, most of us on the panel grew up. Maybe not H. Yeah, but maybe H too. Because he's Brum. Yeah, so on our side, we're looking at drill, hip hop, yada yada yada, music, films. Yeah,
but it's not just that though.
But, bruv, just you gotta be patient, Flame.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, this is the conversation. These are all the things that were brought up, bro. You get me? We're on one side, we're looking at these factors, but on the other side, the majority, the 87%. That Red was talking about, we have the same level of violence, gangsterism, or whatever you want to call it, criminality, blah, blah, blah. But it seems like we're not looking for the same excuses of why it's like that over there. So I'm trying to understand why.
I'm not divided.
It's very different because in Liverpool, for example, this is like, let's say, these are like organized gangsters. It's all peas. It's nothing to do. It's just peas.
You gotta keep separating the thing, man. It's not separate, bro. Like, separate. No, bro, there's different avenues, yeah. When it comes to when you're talking about white people and old school gangsters and that's family. That's different. That's still influence. There's no one waking up and saying, "Rah, I'm waking up on violence. I'm waking up on violence today." It don't work like that.
Who started the influence? I guess is what I'm asking you. Then, if you're saying
it comes in many different forms, though, Jeds. Literally, I know about guns for many different reasons. It's not just for one reason. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I know about this for many music. But like before, I was on the block before I even was into hip hop. Like that. Grime was the first thing that I kind of invested in. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and that Grime, like we used to listen to Grime and we were about lyrics. It wasn't about going Even though they were talking about fuckery and whatever, it was straight lyrics. All right, this guy's dropping bars. Da 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 da. That didn't influence me in that way.
No.
The man didn't influence me in a certain way.
No. If you listen to violent lyrics, I don't give a fuck how poetic it is. You telling me that it's not going to influence you?
I'm saying no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's not going to be the only reason I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It does have an
and
effect.
I think we need to stop doing that. I think we need to start closing the conversation.
We're trying to create a list. We're trying to create a list of reasons. And what I'm saying is the list of reasons we create for the quote unquote ends, and I'm talking about Black and Asian majority kind of areas or whatever you want to say. We don't seem to have the same book of lists or lists of.
But I do though. I don't understand that. I could give you. I chose not to do certain things, but I can give you 101 reasons as to why.
How come you never said it's all family when we were talking about the ends? Because
what do you mean? I've been saying this. I've been saying this, family. I said I grew up around machine. Like I grew up 13 years old. I was hearing about Mac 10s, AK-47s, and that wasn't from London because my dad had man them all over the fucking country that would come and man them would be speaking to my dad saying, "Right, my youth found out this and my youth found out that, whatever, whatnot."
Yeah, but
so I was sitting there thinking, "Right, like, I got
reason,
access to mad machine if I wanted to."
The ultimate reason why you got access to the machines, innit, is to eat, fam. You get what I'm trying to show you? Because I never bought a machine to have it to stare in the mirror and fucking pose in the bathroom. I bought it to protect my pee. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but then this is the thing, Freddie. The first time I see a hunting, a spinner, the first time I see a spinner was my brethren come up to me and said, "Yes, what do you want from the shop?" I was like, "Are you fucking dumb, bruv?"
I think it boils down to monetary gain, family, man.
But then there's a multitude of things, though, Freddie, innit? Like you will go out there, you go to war for certain reasons.
If it boils down to monetary gain, if it boils down to that, then why are they not dying for money now? Then
no, family. 1 second. Let me tell you this. Yeah, I know man that got good mum, good dad, king. Yeah, they come from the best homes. Yeah, but guess what? They felt sorry for a man like me because they understood my struggle. They thought, fuck, he's got brothers and sisters fucking hanging out of his windows. We better try and look about getting some money with Russ. And then when I got into a nice financial position, I fucking didn't have to do shit on road. Didn't have to do nothing to nobody. But I felt sorry for my dons. That wasn't in my position. Do you get what I'm saying? So it does boil down to finances. I'm sure you helped somebody that ain't been in your position, or I'm sure you licked it and you didn't have to. You never had to do shit.
Facts, but then we can't deny any of these things, Fred. Like all of these things are amalgam. Like it's all individually based, isn't it? All of these things are reasons. I think what we do is because we come from a certain pocket, we try to push that forward. Oh, this is the reason. This is the reason. If it ain't drill up north, it's something else. If it ain't family down south, it's something else.
I just think our gangsterism is popularized in movies, and everybody gravitates to our gangsterism, where white gangsterism is probably more corporate, more official, more boring, but a bit more paperwork to it.
Can I say something?
White gangsterism is violence, like different kind of violence, like. I don't think you lot are getting it. Us even is different kind of violence, like.
It's differently corporate. Cause all my gangster white brethren have got mad businesses, fam, and they're turning over good guap. Like it's corporate, fam. They're gonna cut a man in the face, and then they're gonna go and do their taxes, fam. Come on, man.
So Scotland, yeah. Scotland 10 years ago was.
Flame,
sorry.
Flame, before you do that, sorry, brother. I just need to let Sasha jump in as well. Go on, Sash.
Yeah, go on.
You know what it is? I feel like it's too simple with what I'm gonna say. I think it might be a bit.
No disclaimers, man. What are you gonna say?
Is it? I like the word manufactured today. Is it a manufactured anger outlet?
Ultimately, yeah, I'd agree with you.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, go on, man. Bear Stone's getting on turn today, boy.
Yeah,
manufactured.
That's it.
Ultimately, yeah.
That was a deep one, still.
It's manufactured masculinity.
Because I mean, we've kind of spoke about our quote unquote developing countries, yeah. And similar in the Philippines, I've seen cousins have bare minimum and they are very, very happy people. extremely happy people.
I wanted to touch on that
So
as well,
is
actually,
it
because
is it
everyone
all
kept
money?
mentioning development. Yeah, sorry, Sash.
So
Go on.
that's all right. That's all it is. Is it all money? Because I've seen people with nothing.
I do
be
not
very
believe it's
peaceful
money.
and happy
I do
people.
not believe it's all
I
money.
don't think it's money with, let's say, these kids, because I think when we talk about, let's say, like a lot
Kids
of the
don't
old
even know
school
what they're
gangsters
beefing about, man.
and the
Have you
mobs, yeah, I
spoken
agree
to
with
kids
that.
and what they're beefing about? They don't
A
even
lot of
know
it,
where it
is
even
inherited,
started.
and it's peer pressure. The peer pressure is like mad, because there was pressure before when I was young, but now it's just crazy, as me and Jenna touched on your social media. But let's say with these olders now, you're forgetting that the way they form these, let's say, these proper like mob boss, like these kind of proper mobs, right? Is that this goes back? You can't even trace the roots of this, because this is how governments were formed as well. Is by extorting people, forcing people to pay taxes, taking certain areas. If you don't abide by this, then we'll beat you up. But now it's evolved whereby, okay, now we've got prisons now. You don't do this, you don't do that, we can throw you in prisons. So it's just certain people taking areas and governing the rest of the people. That's how kind of governments are formed. So what these people are doing, are governing themselves in their own way. So they're setting up certain, they take care of certain areas, they're extorting all the people. Okay, if you want to have a shop in my area, you got to pay me a certain tax. You're not paying me a certain tax, I can't send you to prisons because I don't own them. I'm going to beat you up though, take your kneecaps, as they'll say back in the day. You know what I mean? So it's all different. But remember, these are like proper like white collar criminals though. As Fred said, these guys are doing their taxes. These guys have got shares in God knows what. These guys have got villas in Spain.
That shows
very
us
different.
how the mindset of many people of what criminal is. That shows
these
us
kids,
what the mindset is they think criminal is just thugging out, being gangster, like whatever ethnicity you may be. Everyone's got that idea of what criminal is. But if you actually deep it, the real criminals, they're very, very nice.
Sarah, going back to what you said about Philippines,
Sasha, by the way.
Sorry, Sasha. Sorry, my bad, Sasha.
Sorry. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. In different regions, it's different. But in England, in London, poverty can affect the family structure differently to how it affects it in Philippines, because we've got the social security system, which gives bonuses if there isn't a man in the house, isn't it? So at the end of the day,
it doesn't
it's a different
promote
social security
community
system. Yeah, and then on top of that, you've got a lot of dudes that for whatever reason they're living off grid, so they might not be registered to vote, they might not have like their documents, passports, and all that. So for a man like that, that's from a lineage that's like that. For example, you've got a lot of pikeys that live in caravans and they're off grid, and they settle beefs in their own personal way, innit? They don't involve feds, they don't involve nothing. They got their own little culture, innit?
But I feel like they give us. I feel like they tell us, for everyone, I don't care, like whatever, just for everyone on different levels, they tell us all how to live. They tell us what is good, what is bad, what is whatever. They give us.
That's what I'm trying to scratch at. I'm trying to scratch at that.
You know, and then you have
system.
but it's not just money, man. This is the thing. It's not just money. It's deeper. I sound cheesy as fuck. It's more spiritual, because if you do go again, I'm going to bring Philippines. This is what I fucking love about having the opportunity to live there and see the difference, because the kids, like there's not so many rules attached, but yet they still function in a beautiful way. Whereas here, it's like, you have to go into whatever thing they've set out is the choices, but there's so many more choices.
Sis, I know, and what you're saying is a good point. But trust me, man, from the time we're 4 years old and going to primary school, we get taught to count money. 2 pence add 2 pence means 4. When you go to secondary school, they tell you if you don't do what we say, you're going to be a failure. You're not going to be able to have a good income. So everything.
So they make us think that everything is about money, though. Like even with the getting money, but also with the not having money, like the implications of not having money. They even lie about what that is. Like I just feel as if, I don't know, man.
Another thing, for hours and hours and say this is because of that, this is because of that. But what I think the only one answer, not even one answer, but the only thing is the solution. I can tell you 101 reasons, because I don't have one sole reason as to why.
We ain't gonna have a solution. We ain't gonna get a cure until we know what the disease is, and we ain't gonna know what the disease is fully until we know what the causes of the disease is. That's why I think it is important to try and actually get our minds around, what is the cause of all of this? because
It's not
I
what we're
feel like
talking about then. It's
we keep
ultimately the
but we
system,
keep
innit?
getting stuck when I feel like we keep getting stuck and hitting a glass ceiling when we get to money. I think some people believe money is the root cause. I'm not one of them people.
Jedi, I think money's an influence, but what I see as a solution is a lot of community cohesion. And what happens is we get lost in bringing up our children, and we kind of don't have a direction of. You see, for example, a Jewish person will have a bar mitzvah, at age 13, and that is their kind of transition into adulthood. It's where they leave their childhood behind. What happens with a lot of us with daughters? We kind of just have a dream of everything's going to be okay if we just do the right thing, and we don't really have strategies into shaping our communities with our children, with our faith, or with our people. We don't really. So bad things happen, and you're like, oh, she's with that guy. I don't really like him, but oh well, what can I do? It's England. I can't say anything, but good luck to her, kind of. Or good luck to my son. He's just had a baby. Oh, what can I do? And it's that kind of what can I do lifestyle culture, which we're kind of trapped in. It's creating this subculture within the mainstream culture that reinforces the idea that we're not part of society. We're just beneath it. We don't deserve anything.
I feel as well that
that's a beautiful point.
We're not. I feel as if we're not allowed to have responsibility over ourselves. Like we think we do, but I feel like they've taken that responsibility and given us a little bit of it back and said,
ultimately it's education, isn't it? Ultimately it's self-education. Man not taught how we think, man not taught how we process thoughts and all of these things. So when it comes to certain things, we just do without assessing. And I feel like you see in certain countries like Germany, Sweden, all of these places, foundation is psychology. Foundation is English. Foundation is so many things that we have to grow up here and choose to know, rather than being fed all this other. Like there's self-education is key, because this education is fucked. And I think ultimately it will be education, Carl. If you don't know why you did half the things, you're gonna end up with PTSD.
No, but these guys,
a situation that you didn't fully understand. Now you don't have to cope with it.
What we have to remember with these kids, that's why I sympathize with a lot of where they're coming from, because I was a kid myself. But as Jedi was touching on before, is like these kids are not dumb. They're quite smart. But once he's been slapped up and that video's gone viral, what do you tell this kid? What could you say to this kid then? You could tell him, what's easier said than done is not just take it on the chin, forget about it. Everyone will forget about it soon. There'll be a next kid getting slapped up. But he's going to school looking like a mug. He's walking around his area getting robbed because everyone thinks he's a mug now.
Yeah.
So unless he does something and he's got that pressure, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it's like what
we're running around the houses putting out fires and no one's really getting onto the arsonists.
It's one thing which is very difficult. I remember Nipsey Hussle saying this a long time, saying this when he was alive, and it's very difficult. It's hard to implement. Is that we just need to start learning how to take disrespect and take it on the chin, certain forms of disrespect. Because the problem with us is that when we get disrespected, sometimes we blow out of proportions, and our reactions to disrespect is crazy.
All right, Marv,
it's hard to.
In response to what you're saying, Marv, in response to what you're saying, Marv, there's seven of us on this panel,
Right.
So if your child was to slap my child, they was going to school together, secondary school, and your child was to humiliate my son, ideally, what should happen is we take into consideration that I can approach you as a man without harboring my son's embarrassment, and come to your home and discuss it like two men, or then your son can come to my house. I can teach him about my morals, and I can reprimand him politely in your presence, and talk to him and explain to him like why I disagree with what he did, and we can put it behind us without getting all the school involved with exclusions and delete the videos. Like we can go into your son's account, delete the video.
It's where the videos come into it makes it.
But in the real world, that video's gone to 100,000 people within an hour since it's happened.
Then we make another video with both our sons together. As adults, what I'm trying to say is within our community on this panel, we have the authority to deal with the situation and pacify it and turn it into a learning experience and keep the community tight. If I start getting into an immature mindset to fight tell my son to stab your son, or to come and find you to punch you for my ego and my pride. I've just destroyed the whole community and everybody else.
But why are
in
we
the group.
isolating the youngers and
That's why I
the man
believe
at that as well? We're isolating scenarios though, because when we're talking about this thing, females are involved. There's younger generation that are involved that are skinning out, having kids. Where some of the baby fathers are thinking, right, the only way I can make peas right now is touching the roads. I think we're isolating these situations as an amalgamation of so many things that contribute to this. Like if we're talking about, we're talking about video violations, then we're just talking about one aspect. Then we have to say, right, we're only focusing on this right now, and because.
Flame, we see where we're coming from, but we're going to talk about one matter at a time. We can't, as we mentioned before, there is many matters, but we can't start. Every point
this is all amalgamated, though, innit? Like, so when we're talking about Mandem on Road, and we're just talking about drillings, innit? We're specifically talking about drillings. We ain't talking about why a certain man would go and sell drugs and
I think we're talking about drillings here because I think we're talking about the case in is it Custom House of that boy getting shot. So I think the topic was kind of, let's say, bet drilling. But
okay, I get it. I just need clarity.
But I'll agree with what you're saying there, Red. But the thing is, like, that's why I believe that with the generation of these kids now, I personally think our generation here as adults, I think we may do a better job, not because our parents or the older generations are doing a bad job, is that they don't understand what's going on as much with these kids. We could relate with them and know how it was back in school in this country. Most of our African Caribbean parents don't know how it was in school in this country, what happens when somebody gets slapped or someone gets pushed and a big circle goes around. You know what I mean? And everyone's going, ooh, they don't understand. They don't understand that. You know what I mean? But we understand this. And a lot of our, let's say, our uncles and our dads and stuff, whereby they are maybe in and out of the country, doing business back home, coming back here, doing blah, blah, blah. I excuse them to a certain degree as well, because they don't know how they thought, okay, cool, I brought my kids to this country. I want to set up business back home and monitor that. So my kids, when they grow up, they're better off financially. But he doesn't understand that, you know what, your kid needs you more than that business back home. He don't understand that yet, but he's just thinking, okay, cool. Let me come to this country, work as a security guard, work 7 days a week as security guard, grind hard, go back home and try and flip this money. That's him trying to grind up for his family, but his son needs him.
That's what I'm saying about the monetary gain, guys, because what Red said is good. Like, we should be sorting out things for obviously our children's future. You know what I'm saying? Right. So obviously, if you get a slap of this on camera, you ain't got to take it as too much as heart, because we've got a business to run, or we still got things to look about. After we sorted that thing, you know what I'm saying? After we sorted out this and that, that's when we can go to the petty shit. And
isn't that education though? Isn't that education? Aren't we ultimately talking about self-education? Because I got to a certain age when I would look back at my life and I think, right, I done bare dumb shit. I bullied bare man just for jokes, for bants, like, and I did back then. I didn't see it as bullying. I just see it as raw running joke, and that even like to a point where one time I was sitting in hospital, all fucked up, metal in my mouth, Someone comes to me and says, "Yo, we're gonna deal with your situation, but there's only one way we're gonna deal with it. And can you live with that? Because that's what we came here to ask you. If you can live with that. If you can't live with that, then you're like, we're gonna allow it, innit? We're gonna chat to them. But the ultimate solution is for man to drop in it. So then I'm sitting there and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, raw, like my whole life, like this is what it's been, like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm being put in a position where man have to own this and do this for life now. If I choose to make this, I'm gonna have to do this for life. But then I was thinking to myself, these were olders as well. So I had no choice but to drop a man or whatnot. So I thought to myself, raw, like these men have gone through certain things that I went through. That's why they're here. Now, if I keep perpetuating this, how am I even stopping the cycle? I need to go do something else and kill them with success. So now when I come around their estate, they see, man, they can't, like, it's not that no more. It's about elevating yourself. You come around, like, if you come around me and you come around my youngers, they're going to be like, not even youngers, but the man, they're going to tell you, right, it's about elevating, but we can't hold no violation. And that's where I fall short on. And that's probably because of the influence I've had and whatnot, blah, blah.
The thing is, just respect what gang were doing as well. Is like, you know, a couple of men who are from the road going back and actually talking to the kids. I think a lot of us could do that in our walks in life as well. Some of us already do it. Some of us probably don't, but I can just encourage it. And you could be anyone. You could be someone who's actually not even from ends. But talking to these guys, and you may have some little relation with one of these boys, talking to him,
facts,
and just putting him on whether you're a barber, you're doing your barber thing. Oh, you can actually make money this way, you know. Look, I'm fresh, I'm getting girls, whatever it is, because these guys like the same things other kind of males like as well. You get me?
Because I had to get to like 18, 19 before I realized my mum's struggle in it. Because I was out here doing fuckery, dumb shit, whatnot. But when I got to a certain age, then I realized, wow, Mumsy went through a lot, you know. Mumsy went through this, That's why she was moving this way. That's why I was holding licks every other day. Boom, 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 boom. I need to wisen up. I can't be doing And that's because I had to go through experiences and educate myself through my experiences. And that's how I grew. But we don't get that. We like you were just saying, we don't, like, gang were trying to do that, but we don't do that more enough. I'm saying ultimately it's self-education, because the system is not trying to educate us for us to better ourselves.
No, but you basically hit the point that I was making, because if say for example in a fantasy, this panel, 7 of us, we all had daughters this year, or 4 of us had daughters, 3 of us had sons. What my guy just said is he would have the power, if he's raising a daughter, to raise his daughter with respect to her grandma, but to also kind of cater for his daughter's needs, so she doesn't have to go through what her grandma went through when she was raising him. That's his power as a man, you know. So by the time his daughter meets, for example, my son, she's the decent representative and the candidate to therefore be in a relationship with my son, and I've done my job to raise my son to not be domestically violent and kind of respect his daughter. So when they go off to have their family now, or if they choose to do that, we've actually created another community within our community where we're protecting our next generation just by being good role models to our children. So black men or ethnic men of all backgrounds really need to put a lot of energy into bringing up their daughters to not have those mental issues and those traumas, and to be resilient and to be like brilliant women, so they'll be perfect mothers. That's what we need to focus on, and the sons as well. You know what I'm saying?
But are
parents need to socialize with parents. Facts.
Are we referring those?
So do you think that parents have a level of responsibility for what their youth get up to then, and how their youth?
100%, 100%. H. My niece goes to school. Yeah, I know. Like, and my other nieces, so my brethren's daughters, and whatever whatnot. So I go into bare different households, bare different cultures, and I see the upbringing and different stuff. Like if I go to my auntie's yard, it's a Jamaican household, isn't it? So there's dancehall playing. Kayla,
can I put something to you, look? Can I put something to you, look? Yeah. What is so? I don't know. What was you look like as kids? Let's just say teenager times.
I was out here.
I was unstable and reckless. Not reckless. I was smart but unstable. I was
a wise kid though. I'm not gonna lie. I was the one that was talking the most on the block.
Right. So, do you think that most children go through that phase? Regardless of upbringing.
It changes
not
from
most
children.
Because most kids. Let's say if we talk about a particular community, let's say the Afro-Caribbean communities, yeah. Most kids are good kids. Most kids actually end up going university, going college, blah blah blah. There's a pocket of kids which actually who are out there, you could say.
I think all kids are good kids. Generally,
when I mean good kids, not
in different ways.
Yeah, not good.
So
I don't mean good kids like as in the rest are bad, but I'm saying let's say in terms of what they're involved in.
Okay,
that's what I mean. Not saying they're good and bad, because there are good kids who are actually out there as well. But yeah, sorry, I probably misworded it.
That's right. I do. Sorry, go on.
Young people desire attention, from their mother and their father. If they're not getting it, because the system tends to lock people into being ambitious, competitive, and working 40 to 60 hours a week, and sometimes neglecting their parental needs. And I'm not here to judge. If that's what you want to do it. It's not my household. But the system in the West does create a kind of animosity between the youth, the younger generations of each era, and their parents, depending on who can afford to nurture their children more. And that's where the issues of influence step in as well, because obviously if both parents are distracted for whatever reason, it can lead down the wrong path, So each era has its own issues, whether it's the 90s when I came up, or whether it's the noughties or whatever era it is. Each era is going to have its good influences and its negative influences. So whatever I went through as a teenager is not going to be the same for the generation beneath me. It's going to be a totally different.
It's environmental, because even in like in my ends or in my estate, as the youth, as violence went younger and younger and younger and younger. If you give a 13-year-old a knife or a strap, he's gonna think of way more shit to do than the 16-year-old will. It's just the imagination. It's just how it runs. And one thing I realized when I got a bit older as well, like when I start working in Southwest, I see people riding their bikes with their kids middle of the day, and I was like, where the fuck have you got the time to be doing that? Like, how? Like, and you got jobs, and like, how are you riding bikes with your kids? Like, I've never seen that in my life growing up where I'm from. Like, and that was a mad thing to me. The fucking streets were clean. Like, everything was groomed properly. Plants were looking fresh. In my end, that wasn't the case. We didn't see that. We grew up around used condoms, syringes, shells, this, that, and the third. And I feel like we don't clock onto these things. We don't push these things in our environment. Like, we don't look out for community. We just look out for house. When we look out for house, your community burns down.
Yeah, man. I used to live on a shithole area, and you walk around and that, you'd probably be like victim to something, and then moved to a nice posh area in Solihull. It's like a nice part of Birmingham, and people go jogging on the evening and in the morning, and everyone's like, evening, morning, stuff like that. You don't get that on the fucking end.
Who's more in touch with Bielli out of them?
What do you mean?
People.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Sash. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't say,
I want to say
the people at the bottom of the spectrum, because they've seen the blunt end of things, they've seen the reality of things, how things can turn out. So when you've been at the bottom,
talking about, Sash?
That's very subjective.
But that's it. I mean,
that's very subjective, though.
Could we have this conversation from someone who was grew up in a very, I don't know, rich household or whatever?
It'd be hard.
Yeah, but they'll have a different perspective.
It'll be hard, but they will have some valid points which could actually help with the solution.
Most definitely.
No, listen, because they will be the solution. Like, to some extent, they will be the solution. When you watch American movies and you see the rich families coming together to eat dinner, their children are coming in the same environment doing the same shit. We don't have that. I never went to my brethren's yard with my parents to eat dinner and whatever. They went to their brethren's yard, but their children weren't my brethren's. Do you know what I'm saying? No, they weren't the people that I was growing up with.
Yeah, but I kind of warm to what Red has been saying all along. It really comes down to
Red's on point still.
It really comes down to the home, because as I said, me growing up myself, a lot of the troubled kids didn't come from, let's say, broken down homes. A lot of times, as I said, it was daddy issues, like the pops wasn't always around, and the mum was just hella busy, and the mum's a lovely lady, but she has to grind out in that hospital, grind out in 5 jobs just to keep food on the table and keep the lights on and keep their kids in TNs.
So then where does it go back to then? Where does it go back to?
It's the kids, going back to kids being neglected.
Go back to finances,
tension.
Okay, someone said a good point in the chat, Hang on,
if the mum's more comfortable. Now, 1 sec, I was going to say, if the mum's more comfortable and she can afford to stay at home, like, that means you're going to get better rounded kids. So it does boil down to the finances in that respect. You know what I'm saying?
On that, I agree with you on that. Yeah, it does run down to finances as well. On that.
God.
I was going to say, Troublesome said, if we got more understanding, why are things worse than in our parents' time? I think that's a really good fucking question.
How can you say we've got more understanding, though? That's me and you. The general populace have less.
Do they?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's more youngers out here doing fuckery than there were before. That's facts.
But that's the point. Like, as in, yeah, but hang on. Like, my goddaughter was 15 now. So my goddaughter was 15. So her parents, like, is our generation.
And what I hear from the elders is that there was more of a community back in the day. So everyone knew each other's name. Because I could even talk about now, so I don't live at the ends no more. But when I left ends and I lived at off ends, I found it weird and I felt awkward when my neighbors kept talking to me. That was just weird. I'm like, neighbors are proper talking to me. Proper small talk all the time. I try to avoid them every now and then, but I realize, you know, that's just actually the normal thing. There's community here, though. But in ends,
this is what we mean. This is what we're lacking. The common unity. We lack that. We totally lack that. We throw the word community about, but we don't hold that. That's what my point is about. Parents
isn't really much community.
Yeah.
There's not even really much community. So even if you look at, let's say, areas and ends whereby you got a mixture of people from Nigeria, Uganda, Somalia, wherever. Remember, sometimes a lot of times you may find the Nigerian parents' mums talk to each other, the Ghanaian mums talk to each other, or the Jamaican mums may talk to each other, but they're not really all talking to each other like that. Now, like building along. So there's little pockets of communities within ends in terms of the older generations.
Did you remember that? You know, in the last 10 years, I can't remember if it was Theresa May or David Cameron, but they removed they changed the social security system. So it affected younger mothers in a bad way. So under 25s are not applicable for housing benefit, which basically means people in the past, so going back to the last comment about why are we struggling in comparison to older generations had easier access to housing benefits, social security, easier access to housing, and I believe at one point in the 70s they even had free university education if they without any student loan. So I mean, there's many factors to that point that the person made, but it's become the financial pressures on young parents and just parents in general has become a bit more intense. You know what I mean? Especially with this lockdown as well.
Yeah, even just to add on that, I remember back in the days, like even one thing I think what kind of broke up, let's say young family units when young people start having kids, is that let's say if the young mother wants to get a place, if she eventually gets a place, they'll put in let's say like one bed or something, but the father of the child baby can't live there. He can't live there. So it's like whereby he's out there, he's not really got a place to stay, or he's sneaking over at his baby mother's place. And what happens, because they're distant from each other, they end up typically maybe start breaking up or something. And then you've got the baby father, baby mama kind of situation. You know what I mean? So it's like they don't facilitate that opportunity whereby, let's say, young mom and dad could actually get housing together and raise that baby up. You know what I mean?
They used to do tax breaks in the 1970s if you got married. If you left your mum and dad's house, you could get married, get tax breaks, and you'd be cushy. So you're right. What you're saying is correct.
All those incentives are gone. So it's a messy problem, man. But then again, I don't knock the older generation because they come from a different time, and a lot of them come from different countries. You know, they weren't raised in this country like that. So I don't really knock them, man. But it's upsetting. It's an upsetting situation. What's going on?
Hey, big up everyone on the panel. Big up everyone in the chat. I'm just gonna go do some work. Love the conversation, and I don't feel like it should end here. I feel like every 2-3 days there should be an hour segment where we further this conversation so we can actually get to a conclusion. I don't want to feel like we're just sharing ideas and then we go about our business. I mean, we've come to one identified solution, which I think is the ultimate solution, which is self-education through community building. But yeah, big up everyone. Hit that like button. Big up everyone on the panel.
Big up.
Big up.
Yeah, I think it's just really a lot of outreach work with these kids. You know what I mean? It's just, and it's general. It's like you're coming back from work, walking past the like train station, see a little boy, like and you see him all the time. It's like you don't know him, you don't know his name, but you know he's out there because he's always up and down. Just nod your head. He'll probably find that weird at one point, because this space, I'll give you an example of what happened to me. Is that basically, I remember moving to one area, and I saw this young boy. Every time I knew what he was on, because obviously I was his age one time. Just nodded my head at him every time I walked past him. Don't know him, don't know me. He found it a bit awkward. He's like, who's this guy nodding his head at me? I could tell. Then eventually he started nodding his head at me because he realized I was local. And then after that, I just started chatting to him. Find out where he's from. I just asked him, what country you from? I just tell a little fib. You look like someone. You look like someone. What country you from? Blah, blah, blah. Got a bit of information from him. So every time I see him, he was Ghanaian. So I've got a few Ghanaian friends. So I started saying to him, every time I walk past him, just a little bounce, hey, chale, some Ghanaian word. And he's like, then he'll just smile. So what are you saying, man? What are you on? And then he was asking me what I'm on, blah, blah. He tried to take my number, asked me if I smoke weed. I was like, no, I don't smoke weed. But I'm not trying to knock him or bash him. I was like, cool. I don't smoke weed though, but what do you kick ball? So yeah, I used to kick ball, blah, blah, blah. I thought, okay, cool. Do you know what? me and my boys play football. Come join us. And then one time he made it. It was mad late. He catch the last 10 minutes of the game, but at least he came down. And it was just around a lot of older boys who were doing a lot of different kind of legit stuff. So he could actually start being around a different environment and find out other opportunities out there. And it's just small little things like that. You know what I mean? Small little outreach like that is just local people you see, whether it's a girl or boy, just making friends. I think a lot of the times with our generation, and this is something I have discussions with my friends, sometimes we feel, and I blame myself because one time I really thought to myself, Joe, I'm actually completely disconnected from these kids, you know. I realized, I've just cared about my life and my family for so long. I forgot about their ends. I forgot about connecting to these guys. Like, it got to a point whereby sometimes I'll be honest, sometimes I'll be fearful. I'm like, wait, hold on. These guys are just like how I was at that age. When I used to chill with my friends and literally just friends, and there'll probably be around maybe 7 of us at the end of the road. But now I've gotten a lot older in my 30s. When I'm walking down the road and I see like 30 boys what look just like me when I was their age, I'm like, I hope these boys don't even try a thing, you know. I've got some fear in me. I'm like, well,
but the funny thing is, I think that's the negative after effect of music like drill music and the image of drill. With I feel like it serves the KKK far right agenda of making young black men look like demons, demonic monkeys, and it doesn't really. Once they see the strong image on the news, they don't really read into the lyrics. They don't really try to research the characters from each song. But what you're doing, I have to say, big up for what you just said. You did big up, big time for that. Because even in the magazine they sent through my letterbox where they're saying vote for the new mayor. Yeah? Do you know most of these people that are going for voting, they're talking about, we want to build new youth centres, community centres, because they know that with all the cuts and all the bad stuff that they've done over the last 10 years of Conservative, they know that the kids need and the communities need like some of the tax money spent in that direction, innit? And some of the stuff you're talking about, it would be nice to see new jobs with community, that young ethnic men doing community work, getting paid, or doing voluntary hours, and it's going on their income support, whatever it needs to be put down as, and young ethnic women being involved in community things, football, community, because at the end of the day, I don't care what your religious background is, I don't care where you come from. If we all live in the same community, I have to respect you. Yeah, and you have to respect me too, but I'm not going to use your religion against you. And if your son comes to play with my son, I'm not going to use your son's religion against him, because they're both the same. They're both from Britain. They're both from London, innit? So let's just be part of the community. When you want to go to the mosque on Friday and pray, that's your business. No one should tell you shit about that. And if I want to go and do my thing, no one should tell me. But as coming as a community, I should be able to come to you and talk to you as an adult about any issues to do with my son or your son or anything, tax, our local MP, whatever, or play football with you, kick some football with you or whatever. You know what I mean? It shouldn't really be that dramatic to be like a war between us because we might be slightly different, because we've got more in common. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something? Yeah, you know, the younger generation we're talking about, especially the ones that they turn away from, I want to say, the system, I think they're the most powerful children. They're very, very, very powerful children. Like, their mindset, they're not sold. They haven't been sold that illusion that a lot of other kids have been. And I think that makes sense. The illusion of, some might not agree with it, but the illusion of going up the ladder. Like
no, but they've sold a
different
illusion.
Yeah, but no. But what I'm saying is that they're very powerful in the sense where, given the right guidance, you know, the mindset could be put on the right path. And when I say right path, I don't mean like put him in the back door of the corporation, but just the right mind path, the right mindset. Sorry. Because they're very, very. I think that
there's nothing wrong with the corporations and stuff, unless it depends. I believe in, like, let's say, self-building. But sometimes it's best to go into these corporations, and learn how they go on, how they operate, and do your own thing afterwards, so you make less mistakes. So there's nothing wrong with the ladder per se, unless you're going in there, taking the tools that you need, and then building your own thing. You know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with it. And I think a lot of times, not to say you, but I'm saying sometimes a lot of the times that talk about the ladder or the corporate things or the government is what deters a lot of these kids from actually taking more of a legit path as well. Because you have to remember at the same time, anyone from the block will know that back in the day in the block, one of the common conversations was stuff to do with, let's say, the government, Illuminati. When you're a kid, 15, you're on the block, you're just smoking weed, talking crap here. All that kind of anti blah, 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 blah kind of talk used to happen quite often. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes it's realizing, you know what? It's not that deep. It's not as deep as that. Yeah, there's things going on there. But remember, you to like take the tools that they're giving you, because there are a lot of gems there, and then build your own thing. I mean, build your own thing, because when you take the other route, a lot of these kids don't understand.
I'm more talking building it on a solid ground. So, like, for example, if I want to start building now, I've got a solid ground of where I want to take it, what I want to achieve, what I want it to do, what I'm doing it for. You know, you could ask someone else my age and they'd be like, oh, I just want to buy a house and fuck off somewhere. But it's like kind of giving them a very solid ground. So, I don't know, like, the quote unquote conspiracy talk has its place, isn't it? It does have its place, because it kind of gives at least a base understanding of why it's I guess
and you
in
know
this
what
society, why it's necessary to make money in this society.
You know what I think.
Oh shit!
I think off. I was going to add in, whether you're a self-employed personal trainer or you work down Canary Wharf, you still got to pay taxes. You're still contributing to the country. There's none of us is out here making legit money and going, actually, I'll keep my tax, because no, it doesn't go like that.
You're basically implicated in every war that this country's done, because it's done with taxpayers' money.
Yeah. So within that sense, yeah, the radical thinker could be the next Bob Marley, the next Marcus Garvey. That's great with the right role models. But if someone wants to go on The Apprentice and try and win the show, good on them too. I've been to Bloomberg as a casual worker doing some stuff in my work life, and I've seen young African brothers being investment bankers. And no, that's not what I'd want to do. But I'd say when I see them, I'll just give them the nod, like to say, yeah. You know, do what you got to do in it. It might be a stepping stone thing, innit? You might be the only black person in Bloomberg, but to see a black face in there, that's good. You know what I'm saying? So each to their own, innit? But when it comes to community, we do have to focus on the younger generation, a bit like gang, and we have to kind of take our responsibilities as we get older, just to guide the youth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Because one thing was very intimidating as a kid as well is like, bruv, just something about doing a CV. Do you know how intimidating that is to some of these kids? A simple CV that a lot of us adults are probably update our CVs every 3 months.
I haven't updated my CV in years, boy.
Do you know how intimidating that is for a kid? But we undermine these things. But a lot of times it's more easier for him to go and pick up a half of something and sell that, because he knows exactly where to pick up from and sell it. But as for updating CV and actually where to apply,
that's a cause of concern then, because what did they get sent to school for?
That's the problem. The school system.
Hang on.
That's problem with schools, because school didn't teach me how to update a CV. They didn't teach me about these kind of stuff. That's the problem with the school system as well. They teach me stuff like the Tudors, Henry VIII.
No, they do teach it, but motherfuckers don't listen. I never used to listen. I used to play cards at the back of the class.
What I was going to say,
but I still used to pass my exam, so it's not an excuse.
If you had a board game and you didn't know the rules, you'd be fucking up. Like every move, you'd be fucking up. Whereas if you knew the board game, like inside out, if you were taught about the rules, it would be a lot easier and probably more enjoyable to play the game.
Yeah.
So I think it's very necessary to, and this is where I'm saying about the quote unquote conspiracy side of things, is to talk about these things, because it's part of the game. It's part of the game of the society we live in. And it you know, so it is, I feel like when I say kind of helping a child's mindset, that's right. When I say talk about guiding a child's mindset, is kind of teaching them this massive game that is playing in front of us, and teach them the rules of it. Yeah,
but can I just throw in something?
Yeah, sure.
What I want to throw into what you're saying is, I'm down for what you're saying, and I support you to probably about 45 to 50% of what you're saying if it's done in a decent manner. But I would also contribute or complement what you're saying with throwing in a grandfather. So now grandfather's born in the 60s, yeah. Like for my son to go and talk to my dad, yeah, about this conspiracy theory he found out on YouTube, whatever. I prefer that because my dad's got that life knowledge that I prefer my son to sit down with my dad and ponder over them things and get philosophical with, because I know my dad's got the patience and the time to discuss those matters. Whereas I wouldn't necessarily have the patience and the time. Do you know what I mean? But if the youth's just doing that alone, it's gonna be. I feel like this is why I love the older generation, because I feel like yet again they're just another pillar of this community that I'm banging on about, where we need to involve. Even if it was your dad and it was my kid and I didn't really know your dad too well, and we were sitting in the park and your dad's got a chessboard playing, I'd send my son over, go play chess with my girl's father, innit? And then they can talk about conspiracy while they're playing chess. But you can't just do everything isolated. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do agree with you on that one. And this is where they manufacture revolutions, like a false liberal sense of doing something. They manufacture that because kids are looking at this shit without wisdom. Like we've spoken about this before. When I hope I don't cause any upset, but I mean protests. So I do agree with you. There's the children have everything to hand. It's the wisdom to show them where to look and when to look and how to look and what they're looking at, and do you know what I mean? So I just see it as like the best way for me to explain it to a child is it's a game. There's real life implications, but it's a game. And
I see where you're coming from in terms of it being a game.
You see what I mean? And if we want to enjoy playing the game, or if we want to get to the next stage in the game, we need to understand the rules. And the rules do include the shit part of it too. The shit part that we don't want to look at. The shit part
I think kids
where
will understand
we
that
have a control in hand. The shit part. That's the shit part that people don't want to.
I think the kids will understand that to a certain sense, because let's say the ones who are living a life of crime understand there's risks as well. It's not all. There's a lot of risks, in fact.
There's real life implications.
There's real life implications and stuff that they do as well. You know what I mean? So I think they'll understand that. But I think it's just they just don't understand the legit world. Some of them, and they just need that kind of guidance, man, just to show, like, you know what, this is how you do this, that's how you do that, this is where you could go, this is who you could speak to. Do you understand? I think that's what they kind of just really need, is to understand it, because unfortunately a lot of them just don't have maybe the older brother or older sister or the parents who are in the know of how they could go about setting themselves
up. Or the wise elder.
Yeah, and that's where they kind of need us lot and older generations who are legit now, who could just guide them to the right direction or push them to the right direction. You know what I mean? And that's what I personally think. Because that's what
what I find funny is a lot of the most baddest bad men, as soon as they have their first or second child, sometimes it takes more than 2 children to settle them down. But as soon as they realize their responsibilities to their children and to their girl, they tend to kind of settle down a bit. And that's why when I mentioned about rites of passage, I think it would be beautiful if the communities that we live in go back to a level of rites of passage where we honor both male and female's rites of passages, and we give them a round of applause in some type of manner, however we create that rite of passage ceremony, because that would be very impactful in the way that young brothers see themselves in terms of their rites of passage and in terms of the young females' rites of passage, and it'd give them something that ties their generation together to respect male and female and to honor male and female and to create these bonds that are serious bonds that they could take into adulthood and fatherhood and motherhood, which they could reflect upon and give them a platform to develop themselves individually as well as getting the support from everybody else. Because if a girl doesn't have something to look forward to and an event where people are going to applaud her for being a good, a well-rounded individual in society, and the same as the guy, then it's not really, we don't really have anything to stand on. You know what I mean?
That's true, kind of goes back to, let's say, parenting as well, just showing, just parents themselves just showing some kind of, let's say, what's the word? Oh, the word just left me. Just some compassion amongst each other. Show some romance between mum and dad around their kids purposely, just to show them what love is and what, it is how it is to actually treat how a husband should treat the wife, or maybe the partner should treat the other partner if they're not married, just to show that in the household. Because I know a lot of the times with, let's say, Afro-Caribbean, I don't know what Caribbeans, I don't want to talk too tough, but let's say African households, you don't really see that from your parents, man. If your parents live together, you don't really see that from your parents. You know what I mean? Like your dad showing mad affection to your mum. It's not a common thing, you get me? And that's not to knock them. Their culture is a bit different. But it's good for kids to see that, so realize, okay, cool. Yeah, okay, that's how dad used to treat mum. I want to be like that with my lady too. You know what I mean? And it's just things like that, really.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. You know, going back
Well,
to what
don't
I just
forget,
said.
we got our children growing up in schools where they're teaching them that boys can be girls and girls can be boys.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
So the mix,
That's
like,
what
you know,
But
it gets deeper. You've got to be very wise with the lessons nowadays.
The only thing culturally I can think about in Britain where your son and daughter's going to get a round of applause is if they graduate from uni and on their graduation day they put on their little robes and everybody's like clap, clap, clap. But before, like, that's a whole gap of between, like, I can't even think, like, in westernized cultures or communities, there should be other things. You know what I mean? There should be clear dates. They should be, like, I'm not a Catholic, but I know of a friend of mine who's got who follows that faith. I went to the Holy Communion of the son. I think they do two of them, so they have to walk down the aisle with a girl their age. And obviously, it's not love, and it's not a wedding, innit? But it's a rite of passage to say, all right, yeah, like we're getting to the next level now. Then, you know, they do the next one and they get to the next level. And I think at secondary schools they do this prom, like it's an American idea. They do this silly little prom thing, but I feel like it's just it's not enough, and it's not really the appropriate type. It's the prom to me is more sexualized, and it's all about the dresses and who's dating who. But if we just even had like sporting events, or just like, I don't know, talent shows, or like some
But don't you think it's a little bit of a thing where it's like a build up, a bit like think of New Year's Eve, yeah, most fucking depressing time of the year as far as I'm concerned, yeah. Like a build up, bam, done. Like it's just a constant cycle of it's coming, it's gone. Do you see?
I don't know, but what I'm saying in a way is like, I don't want to say it in a fixed way, because I think it should be up to the panel and to the community to decide what this event could be. But let's say, for example, there's a calendar of like key life marks. So it could be two events within the teenage year of a girl. Yeah. So that girl now knows, yeah, when she turns 12, she's got like an event that her family and community are going to be supporting her through. And when she turns maybe 16, 17, there's another event. Yeah. So it gives her a sense of pride and a sense of self-esteem and a sense of like not going on to the wrong path. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with the boys. So it'd be a conversational thing that could be had around a dinner table about it, could, because I can't, the only way I can explain it to, see, like Miss America, yeah, it's not a good example, but in Miss America they have to do like a speech, they have to carry themselves in a certain way, and they have to like compete in this competition. I'm not saying there should be a competition for Miss World London, but there obviously is a lot of hard work. You could look at the event and go, oh, that's just stupid, but there is actually a system and a structure and rules and regulations, and there's a way that they have to present themselves before they even go to public to present themselves. And it's like,
yeah, but it's all acted. It's all a load of people who think they're better than everyone else. I want to be queen of this.
No, but I'm saying
within
within the rites of passage ceremony, it would be, we're giving attention to every girl. There's not a winner. It's just,
you know what they could do for every girl
whatever.
And every boy. For every, this I was just giggling to myself when you're saying it, because I thought, you know what, when they start their period, it happens to every girl. It happens to every single girl. They will start their period. Yeah. Let's praise that. Let's praise nature. Like
average, they'd have to have an average age where everybody can come. So some girls may not have started their period. Some may have.
Yeah, but that's fine. It doesn't. But then that's what makes it.
They would have to contribute. They'd have to probably write a speech. I don't know. And some of the speeches, as an adult, you might think, oh, that's boring. But you still have to clap. You still be like, oh, she's really good. She did that herself. Or I believe in African environmental awareness. I believe in solar energy, whatever they're talking about. You know what I mean? Oh, my role model is Mary Seacole, or my role model is Bob Marley. And we have to sit in a room and we have to give them a round of applause. They get a photograph they can put on their wall. It will create a strong sense of pride. It will create a strong character. It's like national service in a way. It's creating this sense of, I'm not going to be bad. Why? Because I want to have
would
my
it be a
photo
manufactured character?
Not
Again,
necessarily
I like that word
manufactured.
today, you know. I really like that word today, manufactured
It's not
character.
necessarily
Only
manufactured.
reason I'm saying that is because if it was a, let's just say, period, and for boys it would be like, I don't know, when the balls drop. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what happens with you guys, but
You're funny. You're
like,
funny.
I don't know. Sorry, but like, cause I'm just thinking when I moved to Philippines, when I moved to Philippines for a bit, and my auntie found out I was on my period, she was like, "Oh my god!" And she was like, "Yeah, I'm missing." And she went to the church and told everyone. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" I was proper like, "What the fuck, auntie? Like, why would you tell everyone?" And I was proper shamed, but it was like a celebration, and it was brand new to me. But I just like, why don't we celebrate stuff that is just what happens, like natural stuff, innate stuff? Oh, your balls drop!
But I
Yay!
think what I'm trying, but I think in a way, if you read between the lines, that's what I was trying to like imply, that there's points in your life, whereas if we don't, as a community or as your elders, give you a round of applause and encourage you to keep on the right track, and then give you a second event maybe when you finish secondary school, because by the time you get to college, you're going to be a bit too, you're not really going to be like, once you go to college, obviously you can work towards your degree and all that, or you can get a job, but it will make teenagers interact in a way that's a bit more responsible and a bit more culturally self-aware and a bit more, you know, independent away from their family home. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think
and a bit
already there though. I think that's already there, because let's be honest, like the majority of the kids which are, let's say, off track, that's I think a better word for me to use, is they're the minority compared to the kids who are, let's say, on track, right? In just general life, right? And the celebration system, yeah, some of us may not agree, but it's like graduation, and it's a big deal. And a lot of the kids are on track. It's a very big deal. It's like, I've graduated, my mum or dad's got me a car, my dad and dad's got me this. I'm going on holiday straight afterwards. So that's it. And I think that's universal in the sense of whereby it stretches all communities, whether it's it's all universal around the world. Just graduation is a big deal. They've got their bachelor's certificate up in the front room in many houses. Pictures all over the front room of with their parents, them in their robe and stuff. It's like highly celebrated. You know what I mean? So I think that's already in place. I don't think
what I'm suggesting is something that needs to come in before then, because not everybody is intellectually focused. Not all children are intellectually special in that sense. So if we had, for example, let's say the age 13, and we had community halls where some like Muslim kids could come in dressed in their traditional attire, Bengali, a Filipino, like a world cultural heritage kind of festival event where we allow the boys on one side and the girls on one side, and they walk down like the middle of the room together. They stand there, they talk about something positive, we give them a round of applause, they get a photograph, and you know, the next one goes on the stage, similar to like a graduation.
You know what? You just reminded me of something. With what you're saying about the cultural thing, yeah. So again, sorry, I'm bringing Philippines up because it's just fucking perfect examples.
Filipinos have one of those, don't they? Something like that, right?
This is what I was about to talk about. Yeah. So I was looking. My brother, every now and then he gets homesick, so he puts on this traditional dance. And we was on YouTube and was looking for the traditional dance, and all of them that came up was this really scripted, played out, like forced thing where they're all looking to each other to make sure they're doing it at the right time and shit. And it just was not real. It wasn't real. And like, I've been there and I've been it when I've seen the uncles and the aunties and the lullas, they start doing the drums and they just fall into it. Just naturally just fall into whatever they're doing. When I was watching these videos, I just thought, again, it's just become so fake, man.
I get what you're saying.
It's quite sad to see, actually. Like, I was actually watching it. It's quite sad to see, and I was like, I want to find just the auntie's wearing slippers and shit, or the uncle with his bare feet. Like, I just want to see it naturally. I just want to see how it is, like, just naturally comes about. I don't want to see this forced shit. You know?
No, I get what
So
you
I don't know.
mean. But my thing is this: to keep the kids focused on their future. If they're neglected,
I do hear you though,
and they're not really got that family structure around them, they can. That's an event, even if it was, for example, like a talent show. So basically, you could go along with your 3 best friends or 4 best friends, and you could create a dance routine that's not offensive, or you could cook a cake, for example, because you're really good at cooking, and you can show your community, look at my cake, it's so amazing. I did the icing myself. You could talk about it for 2 seconds, cut some slices, give it out. Everybody's loving it. They remember that you're the cake. You've got that skill. Or you could be a really good singer like Beyonce, and you could come out and sing, I don't know, just a short song, and everyone's like, wow, she hit that note, you know. And then you get your photograph or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it's like everybody's acknowledging you.
I think it's a good idea, but I think it's very hard to get a community together around something like that. Reason being, for example, use the example of, let's say, somebody who's really good at singing, and maybe the graduation thing, not everyone's academically strong, right, to actually maybe go over to university and graduate. Some people just not even bothered, right? But so how are you going to pull a community over whereby they were like, some people may just think, you know, that's okay, she could hit a high note. That's not a big deal. Why am I coming over to celebrate that? You know what I mean? So it's like getting people together over, because different households and different people from different kind of countries may think that it's not really worth a celebration.
Yeah.
So you kind of, let's say, because everyone's already got their cultures and their customs. So to add on to it and create a new one on top of that, it's very, very difficult, I reckon.
Well, they could tie it into the national curriculum.
But I think what I think should happen is just as households should do something similar. So let's say if your own household, you can make it a family custom that when you hit 16, it's a big deal within your household.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Maybe you're close with your brother or your brethren, and you're like, you know what, I do this with my family. Do it with your family if you're got the same kind of wavelength, and then you join it together.
Yeah.
And then it grows. You can just grow up with, let's say, a bunch of 5 bedrooms, and you all do it together. Let's do this, and it starts from there, really.
Of course.
But yeah,
that's wicked. That's a good idea. You could even put it online with the technology. You could put it online, and you could document.
And that could go viral. And other people just adopt it. Exactly.
But I think you do need 2. You do need the one just before they hit, just as they hit puberty, and the one just before they leave school, just to keep it consistent. So what that would do is it would reinforce good behavior, and it would reinforce like self respect among the young ladies and the young boys, because they're not looking to be the odd one out. If everybody else is behaving themselves and showing their skill, showing their talent, being a good citizen, being appreciated by everybody, why are you going to be the odd one out and go and get pregnant like before your time, or get involved in stupidness before your time? At least if you got to 16 and you was like, right, I've done those 2 ceremonies, I'm just going to be bad and naughty, then fine, go and be a bad and naughty person. But these type of events would be helpful to try and give you that self-esteem and that self-respect, because your whole peer group it's so big that you're noticing all of your peers are doing it as well, similar things or whatever, and it makes you respect people around you and want and look forward to getting older, but still being innocent at the same time.
Yeah, I think another thing as well is, let's say urban, let's say fake culture which we have now, is whereby the problem with that is that they celebrate badness. So a person with a certain street reputation is celebrated. You know what I mean? If you're a rap or something, and you actually speak about what you're talking about, you actually live what you're actually rapping about, you're celebrated.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like, so you find whereby a lot of good kids, who are not from that life, want to talk about drill, want to talk about drill and stuff like that, because it makes sense, and they don't want to be themselves. Because I know I've come across a lot of, let's say, just general kids want to go uni and stuff like that, and they've said to me, do you know what? Yeah, man, we're not really celebrated. We're not really looked up. We're not kind of really celebrated that much. And it's not like a lot of the guys who have made it on the streets, for example, turning into rappers or turning to other stuff. These are the kind of people who are kind of, let's say, more celebrated, which is a bit.
You know
which
what?
is just
You hit the nail on the head there, and this is exactly what I'm fighting against with this idea. And another idea that I was thinking, you see, if we could tell our local authorities, yeah, like whatever your local borough is, yeah, we should get subsidies on renting out the community centres near where we live. We should get a subsidy rate, yeah. So if you want to do something community driven, whether it's an group exercise class or whatever, the government should pay the fees or subsidize the fees for the people you're trying to get fit in your exercise class. Or if you want to do a CV workshop, the government should subsidize the rate of the hall and the rate of the, you know, like how they would normally charge you to do something in the community centre. If you're from that area and you're paying local council tax, they should give you benefits and subsidies because you're doing something that involves people from other religious groups in your community, other colours from your community, and you're trying to be a good member of the community. And that would also be good at bringing people together and fighting against these negative stereotypes and stuff. There's so many ways you can do these things if they allowed, like, even if they gave it to you for free.
Yeah, but why do we need their permission? Like, why do we have to go through them? Why can't we just open up our doors to each other?
Because we pay tax. I pay £60 a month. So I should be able to go to my local community centre for free. I said subsidies. Forget subsidies. Give it to me for free because I'm involving the Irish community, the Afro-Caribbean community, the Muslim community, and I'm doing a CV workshop. I'm trying to do a CV workshop because I want to help everybody update their CVs out of the freedom of my own time. So give me my voluntary hours, yeah, and then boom, or pay me. Fuck it, pay me, yeah. Pay me my money, and it's a one-off event once a year. And if it gets very popular, we'll do it twice a year. But they've stopped all the local funding. I know they've done this. I've read it. I've done my research. They've stopped the local authorities. They used to do these things. You could do so much before. They've stopped it all.
I hear that.
Oh, this conversation's definitely been fruitful, man. Big up, everyone, man.
Big up.
I'm gonna have to jump off the panel, but
yeah, same
if this thing comes on again, don't worry. I'll join in this conversation. I like these type of conversations. But bless the whole panel. Big up the channel.
Yeah, big
Peace
up, man.
All that, yeah. Safe.
Big up, everyone, man.
Big up, big up. Just me and you, H. I don't know where Jen is. This is where H bounces. This is where H is like, yeah, okay, bye.
I'm doing this. I'm just working on some of this shit. Getting on with some of this. Just trying to change the background so the background changes colour over time. And I was gonna try to make some like matrix kind of writing come down. If you know what I mean. With the logo. Yeah, man. Just learning all this stuff, man.
Yeah. What you did on Photoshop?
No. Just using video editing software.
Oh, sick.
Making little animated logos and stuff.
That's sick. Was anyone else gonna jump on the panel? Keep us company?
Yeah, man. It was a good little...
How many people in the chat?
And like up the thing, man. Like up the thing.
Yeah, like up the show. 42 people watching. I don't know, man. What do you think what we're talking about? What everyone's talking about, H?
Yeah, I think yeah, the parents do need to take a bit more accountability for their offspring and what their offspring get up to.
What about for the kids that don't have that I guess guidance? Because that's another topic I was going to bring up. You know,
a lot of people, there's people that are born with alcoholic and crackhead parents, and they don't follow the same route because they learn not to do it off their own parents because they see the state of their parents and like, why would I want that for? You know what I mean? So some people learn from the bad around them, and some people become the bad around them.
Yeah,
that's one thing I've noticed. And it's mainly because people, if you normalize stupidness, you kind of like become stupid, isn't it? And it's just it's that philosophy, like, I don't know, I just know it's shit.
It's interesting the difference between the people that kind of go the route or don't go the route. And
I think a lot of people though, they base their lives on what they're influenced by. So a lot of people, they want to be gang because that's what they like listening to. So that's what they normalize in their lives. But yeah. And then it's environment as well, and this peer pressure, and this, I've got to be this in order to be somebody, you know what I mean, all that. So I think there's a lot of factors that contribute to it.
I think you said it before, do you think there's any spiritual aspect to it?
No, I think it's all based on, like, it's mainly based on what your environment is. If your environment's designed to normalize dumb shit, then it's going to be normal in your life until you kind of figure it out for yourself. There's a lot of people who grew up in bad places and figured things out for themselves and was like, But then sometimes it takes years of destruction. Some people destroy themselves before they learn what things are, and then it's too late to even stop. Because like, the damage is already done.
I hear you. Big up, Mills.
Roll up my weed.
Big up.
Well, go on, family. What's going on? I'm back.
Hi, everyone left.
Yeah, it's always you, Sash. What do you do to people, bro?
I don't know what I've done, man. I don't know. I've got a vibe killing vibe. Make it make sense.
You don't have a vibe. Did you think that you? Are you just saying?
Know. Do I?
Nah, man.
It was kind of a question.
Nah. What, Mills? Yeah, we can't hear you if you're talking to us, Mills.
Can you hear me now?
No audio.
Nah, we can't hear Mills.
Nah.
All right. 1 minute. I'll be back. 1 second. I just need to make this one call.
Okay.
Mills, we can't hear you.
Mills, if you're talking, we can't. Let me just type it.
Do you know what? I've been banging out that tune, you know, that where we go from here. Big tune, you know.
Big tune. Oh, there's 2 Mills.
Big up, family tree.
Yo, big up.
Lessons.
What's going on? I'm not gonna lie, I've been loving the conversation today.
It's been a nice one today.
Yeah, I've been locked in. One thing I wanted to say, I know we're blaming the parents and everything, but then what I realized as I was growing up is that you used to ask your parents all the questions, right? And you used to look to your parents for all your answers. Yeah? Until one day you started asking so many questions, certain questions that your parents couldn't answer. And then you realize, shit, my mum and dad don't know, or whoever, my parents don't know. Oh, cool. So they're just as clueless as I am.
Yeah.
So, and then at that point you realize, yo, I need to go and find my own journey.
Yep.
And that's when you start experiencing life for yourself and you start learning. And you know, I feel like the more and more we try to control the kids, the more and more we're getting them further away from where we want them to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, prime example, what happened when your mum told you not to play with fire?
I had to feel the fire. I had to learn myself.
Barbecue.
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
do you know what I mean? This is what I've been realizing, even about myself. Like, I'm over 30 years old now, yeah, and I have that same problem still to today. You tell me to do something, I don't feel like doing it now. Whether do you know what I mean? I don't know whether
it's kind of like a curse and a blessing at the same time.
Yeah. and it makes me think, it's just like, I don't know, because it's like there's no right answer as well. Because I've got friends that have been disciplined, not allowed out, literally
and they literally come out fine. Then I've got friends that didn't grow up with a mum and dad, and they've come out fine. So do you know what I mean? At the same time, there ain't no right answer as well.
Yeah.
And I don't like this one shoe fits all business either. Something that might be all right for me might not be all right for you.
Yeah, yeah.
I hear that.
Like, for example, I don't hit my child. I purposely said that I won't ever lay my hand on my child for the specific reason of I was hit as a child, and I don't believe it necessary. I believe if my word and my emotion, my thoughts and my feelings and my emotions don't mean nothing to you, why am I exerting any physical violence on you for you to listen to me? You know what I mean? Then I feel like you're getting yourself into that psychological trauma of fear anyone that hurts you. Or I shouldn't say fear someone that hurts you, more like fear someone that hurts you or fear someone that hits you, which shouldn't be the case. Was you lot beaten?
I don't know, but then I well,
yeah, that
I saw it,
that's it.
and
Oh, like I was a naughty girl.
I just kept getting caught, for fuck's sake. But
you're one of them. You'd always get. See, that's another thing as well. You can get up to. I need kids that will get up to badness, but they wouldn't get caught. So they've never thought that feeling and getting into trouble.
Up in there.
Yeah, the audio's cut out.
Hold on.
Do you have kids, H?
Huh? Do
you have children?
No, you know, I haven't. I don't really want to have kids with unguided people. I've met nice people, but they just, I don't know. I think I'm not in the right continent.
Yeah, the washing machine's on spin. It's jarring me. What happened to Mills? What did he say?
He had a phone call, but he was talking about he doesn't want to beat his children. That was where he was coming in.
No, I'd give him a little love slap. You know, like when they really, really step out of line. You have to you have to bring them down to earth. I believe you because there would be that time where your kids will challenge you. I think you have to let them know that they're just as human as you are. So you have to give them that little bit of pain to be like, all right, don't step out of line again.
But what currently is happening is that
big up the gang.
Yo,
obviously, if your kid's got a point, then you can't say nothing because some kids are a lot clever. Kids will see things in a more pure way, so they'd point things out that you might not want them to point out. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't think
so. A kid will see things in an unbiased way because they're not trained like we are, so they're going to see things.
They're not going to adhere to the social cues.
Yeah, things like tax.
You don't.
A kid will see it as robbery because they're not.
Mommy, why are your lips? They never used to look like that in public.
Yeah.
Or mommy, why is one of your boobies bigger than the other? Or some shit. I don't know. You get me? Like some shit. Mommy, why does daddy's friend only come? Why does auntie only come when you go to work?
Mummy, why was you smiling at her yesterday? You said she was horrible.
Right, exactly. You said that shit. You say they're not our friends, and little things like that. You quickly got to teach kids how to lie and be fake. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Teach them quick, man. You get me? Lie, be fake, pretend, all that shit. Because they're saying what they see.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
What about the phone call? What about the phone call, family?
Yeah, I rinsed that, man. Oh, tell mommy. Mommy said she's not in. That one.
Mum said she's not here.
That was my speciality, man. I did that one. Mommy said she's not in. Now, what? Oh, sorry, my mum's not in. You get me? And yeah, mum said to tell you she's not in. My mum said to say she's not in. At the door, I did that at the front door for real. I really did that. And the person was just like, okay, tell her that I'll call back later. You know what it was? Like, thinking, fuck.
That one literally happened to me recently. You know, I went to knock for my brethren, yeah, to get my drill from his house, yeah. But he went in, his mum was there, and then he got like she just said like, to the younger one, yeah, she's got like her granddaughter, yeah, there. She's like, say I'm not here. Tell him I'm not here, or don't open the door, or whatever. I don't know what she said, something like that. That one still runs, you know. That one still runs.
What you mean? Like my mum said she's not in.
Cause I knocked on my brother's house, innit, to go get something, yeah. But like it was just his mum was there, and she was busy, innit?
Huh? Hold on. Let's get to the bottom of this. Nah. We need to ask him, Sash. Don't hold me back. Was you not just listening to us, Snaps?
I said like what mum said. You know what I'm saying? My mum said she's not in.
Baby?
Like what the hell? What?
Hey, you lot in the chat. Was Sniper not listening to us? Mad thing. Huh?
I heard you, man.
These muscle man are dangerous, you know.
T was talking about how man's done 1 week muscle arm muscle mass. How's man doing that? I'm saying that's muscle memory, bro.
Mad thing.
I've been going ham though.
Yeah, you get in, yeah.
There's a
the
routine
muscle
to
taking all the memory, yeah.
No, it remembers what you used to do. And obviously when you're there and you meet some of your old school friends and that, and man are putting down the weight because of you, like having conversation, they're like, yeah, do this with us, Mike. Oh yeah, you just started.
Yeah, flex it down a little bit.
Oh man. Yeah, y'all don't rate me. Y'all don't. I know that's what Jens is gonna do. Yeah,
man.
Yeah, I hear you, Max. Yeah, let me take off these 20s.
Nah.
What are these 5s?
Man.
Yeah, go true, Max. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh man.
You know, Jim lit up. Yesterday was sick because yesterday, halfway through the conversation, I just got up, I went to the gym, jumped back into the conversation, listening, trained, came out. I was like, yo, I was only gone like an hour and a half. It felt good. I blitzed it, man. It was sick.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm gonna do the same thing today, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the same thing today.
Crazy.
It felt
Crazy.
People around the gym was looking at me like, yo, I'm mad, man. Just put the weight, bam, next set, bam, next set, bam. I went fucking around. I was in and out of that. I think that's the quickest gym session I've ever done, bro.
Yeah, it's the impact. It's like what you're doing in that time.
Right.
Yeah, it's how you power it in. Like T's like, yo, are we going higher? Yeah, man. Fuck it, man. If you can only get 8 out, like, do your thing. But that needs to be strong when I'm finished.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro.
He's got vegan strength, yeah?
Yeah, he's got some different type of strength. Like, he thinks he can't do it, and then he does it.
And then he does it, yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes he's doing more than me. And so, hold on. Those are 12s. Those are 12s, you know. You can see me using the 10s.
Yeah. Okay, mind over matter.
You start with 12s and you're like, nah, this ain't working. Let me pick up that other one. But T's still in the mindset of oh, he told me to use the 12s, so I'm gonna fucking do the 12s. It's hard, isn't it?
So Mills, what one?
Yeah, Mills.
Family.
What are you saying, bro? What you saying?
About, man. I've just been up and down London, man.
Yeah, we're gonna stay silent until we get an explanation. What are you saying?
What am I saying? I'm here, bro.
Where's here, bro?
On Earth.
I'm a bill up. You know what? I'm a bill up, but before I
didn't even want to say my. I didn't want to say my fuck's sake out loud, but
for fuck's sake. But before I bill up, let me play this clip to you, and just maybe we could build a conversation off this. It's kind of hippie, as long as this fucking washing machine is shushing now. Be quiet, man. Fuck you know. Right, boom, here we go. Listen to this.
People don't know who they are. They really don't. What do you mean? I mean, I know my name, I know my age, I know where I live. Yeah, that's not you, though. You know, that's just size. If you ask the average person who they are, they'll give you their name. They'll say, I'm Bob Proctor, but I'm not. Bob and Proctor are two words. My parents give them to me. They're called names, but it's not me. It's my name. Then somebody will say, well, this is me, but this isn't me either. It's my body. Like, you never phone down here to the studio and say, body won't be in today. It's sick. Okay. You know, we don't say am hand or am leg. It's my hand, my leg, my body, my name. Who am I? Well, that's an interesting question. Mm-hmm. And I believe if a person will start to study that and look for the answer, they'll find it. See, I think we live simultaneously on 3 planes of understanding. We're spiritual creatures, we have an intellect, and we live in physical bodies. Okay. But because we lack awareness or understanding of who we are, we're totally locked into a physical world, and we let things outside of us control us. 95% of the population are reacting to life. They're not really living at all. Okay, and would you?
So, like, but like, let me start. Like, I thought about Zulu straight away when I played this, because Zulu believes that the body is the soul. Yeah, which I think not.
That's what I said.
I
sent you that this morning, innit? I sent you that.
Yeah. So all due respect to Zulu, yeah. I think it's a ridiculous notion to say the body and the soul are the same thing. And it came to my head so quick. If I chop off Maku's hand, I don't know why I picked Maku. He's just sitting there looking hench and that. If I chop off Maku's if I chop off his hand and his body is his soul, have I just detached a piece of his soul from his soul?
Yeah.
And now your head, if your hand's been chopped off and it can't be reattached, what is that thing? What is that? What is that now? Is that you? Will you point at that hand in the bin and say that's me? Huh?
I think it's a part of you.
I've got an image of you saying, you throwing your hand in the bin and saying, yeah, that's me.
No. It was a part of you. It is no longer a part of you. As soon as I chopped it off, so does it mean the arm is you then? Have we chopped the arm off? You got the shoulder.
That's some Kill Bill thing, isn't it? Saying, "Oh, those limbs are mine now." You get me? That's what it reminds me of.
So, Trilla, what do you think? Like, what do you think? Do you like my man said, "Who are you?" Yeah. So let me ask you, Trilla, who are you?
Yeah, it's a deep kind of philosophical question. I mean, at the end of the day, even when he talked about the names, right? It made me think, all right, well, you know, really and truly, he's right. You know what I mean? We didn't give ourselves those names. So should we rename ourselves to what we think we really are? You know what I mean? If it was me, I'd be like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Fucking chilled out, fucking lazy, horny, fucking fuck, or something like that. You know what I mean?
What are you naming? What are you naming your body? Are you naming your body? Are you naming the consciousness that is looking for the name?
Yeah, I think the consciousness has a lot to do with who we are, but at the same time, your actions, you know, like reverberate, you know, or, you know what I mean, around, you know what I mean, the universe, like, you know what I mean, what we do has action, every action has a reaction, and so, you know, he's saying about how we react into life. We're not living life, but really and truly, when we look at certain, you know what I mean, like certain countries, bro, you're more able to live, and like how you said, you just went to the gym. A lot of people couldn't have the time or luxury or money or anything to do that. Do you know what I mean? They would have to just literally do push-ups and shit at home. They can't go to a gym, or because they haven't got a gym there, or you know what I mean, like things like that. And some people don't know how to train. You know what I mean? Things like that. So we're sort of like limited to our knowledge in that regard, and to our environment. You know.
Can I say something, please? My brother, big up everybody. My brother, he is disabled and he can't walk. He has a stiffening of the legs, but that doesn't define him. That's not who he is. A lot of people may look at him and think, oh, poor Gabriel, but Gabriel can have big conversation like me and you. It doesn't equivalate to his mind. Just because his body decides to work against him, his mind is fine. Do you get me? He might have little issues, like learning difficulties. Yeah, okay, cool. Anybody can have that. But when it comes to intellectual conversation, he is like one of the top people that I would go to have a conversation. He's younger than me by far, but Me and him can reason like big people, and he's always been like that.
I no longer believe in learning difficulties. I believe in I believe in teaching difficulties.
Right. Because each child is different. Everybody's different in it, and everybody learns differently. So you just have to know what accommodates that person.
I got one for you. Like, I like this sort of stuff. All right, for you to be able to be, all right, your being is based on what you do. And what you do is based on who you are, and who you are is based on what you think. Well, what you
think is based on what you see.
Go back again.
All right, let me start again. Your being, for you to be able to be, your being is based on who you are.
Well, okay.
No, your being is based on what you do. Sorry, and what you do is based on who you are. You can only do all the things that you are. Yeah, you are.
I'm unhappy with this.
You're not happy with this.
I'm unhappy with it. I'm just in the mood. I'm unhappy with this. Yeah, I'm not happy. I'm unhappy with it. Like, yeah, straight away. First of all, yeah, you jumped in with your being. Your being. What is that? What are you talking about?
You being present. Your being is being present, and your being is different to my being.
My being present. What does that mean? What are you talking about?
That's weird. Me being present, my dad spoke to my mum, and I came to being just like everyone else, same way. That doesn't make sense.
What's being? What's being? What's being? What's my? You said your being. What do you mean? Us being? What are we talking about, bro?
As in, like, you're being your natural self. You understand? To your natural. How can I say the best way to?
Are you talking about existing?
Yes, your natural existence, though, because you can exist on I believe we're existing on a materialistic dimension, or what we're stuck in a materialistic paradigm.
All right, cool. Here's a question: where do you exist, Mills?
And can I go on top of that? Yeah, can I go on top of that? Like, if we're born on like different families, different environments, then we would be all different, innit? Like, in that regard, like, even you could be the same person, but
let's break down existence. You said you throwing this word around, existence, right? So first of all, there's a few questions. If I ask you about existence, you know nothing about it. Where do you exist? Why do you exist? How do you exist? You know nothing about it. So what makes you think you exist?
That's kind of like a Matrix thing, isn't it?
Doubt yourself, puny human. Doubt yourself.
I'm dead.
But, Triller, aren't you aren't you Sikhi?
I'm running.
I believe in Sikhi, yeah.
Yeah. So the idea of original Sikhi is a consciousness, right? That is the supreme guru. Sorry, right?
We believe him to be the most enlightened soul to have ever come on this planet.
No, I mean,
run, Triller, run!
I mean, above that. Sorry, is not the guru a consciousness or the supreme consciousness or supreme energy?
Yeah, like connected. You get me? Like connected. So you could say something like that. Yeah. From what I know, my knowledge on this is very limited, regardless of that I believe in it. You know what I mean? Right. I'll try my best. If you want to ask me, I'll try.
So it's just different energy. It's just, I mean, if it's energy, do you get what I'm saying? Or what we're saying is the soul or all of that. That if you're that can be manifest into human form.
Yeah, it's
Did I break you, Mills? What happened? Did I break you? You didn't
no,
even answer
bro.
the question. Yeah, you went quiet.
I thought they were talking,
Who said cheese? Whoever said cheese don't exist. But carry on, Macu and Triller.
Existence is basically objective reality. Or your being.
Did you? Have you googled that? Did you?
No. I believe it's not just one thing. I don't think it's your objective reality. I think it's your subjective thought as well. So I don't believe we live in this one dimension. This is another thing that I believe they've told us. Oh, it's only one way. I don't believe it's ever one way.
Like, why do you not like this? Like, why can't we break down one thing at a time? So the first thing that I'm going on your model of what you said, yeah. The first thing you said was
existence.
Right.
Existence.
Right. And
no, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Existence.
Right. Yeah. Where's Amanda? Let me fix that clap. Yeah. Right. The fact or state of living or having object. You did Google it, pussy. You did. You Googled it. Really? I tried to put it in your own words. You're really good, you know, Mills. Me and you would have been good in school. Because we would have cheated and then made it look like we never cheated. You're really good at that. So the fact of, if you notice what Mills did, he went silent, Googled it, came back and remixed the answer. Do you know what I mean? So it sounded more natural, like it came from him. But I could tell once he said objective, I was like, nah, you Googled it. You get me? So you did.
Well,
so Google says noun, the fact or state of living or having objective reality.
Okay.
I don't even get. Maybe I'm being dumb. I don't get objective reality. Because as anyone want to explain that to me?
See, this is where we're going. It's gonna be a tough one.
It shouldn't be objective. It should be projected.
Projected reality.
Yeah, because I'm saying that.
Because even what you see is subjective.
In what way does it mean objected though? Does it mean like as an object?
Sorry. In my bars, I always put things like this. You know what I mean? Like, man, are you really seeing me? Am I a hologram? You know what I'm saying? In 3D on your TV and all of that type of stuff. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Do you really see me?
No.
Am I really there?
No, I don't.
Exactly. So, you know what I mean? These are the questions I always throw up, like, as normal. Like, it's peak for these men.
But it's seeing, but hold on, I don't really see you, but it's seeing really any kind of verification that something is there.
Yes, to a certain extent, because
I'm gonna say no, Maku.
No, but your eyes, remember, your eyes are your part of your one sense, which is touch. So light touches your eyes and all of that type of stuff. So it's what I'm projecting, though. It's what you're projecting is what I'm seeing. You got what I'm saying?
But what you're projecting isn't necessarily what's there. So I'm not
It's
seeing
not there.
what's
It's not there. It's not there.
Right. So I'm saying.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, because I'm saying, so then that's why I say, why would I trust my eyes to verify if something's there or not?
Okay, I get you.
Something that's not there.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, I see. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you sure? You guys, are you sure? You sure you saw me? Yeah, I saw you, man. No.
All right, here we go. Wikipedia says existence is the ability of an entity. So now, straight away, we got into a word I want to break down. But I'll go past it, yeah? Existence is the ability of an entity to interact with physical or mental reality. What? So if something, if an entity can interact with mental reality, that means it exists. What?
Yeah, I think, you're talking about that.
This is the thing. We're under the understanding that our environment is what shapes our minds, not the other way around. You understand? That's what you've been taught from a young age. So it will get confusing.
Yeah, we can see things differently, innit? I mean, you can see things differently with your mind than with your eyes, for example, yeah? I mean, I like to think of, William Blake's verse in his poem, A Guise of Innocence, right? When he said, to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour, So, you know what I mean? It's kind of deep when you think about it, do you know what I mean? How people look at things is different to how someone else will look at something, do you know what I mean? So, yeah, there's different ways of looking, put it that way.
eyes can fool the mind. I think mad.
So, are we currently questioning what reality is then, right now?
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of bordering that, or yeah.
Yeah, because only because the brother said that he exists, and I had to question that. Yeah, he said the being is to exist. I'm like, what are we talking about? What are all these concepts? Now they're thrown in entity. So only an entity can exist.
So is entity something that's not in the physical?
I'm saying, like, well, they said existence is the ability of an entity to interact with physical or mental reality. So now like, you see where my confusion is. First of all, what's this entity? Is it neither? So it needs to be neither physical nor mental itself.
Where does the
and
word
what is
entity
mental
come
reality?
from?
What is mental reality, and how do you establish that? What's mental reality? What is that? Is a dream mental reality? What's mental? Someone tell me, like, what's, because maybe I'm just being dumb and I'm
What
overthinking.
entity is the entity like something to do with entirety?
Mental reality. I would think it's whatever you're experiencing in your mind at that moment in time, how you may think, what you're feeling. Do you know what I mean? Is probably what is your mental reality at that point in time.
So
I think it's what yeah, it's also what aids us to do the things that we need to get done. Like, do you know what I mean? Okay, I don't have enough money. You've got a mental reality going on. Now I've got to find the money. How do you know what I mean?
It's like, what I'm trying to answer.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Is mental reality real?
I think so. I mean, a dream can be real. You know what I mean?
Okay, so then, all right, cool. So your mental reality says Jedi is a time traveler sent back from the future to blend in with people, study them, and analyze them, and pick champions to take with him back to the future to solve certain issues. Now, you've made it up. That's in your head, yeah? And we're now saying, because that's in your mind, in your mental, that's a reality?
I think you said,
not necessarily.
That's an alternate reality, I would say.
It can be. It can be. It's just like, because remember the other day, Jed, when we were talking about, I think Sashi was there, it all stemmed from you when you was laying on the grass, and then we were talking about people's, like, they think that they're seeing this person. How can we tell them that they're not? Because that is what they're seeing. Isn't that their mental reality? Do you see what I mean? It's like, so it can be argued if it does exist, but then why wouldn't it? Because everybody has such a different perspective. Everybody has a different perspective on life. So that's my reality. Do you understand?
Yeah, but okay, but if you've got, like, you're playing with this word reality, like, and somehow now reality is flexible. Are we agreeing that reality is definite then?
Yep.
So then nothing is real.
I guess so.
It's definitely real. Is that what we're saying?
Depends on who's seeing it, though.
Do you know what? The things you can touch, the things you can feel, that's your reality. That's tangible. Like, you can, you get me? Like, I can see you, Jedi, touch your face and just grab it if I wanted to. I could see Mills lift him up and hug him if I wanted to, because you know him skinny and smart. I could, like, do you know what I mean? I could just, like, those, I feel like that is our reality. That's what we live in. When we live in the experience, let it go, Millsy, let it go. When we live into the experience, Millsy, you're gonna have to let it go. You're gonna have to let it go. And listen, it's just like Uncle Maku doing people's hair. He touches, he can feel your hair fall through his fingers. Like, this is all tangible.
So you
This is
saying,
all your reality.
wait. All right, wait. So Maku can't have some kind of episode, God forbid, where he actually hears his door go, opens his door, and thinks he's trimmed someone's hair. and went through the whole reality of it, only to realize that was some kind of episode. And he actually, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I've seen people.
I do understand.
From a dream.
Right? Yeah, I've seen people walking in the street thinking they're doing things that I don't believe they're doing. Yeah, and neither do you.
Yeah,
they do. So are we saying that that's a reality because he thinks he's doing it? Because touching someone's hair is not enough.
That would be a reality for that person.
But it's not reality.
Yeah.
It's a reality.
How's that real?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's not real.
Okay, wait.
So what is real reality then?
If that's a reality to them, what is a fantasy to somebody that's seeing a purple dragon in the middle of the high street? If that's their reality, and we say, no, then what's a fantasy to them?
Probably real life.
But how can we say that's not a reality?
What?
For them?
I don't know, because the life I live might not be the life that you live, but it's real to me.
So then nothing's really real. Everything's subjective. So when they talk about objective, it doesn't make sense. If we're saying we can't establish something that we can all experience or all determine that, this is a fact, this is a truth. If we can't establish that, then what's going on then?
Well, you know what? If you look at a historical figure, like let's take Joan of Arc, for example. She was a heroine for the French, right? She was like a saint and everything, like, you know what I mean? She came down to save the people of France, right, from the tyranny of the English. The English looked at her as like a witch, you know what I mean? And she was evil and everything because she was hurting their cause. So how two people look at one, and then she's got her own, you know what I mean? Like history, right? Her own thinking and everything else.
Things I know nothing about. We weren't born.
Yeah, that's funny though.
So how we look at somebody is all different, depending on what angle we're looking at them. You know?
I feel like you could have went for a better example. So, for example, if I've got a 6 in front of me, Jed, I'm gonna say my objective reality is a 6. You're gonna say no, bruv, that's a 9.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna be like, no, it's a 6. And we're gonna sit there.
Okay, but guess what?
How about then, Jed, yeah?
There's something. Hold on. Whether it's a 6 or a 9, the truth is we both agree that there's something there. So
that's true.
Reality
that's true.
So I think another reality is basically like a lamppost. You know that lamppost is there. The lamppost ain't gonna go anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Unless someone hits into it, or do you know what I mean? But apart from that, or a tree's always gonna be there unless it gets cut down.
Okay, so when you take psychedelics, so mushrooms, is that an insight to what reality really is?
This is what I kind of question.
Stripping away all subjectivity, like you're having You
know what? Oh, wait, Sash. You know what? Yeah, I don't know whether we can say it strips away subjectivity. I don't know if that's actually true. You know, I know what you mean. But in all honesty, maybe it does the opposite. Maybe it allows you to just be immersed in your subjective. I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. Who am I even talking to?
But do you know what? No. But do you know what? We don't listen, guys. We don't need to know the art. Like some things, you just like it. Just is what it is. It just is. Yes, I feel like with things like this, because let me speak. Things like this, because everybody's going to have a different perspective. You cannot deny somebody else of their reality. That is their reality. So whether or not it be a madman from the road and he might see him great grandmother from whole long wapi kill up and him no such a gun, you understand? That's his reality. And I feel like in some ways we have to just respect that.
Okay,
other than when it gets a bit deep and he's trying to hurt or trying to harm anybody or himself.
Why we now?
Do you get me?
No, when he want to lick you and me down because he thinks we're aliens that said to kill him and we killed him from nowhere, this is a problem.
Yes.
Yeah,
I know.
Wait. This is a problem because me and Shebs we don't know you. We've not come to kill you. So that's not reality. I don't give a fuck if it's in your head, in your pocket, down. Like it's not real. It's not true. Wow. And what we're getting to the point where we're acting like there's not, like truth doesn't exist. Like I'm
Are you
always
asking
saying
if there's one overall truth, like one
there has to
overall
be.
reality?
There has to be.
Yeah, I think so.
And what is it?
But at the same, at the same time, it's in a person that does not have capacity, yeah. And I feel like this just comes. There's a level, yeah. If you don't have capacity to understand, okay, this is a society we live in, and not saying you're just aware of the normality of the society you're living in, then cool. But when you kind of, obviously we're talking about people with mental health now and they're suffering or they've got diagnoses and stuff like that, I think there's a way to accommodate without.
I must condone.
I don't know. Not condone.
Your fantasy.
And not accommodate. No. I'm just thinking before it gets that far. Like before it gets that far.
One second. Okay, no, we're all here, and then someone jumps on and says, "Rah, you lot just sitting here talking about green fucking giraffes all day, rare. The way that you was just racist, to that German man just now was so rude. Oh, I mean, we're gonna be here like, yo, none of that happened. But then you not trying to be slick now. It's talking about, oh well, maybe it is a reality. If it happened in his mind, then it isn't. What?
Good point, you know. I hear what you're saying, Jedi. Like, and I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not picking up for it. I'm just trying to think from all different angles. Like, because what would?
Yeah, but then if you think about it,
I've got a best friend, yeah, and his mental health went down the drain, yeah. Like, and sitting down having a conversation with this person and being like, what you're seeing or what you're hearing is not, it's not real, but they are hearing this and they're feeling it and they're seeing it. Like like I'm just putting myself in their shoes, innit? Like that is difficult to try and say, Rob, my reality is not real. Like it's heartbreaking, and that's how they get defensive. That's how people get, like, obviously aggressive, because they can't compartmentalize the fact that we're living two different realities here. So if I walk up and I say, Boom, your reality is not real, anybody's gonna be upset. Do you understand?
Sorry, but
anybody would be.
You know what I mean? Sorry. Sometimes
I count. You're saying, you know.
Sometimes I count 21 numbers left on the Trill lottery, and someone else counts 27. Now we could be like, you know what, we're both right. Or I can recount and be like, you know what, I was wrong. I got wrong. Like you weren't real. And you know how I know that?
Because that's people with capacity, though. That is people with capacity. It's those that don't have the capacity.
That's the objective reality, because you're going on by something that you can see, and that's something that ain't going to change. But when you're talking someone's mind, that's their subjective reality. That's where they're like, two people can do the same thing, but they can both have their different attention.
The tree can exist and be objective if enough of us can verify that. But where it starts getting a bit mad is when we start talking about what color are the leaves.
Yeah.
Right. When you have that argument with your friend about what color something is, and it's like, yo, this is mad in me. What do you mean? No, it's pink. No, it's pink, bro. That's not pink. That's fucking.
Do you know what that happened to me? That happened to me in college, yeah. And we were basically doing music theory, and we had to listen out for certain notes. And there was one particular note I could hear. Nobody else could hear this note. And I'm telling you, I'm fighting, you know. Like, nah, it's there. And then the guy's gonna be like, nah, Chevs, it's not there. And I'm like, every time I could, even up until today, like, I would listen back to it and I can still hear that one note. And I just feel like I feel like I'm special. Like, y'all fucked up. I heard everything. Y'all.
So
do you know what I mean?
Just because the masses don't agree with you doesn't mean that you're wrong.
Exactly.
But that's what I was trying to say. So we, like, in some ways, like.
Say that again, sis?
Believe.
Oh, you cut out, my
Money's real.
lovely.
Like everyone
You
believes
cut
that
out,
money
my
is real.
love.
Yeah.
You know, hear me?
Yeah. You're right about that.
So
So
this is
there's like
another.
a group consensus on one form of reality that everyone thinks is insanity without it.
Mm.
So then,
You know, because they say it takes 10 years for something to become a fact. So once it's in someone's head for 10 years and everyone starts talking about it and saying it, do you know what I mean? Prime example that I always like to use is postcode wars. I still remember the day when the papers were talking about postcode wars, and we were like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Some man didn't even know what postcode was on what side and what postcode was on the other.
And it became a thing.
And now, then it became now look, we're 20 years down the line. Now look at it. So this is another thing we need to realize. So this is where we go again. So again, it's within our mind. So we think about it, yeah. Then we get a feeling with it, which creates a memory, and that happening over time and time again, your body starts making cells to adapt towards that. So right now, if I say to you chicken, I don't know, fried chicken, yeah, you could be thinking of a leg, a thigh, a side breast. You could be thinking of a chicken wing. You could think of a chicken burger. It doesn't matter. But do you understand where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
That basically chicken. As soon as you think about chicken, you're in your body right now. You're creating cells to break down, creating saliva to break down that chicken. Not only that, your stomach is creating acid to break down that chicken. So now, if I'm telling myself I'm going to, I don't know, I'm going to do weights. I'll mentally start preparing myself. Do you understand? You'll stretch. Do you know what I mean? Getting your body used to it. Mentally, it all starts with the mental for me, and it all starts within. You can't have the world. You can have nothing in the world without, unless you got it within the world within. So you can't expect your environment is a product of your thoughts, and you have to accept that. If you don't accept that, that means you don't have control. And if you don't have control, then what's the point?
Who are you? Goes back to the statement of who you are then, isn't it? If you can't control, not control, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It just leads back to that question if you don't have these things in kind of order, but yeah.
It's definitely control, sis. Because I've always said this, if you don't program your mind, someone's programming it for you. And this ain't it for everyone.
What are we programming our minds with though? Like, are we not replacing one thing with another?
Yes, you are, but
I think that's always happening.
You're replacing it with your own. Say, for example, I don't know, what's a bad habit that I used to have? I'm trying to think I used to smoke cigarettes a lot. So instead of smoking cigarettes, I said every time I want to smoke a cigarette, I would say I'll have to do 10 press ups. Get to a point, he was like, yo, do I want that cigarette that much? You know what I mean? Then he went from like 10 press ups to like 20 press ups. Then I was like, you know what? I don't need this cigarette no more. I'm all right. Do you know what I mean?
That's a good way of doing. That's a good way of doing things.
That's a very good way. Yeah.
I never thought of that. Never thought of that.
Just learned something a minute ago.
Oh, good one, bro.
This is another thing. You've got to replace one habit with another. You can't just say, yo, I'm going to get rid of this habit. And think about it like this. Oh.
If you replace a bad habit with a good habit, then that's great. If you recognize a bad habit, I think, yeah, if you can replace it with a good one, then you're winning, kind of, innit?
What is reality? What was the original question?
Something about how do we know who we are? Something about existence came up as well.
Yeah, who are you?
But the guy was saying, the original guy from the video mentioned something about arm and leg and foot, my hand, my foot, my leg, my hands, my ears, my nose. And then Jeb said something about if you cut it off, is it still yours though?
It started from that video where the guy was talking about how the body is different from the mind, the body, and the spirit. And he was kind of arguing the fact how some people think that that's true based on their perception of their reality, and some people who don't. Jeddah was arguing the fact that he doesn't believe in that, because if the arm's cut off, is that still part of you? Is that part of you missing now?
So then what
But this is the thing, you've got people, sorry, if we take it to physical, where like their arms have been amputated and they still feel like they have feeling.
Phantom limbs.
Phantom limbs. Yeah. So it's, I feel like it is possible to feel how
I
you're
think that's
born
based
is
on
what
because the nerves that
part of.
I think that's because the nerves that were connected to them, that limb, it still exists in the body. It might have been cut, but that nerve is like a tree branch. It goes all the body, so you're gonna have sensations.
This is it.
Alright, so if tell me what you lot think here. If you had someone like, I don't know, next to you and they were really sad and you felt that emotion of sad, do you think you would have felt that emotion of sad or like whatever if you never knew what sad was? Like, you know, like the concept of emotion, like empathy, if you like.
Yeah, I think naturally that happens. I mean, if you look at children,
because we look, I guess children are always.
Yeah, if you look at children and how they learn by facial expressions. Everything comes from. It's like the little boy, my neighbor's little son. He's only 1, and he can pick up when his mum's unhappy or sad.
Of course.
He can pick that up. And he
It's
goes
like
to
if
her,
the parents are
and
scared
he
of spiders, the kids are going to be scared of spiders if they see the parents are scared of spiders.
Of course, they're just copying. They're just copying the behavior. But then we have to ask ourselves, you know what I mean? That means, have you just been copying what everyone else has been doing?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, have you been copying, but also remember, because we all have our own experiences in life. Yeah.
Is that what separates us?
I think so. I think it's just based on experiences, really.
Yeah, individual user experience.
Yeah, like, and obviously the experience would have an effect on how you then react based on what you've learned all your life, what you've seen. Do you understand? So, like, for instance, with breakups, your first breakup, some people become really reclusive and they're like, nah, never do it again. You've got other people where they're like, no, love exists. Like, I know it does because I've had it now. Do you know what I mean? And they're more hopeful. So it just all depends. And, you know, with that person that's more hopeful, they could have had a 2-parent household where they saw that, you know, love does exist and it can work. Another man, he still could have the 2-parent household, but he's never seen his parents go through that. So he doesn't know what that is. And so he doesn't know how to then, do you know what I mean? So it all depends on experiences and where you're coming from.
But are we being taught what certain emotions are? So are we being told what love is? Are we being told what anger is? Are we being told what whatever is? Like, are we being taught?
No, we're not.
It all depends
we're just
on
looking
how
at
you
other
was
people
brought
and
up.
basing it on that.
Yeah, but what are they basing it on, though?
Say that again, sis?
What would they be basing it on? Like, is it that simple to say they've been basing it on what they've been looking at, but then would they be looking at it? Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's just the majority, whatever the majority think it is, or whatever they put out there. So, for example, in songs, or do you know what I mean? Certain scenarios that might have been engineered.
But think about it this way, yeah. If you was to, this is a bit mad, but I'm just gonna say experiment.
Sorry to cut you as well, yeah. Look how they was using Idris Elba and Anthony Joshua for the vaccine thing, yeah, and the Black Lives Matter. How many other actors and sports people do you think they've been using and sending out to you to make you feel a certain way or think a certain way? Do you think they've been doing from a young age as well? So not only, so this is another thing, you know, the what we think and what we feel. That's why it's so important, like, to actually analyze yourself, what your thoughts are, and what your thoughts lead to. Because your thoughts trigger off certain feelings. So I could say to you death, I could say to you coffin, I could say to you funeral. They will spark off certain emotions in your head just by me saying it. Then I can say joy, I can say love, do you know what I mean?
But this is what I was going to say to you, yeah? This is what I was going to say, Mills, is that what if, like, say there's another part of the world, yeah, where things for them are all the way opposite, yeah?
Yeah.
So what they might perceive as sadness is happiness to them.
Yes.
Yeah. Now let me it's just an experiment in my mind that I've just conjured up. So you've got this 4-year-old little child, whether it be boy or girl, and they stub their toe, yeah, and you get down on their level, they're crying or whatever, and you say to them, why are you upset? This is a joyous occasion. This is amazing, you know? And like from that, like I feel like it's all again, it's all about your experience, because from that child could grow up thinking that pain or sadness, as we would perceive, is something that is good, and that, you know, it's not a negative, it's a positive.
No, definitely. But we got to look at in life that you got to see things in the positive light as well. I always believe there's two. You can always look at things in two lights. You can either see the problem or you can see the solution. You understand? So it's your perspective as well. You can always sit there and look. I haven't got a problem with looking at a situation and seeing the problem. It's just that if that's the only thing that you see, then you know what I mean. You're not going to get far. You're going to be stuck in a whirlwind of problems.
Why can't you see both? Why can't you see both? Can you see both, like a problem and a solution at the same time?
That's exactly my point, my brother. So you see the problem and then you find out the solution. Because not only do you have to look at both, and this is what I mean. So the more you concentrate, this is what I realize. The more you concentrate on something, the more fixated it becomes. It won't change. Yeah. But as soon as you let it go, yeah, as soon as you let it go and you know that it's going to happen, or you're sure of it, that's when, how should I say, the consciousness around you, yeah, because I believe we're all connected, first of all, yeah, and for us to be all connected, that means, if we're all connected, that means there's some sort of omnipotence within inside us, or there is an omnipotent power that you can tap into, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah.
You agree? Everyone's with me, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah.
So if you have that power within you and you can tap into that power, why are we not using that power?
Yeah, that's a good point. So therefore, it's like we like to, like I said, from my thinking, it's like tapping into the source. You know what I mean? Of
exactly
everything.
that, my brother. The one consciousness, and this is the thing. This is the thing. Look, you cannot receive anything you haven't gave. Do you know what I mean? You can't. Do you know what I mean? For you to be able to receive something, you have to give something.
Yeah, and that's like maybe giving your time, thought, energy. You know,
wherever
what I mean?
it is, wherever it is, you can come back in many ways. Many ways, and it goes back to I think what you were saying, cause and effect.
Yeah.
And it's like if you're dropping a stone inside the ocean and you want to see the ripple effect. Yeah. What is that ripple? Are you doing it for? Is that a good ripple or is that a bad ripple? Because I always believe whatever you do something good, it ripples out 10 times better, and you literally have a shockwave of effect.
I mean, because you said a ripple and shockwave. I mean, looking at it from an extreme point of view, you know, you could if you echo in the mountains and you can cause an avalanche, you know, or a little stone could drop from the top of a mountain and cause an avalanche. You know what I mean? Like that as well.
I like that one. I'm going to use that one. But that's what it's about. Your vibration. Do you know what I mean? Sound. Your thought. Like, imagine this. Your thought alone has a vibration. Your thought alone can manifest and manipulate. You know, I believe we have telekinesis. I believe sometimes you can hear what someone else is feeling. You think
dirty fucking whore. It needs to be fucked. So come fuck me. Oh, yeah. Fuck me, baby. Oh, God. Oh, fuck me. Come fuck me. Oh, yeah. Come fuck me. Come fuck my ass. Oh, yes.
Astaghfirullah. 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 Astaghfirullah.
What the fuck was that?
Jedi, we have questions. No, we have questions, Jedi. Come back. Don't even try it. Yeah, first of all, yeah, he had the audio. If you don't watch the video from the other day, he had the audio, yeah, from that madness, yeah, and he put it on top of this thing. What is wrong with you, Jedi?
Listen, that was terrible, man.
Absolutely terrible. No, allow the sound effects for Dukes. Jedi, you're bad man. Yo, MD Gold moving crazy.
I think it all comes down to whoever's watching it, innit, and their perception of that reality.
Can I
might find that really, really hot. You know what I mean?
Jedi, don't come back laughing. Don't do it. Yeah.
I drop another donation if you want to see that again.
All of that. No, we're good.
£5 if you want to see that again.
If you want to send the £5, send 3 and then send £2. You're good to go, man. Or £2.50 each.
Okay, how many numbers there, Jed? How many numbers you got, Jed? Yo, Jed, how many numbers on the board?
There's like 13. Sorry, man, I've been slacking. Wow. You lot all came alive with a comment though, innit? Mad how you all reacted. Mad. That
was our reality, Jeds.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't even know what you saw. That weren't real. That didn't even happen. You dirty sluts. Big up Stu Bruns.
Wow.
I bet Stu Bruns never thought he'd get that for £5.
Oh no. He wasn't even buying that. That's what's mad. He didn't even know what he was buying.
Chill Cactus, who asked you?
He's lapping this up. He's really enjoying this, isn't it?
That was funny. Sorry, that was hilarious to me. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't even lie. That was... You know
like when
like, oh my god!
You don't know what to say.
Wow, you know that.
Don't know how to respond to this.
Yeah, but Stu Brunson enjoyed this. He's banged for his buck. You get me? Yeah. Right, boom. 13 numbers left. I ain't even trying to take over the conversation. Just there's the numbers for you, bro. Like, please, can we get back to what we were saying?
Yeah, what numbers are there?
Boy, you fucked
on the
up,
screen,
you know,
Oh, shit, yeah, shit. Yo, Jed, 31, yeah. Put me down.
31.
I'm sending it now.
All right, cool, man. Yeah,
oh, my God. Guys, listen, if I can win this, I'd be very happy, okay? Just pray for me.
Yeah, man.
Pray for me to win, by the way. Don't pray for me to. Yeah.
Why are you worried about what I'm doing, Sash?
Who? I'm not worried. I just foretold that it was coming. I just had that premonition that was coming.
That's good, man.
I'm chatting shit. I'm chatting the most shit.
The chat is shell shocked. They don't know what to do with themselves.
No, nobody knows what to do.
To be fair,
after that. Fuck's sake, Jedi. You're going to like say it's normal to see these things and hear these things.
What Dukes done? I'm not. That's not nice.
Well, I can't remember what we were talking about.
I don't know. Whatever it was,
it's reality.
You say it wiped your memory, like you know.
Fully, like that.
Mills is going to deal with the matter.
Trillo said we all feel violated.
Yeah,
yeah, bro.
Certain man are trying to type with one hand. This man.
Oh,
wow.
You get that, Jed? Yeah.
Where am I looking?
Cash
Where am I
App?
looking? Cash App, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's mad. You lot are crazy, man. You're crazy.
You're the crazy one. It's you. Like, you people are crazy.
Yeah.
I slightly want to do that jingle, you know, bro. So every time you need it, it's right there.
Even's over here like, what happened? Why? Who told you something happened? Huh? Someone say something happened. Fucking hell. Mad thing. Huh? Nothing happened.
Yo, what's
man.
going on with that yesterday's episode, man? Some D's with butt plugs and all that, man. I had to lock off that, man. It's a weird show, man.
Yesterday was a weird show in itself, but the whole day was mad. The whole day was mad. If you don't have told me I would have seen Hash Puppy, I would have been like, no, you dumb.
Nah, literally, I must have tuned in, just where that fucking video of the geezer sucking a butt plug in a strip club. I was like, nah.
Oh my god. Exit left.
That was nasty.
Yeah,
that
man,
was so nasty, man. So bad.
You think he wears a mask? Sorry.
Oh my god.
Do you think he sanitizes his hands?
I don't think those questions are for man like him. Those questions don't even exist for the man there.
Oh shit.
Don't know this chick from nowhere. She's been shaking her ass all night, and you thought it was okay to do that. Sweaty Betty, man. A lot going on. I want to know why Heathen called himself Heathen. That's what I want to know.
Imagine that's his name, his actual name.
Heathen.
Heathen.
Maybe it's a he, she, and the parents are like, we'll call it a heathen.
Oh, that's sick.
I hate your dickhead for that.
That's sick. Didn't know the term quarantinist until yesterday. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, what?
No, coronist. Coronist.
I went to Google it and I just forgot.
Sorry, why did you even talk about 7 minutes ago? What's the problem? What's
I don't know.
All right, man. Triller, you all right? Yeah, Triller, yeah?
Yeah.
You're nearly there, yeah?
I'm good, man. I'm just multitasking.
Yeah, I bet you are.
Man said you're nearly there, yeah? You know what?
Oh,
you're a setup, you know. Always out there ready to set man up.
I'm not saying you're nearly there. He said, yeah, like, he's multitasking. You get me?
Yeah, jokes, bro. I was too slow to clock on. Sorry, mate. Not my cup of tea.
I know. MD Gold says she never knew the term Quranist until yesterday. MD Gold, you proper shouted. How have you never heard that term? Nomadic says Chevelle needs to hum to people in a mental hospital. That's just the best medicine. Heathen's coming. Heathen. Drop your $5. I know you want it again, Heathen. So drop your $5.
Go on.
Hello, Heathen.
Yeah.
Heathen. Why did you call yourself Heathen? Do you know what? I can't not say it that way now, you know, Heathen. I actually can't not say it that way.
Call him a heathen.
Really? No, you're not getting it wrong. Really, he's a hot lady chicken. A heat hen.
Oh my god. Oh my god, a hot lady chicken.
I heard Triller. I was spoke to Triller since he was starting on L Run.
Oh, has it been that long?
Did you hear about Triller and L Run?
Nah, what happened?
I'm nearly having a boxing match.
Oh god.
Mum, buck that. Man must drop my phone.
Does Elron live in England?
Nah, Germany.
No, in the fucking Black Forest in Germany or something.
Heathen. Why did you call yourself heathen?
Because I'm a heathen.
Because what?
Because I'm a heathen.
Yeah, he don't know. What's a heathen then?
Like heathenism, like it's just like none of the major religions believe in maybe more than one god.
Huh?
Oh.
Huh?
Do you know what I've heard that saying back in the day? Back in the day.
Like pagan, same
Yeah.
thing.
I think he spelled something like that. You heathen, yeah. When they call somebody a
Yeah,
heathen.
If you
medieval
don't
like kings
subscribe
and
to
stuff.
basically like
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to know. Why would you call yourself that?
just through what I've looked at, and just through. But yeah, basically, what I've looked at, like.
Okay.
I just don't subscribe to like Christianity or Judaism or any of that sort of stuff. Like I think that's just there to like muddy the water. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it depends. What like I've looked a lot into the Gospel of Thomas lately, which is meant to be
nice.
Judas's book, and that's
Nice.
mad. That's very like Buddhist sort of talks about like the kingdom of heaven being within you and around you and all stuff like that. That's mad.
I love that gospel, bro. I love it. I love that gospel.
It says here, heathenism. A belief or practice of heathens, idolatry. 2, a barbaric morals or behavior, barbarism. Well, there you have it.
Yeah. That's why I don't sometimes go along with like when Red was going before, he was saying about like page 3 models. You know what I mean? Like little things like that. I don't sort of have the same like mainstream ideas of a lot of people.
Right, but heathen,
I'm more down the line of like as long as you're conscious of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Sort of.
You're the boy or a girl?
What lad?
You just had a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Right, so like honestly speaking, you and your missus be made up if he gets with a page 3 model. Like yeah.
It's up to him, lad. It's up to him, and I'll like you. I think you can. I do subscribe to the fact that you can be a page 3 model, but you could be a virgin. The will be out there, like you don't have to slag yourself out to be a page 3 model, like.
I hear you.
Like my missus worked on the strippers, and she was far from a stripper. Do you get me?
What?
I don't want to say anything more, like, but
yeah,
that's why I get my beard.
Was she a stripper or not?
No, she was promo.
Okay, she was the promo team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different though. Like that's like me saying I was the editor of the newspaper, not a page 3 model. It's kind of like
no, but
different.
even some of the strippers some of them are decent girls. Like, do you get me? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying if you put yourself in that position where you can be easily led that way or that way. Do you get me?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like killing them. It's like hunting and all stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You'd have no problem with your daughter being topless in the newspaper then.
Well, if that's what she wanted, like.
Yeah, for us to all the man them at work to sit around and be like, oh fucking hell, and that's your actual daughter. You cut her umbilical cord, you burped her, you changed her, you picked her up from school, you gave her money for pocket money, you dressed up as Santa or whatever else you did. Now she's 18, 19, she got her tits out on a national newspaper, and the man them are just objectifying her. But
everywhere.
So again, bro.
Lad, spunking everywhere, all over. Yeah.
Well, maybe not going that far, but I'm sure some people do that. Yeah, of course, some people do.
You know, you use the word
I think
objectify.
if I had a daughter, lad, I'd hope that I'd make her strong enough to be able to sort of. This is what I see the problem with society, lad. Generally, is
right.
People not being able to back what they do. You get me? So I thought my daughter was strong enough in the head to live with that decision and die by that decision, lad. Yeah, I'd be behind it. But if I knew it was going to negatively affect her and she was going to just go to bits over it, like I'd definitely advise against it. Do you get me?
I'm not sure that I can. I mean, short term.
But I haven't got a daughter, Jedi, so.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it doesn't matter whether you've got a daughter or not, to be fair. Once you're a father, once you're an active member of society, whether you've got children or not, you know what you'd want for yourself is what you'd want for others. It's that principle I'm working on. So I'm just like, I feel like, I don't know any page 3 models, but I feel like regardless of how they spin it, it's going to have an adverse effect if you're known for just getting your tits out. I just feel like it's gonna affect you negatively at some point. It's got They always act like
I know what you mean. Like,
yeah.
You could argue that's the like sort of the. See, I don't like this OnlyFans. Don't get me wrong, lad.
Right.
You might call me a hypocrite. I don't. Only because it's on like a mass scale. Do you get me? I don't think it's for everyone. I am. Yeah. You could call me a hypocrite.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's for everyone. Do you get me? I think too many people are easily led, and then sort of sit there, and then sort of wallow in self-pity afterwards, going, "Oh, I didn't know it was going to be like that." Whereas I'm more about like the consciousness of people. You know, if you're fully conscious going into a lot of things, you know what you're getting into. Do you get me? It's like when it goes down to like hunting, like people like I've said, like I do go hunting in Scotland with my uncle, and people go, oh, and it's like until you've done that and you took the life, you can't really comment. Do you get me? Because you're not the one who has to sit there and butcher the animal afterwards, you know, and skin it, and shoot the thing. Shooting the thing is only what? Well, unless you're stalking it for hours, but pulling the trigger is only a matter of seconds, isn't it? You know, like if as long as it's like even like abortion, that I can go along with abortion as long as the girl knows exactly what they're gonna do, and that like 10 months down the line, they're not gonna have a nervous breakdown because they didn't know this was gonna happen or that was gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like
you always have to be aware of the consequences and like be aware of what may come from your actions.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I'll be honest, that's how I try and live my life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Back on Jedi's point, Jedi, when you were saying that, you know, objectifying women objectify men objectify women, dude. That's just the way it's been. Clothes on, clothes off. You know what I mean? We're all being objectified in some way or form, you know. So
some girls see nipples as nipples. Do you get me? Would I like me daughter just getting another bit out? Nah, I'll be honest with you. No, not really. Because I think that's a big implication on your life. Like, do you get me? I don't class it the same as getting your tits out. I'll be honest. But then I wouldn't subscribe to every girl to get the tits out. Not one of those, you know what I mean? Like wet t-shirt competitions and that. But again, lad, if they're strong enough to stand by that decision and sort of pardon the pun, chest it out. You know what I mean?
Trillo Cactus says, what about if your son was a stripper?
A what?
A stripper.
Again, lad, again.
Like, for men being strippers, apart from the obvious, like the man them, I feel like in that stripper world, they seem like they don't give a fuck. They don't care. I don't think there's as much stigma on it, unless you're like a black guy with locks. I don't think there's as much stigma on it as it is for a woman.
Yeah. Well, it's not as damaging, isn't it? You know, it's like a lot of these girls who've been convinced to have one night stands all over the show, and then like some of my birds mates are like 14 out of 10, lad, honestly, and like they get into the level now where it's like no one sort of wants to do anything with them anymore because it's like you use goods. Do you get me? And we try and tell women this, but they don't seem to want to listen. Until it comes back and hits them in the face, and they don't want to have to deal with that ex-drug dealer boyfriend or that ex-fucking criminal boyfriend that they've gone for because they like the bad boy for so many years. You know what I mean? And then they've got a kid to that kid, and then they get with like a decent lad, and he's like, "Fuck having to see that kid every week who just hates me."
Do you think a lot of that has to do with? Do you think some of that has to do with what sorry to cut you. Do you think some of that has to do with what is socially acceptable and what is socially normalized in a lot of
of course.
communities?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Like you don't want you like it's essentially you didn't want to bring home a girl that someone could say to your mom, "Oh, you know she's naked in papers." That's not really what you're trying to bring home. Or to the man them, "Oh, this is my missus." You could be like, "Oh, this is my girl," or "I'm seeing this girl, wink, wink, nudge, nudge," and she's a pay-free girl. A man them would give you high fives and whatever. But as soon as you seem like you was getting serious with that girl, I think the man then would laugh at you. Like, yo, what, you really you're gonna give her like a wifey title and she's just running around naked? Like, I don't know. It's you know, you don't
I've worked with lads, Jed. I've worked with lads who are like on that what's it called? Snapchat. And like Snapchat when it first come out, lad, there was like a sort of dating app, you know what I mean? And there was a young lad who we used to work with. And he used to be seeing birds, and the birds would be sending pictures of themselves, and he'd be showing all of us in work. You know what I mean? And it was like, I said to him one day, I went, lad, you do realise she doesn't know you're doing that, first of all, and you do realise that if you ever get serious with her, all these lads know now.
Right.
Every little bit of it, you know what I mean? And then you've got to then live with that decision. Do you get me? That you've decided, and that'll bring stress upon yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do see all sides, like. But if they're strong
enough, that's a good thing you did there.
Do you get me? It's like when your mates argue with the birds or whatever, and then they come to you and tell you the worst part of the argument.
The worst part of the argument,
bird forever. Then you've just got that conception, like. You think you should have just kept that to yourselves, innit?
Yeah. Totally agree. Yeah. You got to be careful, man. Personally, it's just not cool to have a girlfriend that's.
I worked in a factory, lad. I worked in Jaguar Land Rover for a bit in Liverpool, and there was a fella in there, and his daughter was like known for. I even know a few lads who sort of went through it on videos and all that, like lineup, like full on lineups and that. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And he was working one day, and one of the fellas didn't even know, and just got basically his daughter, and he basically just seen his daughter just. And it was just like, what the, like, genuinely.
Wait, what happened?
Like, he basically seen the porno of his daughter.
Right.
And he didn't know that she was doing any of that stuff. Like, she was just going to town. You know what I mean? But she weren't. She was going out in taxis, fucking going she had a name for herself at the time. Do you get me?
Yeah.
And one of the lads just got a video up, you know, like, he probably would have laughed if it weren't his daughter. Do you get me?
Right.
And apparently he fucking just fainted and work. He just fucking dropped that, and just you had to take that fucking weeks. You know what I mean? Imagine that.
Now that's because this is the thing here. Because I kind of
that's traumatic. I can't lie. That is trauma.
But like I could see a dad going and getting a weapon and doing something crazy, man. Like I'm talking to his daughter.
Definitely.
It's like, I know they say women's rights and a woman's right to do things like that, but like your dad should never see something like that.
But that's called honor killing, Jed. That's wrong, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? When someone's an adult, you know what I mean? Obviously they're doing something they're legally allowed to do, and this and obviously the parent has failed them in that regard. You get me? If that's what he never wanted for them, you know what I mean? Because kids are an extension of themselves, so he failed the child in that regard. You get me? And, you know, I would say.
But The reason why is because there. If you think about us as kids, there was a lot of things our parents didn't know about.
I think it stems down to like how was his daughter in that
and it ain't got nothing to do with how they raised us. Yeah,
Right.
I'm sure there's many things that we've done, and our parents don't know till this day, and it ain't got nothing to do with how they raised us because we knew what we were doing was wrong at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
It just,
Okay.
it just came down to a choice, to a
right, and you made that choice, right?
No, but there's still our responsibility,
I don't think
right?
that the dad should have to.
Like if I got kids, right, I would assume that they're my responsibility. You get me? Definitely up to a certain age. I feel like I'm gonna be, even when they're legally adults, I'm still gonna feel like I'm responsible. I'm sure. You get me? Yeah, like for them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because good parents, I would genuinely believe have unconditional love for their children. That's the only time I believe people have unconditional love, and it's when it's for their child, right? And you know what I mean? Like you're always gonna feel like you want to guide them and help them, and you know what I mean, be there for them and stuff. So I would feel like I would be a failure.
Yeah,
if
but
that happened
imagine.
to me,
Okay, wait. Imagine this now. Yeah, imagine you've raised your child to do the right thing in your eyes. Yeah, and your child has chosen not to do that, but you've raised your child in that way. But for her situation, it's already far too gone. Like it's gone too far for him to feel like. Do you know what I mean? Like any parent would faint at that.
You gotta look at the thing. Like, how did his daughter come into contact with that lifestyle? Was he not keeping an eye on his kids in the first place? Obviously, man's at work and that, probably earning money to support his family, and his kids have got that bit of freedom without, and other people have took advantage.
Yeah.
No, 100%. Yeah. Listen, don't get me wrong. Take responsibility, take accountability for your part. However, there is times where you're literally the parent is not to blame.
No, but they're saying it. A smart person learns from their mistakes, right? A wise person learns from others' mistakes, isn't it? So, like, this is something that's happened with someone else, so we should learn from that. You know what I mean? And be like, okay, we know now that if you're not there for your kids, we have to basically make sure that we're there for our kids, even if we are super busy. We got to be on top of things because this might happen otherwise.
Exploitation, though, lad. You've got to bring the exploitation right into it, haven't you, as well?
Wait 1 second, Stephen. What about the child that learns that their school friend or whatever grew up and got killed by their dad because they was in a porno and the dad ended up seeing it? How about learning from that wisdom?
Boy, I would never.
Real talk.
You get me? No child would ever.
Teach by example, man. Real talk.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Like I don't know. I'm saying stuff, and I don't want to. I don't want to seem like I'm saying yes.
You're being hypothetical.
No, you're just giving the other
But
perception of how things could.
Yeah, it's a bit mad though, because it's like, how do you expect a dad to react? Like, say he didn't have a hand, like to see your daughter lined up, and there's a line of man. Like the other day, I saw a clip where a woman was on some chat show, and she got the world record for having the most sex with men in, I don't know what it was, 2 hours or 5 hours, something like that. 5 hours.
God.
900 and something men.
What?
900 and something men. She got the world record. You can Google it or whatever, Got a clip of a radio interview, and I'm just like, that's not okay. I know it's your body and that, but that's not like I don't know, man. I feel like love
but
might
then the external validation, though, the external validation part of it, because then the radio hosts were probably like, okay in it, and she's probably thinking, yo, I feel like a bad girl talking about this in front of these people. They're okay in it. Let's say she was in front of people who were
by the time it's got that far, even she ain't got no contact with her parents. If it's got that far, I can't. There's no way I know you're doing that. And me and you are still chatting.
What if her mother was like that? She learned from mother.
See, I think girls are naive as well.
That's it.
Girls are very naive. So if a lad was to say, can I film it on my phone? I think a lot of girls are trusting within that sort of thing, where they think genuinely that'll stay between them, even though the lad knows this is going to all my mates when I get home. You know what I mean? There's a sort of certain time as well where this was all sort of happening. Do you get me? And it was like early days with phones, mobile phones. Do you get me? And like it fucking ruined the fucking girl's life.
Yeah,
Like, to be
but see,
fair.
the guy has a responsibility as well to tell the girl
Yeah.
if he knows better and she's doing something, you get me, yeah, and he knows like okay, I should tell her because she might not know that, you know what I mean, what she's doing is this and
And
that.
don't forget,
Whether
like,
she takes it or
porn
not
up
is
and all
different.
that sort of stuff wasn't there. Because it happened to one of my mates, one of my girlfriend's mates years ago, one of her closest mates, and she done something on her phone, and then she was with the lad for like 2 years, and they done something anyway, and then when they split up, he went dead bitter. Do you know, one of those little fucking dweebs who just goes like weird, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna send this video round to everyone, all your mates and all that." Like, so
yeah, man.
we just went down and just got his phone. Like, we just burst through the door and just got his phone.
Something happened like that in Birmingham years ago.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
what happened? Someone worked at a supermarket.
weird,
In the Asian community, and what happened? They took their phone to the repair shop, and the repair shop geezers got the fucking video off the phone and fucking showed everyone the bird got killed. Family killed the bird, man, because it got out in the community, in the Asian community, man.
Yeah, it's fucked up. But it
See
just
that,
goes
yeah.
to
But
reinforce the fact that
look at things like Love Island and stuff like that now, where they're just doing
Yeah.
it on normal TV.
Exactly, and then they're encouraged to do it, and then they're all dying, and fucking madness. And they've never took it off. You've even got there's a game on your phone now, like a Love Island game that they all go on.
Is it?
Yeah,
I can't
it's like a
keep
Love
up,
Island game. I don't know what you fucking do.
What was your point? Sasha, what was your point about Love Island, though? What was you saying?
On that point of Love Island as well, a lot of youngsters watch Love Island. You know, a lot of like young teenagers, you get me, watch it.
Yeah, it's marketed to them. That's the next generation of celebrities. Sash, what was you saying?
It's just that, like, the whole thing that it's there, and I think we've kind of touched on it before, Jed. So I was like, with the things of like phones now have become like a normal part of like reality or life, whatever, to the point where I was more along the thing of like, we're not letting people make mistakes, like children make mistakes and stuff, and you was like more, well, it's maybe getting to the stage now where kids are going to have no shame.
Yeah.
And I think,
You've got to look at where technology is going as well, because you can't just, phones are not what they used to be 10 years ago. Nowadays, you can track your kids just using a phone. Like, you've got so much things to prevent these things from happening.
Whoa, hold on, hold on.
Not everyone is that.
Yeah, what's this?
I understand.
What are we talking about? Track your
everyone's got GPS. GPS on their phones. Everyone's kids have got GPS on their phones these days. Do you know what I mean?
Bro, are you saying track your kids to stop them from doing porn?
No, I'm saying like when they're out and about, fucking about, when you're at work and that, have some tabs on your youth to know if they're safe or not. That's what these things are.
Shit happens in schools, like, you know what I mean? This kind of stuff can happen anywhere.
Yeah, but then it's communicating with your kid. If it happens, you know, you ask your kid, "How was your day?" You know what I mean? This and that. You know what I mean? What happened? And you know what I mean?
Fine.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. How was your day? Fine.
Yeah. But then
we never used to tell our guardians anything, man. We used to get to fucking all kinds of shit.
How was your day? Fine.
Come in
Good.
every day,
This
seize
time you had
out the
a
head.
mad gang fight with knives and guns. How was your day? What you been?
What? No one's telling their parent that. Are you mad?
Yeah, you saying that, man. How was your day? To be honest, Mom, I nearly sucked some dick. You know, I was with the boys. You know what I mean? I was with the boys. I was with some boys, some local lads. And there was like 5 of them. They're cool. They're 5 of them cool, but like they was trying to get me to suck dick. But I weren't really on it. But yeah, I like one of them. Well, you know what's saying these things to their parents.
True. No,
you know what I mean?
you're jumping ship. You're jumping ship.
As well,
yeah, because look, that circumstance wouldn't happen. Yeah, again, depending on how you raise your child. If you've grown up, if you taught your child right to, you know, you got a close relationship with your child, right? You can talk about things and everything else. Yeah, you're their friend in that regard. You're their best friend as well.
Yeah, that best friend thing, bro. With respect, you got children?
Well, I don't want to go there, but you go on. What's your point?
No, I'm saying with respect. Do you have them or not?
I said I don't want to answer that
Are
question.
you speaking from experience of having children or not? It's important, man. I don't see why
I know it is.
I don't see why you. Hold on 1 second.
I'm not willing to disclose information.
I get protecting your personal information. But whether you have children or not, I don't think is because I'm not even going to ask you how many. Just are you a father or not?
I will tell you. I got parents. I got siblings. I'm not going to tell you if I got children or not. All right. So you can stop asking.
Now I'm on you. Now, I hear you.
No, I'm not going to answer your question. All right.
Wait 1 second. You can't answer my question anymore because I need to know if I'm talking to a parent. Because if you're not a parent, because like for instance, Shebs is not a parent, right? But she's gonna give her perspective from being a big sister, being a cousin. But at least I know where that's coming from. Like, I'm trying to understand where you get this best friend paradigm from. Like, where are you getting it from? Like, where have you lived that? Are you the best friend to your children, or were you the best friend to your parents? Like, where is this coming from, bro?
Come from various different factors, my friend. When it comes down to it, dudes, how you want to perceive me is up to you, right? End of the day, if you think that I can't have a perception on how to raise children without having children, right? That's up to you. Whether you think that's going to be,
I just want to know.
But he never said that, my love.
I just want to. No, I'm not saying that you can't have a opinion, brother. I just gave you a good example of someone that doesn't have a child who I would respect their opinion. No, I'm not saying you can't have one. I'm just saying like for me personally, the first thing is I just wanted to know where you was coming from, whether this is your approach to fatherhood, like whether or you're just saying stuff. Because a lot of people just say stuff, but the reality of being the best friend with your child is like I feel like once you get a child, you make a choice. You like, yo, I'm either gonna be a parent or I'm gonna be a best friend.
No, I think both. You can be both. You can be both, in my opinion. But again, if you disagree, that's up to you. That's fine.
But that. Now, I'd be disagreeing based on experience. You'd be disagreeing with me based on what?
It's like you guys were talking about kids earlier. Right? Earlier, you guys were talking about kids earlier, right? And hitting children, right? And you could have, your opinion about whether you think it's a good or bad thing based on your experience and based on having children as well, right? It's all, end of the day, I believe, I would have children.
Kids. But it means for a genuine conversation. Like we're having a genuine conversation. Not to say you're not genuine, but like it brings some it just brings a genuine conversation where people do actually vibe and bounce with each other and talk about real life.
I understand that, but
do you not think that there is a possibility? Now, the best friend thing, okay, you're a bit too far. But then again, I do believe that having a friendship with your child kind of brings those barriers down. And what I mean by that is like, I didn't speak to my mum about half the stuff that I was going through during school, and that was just due to fear. Just the fear factor of like how she'd view me or what she'd think, or do you know what I mean? And like having that fear of what will it be? It's always gonna be negative, I never spoke to my mum about boys. I never spoke to my mum about anything. So when I've come out into the world now, living in such a sheltered life, my first boyfriend was a fuck up and I couldn't see it. So I feel like there should be a balance where when your child gets to a certain age of understanding, you should definitely start having these conversations with your kids and making them feel a lot more comfortable than our parents did. That's what I think. That's just,
There's got to be a balance. You're definitely right about the balance. Because I know parents that...
because you don't want your child to be scared of you.
You could have a line in front of them, you know what I mean? You could have a line with the parents and it was like... It was funny to a point, do you get me? And then it was like, you don't get the right parenting. Do you get me? I know what you mean. Like, got to get that balance right. You can't be the best mate where
listen, and again,
you're the same age.
No, this is it. Like, I maybe this is why there's a balance.
Like
there's a balance.
How close do you go? You know what I mean? Like, how to be a friend, you've got to be at the same level. And sort of what level do you
not necessarily. No, you don't. No, you don't have to be at the same level because look, I've got friends that are up in age. I've got friends that are younger than me, and like that doesn't mean that because you're up in age, you're my mum or you're my older sister or whatever. I see you as a friend, same way. It's just that I see you as somebody that's wiser than me. And
wiser.
I'm not saying that. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Do you know what I mean? But what I was gonna say to you, Jed, it's like, okay, with your son, would you rather him go out and deal with things on his own, or rather be able to come to you and say, you know what, Dad? Over the years, we've had conversations, and I know your history to a degree in it. Yeah, like what do I do in this situation? Like that's the type of relationship I believe you should have with your children.
Yeah, but like
don't be too guarded as a parent.
No. Right. So like, I'm not gonna do a thriller on my. I mean, that's private. I'm not telling you. I'm gonna share some information. No, I'm not being a wind up, but that was like a weird span off for no reason, and you cause.
No, because I've never disclosed whether I've had children online or not. So the thing is, I'm willing to stick with that because I've seen other people getting their children doxed and things like that. So I think it's a good way for me to tell the people as well. Be careful about what you say in it. You know.
Wink, wink. You know.
Whatever, man.
When we were certain gym and like,
I'm not gonna lie to you. See, people that live in fear of being doxed or rare, like you obviously got shit to hide. I get it, yeah. Like keep your private information private, but saying whether you got kids or not, it's not gonna help you get doxed, bro.
What's doxed?
No, I understand that. I'm just I'm
your identity. Your identity revealed and information, your address and shit like that. And they do fucked up shit on the internet, especially when you hang around in these weird quagmires, yeah? Like, you know, like weird hangout groups, weird YouTube channels where they're very much into that. But over here, no one wants to dox you. Like, I'm not saying that weirdos ain't listening, so I agree with you. Protect your info, bro. But whether you have kids or not, I don't know, man. But cool, let's move on. In terms of Chevelle's question, do I want my son to share with me and be open? Yes, I'd love that. Yes, I'd want that. Boundaries is also something that's important for the upbringing
100%, yeah.
Right? Boundaries and oversharing and over familiarity is something I'm seeing a lot with modern parents, and I don't necessarily know whether that's cool because now you're sitting there and you talk about well, my mum knows I do porn. Now this has gone wrong now.
That's
just dropped that.
But this is what I'm this is what I'm saying, with a balance, because you can parent your child as well as be that friend. And what I mean by that is, okay, Rob, boom, when it comes to like all of this talk, when they're like, okay, I would say what, like 14 and you know, they're feeling themselves or whatever the case is, and you're having these conversations like, Rob, you know, not necessarily, is there anybody you like or whatnot, but just, I think it's self-love. Self-love is very important.
Yeah, being open and that, but I think the friendship really kicks in, but hopefully
when they're older.
Right. Hopefully you're going to tell me something as your dad because I'm your dad and I'm open with you. Not because you look at me as some kind of best friend. I'm telling you, that best friend scenario is can be very dangerous. Let me not be
it can be
general. It can be very dangerous, yeah. And I've seen teenagers and young and even pre-pubescent ones turn the familiarity into some kind of contempt, into some kind of disrespect, into like into that sense of entitlement. People want to box their mama. People want to push their dad. People want to tell them wagwan. And then when you get old, it goes full circle. You go through a period where you're now old. They're not respecting anything you got to say because you can't do them nothing. You can't show them nothing. Oh, no, daddy. That don't know what he wants. Next thing you know, dad's in the home. Because we know. I like the cultures where...
you're right.
Hold on one second. Dad can be frail. Dad can be old. Mum can be frail. Mum can be old. But that power and respect is still very much in the court of the parents. And I think over familiarity through raising and that can create that. That's what I was really trying to say.
Yo, Jed.
Yo.
When I was you, when I wanted like a PlayStation or Xbox or something, I had to earn it through chores and things like that.
Right.
And we had to learn to do things for ourselves. Like parents used to go make a cup of tea. We used to make it. Like, you know, like little chores around the house. We got used to doing things for ourselves, so we appreciated the shit because we knew the hard work that went into the little things. You know, to make our, But when I compared to my brethrens, who the parents did everything for them, they used to like cuss their mom, like call the mom a bitch and everything. Like, but it's because they never used to have to do anything. They just
and
was
this is the thing,
born
through
with
those
everything
little
catered
chores
to.
and stuff, you're by you doing those, you're teaching your child responsibility. You have
But
a
you see the
little
Western world, yeah,
responsibility,
you know, like,
and
you
then
know,
it
backyard.
grows, you know.
Backyard, the youth will be working from young and that, yeah, but the Western world would be like child labor. A lot of them youths are learning a skill and shit, you know what I mean? And yeah, man, a lot of them people are going to be smarter when they're older.
But
they're
they
going to
scream.
probably
They'll scream at things like a child helping the parents on a farm, child labor. But yet we'll go to Primark and shop it up.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Or go and get the car wash, buy the cheapest car wash.
Right.
Make it make sense.
You know what? Yeah. When I used to see the chimney sweeps and that, I don't know if something was wrong with me. Yeah, but I used to think, right, that's all right though, because like they're just getting on with life. But now I realize, all right, kids were dying from smoke inhalation and taking massive falls from buildings and shit. Yeah, but like,
Don't make me laugh.
But there was
It's not a
something
laughing matter.
in having kids of the society chipping in. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As soon as you're old enough to be able to hold a dustpan and brush or a J cloth, yeah, man, start chipping in. Start getting involved.
Definitely. I agree with that.
Lead from example.
Let me quickly say something, even, yeah. You lot know that I work in youth centers and stuff and work with kids and that, yeah. Or from time to time, I don't really do it so much at the moment because of everything that's going on and that, yeah. But I got in trouble because at the end of the day, I finished things early, and I let the young youths that used to mirror me, I let them like hoover. I let them hoover. Yeah, go on then, Jermaine. And Jermaine's hoovering the rug.
For that.
I'm getting called in by management talking about, you know, you can get done for child labor and rare. I'm like, what?
What?
Yeah, we're not allowed. So back in the days when you used to tidy up in primary school and secondary school, tidy up time was a whole thing.
All of them time there,
They don't have that now because it's child labor. You're making a child work.
What?
So some clever mum went in and was like, nah, you have my child hoovering. Nah. And now no one's allowed to hoover. Which is weird because you want to teach kids.
That's very weird. Exactly. And I feel like those are those people, those are those housewives,
are they trying to train our kids like to be like, do you know how the elite kids are ignorant? They're trying to teach them the same kind of traits.
Something else, like,
yes, of course they are. I'm telling you, bro, those are those housewives, yeah, that probably they do everything or they have somebody do everything and their child doesn't have to do it at home. So why are they doing it at school? And that's the type of mentality they have without realizing that when your child, hold up, let me finish. When your child goes to university and has to now start fending for himself, okay, he's got the money or whatever, but he goes to university or she goes to university, they don't know how to wash them drawers, they don't know about hygiene, they don't know about cooking, they don't know nothing about themselves and what makes them happy, because all you've been doing all this time is giving them everything and they don't know what in particular is for them.
Consequences.
And then leads on to the bad decisions, isn't it, that we were going on to about before?
Exactly.
You know, they don't know the consequences.
If you knew at the end of the day you're gonna have to hoover up that fucking glitter, you probably wouldn't be so reckless. You know?
Exactly, with the glitter. Thank you.
We're gonna have to clean this shit. And when they ain't got that responsibility, it's just mad.
Yeah, you'd only throw the glitter bomb once, wouldn't you? If you had to clean it up yourself.
You don't like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I can't believe you got told off for flipping.
Crazy.
If a kid wants to help,
that's life skills, you know.
Pick that up, like in a child.
That's life skills,
if a child
you
wants to
know.
help, Yeah, it's like if a child wants, if I'm cooking and my little one's like, "Oh, can I help you cook?" Like I'm like, yes, amazing, fucking woohoo!
All
You know
I know
what I mean?
is kids that clean up their own mess, yeah, are polite kids. Kids that clean up
I
their
can't
own
wait
mess.
for my child labour.
Child
Cut to
labour.
see.
Go get the weeds up in the garden, little man. Go on.
Yeah, you know.
Sunny.
Yeah, man.
Little things
That's
like
nice.
another one was like you know like my friend had a garden that had, I think it was apples or pears in it, and his mum was like, "Yeah, go and pick all the apples off the floor." So we go into the garden with black bags and just pick up all the apples. It's just like work.
And then you help wash them off. I remember doing little things with my mom when she used to be like, like she'd have the peas, you know, the string beans, and you'd have to pop out the peas. And I used to sit there with her, like with her bag of stuff, and I can't remember what we spoke about, but I remember there was laughter though, like, you get me?
Right. The little things of just sitting around the table and just being, man. Oh, that's mad.
Not being fake, you know, like giving them an idea that they're gonna get away with. Like, goes back to like what I was saying before about that being conscious of all the decisions they need to, you know. Like, I think I've spoke to you before about it, Jedi. Like, you know, these people who don't tell the kid no, and then one day it'll be the bully that says no. Like, you know, and if you haven't taught your kid no, the bully will flip and do it with a fist.
Yeah.
And then you learn the very hard way, which you'll still learn. But I don't know, your parents should have sort of woke you up to it, like, again.
I just got told off by Jupiter as well in the comments in the back chat. She just told me off.
So you bloody should have been told off.
I've seen what you did with my video. I don't know who snitched. I mean, who fucking went and snitched?
She watches your
What's
channel,
going
man.
on? What did I miss?
Nah. Yeah,
got told off by Duke.
She weren't watching when I did it, when I put it up. You get me? So someone's gonna snitch. You know what I mean? But yeah, she said, "Oh, basically, like her and Hector are unhappy with the mix, and if I could do a remix."
With what mix?
Because they use porno noises, innit? They use like sex sounds, innit, and shit like that, innit?
Yeah, I didn't put no sex sounds. There's a video in our WhatsApp group. Someone sent it of this woman talking dirty to the camera, but the visuals of her is just mad, yeah. But I used that audio, but she was like, "Yeah, fuck me, fuck."
Yeah, I know what you use. I know what you use, but I still don't understand how it relates back to Jupiter.
Because Jupiter was in the video. That woman was Jupiter that was in the video.
You're fucking lying.
You didn't even know that was Jupiter.
Back in a bit.
That's a lie.
No, it's Jupiter. We took that's a lie.
It's not fucking Jupiter. Don't do that.
It's fucking Jupiter, man. It was Jupiter.
That cannot be Jupiter. No, it wasn't.
But she did ask respectfully, innit, for you guys not to
listen, man.
So I mean, like,
Jupes knows, yeah. Like I might have pushed the boundary a bit, but there's definitely no genuine disrespect meant. It's a bit of banter, but obviously she's respectfully told me something. You know, she knows I'm gonna listen to her, so it's not even a problem. But yeah, that's Jupiter. It's Jupiter. So yeah, guys, that was it, man. You lot not getting that clip again like that. You know what I mean? That was a one-off. Fuck me.
Do you know what? She looked stink, Jedi. She just looked stink. Like, it just reminds me of when I used to do care work. It just, oh my God. She just looks stink, bro.
Remember, man, she's an older woman. And she's had 8 kids, man.
It's not Jukes that she's referring to.
Why
she's referring to her
why are you
another
shouting
video.
at her kids?
I'm just saying, she's saying that.
Wait, are you talking about Jupiter?
Bad about her.
Whoa. Wait. Hold on. Shebs, who looks stink?
I'm talking about the video.
The original
I
video.
thought you talking about. I thought you talking
Yeah,
about
the original
woman.
video with the audio. Yeah, the audio.
Right. The original audio.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah.
I
Oh, sorry.
misunderstood.
So wait. The video that you played today was Jupiter.
Yes. Oh my God! You're there thinking. Why you thinking I'm saying the original video was
God. Yeah, the original audio. No, I thought you was trying to take the piss. But I didn't know. I didn't know that was actually Jupiter. Apologies. I thought, yeah. No, that makes more sense though now.
Right, man. Right.
Yeah,
Man.
now it all adds up. Apologies. But yeah, that woman in the initial audio, boy, she just looks stink.
That woman does look stink. Like fully
She looks stink, bro.
Horrible.
Apologies to everybody in the chat. I was confused. Genuinely confused.
Me too.
Oh, look at M.A. Brown. M.A. Brown's like, how far back is the clip? Like, allow it, man. Dutty. Probably about 20 minutes. Dutty boy. Left it. Run away. Man's gone back to go and look at that. Anyway, someone run and tell Jupiter that I've fixed it, yeah? So
I'm dead.
Yeah. So when the next donation comes through, you can see the new improved version. The man said, "I'll be back, you tramp."
You tramp.
You know what?
I saw these words just fall out of Jedi's mouth, you know.
On that side note, Jedi, you were right, yeah, about me and children. I gave a bit of thought. I thought I'll disclose that I haven't got any kids at the minute. Yeah. But
yeah, but do you want some though?
Yeah,
man. And I get you being guarded, bro. Because I've seen people not being guarded, and they've given info where I'm like, why have you even said that? And then it comes back. I've said stuff,
all of that.
but I just had to own it. That I had some real personal shit thrown back in my face. In a wrong context as well, but I just have to fucking own it, man. Fuck it. People gonna
listen. I learned that a long time ago. I remember that one time when Betty,
hey,
and Betty was throwing things, and I was like, "Raw."
Betty was a madman. Betty was like, yeah, gunman, you shot man, you stab man, you gun man, you went to jail for 7 years. You did that.
Yo, she's serious, bro. She's serious.
Big up Dublin. Dublin, you're a bit of a tramp, you know. Big up Dublin.
Play the music, bro. I'm dead. Let me get ready for this.
Astaghfirullah, 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 astaghfirullah.
Is that better? That's better now, right? You don't go all the fuck me in the background.
Do you know what I want to know? Do you know my main burning question? Is who was it that recorded it and said it was okay? That's a good one. That's a good clip. Hector. Okay.
Oh no! Wait. Sorry. Wait. Are you asking who's? Wait. Sorry.
Who was recording her?
Yeah, Uncle was.
Who had the phone? Yeah, boy. Uncle's the type to tell her, yeah, go on X Factor. You're very good. He shouldn't do that.
Right. I hope.
Large up Jukes, though.
Yeah, I hope she's seen it, and I hope she's a lot happier with that mix. Yeah, a lot happier.
Wait, what I want to know is how did you get the video?
It's on the YouTube channel.
Oh my God, Jupiter.
Now, Jupes is proud of the video. It's not even a thing like that.
Large up Jupiter.
what was being said in the background was like, she's like, nah, you're going too far. You get me? You're going too far. So, and I respect that, man. I respect it. And I respect Uncle as well. I don't want no smoke with Uncle. So hopefully that is a much more respectable mix. Uh-oh. Jukes, is that better? Jukes?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry,
Like you know me, Jedi. I'm up for a laugh.
I know.
Just to correct you, Chevelle, that video was made as a parody. It wasn't to take myself serious. So
okay, great.
Yeah, it was having a laugh. So like I said, I'm up for a laugh. I just didn't like the fuck me bit.
You're wrong. Jedi, you're wrong, you know. You're actually wrong.
I know, man. It's just do you know what it was, yeah? That's probably more of a private joke because of
Can
the
I
original.
just say that Stu Brunt's is not okay? He said, I thought the first one was better.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
He's such a rough.
Oh, for fuck's
Nah.
sake.
I like it the way it is.
Don't worry, I'm
so
gonna do one of all of you lot one day. Don't worry, man. There'll be a jingle for all of you lot. Yeah.
I'm not using it. I mean, that's fine. You know me. I find things funny, so. Yeah.
Oh wow! No, the chat is actually not okay.
Yeah,
you know what? You lot are disgusting.
I can see why Jupiter wouldn't be happy. Some of the perverts lurking around on the internet. Nah, man. Leave Auntie Jukes alone,
the
man.
pain.
Let me.
No. I got a lot of haters as well as people that like me. Well, do you think I care about trolls?
Nah, not. I mean, I think everyone would. No, I'd say no. Ultimately, no. But yeah, can you be affected by them? I think we all could be. You know, just depends on what.
Well, I don't know. A month ago, maybe I could have been affected. Not now.
Where to go?
Time to time.
I said months ago I might have been. Not now.
Oh, but you fully like armored up now with a thick skin. Right. So let's get
where
back
you
to,
running, going?
Let's get back to what we were saying. Yeah. Like you got 6. Yeah. So. Like, I mean, we were talking about me and Triller and this lot. We were talking about being a best friend or being a, you know what I mean, with your kids. What do you think about that approach?
Oh, it's a fine line.
Right.
You need to be close to your kids, but you're not their best friend. That sounds really awful, but there's going to be times when you've got to be sort of like really strict.
Right.
Yeah, you got to be the parent.
So it's a fine line. You're best friends when they've got a problem, but you've also got to remember that you've got to tell them the truth and guide them the right way.
Yeah, see, Dupes, it was on that. It was on the context of basically so the kids don't make a mistake. So like whenever they get into problems, they wouldn't be like afraid to open up to you and talk to you and stuff like that. Whereas obviously a lot of us have said that, you know, we've grown up where we just didn't tell anything to our parents. You know what I mean? Things like that.
Yeah.
We're looking at the best approach. You know?
Yeah, I didn't tell my mum shit.
My
Yeah,
kids
same.
Nothing.
Yeah, they tell me too much. Sometimes I have to go. That's enough.
Oh, is it too much TMI?
Yeah, too much. Yeah.
What's an example of too much info that you don't want to hear as a parent?
Well, I'm not going to go into detail, but they might tell me that they've met a girl,
right?
And then the way they say they've met her or whatever.
Yeah. I get you. You're like, yeah, I don't need to know that.
Yeah.
I mean. So do your older kids maybe sometimes need reminding of the boundaries?
Yeah and no, because I think that they've got they now know that there's some things that I won't like if they say it, or I'll end up saying, look, I don't want to talk about that, or that's none of my business.
Right.
You know what I mean? But they're a bit yeah. No, but because I was 18 when I had my first child, wasn't I?
Right.
So I am quite close to all my kids because, like, My youngest grandson is 2 years older than my
Youngest what?
youngest child. Yeah,
Right,
2 years younger. Sorry, than my youngest child. So they're around about the same age and stuff. So
yeah, you was basically still, because I remember being that age, and I was basically still not the mindset of like a 16, but I was still young. I still felt like I hadn't grown up. I didn't feel like I was an adult at 18 at all. I don't remember that feeling.
I was married, and
oh wow.
Yeah, no, I'm quite sensible actually. I think I've always been old for my age, if not look old for my age as well. But yeah, I've always been. No, I've always wanted just like a stable life. You know, mum, dad, kids, house, family, car. I'm not a very demanding person, to be honest. As a wife or a partner, I'm not very demanding. I'm not one of these that will go, I need 100 quid to go and get my hair done. If I don't get it, that's it, we're over. Not one of those women. No. Everything.
Well, I hope not.
Everything to the kids, everything to the children. Yeah. I'm the kind of person that if I get, say Hector was to come home and give me 200 quid and say that's for your birthday, I'd end up going out and buying all kids stuff for the kids. Yeah.
As a parent,
yeah.
As a parent, guys, do you? Because I always hear like your life is never your own once you've had your kids. Yeah. How true is that? Like,
for a super selfish person, I can see why they'd think that, but it depends on what you consider to be your life, because now your life is having kids, isn't it? So, you know, do you want to go back to like having
my life started when I had kids?
Right, this one's kind of say like,
wow. See, that's what I was like. I'm just intrigued because, like, again, I'm not a parent yet, so I'm so intrigued on like just how the dynamics of your life changes. Like, because I'm looking forward to being a mum. I think I'll be a good mum. That's what I think anyway. Like, I'm excited about that journey.
It changes a lot, and it changes at each stage as well.
Right.
When you first have a baby, you don't get much sleep.
Yeah.
You worry from the minute you have a child. You worry.
Yeah.
My mum used to always say that to me. She said, "You will never understand the worry until you have children." And I'd be like, "Oh, where was shop?" And then I feel like, "Okay, I understand now."
I never used to really take heed, but yeah. I can see that.
And that doesn't stop. It doesn't matter if they grow up, they leave home and they have kids or whatever, you still worry. All that happens is you end up worrying about grandkids as well. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah.
You do get used to the worry, and you get used to managing it. If you know what I mean. You worry. Yeah, so the first part is the lack of sleep. The second part is that your figure probably starts to go.
Right.
Depending on how many kids you
have.
Right.
You know. But it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I love being pregnant.
Definitely.
I love my grandchildren.
Do you like pregnancy?
Yeah, I loved it.
God,
yeah.
I hated pregnancy.
Oh no, I loved it. But then I've been lucky. I've had easy pregnancies really, apart from getting fat. But easy pregnancies. I mean that picture I've got there is after I had my first 6. That's at the roughly the size, well, a bit smaller actually. I was when I met Hector.
What do you think made it easy, the pregnancy for you compared to other people, Dupes?
What do I think made it easy? I don't know. Well, because I wanted my babies, so it's not like it was an unexpected pregnancy or anything like that.
No, because like you said, you love being pregnant, so yeah, it's like something you really wanted or something. Yeah.
So I grew up in a big family. And I was very close to my grandmother. Not so much, not as much as my mum. I'm closer now with my mum, but growing up, I was more closer to my grandmother. I adored my grandmother, and she'd had a lot of kids as well. And I don't know, because I was the eldest grandchild. You know, I was the eldest grandchild. My mum and dad's eldest child, so I did all the babysitting. You know, my aunts and that had children. I was often babysitting that, so I was used to kids, and I just I adored like children. I love my kids, and I don't know. I just think there's something special about having a large family. I think I'm blessed.
Yeah, large families.
All I ever wanted in life, really, as well as obviously a career, but I did that as well. So, I mean, I know a lot of people say that it's not possible. It is possible, but it's how you manage your life.
We've seen our parents do it all the time. My mum, she like, and how she's grown. Like, my mum went to university. Like, imagine my mum she came from Jamaica. Yeah, this is my mum's story. She came from Jamaica. She didn't have no family out here except like a distant cousin across like the way. Yeah, and it's just me, her, my stepdad, and his family. My mum came to this country. She started working. We got our citizenship like within 6 months. Like, she sorted things out. She was on things. You get me? She started doing cleaning job. Then she went to college, studied social care, social health care, something like that. And then she went to uni. She didn't finish uni, but the place that she's in now, I've seen her just grow. Like, she didn't let me stop her. She didn't let, like, do you know what I mean? She just realized that, right, boom, there's certain sacrifices that I have to make for myself, not necessarily for my child, but for myself right now. And yeah, she's done it. Amazing woman, absolutely amazing.
I think all mums are amazing.
So it's possible.
I don't think you appreciate the sacrifices that your parents make till you have your own children. You know, and being a mum, it gives you such a different perspective on life as well. You know.
Yeah. My mum's always said that.
How do you lot
said that? Just wait.
How do you lot think motherhood differs from fatherhood?
Boy.
Go on, be honest.
You see, for me, I don't know, because at some point fatherhood just stopped. Like, my story is a bit mad because, like, my stepdad was really nice to me until he had his son. And then it just stopped. So I don't know. And then, as I said, I didn't grow up with my father. The love that I really wanted, I didn't really feel like I got. And I'm still struggling with that. So I don't know. I just don't know. And yeah, and it leads back to so many other things. So then I don't know what I want in a man to a degree sometimes, because I don't know my dad. You get me? Just certain things.
Is it a definite that you look for like your father in a man?
Not a definite, but I do believe subconsciously, yes. Like, my dad's a very hardworking man, and I've known that of him all my life, both of them. So naturally, I look for somebody that's hardworking or ambitious.
Or maybe it's a thing of you look for in a man what you like. Because
what I didn't get from my dad,
yeah, like do the opposite, find the opposite. Because like,
Definitely.
even though my dad was around, we didn't have a very good relationship. Right. And I think in terms of the difference between a mother and a father, I feel like the mother is the one who does it all, and the father will be there for support. Like, if it gets too much or whatever, they will take over at the right times. That's what I feel.
Right.
I don't know, because I like, even when you think
I know,
about,
I feel like a lot of us are growing up in that type of household.
No, but I think like now, that's all right. Like, I'm talking about in regards to now, like, especially when the baby's first born, there's not much a father can do. especially when the mum is breastfeeding. Like if we're talking like breastfeeding, like there's not much the father can do. But I mean, like simple shit like wanting to have a bath, like just look after the little one, have a bath, or just that extra support in it, I guess. And as the child grows, the dynamics will obviously change. But it's just more the backbone, isn't it? Like the this is all ideal at the end of the day. If we're asking what is the difference?
Yeah. 100% ideal. 100% ideal. I just wanted to see how you viewed it. Dukes, how do you view it?
I think it makes some men overnight, and it makes some wankers overnight.
That's a very deep thing you just said. Yeah.
I mean,
That's
nowadays though, right? Like today, right? The father can be the nurturer now, and the woman can be the provider, right? So we live in different times, right? I'm just saying it can happen, right? You know, I see those movies where I see a guy wearing those kind of like fake breast, innit? Fake breast to like give milk the kid, innit? And like give milk to the kid. And that. I know it's mad. I know. I thought that's crazy, but yeah, it happens. It happens. So
can I also mention that with generations things change, because I realized with my generation, like the 90s babies, a lot of the fathers have taken that role. Whereas their dads weren't in their lives, they've chosen to be a part of their child. Like they're actually involved. They'll do the school run. You get me, pick up their children. They'll spend time. Do you know what I mean? Like whereas the generation above us, they didn't like their father wasn't really in their life. So what I am seeing now is that the generation that we're in, they're more so wanting to be a part. Yeah, making an effort to be a part of that child's life. And I've seen men fight, like, you know, because you always have the baby mothers that don't. I've seen men fight, and I'm like, they do exist. They fucking exist. They're alive. They're here.
I got quite a few friends that got dragged through court or dragged their baby mother through court or whatever.
Yeah, but they will fight, definitely.
To get involvement. Yeah, even at times where I probably thought to myself, boy, if I was in your position, I don't know if I would have fought that hard, because the danger of fighting that hard is I've also got friends that have suffered severely mentally because of this idea of how they're supposed to be a father, not having the opportunity to be like that, and it sent them crazy.
Right.
You know?
That's why I think in today's world, the balance between the rights for the mum and the rights for the dad is not balanced. I think it does need to be.
No, it's not fair at all.
Still in favor of the mum. Still fully in favor of the mum.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and
100%.
I think that men should be very, very careful about whom they impregnate.
100%.
Definitely, 100%.
As much as the women think about who they get pregnant by.
So what's the tips? What's the tips for the young men? The young men listening, we've got like a panel full of mums and dads and some young people as well. So it's a good mix. What's the tip for young men in choosing who to impregnate? Because my theory is this: most women are like the Disney princess until they conceive, and then some women change. I'm not going to say all women at all, but a lot from my own personal experience and the experience of my peers, there seems to be some change, probably in the man and the woman, but there's like it's just like a different person after that.
Well, what men need to remember is that once the baby's born, they're not going to be first in that woman's lives for a while, and vice versa. The children always come first, or they should do.
Yeah,
100%. I was going to say that as well, Dupes. I'm glad you said it. Yeah,
I hear you.
Dupes is on fire today, man. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pissed.
I love him.
But what I'm saying is,
I give take this clip. Freddie said you're on fire today.
I'm sad. It's a sad day, but what it is, I got to
It's
agree
not
with
a
her.
sad day, Freddie. Stuff. Yeah.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I got to agree with her though, because fucking hell, man, you got to mind who you're dipping your things into, and then you think they're going to be magic results at the end. You know what I'm saying? Or you think because I'm going to have a baby with this woman, everything's going to be Disney after, and that's not the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That really is the case. So that was a good, massive point.
And
Do you know what I
ever have
also
a baby
believe,
with
guys?
someone
Can I
where
say?
you've got- if you've got the kind of passionate relationship where what I call toxic relationships, actually, where you constantly have a girlfriend that tries to make you jealous, to see if you care about her or love her, or if you've got a woman like that, no, she ain't matured enough yet. If you've got if you've got one that basically rows with you all the time, but you've been together years, and she says, "Oh, but I want to move on. I want to have a baby, and that's the reason I'm rowing." Don't do it. You know, they're all red flags, but most men won't listen anyway. They'll go ahead.
No, but at the same time, Jupiter, sometimes it's already far gone.
If it's already going a bit shit, don't think a baby's gonna heal
True. Don't do that. But what I was gonna say is a good tip, is I feel like for the young men, work on your emotional availability. Yeah. No, big man thing, because the reason why I say that, is because like in those situations, I just see it as people are not taught, they're not communicating, and they're not communicating effectively. So one's not listening and one's just chatting. And I feel like wait, can I finish? I feel like if you obviously it goes deeper than that, but I feel like that's where it begins, because like if a man can speak to you about his fears of fatherhood or his excitement of fatherhood, I feel like that can eliminate a lot of, do you know what I mean? You lot can have the conversations together.
Right. So by emotional availability, do you mean emotional honesty?
Yeah.
Or I think that's the right
Just
term.
honest, I used the wrong word, but honesty,
Talk about your feelings is what you're telling us, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think it can help because you can imagine she doesn't know why you're acting like this. Or why do you know what I mean? And that then makes her want to resent you because she doesn't know what's going on and she's asking you and you're just putting it off. I'm just using this particular scenario as an example. But like that's how you look can
exactly, Mary Jen.
Drift apart. What did Mary Jen say?
So she said it could be that they just communicate differently, and that's what I was going to say earlier when I said it goes
same.
deeper.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Because let me drop my 2 cents on this. So like obviously you can blatantly obviously ideally, right, you want to have common goals, right? You want to find somebody you can match with, right? Somebody you get along with, you know what I mean, things like that. However, right, when you do sometimes look to get into a relationship, whatever, or you can't help who you fall in love with sometimes, right? So you just basically go along with it, and you don't really know the person, right? And but go on.
No. I'm gonna make a mental note. Sorry, I gotta stop interrupting you, Trilla. Sorry, carry on, man.
So basically, when it comes down to it, if you've already just say like settled down with that person, you think, okay, cool, you're having some obstacles, some hurdles to overcome, like communication, for example, right? Then it's all about like, just because you might not be able to communicate with that person like how you would with other people, it doesn't mean you can't communicate. Like you gotta get on their level, innit? Try and sort of like, understand how they understand things, you know what I mean, and communicate on that level, So that's important too. It's like understanding somebody, So some people are just better at it than others, you know what I mean? So whoever's better at what, you should do that. You know what I mean? Same principle about when I was talking.
But I think all that should be done before you have a baby.
Ideally, yeah. But the thing is sometimes you just gotta go with the program, man. Work with it.
But you know what? That going with the flow, bruv, is so dangerous. Because you see the same way how I can fall in love and you can't help who you fall in love with. You can't help who you delete as well. Kick out your house.
I was gonna get in on that bit, on that. You can't help who you fall in love with. Who believes that?
That's bullshit to me.
That is fucking Disneyland 101.
I'm just saying, bro. It sometimes, bro, you just fall for somebody.
You don't have to justify it. I just want to know who
All right.
believes it. You know, because
I do.
You believe that you don't. So love is something that happens to you. You have no control over it.
Yeah, I think you have no control over who you're attracted to. I think it just comes naturally.
Oh no. Attraction is different. Love, you could be attracted to 100 motherfuckers.
Once you get attracted, you become more observant, and it's a bit like quantum physics, I suppose. The more observant you with that person, the more familiar they are, the more you fall in love with their ways, etc., etc.
So you can't love someone. You can't fall in love with someone you're not attracted to.
Well, you can fall in different. You can fall in love with different things about them, right? Like you can be in love with their, you know what I mean? Like you say, attraction, yeah, the way they look, yeah, personality, the way they are, you know what I mean? The way they think, the way they speak, the way whatever.
Okay,
just
but
like, there's different things. Yeah.
So a blind man or a blind woman would fall in love with the way with the sound of your voice, then, Trilla.
That's one of the elements. Yeah, one of the things. They might, I love your voice. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that's just one of them. You know what I mean? One of the variables. You know.
All right, here's one more question. So if you're blind and deaf, how do you fall in love? No, it's serious, isn't it? No, for real. No, I'm not even taking. No, I'm not. Why are you laughing so hard? I'm literally
You
not
might
taking the
smell
piss.
nice. You smell
It's
really
an
nice.
interesting
Wow,
question,
your
right?
smell is nice.
If
Yeah,
you're
and
blind,
how they
I hear
take
you,
care
man.
of you and stuff. Yeah,
if you're
they're
blind
there
and
for
you're
you.
deaf, if you're blind and you're deaf, what is attraction based on?
Like,
Well,
again, it's like taking care of that person, for example. Yeah, if they're there for you and things like that, they might, you know what I mean? You build up that bond,
You'd have
innit? That
problems
closeness. You know?
communicating, wouldn't you?
Maybe the idea of what attraction would be dissolved, isn't it? There would be no idea of attraction in that situation. So then it would be just a case of how they care for that person, or how they, because you would like.
You lot basically think someone that's blind and deaf can't fall in love. You're basically saying it, but you don't.
No,
want to say it.
I'm saying on the grounds of attraction. I'm saying more if they were to fall in love, it would be more based around however method they use to communicate. So
yeah, no, I think they can fall in love. I think that they would probably communicate through touch.
I would say that they might even have a purer love, not contaminated by visuals and preconceptions of sound. Oh, your accent. Someone's accent couldn't be a turn on or a turn off. Someone's voice, like Hattoon, could get fucking hitched, like fully hit, like no one would hear her. Do you know what I mean? I think it's strange.
Yeah. No, I do, bro. I like the way you think, Jedi, though, man. You come up with all these mad questions, bro. Honestly, bro. I like the way you think, bro.
Because it's mad, though, isn't it? Like, if you can't see and you can't hear, then like, is love just part of the senses? Is basically what I'm saying. So if you can't see, you can't hear, you can't fall in love.
No, I don't agree.
I mean, what about that? You know, you can be in love with God, right? You know that you got like some people who like just don't get married, for example. They're like some nuns, I think they do that in Christianity and probably other faiths as well. You know, they reserve themselves for God, right? And at the same time, you can have that other thing as well, where, you know, forget about that. You could just, you know what I mean, have a love for, you know, God in that regard, right? Even though you haven't seen him, you haven't, you know what I mean, this and that, but you got that love, you know what I mean? Same for humanity. You got love for humanity and, you know, all animals, like you know, not in a weird way, you know, just, you know what I mean, in a nurturing way, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm feeling a bit disconnected from that airy fairy shit today. On other days, I'll be like, I'm there with you, Trill. Like, yeah, it's all sentient beings, we're all linked, and yeah, love, and I don't know. I'm not really feeling it today. I'm feeling like it's just bollocks. Like, what? Love is bollocks, isn't it? Like, I think me and Sniper agree on this. Yeah, the concept of love, this concept of love that we band about, is so intangible. It's just not real.
I gotta agree with that, man. I gotta agree with that. You know the reason why? Because I like to tend to think, if you don't love yourself, how can you love a partner? Like, oh, I can't help falling in love with her, but I don't wash. Oh, I can't help falling in love. You know what I mean? Like, just stop it. Like, my clothes are tore up, but yeah, I love it.
I think it'd be more challenging. Yeah, it would be more challenging, you know, for them to love you back if you ain't having a bath. Yeah, but it's not impossible.
Between being in love and loving.
Right. Yeah. See, now we're getting more into the the romantic. We're getting more into the fictitious bit now, Dupes. That in love bit. I know you're a strong advocate of you being in love, but I do challenge it, man. I do think, like, I'm not challenging whether you are linked or bonded with your partner on a physical, mental, emotional, spiritual level. I don't doubt the union of man and woman, but this thing we call love is something we use is a word we use to explain something that just really can't. Like, I don't know. Is it not just a couple chemicals and a familiarity and a no? Is it an actual thing on its own? I don't know if it's. Do you know?
I think love is the opposite of hate. That's why I think so. I think it is a thing. You know.
What is hate?
That's what I'm saying. Hate's a thing, though, right? And love is a thing. So, like,
but what is hate?
Hate a thing.
We can break down love. We can break down hate, right?
Man, when you put hate under a microscope, it don't look like what you think it does. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? When you put hate, no, for real. What do they say? They say, oh, hate is just misconstrued love or blah 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 blah. Or
it's a thin line. It's a thin line as well, Jay.
If you lot could tell me one thing you hate, and maybe we could break it down, like something that you're willing to share.
I hate Marmite. I hate Marmite.
I hate bad mind people. I hate bad mind.
It's just a strong dislike, right?
Yeah, strong dislike.
It's just a strong dislike, right? What makes it hate?
Yeah, but I would say when it comes to when you love something, it's just like a strong like. But when you're in love,
right.
When you're in love, I don't know. I think it's more reciprocal
okay, so you can't be in love unless the other person loves you.
I think you can, but to truly sort of be in love and have a successful relationship, you've both got to feel it, and it's got to be reciprocal. Being truly in love with someone is when you're prepared to put them before yourself.
Nah, that's what I'm saying.
See what I'm saying? Now go on, Fred.
Yeah.
Go on, Fred. Go on.
Nah, fam, I was gonna say that sounds a bit Romeo and Juliet, a bit Shakespeare. Thou art gonna come to my yard tonight and clean and all that. Fuck that, man. That sounds like bullshit. Because you gotta love yourself, Dupes. How can you give it into somebody and you don't necessarily, you're not talking about yourself. You have to uplift you. You're gonna have to give yourself the ultimate love to transfer that love to someone else.
Freddie, I agree that you still maintain yourself and you look after yourself, but if you really do truly love someone, the way that you would love your children, the way that not in the same, I don't mean sexually, by the way, in case people misinterpret that, fuck's sake. But the same way that with your children, you would do anything to make sure that they're fine. You would be like that with your partner.
This is where the world has gone wrong.
To what level do you put that before yourself? I get all of that. You want the best for them and blah blah blah, and you'd even make some sacrifices for them. But what point does it get to the point of loving someone more than yourself? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think there's people.
Yeah, it's called sacrifice, isn't it? Yeah. Sacrifice, bro. I believe in a nutshell, innit? What love is sacrifice. You have to sacrifice something, innit? In that regard, like if I'm going to be in a relationship with somebody, for example, right? I'm sacrificing being with other women. You know what I mean? And they're sacrificing being with other men.
I could do all that and not love you.
No, because I don't think you'd be consistent or persistent or even what's the word I'm looking for? You wouldn't be able to do it to the best of your ability without resentment. Resentment would come in if you didn't love somebody.
I think, you know what? I think we're looking for too much external shit to make man happy. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like having a wife, I love her to death. God bless, in the kitchen doing her thing. What I'm saying, she cannot benefit me my whole life holistically. It's just not going to happen if I'm looking for her for happiness. It's never going to happen. We need to start understanding that if we love each other more, I will never attack Jedi because I want the same for Jedi, what Jedi wants for me. If that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Standing in front of a bear or a bullet to protect your kids is not loving your kids more than you love yourself. It's loving your kids and understanding that as a parent, I'm the last line of defense to protect these children. Doesn't mean I love myself any less. In fact, I love myself so much, I would not like allow my future, my seeds to be injured if I can do anything about it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like you can love people more than life, but that's not the same as loving someone more than yourself. I love my kids more than life. So if it's my kids or my life, I'm gonna give up my life, right? But no one's ever gonna get me to love them more than I love myself. And I'm never gonna teach a child to love their children, my grandchildren, more than they love themselves. Do you know how many kids kill their fucking parents and shit? Do you know how many kids grow up and just like, yeah, fuck you, mum. You was never there for me. Like, what? I've seen it with my own eyes. Like,
I mean, how much?
Growing
Sorry,
up,
bro.
and all the lessons that you just, all the time, all the effort, all the sacrifice, the times you didn't go out, the times you didn't do this, the times you didn't take that opportunity, they don't give a fuck. They're like, fuck you, mum. Fuck you, dad. I hate you. And they're gone. I'm moving to Australia, and that's the end of it.
Oh my God.
This shit happens though.
So to a degree, that's natural because when you get when children grow up, they get to a point where they think that they can do things better. They would do, it's where they're beginning to get their independence and stuff. But to go to the degree of fucking off to Australia is just wow.
But I mean, do you know how many people do it? Like, because I chat to old people all the time. Do you know what I mean? Usually, I strike up a convo with an old person somewhere. Do you know what I mean? You're right. You're right. How you doing? You okay? You need any help? Blah, blah, blah. And then I get in these convos and like, yeah, like, you know, oh no, my kids are all grown up now. They're older than you. Yeah, one lives in South Africa. The other one lives in So I'm like, oh, did they come and see you? Yeah, well, you know, and like, you know, in my head, I'm thinking, was you a shit parent?
I think that's part of
nature.
No, it's part of our culture that sometimes holds people back, and I'm going to explain what I mean by that. I was the kind of mother that never, even though my kids were really intelligent, never would have put them in a boarding school because I didn't like the idea of them being away from me and like that. Yeah, I have a sister whose children went away to boarding school and stuff like that, and it's progressed them in life and stuff.
Sorry, Trooper. I just feel like you made the right decision though, because personally, when your kids are out of sight, how can you know? How can you protect them? So you did your best. I think you did the right thing, personally, because shit happens to people in boarding school. They're never the fucking same.
Yeah, that's true.
So you alleviated that risk for that moment in time, and I think that was fair dues. I think that's all right. You know? Yeah, I think that's the right thing, man. Because
but what I'm saying is, you know, and the children have grown up and they've moved all over the country. They still visit her and stuff. One actually got married to a girl in America. You know, and that was their way of separation. Whereas me, all my children are independent, like they all work, all got their separate families, but they're all in drivable distance of where I live, if not walkable.
Right. I kind of like that. I don't know, man. I mean, obviously, go and live your life and that, but you know, when you go and ditch your parents, I don't know, man. I'm talking like I ain't got the opportunity to really live out what I'm saying, so I'm talking vicariously through others. Yeah, man. I'm just saying in that you could put your all into a child, yeah, and literally put your all in, and you've left nothing for yourself. Now your child's grown up. Now your child's grown up and they fucked off. You got to remember, you've got a life. Your husband or your wife or whatever, that's your real fucking. That's the person that should be. Do you know what I mean? Getting your all, because you're more than likely gonna live and die with that person. When your kids are out having their own kids and which is the natural way, you kind of get put to the side for a bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just living in England, because in the village setting, grandma, granddad's never far away. Like, so I don't know. Maybe it only applies to more of a Western type of lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, see, that's kind of what I like, Jedi. That's what I like, the family thing. You see, where I've got such a big family, there's so many family parties, weddings, christenings, birthdays that we attend, that we see each other a lot.
A lot, yeah.
You know, funerals.
Yeah.
You know,
I like that shit. Not funerals, but
when you're in a big family.
Yeah.
You have so many occasions.
I miss that. I can't lie, I miss that.
What do you miss?
The because my step family is very big. Yeah, we used to have a lot when we were younger.
Yeah.
A lot, but not so much anymore.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I rate the older generation for. They were on making sure that those things were happening.
What do you think about loving someone more than yourself, Chefs? Because I never got to hear. You hear me? Loving your child more than yourself. Let's start at that.
I've never questioned that, because I've always thought that was gonna take place. I've always thought like.
What is wrong with loving yourself more than you love your child? Does that give people the feeling like you're not loving your child enough?
Comes across selfish. Comes across selfish, man.
Comes across
like
selfish.
Not responsible.
Yeah, but it all depends.
What are you? Wait, are you? So,
because if you're looking after yourself.
One more question. If you're raising a child, are you teaching your child to love themselves or love others more than themselves?
Love themselves, obviously, isn't it?
Right. So I'm trying to understand why the contradiction then. Because while you're teaching your child to love themselves more than others, you're loving your child more than you love yourself?
But a child that changes the dynamics of everything, though, Jeds. I think it's one.
So I don't think it means that you would love the other person every single minute of the day more than yourself. What I mean is that there'll be times when you will need to put their needs above your own.
Yeah, but that's that's not to do with love. You could do that for someone you don't even like because it's the right thing. You don't have to be.
You wouldn't do it effectively. You wouldn't do it effectively.
But do you? But
I don't know.
But wait, I have a question.
We've got rescue services, ambulance, fire, coast guard. But all jokes aside, some of the shit they do for others because it's their job, it's not necessarily love, is it? And you can't say they're not doing it effectively because they're not in love with you. They still climb up to the 80th floor and try and rescue you. My brethren's a firefighter, yeah, and he lost brethrens in Grenfell Tower climbing up there when it was blatantly gonna be engulfed in flames. They knew they were battling not to go up there, and their superior was just like, "You're going up there, mate. Get your kit on. You're going up there."
Yeah.
And they
so wait, my question was, can you love yourself unconditionally? Because I've heard my mum say, like, she loves us unconditionally. So, regardless of whatever we do, like, there's no limit to her love. She may not agree with us all the time, but she'll never stop loving us.
She may even kill you, but
she may even kill me and still love me.
Yeah, but that's great. But you can't take that to the bank. It doesn't really mean that.
I'm just.
You get me?
But I'm just trying to. You sprung the question on me, so I was actually thinking about it, and I thought that's the only way that I could see it as.
I don't know if you're
because I always hear that when you have a child, it becomes unconditional. So I can only think that. Yeah, you love the child more than you love yourself.
What does that mean? Unconditional love. What does that actually mean? Does that mean
there's no conditions in your love for your child?
Yeah, but I mean, when is there? Like, does that mean no matter what they do, you're gonna love them? Because that's not true.
Yeah, what happens if they turn out
Well,
to be a
I
pedo?
don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's just not true. It's just not
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
You ain't
yeah.
gonna. You mean these conditions
Or
to
like
your
a
love?
mass murderer?
Well, I'm hoping
Yeah,
that it's
that's
conditions
true.
to your love. If your child is one of those fucked up people causing pain in the world, and you're there offering that child love, I mean, that's your child if that's how you want to do it. But I'm prepared to bury you with that child if that's what it is, because you're both fucked.
No, I definitely see you lot have mentioned something that didn't cross my mind, so I'd have to retract that. But again, the question was sprung on me, so I was thinking, like, I was just trying to think,
but
like,
it
this is what
probably
I've
is
heard.
unconditional
Again, I don't have
until
any kids at the moment, so
until
I don't
you
know.
reach that line and you step across that line. It will be unconditional, isn't it?
Until,
But again,
hold on, wait. You said until you cross that line, yeah?
That makes it conditional straight
Well,
away.
if you cross that
So
line,
it's
is a
never-
condition.
yeah.
That line's a condition.
Never unconditional.
And man, them, I swear to God, yeah, and sisters, yeah, if you love your child, you would never sit down 24 in the house talking about I've got unconditional for my child. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? But that's not love. If you were to sit down in the house 24/7, wait for him to come home from school, fucking cook dinner, and just sit there for 20 years straight, that wouldn't be love. That would be actually you hate the child. You didn't get to show him nothing apart from lip service. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because sometimes a nip around the neck of a puppy is a sign of love. Like, yo, don't do that. You're gonna hurt yourself. Don't go over there. Like, I don't know. You know, like, it's not always the version
Sorry,
of love.
what was your question again?
Could
Can
you love
your
should you love your child more than yourself? And what does that mean? What does that entail?
See, now I was gonna say on the other hand, yeah, like you have to kind of love yourself in a sense more so that you're able to continuously take care of a growing person.
There you go.
So
my thing is,
like,
I'd rather say to my child, I'ma love your daddy more than anyone in the world to make sure your dad's getting the love he needs to be your fucking dad and be an effective one. Yeah. Rather than this notion of, oh, I'm just like you can just do whatever you can do anything. I'm always gonna be in your corner. Like, I felt like that, but I know that it weren't true because when I did certain things, I knew mum ain't gonna feel this. She ain't gonna like this thing that I've done. You know what I mean? So I knew there's limits to what she, you know, and well, maybe not. Maybe out of love, maybe because she loves me, she's gonna react disgusted to certain things. You know?
yeah, I think because it shows you care, innit? Like sometimes when there's no reaction, a lot of that's why you have kids that they're attention seekers because their parents aren't giving them anything. Do you know what I mean? So they're just looking for a reaction, or the reaction that they're looking for, they're not getting. So they'd rather any type of reaction than nothing at all. You know.
Right. Someone said.
Yeah, there's a lot of echo, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was Heathen. Beefy said something. What did he say? Love is not always pleasant.
I agree.
About, you know,
yeah,
because love always seems to have this, like, I don't know, some nice looking. I always say, I would say love is the biggest killer because you know, people always talk about love like it's all soft and that, but then I think about like I would think about like a lioness and what she would go to defend her cubs that she loves. It's a messy, bloody, vicious, unrelenting energy. It's not always it can be ripping you limb from limb, maybe even accidentally. Just like a paranoia that you're going near. Like, I remember one day I got pecked by a seagull. Yeah? Because the seagull thought I was approaching its young. I wasn't. I was just walking. And it swooped out the fucking sky. And I come to realize if you walk in the vicinity of where its nest is, which is out of sight, it's panicking and it's trying to attack you out of love, innit?
Yeah.
You know?
True.
I'm just about to
But
say,
it's like, who was it? You lot did say something
one
about.
thing, Chantel. I mean, Chevelle, sorry.
Chantel, Charlie.
Chantel, I know.
It's Charlie and Chevelle.
Yeah, I know. But what I was going to say is basically, yeah, this fucking love thing is so confusing. And because we're looking for all this external love, man will end up coming home and killing somebody. Because you know what I'm saying? Because you obviously, I know man that's come home.
There, Freddie.
No, but I swear, sis, I know man that's come home from wherever they've come from, saw a man in the bed and threw the man off the balcony. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because you don't love yourself.
I understand. I
you
see
love
that.
this woman so much. You just dash for your life for the second time. Yeah, you just dash for your life for the second time. Like, we love too much external things, right? And we don't really get to love that person in the mirror. And that way, if we love that person in the mirror, I guarantee you we're going to love other people more. Yeah.
No, for real.
When I remember the cruel trips, them wicked ships, when I remember British injustice, I am an African. When I remember a traveling wonderland, don't doubt me, I'm proud of my ancestry.
I don't know what Chevelle was coming up with.
I was trying to watch it on my phone. I was trying to go on mute.
You got the cheat code. Anytime you need to see it, you need to get the timestamp.
You get me. You get me. Ready. It's playing on my phone.
Let me read out Sarah's comment. It says, being real and standing firm on principles and morals, even if it hurts, is the truest form of love that benefits the child when you leave them. Come on, man. And this is kind of all I'm talking about. A bit more reality. So that means you're not going to accept anything that your child brings to the table.
Right.
Right? You know what I mean? Or have I got that wrong?
No, you're right. I believe you're right. I believe she's right when she says what she's saying. But what I was gonna say is like on the extreme end of what you guys, I think you lot were mentioning yesterday about these two women, and like one of their babies got trapped under the car and she was able to pick up the car or something and like remove her. Do you see what I mean?
That's
like
an urban myth.
I feel like that's
yeah.
Either way, those are things that are acts of love.
I want to know if that actually happened.
How it's
but there was another one. There's another one of the one where the child dropped down the drain and the mum picked, the drain cover, the big heavy iron drain covers, picked it up with one hand and flung it. So it does happen.
Yeah, but that's not love, sis. That's called panic. I ran for wolf and stole the hat.
Yeah, but that's still no. But that's I think. But is that not a driving force also behind it though?
Yeah, instincts, adrenaline, you know what I mean? It all kicks in, you know what I mean? Your instincts kick in.
But it's also
because you do it for yourself.
You love.
You just got primal, innit?
Could you do that if it, like, say I'm walking down the road with you, Chevelle, and I drop down the drain? Could you do that for me? Chevelle.
This is what I'm. No, everyone's remixing my name. You know my name just says Chevs, you know.
And then I
can
say
call me
Chevelle,
Chevs.
and then I get confused.
Yeah, Chevs is okay. SHEVZ. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, guys.
Right,
yeah.
what was I saying?
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't know if I'd be able to.
Could you do it for me? Like,
I don't know if I might be able to do it for my own pitney, but I don't know if I'd have the same.
Sorry, one more time, please. Answer that question, Sash.
If I was to fall down, please don't. Yeah, are you setting me up? Jedi? I'm not doing this.
No, I'm not.
You're setting me up. You set me up, innit?
I didn't hear.
You know, you're disgusting.
No, that's your Jewish name. That is your Jewish name.
Shavev.
Right,
honorary Jew.
Sash, go on.
If I fell down the drain, could you pick up with one hand?
If you fell down the drain.
Because we're talking about the video that we saw with the mum whose child fell down the drain and she managed to pick up the drain cover with one hand and throw it. So Freddie was like, "That's panic." So I was like, "Cool. If it was me or someone else that fell down the drain, could you do that? Could you just
do it for someone? Or is that only for your own seed? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
I'm saying if you love yourself, right, you don't want no one to fall down the drain because you don't want to fall down the drain. So obviously I'll be like, trying to grab you, innit? Obviously, if it's gonna get me in too much trouble, I might not come all the way down, but I am gonna try and attempt something.
Of course, attempts, but I feel like the difference is the level of love, the level of care you have for that person, because this is it. Like, would I be able to have the same strength as you said? Like, would the instincts kick in? Like,
it's like
do you know
if you
what I
don't
mean?
like the person, you know what I mean, at all, like they cause you bare harm or whatever, like damage you in the life and everything else, you might be like, okay, that's your karma.
Probably push them down the drain.
I ain't helping. I don't have to help. No, I wouldn't go there. I would just say I don't have to help you. You know what I mean? I don't have to save you. I don't have to try. You know what I mean? Because that's my choice.
Flame, man.
You know, that's the same. Like, it's a choice that you have, isn't it? Like, so.
He said only Sash would fall down the drain.
And then you got to lay that as well.
And then we got Ryan. Is it Ryan? R10NN? Yeah, Chef Veg. Shut up, Rion. What's Chef Veg? Shut up, guys.
Right.
Yeah. Not take this too far.
Oh shit.
I would be like Scar and drop Mufasa. It's mad, you know.
Oh my gosh.
It's mad.
Yo.
God, that's crazy.
So Heathen.
Yeah.
What do you think about loving your little one more than yourself?
Nah, like you've got to love yourself to be able to be who you are to them, haven't you?
Right.
I don't mean like love yourself, but you've got to respect yourself enough, haven't you?
Do you know when I think about a mum loving their son more than themselves, I think about Doc Cotton and Nick. A nasty dick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That dude could walk in any day, open arms, rip her off, bounce, and she'd open the door for him again the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Find a way to open that door.
I think you've touched on a thing there as well, but I reckon I think women are a lot more stricter with like the son. Sorry, like with the daughter, and did you get me? Do you know, because they sort of see. I don't know. I reckon a man would be softer on his daughter than his wife, and his wife would be softer on the son than the dad.
To an extent,
maybe
it
probably means more when they're
not
young.
to any extreme, but definitely.
Maybe it means more when they're young. Because
I'll give you an example. Like my little sister couldn't cook, and when my mum would be well hard on my little sister for like cooking and stuff, especially when she's like burning, you know what I mean, things and this and that. Whereas me, she don't give a fuck if I could cook or not. Do you know what I mean? It's because she's been brought up in a certain way. You know?
Oh wow.
And they want to pass that on. Do you know what I mean? Whereas obviously my sisters tell me off. My sisters will be like, you should learn how to cook. You get me? Because when your mom's not here, I mean, you're gonna miss that kind of cooking. You get me? Ain't no one else gonna make that food. You know? So yeah.
Big up Wendy.
Hi, Jedi.
Well, why do you sound like that, Wendy? What's wrong?
I'm waiting, Jedi.
Well, you were waiting for what?
What people have been saying.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Wendy, man. You know, I don't care about things like that.
I think I need to explain.
Go on then. Get off your chest. Go on then.
Yeah, the other day, Ralph and Afghan. Ralph and Afghan decided they were going to be having a go at you.
Right.
So I defended you, and so did Jupiter.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
And so what they did was they dragged up an old recording, if you know what I mean, back to the days when you'd call me a racist, a witch, and everything else.
Yeah. So they play some old footage. Someone didn't realize it was old footage, and they come running over here like, "Oh, Wendy's saying that you're a failed rapper."
Yeah.
Man, fuck them anyway, man. Whatever, man.
All I do, Jedi, on other channels, Jedi, when people start moaning about you, we defend you, me and Jupiter, all the time. And I just thought it was cruel. I thought it was cruel for them to do what they did, to be honest.
What, to try and trying to humiliate me in that?
Yeah, and to cause division between me and you again.
Yeah, do you know what it is though, Jupiter? Wendy. I'm a fucking savage fucking animal to them, man, there. And I've no mercy. When I get a chance, I'll rip them limb from limb intellectually. So any chance they get, they got to take their... I'd expect them to. If they didn't, I'd say they're stupid. Take your shots, because you don't get many, so use them wisely and enjoy it. Because obviously when I shoot back, it's not nice. I know what I'm like too. So I'm a worthy adversary. I can handle it. It's all good. None of them little idiots. Yeah, them little Asian rejects, what I call them, because they hate to admit that they're actually just Asian men. They always want to be something else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just leave them to it, man. Self-hate they're consumed with. Afghan, like, really, do I need to say any more about Afghan? He's just upset.
No, you don't. No.
Do you know what I mean? Afghan's so transparent. And Ralph, he's just beneath me. Like, I've gone on his own platform in front of his own mates and embarrassed him. And when you see a guy, jump out of his skin out of fear because someone thrown a bit of water, and you've seen it close up, him screaming for the police, I was right there. So I don't respect Ralph. You know what I mean? He's a good talker. But yeah, don't worry about it, Wendy, man. It's all good. So let me get to the question. Loving your children more than yourself. Tell me, what do you think about that?
Well, you've got to love yourself to love your children. I think you put your children before yourself. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, see, I just learned something. It was like a light bulb moment.
I think anyone that loves themselves, that truly has deep love for themselves, will put their children first. When it's the right thing.
When it's the right thing.
I'll give you an example, yeah?
There's a time and place.
We put up an article of Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan, yeah? Saying,
I remember that.
Like 100 or 400 million estate. He's got a lot of money, right? 100 and something. I don't know. It was in its hundreds of millions, right? And he was saying, well, I'm leaving it to charity. My son can basically fend for himself and find, you know what I mean, and make his own way in the world. And if he can't do that, then he's just going to waste my money. So I was laying into him like, you fucking selfish, blah, 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 this and that. I think a lot of us was like, you know what? That's fucking bullshit. Turns out that Jackie Chan's son developed a little bit of a problem with the law and a drug problem, which it started to make sense to me. If your son's got a drug problem, you're going to leave him a couple million. Think about it.
No, you're not.
Right. For him to turn around and OD or flush his whole life down the drain. So like sometimes you've just got to do something that might not outwardly to everyone else's eyes seem like putting your child first, but
I get that point.
That's you putting your child first by not aiding him. Yeah,
right. Exactly. Yeah.
You know your own child as well, don't you?
Exactly.
You know how the head works. So it might not come out to preach out to someone else's book, but as long as you, again, like as long as you can do it with your chest, you know what I mean, and you know you got it's all about confidence behind it as well, surely, isn't it?
More than likely, though, with that Jackie Chan thing, more than likely he's probably got it in a trust where if he's saying like if you're doing this, you're doing that, you're not doing drugs and this and that, you might get a little something. You get me, to help you out along your journey.
But there also comes a time when you've got to let go. You have to let go as a parent.
Wait, how far do you let go? Like, but yeah.
Well, once they get married and start having children,
that's clear.
You've got to start to back away. You can't be one of these mothers or fathers that's forever
overbearing,
interfering. Oh God, no.
Yeah.
It's hard to do, but you have to do it, I think.
I think, but that's where you gotta teach your child independence.
Yeah.
Teach your child how to be independent.
See,
Because
I think
feel
things
like
What
like
happens
when
is
when
you
you teach
them, yeah,
Mm.
you teach them to be independent, right? Then they meet the woman, you know, that they love, and all of a sudden it's a strange feeling because it's like, oh right, so she's coming before me now, is she? Yeah. And you have to learn to fight that and just say, yeah, that's the way it progresses, that's the way it's going to be. Do you understand? You have to let
Yeah.
go of that.
See, I think things like TV programs and things like that have a big sort of contributing factor into how people make decisions as well. Like it helps because people might not have a big circle of friends, for example, to talk to learn from and everything else, or have a lot of experiences, whatever. But they might be able to have, you know, like they might watch a show and this and that shows about different other people's experiences, and that can help them out in making these kind of things that you know, these decisions that you guys are talking about, you know. Like not being an overbearing mother because otherwise it's like this and that. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing worse than an overbearing mother with a man of about 24. It's ridiculous.
See, with those type of mothers, yeah, I do think like, was you not once 24? Like, was the man that you was looking for? I'm sure you didn't want a mummy's boy. I'm sure you didn't want an overbearing mother involved in you and your man's relationship at 24. Like, I just think, do you not think like that? They're so
I know many
consumed with
mothers.
themselves. I think that's very selfish.
I know many
That's
mothers
bad.
who refuse to let go.
I
Still
think a man who
you know,
loves his mum is going to love his wife. A man who doesn't show any respect to his mother is not going to be husband material.
100%, but then at the same time, he does have to be able to. If his mother crosses the line, he has to shut his mother down. I don't mean in front of her, but make sure he speaks to his mum and let him know. Listen, this is my life, and you won't behave like that towards my wife or whatever it is. Like I do feel like if it's a parent, if it's a mother like that that's overbearing, you kind of need to put your foot down. Yeah,
it's
and
not always just black and white.
that doesn't mean that you're disrespecting your mum. It just means like ease up, because this is my life now.
You know, everyone's got different families, different parents, and personalities, and everything else. So like, it really and truly, like you could be a good husband or wife, whatever, without being, you know, like a good, you know, like that close to your father and mother, right? You know what I mean? Some parents I see with their kids, they're super close. Others are just distant, but doesn't mean they don't have the same level of love and respect for each other, you know? It's just the way the setup is. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. The way I see it, if they're estranged, yeah, maybe. But if they're actually on a regular visit, they see their mum and that, but every time they see their mother, they're rude or they treat her like she's not important, then nah, sorry, I don't think
that's alarm bells. That's alarm bells.
Sorry, could you repeat that for me, my love? What did you say? Sorry,
I said
didn't catch that.
if they every time they see their mum, they sort of like disrespect her or they ignore her or they, you know, then no, I don't think that's the material. I think that a true man respects his mum and his partner, and he can keep a good fine balance between both.
See, I don't
that's what
like
I mean.
these kind
That's
of
what I
terms
meant.
I
But
know
yeah,
some
go on,
women
sir.
who actually, I was gonna say, I know some women that actually feel away about their partner's relationships with their mum. I think that's fucking mad. Like, I fully know a woman who gets angry if like the husband goes out for a meal with the mum and be like, "Well, you didn't invite me," type thing. Like that's mad. That when she talks to me sometimes, like, do you know what I mean? Like I'm trying so hard to be like, you're just being a complete prick right now. But I think a son and a mother's relationship, like if like a respectful relationship between a son and mother is a beautiful thing, and it would be alarm bells for me if I ever saw a guy treating his mum like shit, like major alarm
because
bells.
he'll treat you the same.
Exactly.
It's not like
He'll treat you the same. But what I was gonna say was, wait, I was gonna say this, yeah. There's been a woman, yeah. I don't know if you lot have watched Yanla Changed My Life, yeah, where this woman was like such an overbearing mum, yeah, where like on her son's wedding day, she told the wife, listen, if I wasn't his mum, I would be marrying him. That's toxic. You can't have that.
Wow.
You can't have that.
What is that?
You can't have that. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you've got mothers like that exist, bruv. Like, that's crazy. Do you know what I mean?
Mother-in-law's a nightmare, man. My
Boy,
God.
how can you tell?
What
How
is
can
that?
you tell his wife that?
If
And
I
you're so
wasn't his mum, I'd be
blatant.
marrying him. What does that mean? Was that to say what a good catch he is? What? Why did she? What?
I don't know why she said it. All I know is that
Trump said that as well about his daughter.
she
Trump
was
said that
a
about his
perfect
daughter, I think.
example.
What?
Perfect example of
I said-
overbearing Trump.
Yeah, Trump said the same thing about his daughter Ivanka, innit? I think.
Yeah, he
he
did,
said,
didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, lad. Yeah, good point,
What did
Trill.
he-
Yeah, he did.
What did he say? If I wasn't her dad, I'd marry her.
Something like that, yeah. Can't remember exactly what he said, but along those lines. Something like that.
But then again, is there any harm in saying that you know the child you've raised or whatever would make a good spouse? Is there any harm in saying that?
Yes, man.
No,
Context.
there's no
Like,
harm in
context,
saying
man. You don't
that.
say it to
But
like
yeah,
your daughter-in-law
exactly.
at a
But
wedding.
no,
Like the context, man. Like,
bro, this is what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
don't
There's
think he meant
definitely
literally. I just
context
think,
involved.
yeah.
Context.
Not literally,
Like,
innit?
I
It's
just-
just like saying, innit? Like, yeah.
Oh no!
But there
Bibi said he said he'd f her. He'd...
What Trump said he'd fuck his daughter.
I don't know. Bibi, you know Bibi's wild. Bibi, are you trolling?
But see, I don't think it means literally, like, you know what I mean? I don't think he said that either, but I'm just saying, when it comes down to that, it's not, I don't think they meant it literally.
I can't lie.
You know what I mean?
That one's a bit that one's a bit weird though, because it's like, it makes me think, how do you view your daughter then? And how do you view your son? Like, there's some crossed wires going on.
Yeah.
Like, check the bottom of that tree for a Sasha sleeping on her own. To see
Oh
that type
my
of
god.
sleeping randomly on her
Poor
own.
Sash. Poor Sash.
Yeah, 'cause you know you have to go around to the. I mean, all right. So, like, we're kind of on this subject. So, let me ask another question. Do you think?
Hey, this is 1,000-year-old, Jedi.
Oh, for real?
1,000-year-old tree. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is where the elders used to come round and sit underneath and talk. Like.
What elders? What elders?
Well, the Celts and all that.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
oh
Druids.
yeah.
The Druids.
Look at
The
the eyes.
priests.
It's have to keep kept up by
It's getting a bit
scaffold.
witchy now. It's getting a bit witchy.
I'm gonna get any boxes and dance
Flame's
around.
actually killing in the chat, bro.
Right. So let me ask the question. Yeah, I'm gonna start with.
I'm not. No, it's 1,000-year-old. It won a competition last year.
I'm gonna start with Wendy. Yeah. Do you think that mothers can pick the best partners for their children?
They can certainly. Well, I've done it myself. I have pointed out flaws in certain girls that have come through these doors, and they haven't lasted long.
Oh, you're one of them ones there, poisoning his mind and that. No, man.
No. You just point things out. You know, would she really make a good wife and mum? Look at her, yeah.
Look at that.
Look at her. Wow, Wendy. Look at her. Okay.
That's so Wendy. That's defo Wendy.
That's crazy. Look at that.
I think that's a generation thing, but yeah, I get what Wendy's saying to an extent. Yeah, I mean, judgmental, like, I know, but yeah, people are judgmental.
No, they're going to bring a girl home for me to see, yeah. And then when they take her home, and then they come back and they say, "What do you think?" Well, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You're gonna tell them,
I'm
yeah. True. I just think look at her as a bit Harsh.
Well,
But
I said,
yeah.
you know, no, look at her. She looks like Cat Slater off EastEnders. I really don't want her.
Oh no, Wendy!
You got to open
There
your
was
guns like
one
that.
like that. No, there was one like that. Yeah.
Oh no.
In the leopard
But
print and that. The leopard
that's
print.
probably his
Oh,
taste,
but
isn't
be
it?
careful.
That's probably
People
that's probably what he
be
likes.
fucking playing and fucking careful.
Say that again, Jupes.
I said she needs to be careful. People will be clipping and playing her.
Nah. You know, it's like that, man.
It's the truth.
I always tell my kids it's up to them who they're with, but you know, I am a bit like Wendy as well. If someone does something wrong and I say, well, how's that going to go down with the family? You can't have somebody like that.
Right. The family. You know, the family. You got to get in the pressure of the family. Well, the family's going to talk. The family. It's nice to have that kind of pressure, I think.
Nah, that's horrible.
Do you know why, though? Do you know why? Somebody
It
that
keeps
never
your
really
standards
had,
up, definitely.
yeah, I was gonna say for somebody that never really had a family to like care about, like as in, what they're gonna think. I think if I did have that, there was a mum to bring some of these girls home to, they wouldn't have come home. You know? You know what I'm saying?
True. Not true.
A lot of headache. You know what I mean?
There's a saying, isn't it? There's a saying that guys say, yeah. They're saying, I wouldn't let my mum choose my sweater, yeah, let alone like, you know what I mean, my missus, you get me? So, you know what I mean?
But I think that's foolhardy though. I really do think that's foolhardy because I think your mum's gonna pick the best woman for you, not and you might. I think your mum will pick what you need and you pick what you want.
And you will pick what you want. Yeah, definitely.
And ultimately, I think it's what you need that wins. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I don't know.
Well, it should be. It should be.
Yeah, wins when I guess.
I mean, Wendy, have you ever seen this type?
Wise enough.
Right. So insecure, they're jealous of the sister, they're jealous of the mum, they're jealous of the female cousins, and no one's even doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
them kind of girls are
I've been through that.
Yeah.
That's what I was explaining about the woman that I was told about. Who's
What?
jealous of the husband's
That's
mum.
crazy.
Kind of women are horrible, man.
And, I've soon put
No,
her in
that's
a
not
place.
nice.
They're the first ones to be
That's
like,
very
I
selfish.
don't think your cousin likes me. I don't think your sister likes me.
Right.
Yeah.
What the hell up?
Just relax.
I had one of my
Meanwhile, the
one of
cousin's
my
giving her dirty looks
son's girlfriends didn't like it if he cuddled me.
Oh my god! What the hell?
And when I found out,
yeah,
she lasted for about 2 hours and then she was out. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
You know, I don't like your mum. I don't like you cuddling your mother.
Yeah. Some mums, yeah. I'm gonna go there. Some mums.
Go there, Jeds. Go there.
Yeah,
Hang on. We're gonna let that go. Wendy gives out cuddles.
Some mums, especially the single ones, can be a little bit overprotective of their precious little boys, right?
As if their boys don't do no wrong.
And no woman is good enough. No woman's good enough.
Yep. Yep.
I think I've got a gay cousin because of that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, his Liverpool accent just makes it so much better.
Genuine.
Well, in my family, it's the other way around. It's the rest of the family because when they've been, say, I don't know, seen a girl for a year, and I'll say, it's her birthday, to the rest of the family, get her a card. They go, well, she's not family yet. She's just with him, and she's not family. They've got to be married before they're looked upon as family, and I just think, all right.
Okay.
No, I mean, no.
But you know what? I don't know why I'm wowing, because that's normally the case. You know, that is normally the case. I don't know why I'm wowing. That's normally the case.
Again, it all depends on the setup. You know what I mean? Like some people just have a family and long-term relationship without being married. You know? So
these Dublin and Mary Jane are they're having a good old Irish conversation, and I want someone to translate what's being said.
Oh my god! I'm just realizing.
I see two words I recognize. One is Wendy, the other is cunt.
Right, so I just what's been said?
Wendy, what?
I don't know. One word.
Inheriting the legacy.
I will put up on the screen. This Wendy Crom. I see Wendy and cunt. That's what I can see. And sin. I don't know. What are you saying, Dublin?
Oh, he doesn't like me. Yeah, he accuses me of dressing up in soldier's
Catholic,
uniform.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What,
Probably Catholic speech.
Stolen valor. Is he accusing you of stolen valor?
No. He accuses me of dressing up in a soldier's uniform, going up to Northern Ireland, killing innocent people.
Kemo said they're talking about how to plant potatoes this season.
Oh my
Well,
god.
I don't mind that kind of thing.
Potatoes.
Astaghfirullah.
On that note, guys, I gotta go, guys. Yeah, so it's been a good conversation. Yeah, take care. Yeah, I got things to do. I got things to do. Yeah.
Why'd you leave like that?
I genuinely want to know what they're saying.
Yeah, what's that guy saying at the end of the video?
He sits on the fence so often, that one.
He's saying Astaghfirullah, which is God forbid, I think, Arabic, something like that. Something similar to that. Nah, too much
okay.
Jokes. Too much jokes. Wendy's moving and Jupiter's moving to that beat, boy. Yeah, proper. Yeah, that's the £10 and up jingle from now on. £10 and up. You get me? You can't get that for £5. For £5, you get Shakira and Wicked Hips. Yeah, and for £10, you get dupes, man. Dupes doing Moulin Rouge.
The guys trying to outprice it so you don't have to play it that often.
Look at these are acting proper funny, you know. They're proper like it, man. I knew they'd like it. Look at them. You changed it, thank the Lord. I didn't change it. Oh yeah, I took away the naughty woman in the background because I got in trouble by yeah, it was a bit rude. I did go a bit too far with it, I think. So, I mean,
just a bit.
A little bit, innit? I admit it was a poor judgment. Right, so yeah, Dublin. We try to find out what Dublin was saying. Anyone that can interpret that? I don't think we want to anyway. I think it's not nice, is it?
Probably not.
She's a squaddy or else a para.
There you go. No, I'm not
Big
a
up the
parrot.
paras.
I'm not a parrot. Let me.
Big up the paras.
Oh, why are you starting, David?
Loads of scousers in the paras, lad. Still trying to jail them now.
Yeah, they're real.
Look. They're trying to pay me off in advance and that. Look, Jedi, can you play? Can I pay the £10 tomorrow, bro, for the Dupe dance? Wow. Nah, man. Cash up front, bro. Cash up front, bro.
Yeah, no credit. No credit,
man. No kicks, man. What the hell? Get your wallet out, bro. And Mary Jen, I don't know what you're doing either. Right, so where was we before the donation interrupted what we were saying? Mother-in-laws. That the
families.
Yeah, the daughter-in-law is never good enough. The dad thinks no man is good enough for his daughter. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fucking hell, what's it?
That's not a £10 one, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is.
He's not from Dublin.
Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah.
What am I creating? The jingles are getting worse and worse, man. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Huh? Fucking hell. The music's really good though, and Jupiter's dance is banging. Get me? Big up Jupes, man. Real lady mama. I don't know what that song means, but yeah. Big up.
Oh man. Oh, God. You should have Brian Hill come over here soon.
Is
That's
it?
amazing.
No, he ain't coming over.
He thinks he's the YouTube fucking, I don't know, moral.
He can't show his butt around here.
Yeah.
No, listen, that whole thing, that's insane. That whole Brian Hill. So
I know.
Let's switch it up. Where do you lot stand on all of that? Because Chantel's a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Jedi. He did manipulate her. He took advantage of a very vulnerable personality, shall we say? And he did take 30 grand from her.
Yes,
kept her held up in that bed sit.
So when you say kept held up, are we talking about false imprisonment, kidnapping, or just manipulation?
Well, he used to say if she left, he'd go and put acid in the daughter's face, who didn't, so she wasn't to know whether he would, meant it. That's what they do, isn't it? They control people like that.
I remember, I don't really watch The Wasp, but I tuned into The Wasp one night, and that was the night Chantel fucking rang in, and genuinely, it sounded mad as fuck. It was weird. She genuinely sounded like she was hiding in a wardrobe, and they were just saying, just get out the house, just get out the house. It was weird, lad. It was fucking weird as fuck,
All right, I'm gonna introduce something to the conversation. Yeah, let me know what you think.
Oh God,
Chantel is vulnerable. I agree to some degree. What degree, I'm not sure. But what I would say is Chantel's also very capable of manipulation, and more importantly, prone to exaggeration / fantasy. What do you think?
Definitely,
yeah, I'd say that was true.
So that being said, it's easy to phone up and do you know what I mean? I mean, if there's anywhere where you know that it's gonna get back to the guy that's kind of on your case, is if you jump on a live stream, right, and start acting like you're hiding or like you're in danger. That's the next time Brian comes online, he's gonna hear about that, without a doubt. So, especially so for me, it's like, how real is that then?
There are weirdos on YouTube.
Well, with her new boyfriend now, Jay, I think Jay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is this a new boyfriend or is this an old boyfriend back? Do you know, Wendy? Is it old boyfriend or is it a new boyfriend?
It's a new boyfriend, but known him since 11 apparently, which I'm not too convinced on.
Yeah, back at school days kind of thing. And he's confirmed that he heard a lot, saw a lot.
Right.
I think
so
also
what I'm saying is he definitely manipulated and bullied her, and he is a drug runner. There's no doubt about that neither.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Jedi, you got to look at it. The police took her phone and went right through it, and they'd done NFA on him. After they searched her phone is when they dropped the charges on her. So that means that either there's nothing there to incriminate her, or there never was anything that could, and it was a lie.
Right.
You know, and I mean, he reckons that she had photos and everything. I mean, I don't believe that she done what he said that she done. I believe that he asked for kinky sex. This is my own personal view.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't prove none of this, but I believe that he asked her for a kinky sex when she done it and put the photos. Is then tried to make a story around it after they split up.
Whoa, wait. So he asked for it to be filmed? Because she's saying it ain't got nothing to do with her. I don't necessarily believe her.
Well, there's no film. There's not a film, but there is pictures that have been put out there of him tied up.
All right. So have you seen the pictures?
Yeah.
Right. Is he naked?
No.
Right.
You know, he's kindly got the duvet on him up to his hands, which are tied up with a belt. All very nicely positioned. Yeah.
Exactly. And but wait, ain't his legs? But his legs are tied up as well, apparently.
Oh, you didn't see his legs, love. Just the hands and him, and his head on the pillow. Yeah.
To be honest,
I mean, because what's really strange is a guy like Brian. I feel like the last thing he'd wanna put out about himself was being sodomized by a woman. Like, I just feel like.
No, you don't know him, then, Jedi. He's the kind of person that likes to talk about sadistic sex. He's the kind of person that always wants to talk about child abuse. He says it's because he fights it, but actually, I don't know. I question him sometimes whether he just.
Right. I know the type of character. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's very.
Lad, hey Jedi, don't you remember him coming on here and I pulled him and said, "You having an affair with Chartel?" And he said, nah, and then just went on to spew a load of shit to use, and I thought, I just got off
for hours, even. But then she came on as well, and was like everything we asked her. She was like, oh, ask him. Well, ask him. I'm not saying ask him. I don't know. I kind of feel like big up Chartel, but I kind of feel like I don't know the J guy. I feel like she's in a similar kind of position again, though, because she's back to getting permission to speak about things or not.
No, definitely not. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Time will tell, man. But
you could say peas in a pod. Chartel and Brian, like. Yeah. No, I've noticed a lot of people on these programs, lad, are on a lot of these people are on fucking tablets, lad. It's weird, you know.
Right.
Like, you've got like split personality disorder things, and like it takes a while for them to come out and say it, but they have it, and it's like, this isn't the best place for you, then, is it?
All I know is that if it was really true, would you go on a live stream and tell everybody? I don't know, and sit there eating a packet of crisps as you do it. Ridiculous.
Prawn cocktail.
Yeah.
Dublin. The story with Brian and One-Eyed George and One-Eyed Marv is Brian says he knows Marv from being a face back in the days. Marv has got no fucking clue who he is. Seen pictures of him. It's like, if I've seen him before, I would know. And if I do know you, I beg you, jump on and tell me where I know you from. That's it. Because I don't know you. I don't recognize you. I don't know why you're telling people I know you.
He's done that to about 4 gangsters now, and also Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, gangsters have even called them out, haven't they?
And
I
all
never-
of them have said they don't know him. All of them.
Yeah.
Because people go and ask them. People are like, yo, do you know Brian Howe? Like, that's cringe.
Did you see that he came down to the park looking for Simon Lord, Banksy, and me on Sunday?
I heard he came to the park. I didn't see what he did or what he didn't do. Why is he looking for you, Jupiter?
Hey, one of his kids has got a
Wait,
kid with
since when do you just randomly go down to Speaker's Corner anyway, Jupiter? Why is he looking for you there?
I wasn't even there. I don't know why he thought I was there. Voices in his head or something. But he done this live stream saying he was going to go down there. He might have to batter someone. He's going to smash an hammer in someone's face.
Oh, wow.
You had the other one on the end. I'm not going to say who, but you can guess. On his actual channel, telling him who to go up to and stuff and who to look for. Yeah.
Who was that? I can't guess now.
Talking about Zubida.
Z.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit.
He actually said, Brian actually said he's going to put a hammer in someone's face at Speaker's Corner, on his channel.
Yeah.
Fucking
and then
hell.
after he went there, he said the reason why he wore that big coat, because I think people would take the piss out of it, was because he had to make sure that he had plenty of padding because he thought he was going to get into a scrap. So did he really think he was going down there to have a fight with me? I mean, it's bizarre.
This makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
No, none at all.
It makes no sense.
I mean, I've been
What
on his
makes
channel
no
a couple
sense?
of times.
Apologies for my lateness. I had to leave. What was going on?
She was screaming down the phone at him. You know, Z was screaming down the phone. Go on, Brian. Go and sort those Islamophobes out. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean,
he was doing this, right? He was doing this because he was filming, but he didn't have earpieces, so he kept holding the phone up to his ear so you could see it all in his manky ear, which was disgusting, right? But he was doing this. He was going, "What? What you say? What you say, Zubida? Zubida, I need you to tell me who to go to. What? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. Where am I going? Zubida, I need you. Where's she gone? Zubida."
What the hell?
Yeah, it was madness. And then Busker's got footage of him, right? And you see him wandering up in the park looking like a deranged mental patient, just walking around with his phone in his hand, like not knowing where he is. It was bizarre.
If you've been there, Jedi,
what's his beef with Simon?
I think it's gay, and they got into rows over it.
Because Simon's gay, yeah.
That's not his beef with him. No, do you
lot
know
of
how
things?
No, I think Simon's done Simon does videos on people as well. Simon does videos
yeah,
on
because
them.
hang on. Esau and Hell decided to say that Simon had HIV and Craig, that's Simon's partner, was dying of AIDS.
Well, yeah. I can't lie to you, yeah. It's very, very hard to generate sympathy for Simon because I firsthand been on the receiving end of lies, of his actual lies and his disgusting behavior. So he's like, I just like when someone shows you their character, believe them. And he showed his character off camera. I've seen what he's about, innit? So he can't act like he stands for justice, truth, anything that he waffles on about. He really doesn't. He doesn't mind lying, which is something I never do, right? On camera, I don't lie about people. I'll just tell the truth, and whether you like it or not, that's it. He lies, and he covers the truth, and I've seen him do it with my own eyes. So he can never get my respect again. He was side by side with that man that was like trying to bully the Muslim women, and then trying to defend him when I was having a go at him, that Tommy Robinson security guard, and the dishonesty from that man. Even that time when he was out with Tan, and some random fucking weirdos came up to him, apparently, he turned around and tried to say it was gang.
Oh, I remember that video.
And then later on was like, oh no, well, I never said it was gang. I mean, well, it could have been. And like, bruv, what's your actual fucking problem? Like, are you sick? You know what I mean?
Jedi on the BMX riding up to Simon.
Yeah, like the Tan and that. Yeah, gang and that. You've tried to get gangs tried to get people to us up. Like, what? Are you all right? And then there was another occasion in the park where he was proper drunk, talking and spitting in my face with his can, and he had some woman with him that was being mad aggressive. And when I addressed her, he just lied. He lied. He ran to the police. He lied. And I'm just like, I can't deal with people like this guy, man. He's fucking off key, man. So yeah, Simon, no.
And then Banksy, I think it's just because we got beat up last week, and he wanted to have a go. I think
he wanted to beat up Banksy, yeah. Right. Well, I hope that Brian Hurl guy can fight. You know, like you go to the park looking to fight people. Hope he can actually do something.
Jedi, he has a monitor on his heart that's attached to his phone because of his heart rate goes at a certain high. Yeah, he has to go straight to hospital. So what's he doing? Wandering around the bloody park looking for a fight.
Some mug's gonna end up.
Go and flash him.
Yeah, some mug's gonna end up clumping him, and then they're gonna get a life sentence or something.
Yeah.
True.
I mean,
true, lad. Yeah.
People like that. They're a proper liability, you know. Because when you've got it seems to be people like that though that really are up for a bit of a. I don't know if they just want to be killed or something, or it's weird, man. It's weird, man. But
well, you could like you said, you could end up punching him, you know, or just defending yourself, and he dies.
Yeah, well, according to Jedi, you heard this story. He was meant to have been the week before, but he didn't because two Irish travellers jumped into his back garden and tried to rob him. And he dashed out the back door, let the dogs out, and then stabbed them all up. And they got rushed off the hospital. Only thing is, certains have gone and checked with the police station under journalistic reasons to see if any major incidents happened where he lived, and it didn't.
No.
What was going on?
The SWAT team go over. I said SWAT team. The SWAT team go over the fence. He reckons he's had MI5 come over the fence and Irish travellers. He wants to fix the fucking fence, doesn't he?
Yeah, that fence is mad. So what's the thing between what's the standing between Brian Hurl and Brian Harvey?
Okay. Brian Harvey sent Hurl to get rid of me. Right?
Yeah.
Brian Harvey.
Yeah.
This is true, by the way.
This
is true.
Sent Brian Hurl to get rid of me. To get rid of me.
When you say get rid of you, what do you mean?
Off YouTube.
I'll tell you this. I was sitting on Wendy's one day and Brian Harvey, the real ex-pop singer, Brian Harvey, turned up in the side chat and said he was going to stab me and Wendy to death. Right, and I didn't know. I went to Wendy, there's some mad person in the side chat saying they're going to stab us up, pretending to be Brian Harvey. And Wendy went in a very, very authoritative voice. That is Brian Harvey.
Oh, wow.
And then he came on the panel. He actually came on.
And when he came on, was he in a rage?
No, everything was sorted out between me and Brian Harvey. And everything's fine with me and Brian Harvey now. Right. But unfortunately, he left Hurl around, yeah?
So he'd recruit. He'd say, so can we like I need to know what the getting rid of you is like. Do you mean get rid of you?
Brian Harvey likes to spin a tale that the whole, everyone's after him.
Right.
People are paying money to get him killed. Rupert Murdoch wants him killed. Ian Puddick wants him killed. And I used to make videos, right, and dig deep into his story and find stuff and put it up online to prove he was telling lies, right? That's all I did. The next thing, Brian Harvey is like coming onto the stream saying he's going to stab me in Jupiter. And Brian Hurl arrives for me to get rid of my channel, kind of thing.
Yeah. And then what happened? Brian Hurl came onto her platform. We didn't know who he was, just like a stranger. All of a sudden, Hoof, Hoof-hearted they talk about, right? He turned up and wanted to come on, so he came on. They started going on about this fella called Chris Morrissey, right?
Yeah.
Who's now over on Brian's all the time, but I didn't have a clue who any of them were. They started having an argument over that. Then they went away. Oh, Brian threatened Wendy, and I said, "Oh, you ain't going to do that. You're an old man. Go away. You know what I'm like. I'm a gobby cow." Anyway, he left the panel, and then after that, that was it. There was death threats on Wendy. He was going to come round my house with a with a car full of guns. He was nuts, off his head. And then he started stalking us. He got obsessed about it. Then he got involved with Chantel.
Right.
All that madness happened. And then, of course, people were laughing at him and laughing at Chantel because of a lot of stuff that happened. That made him more incensed. Then the next thing you know, he starts going on to be the stream. Oh, no, he went Wasps first. He went Wasps and then fell out with all them.
He came on mine. I don't know. I think he might have came on mine before the Wasp. I don't even know, but he did come on mine.
Yeah, so
and,
he was trying to get platformed. Yeah,
right.
And then he found a little bit of a home over on that girl's stream, and then the next thing we know is he teamed up with Rodney K after your argument because Rodney fell out with me over you. Remember I told you before. And then Esau, he teamed up with Esau as well. And then all of a sudden they were the dream team. And since then they've done nothing but cause trouble everywhere.
Yeah, they even, Sabida and Brian even contacted a friend of mine who doesn't come on YouTube. He happens to be black. To tell him which he recorded and sent to me. He sent it to me to tell him that I'm a racist, I'm a this, I'm the other, and he didn't agree with it, obviously. And I found that I didn't like that because then they're coming out of YouTube and going into my real life. Yeah.
Right.
No, I didn't like that at all. No, that was creepy. Didn't like that.
Boy. Gotta be careful, man. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, luckily enough, her friend had the sense to get in touch with her, and then they recorded it. I mean, she's got the recording of that little lady that actually got in touch with her friend, pretending to be somebody else, and then later on admitting who she was. You know,
this gets weirder and weirder. So I'm on Busker's channel right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a video from 4 days ago. Man arrested in his underwear after fire. Is that anything to do with the geezer coming down?
No, it'll be the one where he's at Speaker's Corner. It's called Busker News.
Oh, Busker
channel.
News.
Yeah.
Busker News. 10,000 subscribers. Fucking hell. Who even is this dude?
Oh, he's one of ours.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's all right.
Tommy Robinson, Royal Courts of Justice. Tommy Robinson's still about. Well, I forgot all about him.
Yeah.
Hattoon has objects thrown at her in Speaker's Corner.
That's it. That's the video. Yeah.
That's the video, yeah. Okay, let me just go in and I'll give it a shot. Let's see. Hattoon's definitely got a death wish though, man. I don't know what she's up to, man.
She needs to be careful. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, rolling around with that top on. She's gonna be on the news soon for the wrong reasons, man.
She wants to be a martyr, dude. She's made a decision about what she wants to do.
I kind of think she does, but why would you want to be?
Because for the cause, isn't it? She believes in her cause. You know what I mean? Her cause is basically, whatever it is, isn't it?
She truly believes in her cause.
That's it. You see, she referenced. I listened to one of her streams. Yeah, she referenced Paul, I think, the apostle, right, where he went into different towns and got beaten up, spreading the word of Jesus, right? And she, you know what I mean, like rates that, you know what I mean. So she's willing to go down that same road, you know what I mean, to get her truth across, however she wants to convey it. You know.
All right, fair enough. I mean, fair enough, man. I don't know what to say about it, man. It's just weird. Like sometimes I'm genuinely speechless, and on Hattoon and whatever, I'm just speechless. I don't get it. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it. And what I will say is, people like Hattoon make me really doubt the mainstream narrative about lone wolf terrorists and that. I fucking don't believe it. Like, I struggle to believe, because I just know how much damage one man could do just waking up and just going into the public and trying to cause as much damage as he wants. You've got these splinter cells of dedicated radical guys, and you've got shit like this happening with people that's so accessible.
Yeah.
Like, something's not adding up.
There's a lot not adding up at the park lately, to be fair.
Yeah, the park, the park is proving itself to be the social experiment that people didn't realize it was. I knew it for a long time. It's clearly some kind of experiment, fucking weird lab test site. I don't know what's going on. Fucking crazy. And I was part of it. I was part of it, man. I was part of it. And people seem people seem very eager to drag me back down there. You know? When you get a Speaker's Corner, what for? What is it you want me to do down there? What is it you're waiting to happen? Like now?
Timestamp, Wendy. Do you know the timestamp?
Is there a timestamp? Yeah?
No, he stood right next to Hattoon. That's all I can. Oh, he's shown it.
That's not him.
No, keep going along a bit.
Yeah, I think he's got glasses on.
Hattoon security guard educated, boy. Hattoon security.
I never even knew what that CCI meant.
Yeah, when I found out, I was like, "Fuck off." Yeah, but all I remember is the I stands for Islam. I'm like, what? What? Something. Basically exposing Islam, innit? Like that you're dedicated to that. Which I just find so strange, because you have a whole religion for yourself. You have, this guy's back down there, yeah? Is that who I think it is?
You know, the best way to deal with provocateurs, you just don't give them any attention, man. You just stay away from them. Don't give them any ammunition.
A few people turned up to see Valley. His Valley said he was going down. And Ultra.
Who turned up to see Valley?
I think a few of these turned up. A few people turned up to see Valley.
Yeah, but that was a wind up, innit? Yeah, that was a wind up, innit? Very lot of just trolling, winding people up.
People went.
Asian guys.
Keep going along, Jedi. Yeah.
Wendy, staying focused.
Hattoon used to fancy me, man. I know it, man. I felt it in the way she looked at me. I mean, I was like, no, Hattoon, none of that. None of that, Hattoon. Keep your distance.
Nah, I genuinely, I'm on the side of people that feel like no good's really gonna come out of Speaker's Corner anymore. I truly feel it. I don't know, man. There's a weird feeling, man.
Yeah, it's all going to be online, man. It's all going to be online now, bro. Trust me, everything is moving online. And Speaker's Corner has always been a place of egos, you know? People ego clashing ego. It's not really a place of learning, in my opinion. I mean, you can learn some things,
You know
sure,
what?
but
There's been some fucking off camera. There's been some amazing moments in Speaker's Corner, which is why I and a lot of other people held out some hope for it being a place for good things to happen there, because there's some genuinely nice people down there, man.
Wendy, ain't it about now?
Here he is. I got him.
There he is. Yeah, there he is.
Fucking hell. He's like, what's his name? I've come to kill your monster. Werewolf. What's that guy called? Brave something.
He come up with there in a too small anorak.
Yeah,
there he is. Look, there.
It's the way he arrives, though, where he don't know where he is, where he's like looking all about like a weirdo.
Looking for Banksy now? Banksy?
Oh, God.
Simon Law?
No, Simon Law's not here. He's not here either. No. About
Jupiter.
Jupiter's definitely not here.
You hear that?
Hello, Busker. I'm Brian L. How you doing? Not too bad. How you doing? I see what I've been telling you. Yeah. Who's about here? No, there's none of the people you're looking for here. None of them. Must be some. No, not the three you are.
So he's got no top row teeth?
No, he's got no top row teeth at all.
Is this your man, Brian? Yeah?
And just a quick question. Chantel found this guy attractive.
I know, it's unbelievable.
That's what I can't understand. Yeah, that's what I don't get.
Mad, isn't it? He had a Porsche, though, didn't he? Didn't he have a Porsche?
He have a Porsche.
I think he said Aston Martin. Oh, Porsche, yeah.
Well, let's be real, right? Even if a bloke like that tells you he's got a Porsche, he ain't even got something on about it.
Simon Law, I don't think comes here very often anymore. No, we're only here today. Anyone, what's the question, anyone? Hello? Any questions? What's that?
Yeah, look, what's that? He's got the phone up against his ear.
Hello, how you doing? What channel is yours? What's going on?
Canada.
I don't know your channel. Yeah, okay. This is the Dream Team. Say hello to Busker. How you doing, everyone? Nice to see you, Busker. No worries, all right?
It's nice to see you, no worries. Yeah, it's good to be just coming back.
Man. I feel it for him, man. I feel it for him.
Who's going to be scared of that?
Well, he reckons he was the only white man there, Jedi. So.
Oh man, I feel it for him. He's obviously going through something or whatever. Because, you know what I mean? Why have you done all that? I don't get it.
He literally drove 40 miles because he drove from Milton Keynes for 6 minutes in the park.
Oh.
And then he went back on his channel and told everyone he knows I was there. He thinks I was there, but I was hiding from him.
You were hiding.
I mean, it's a combination of things, in my opinion. I think
it's such a disappointment. They go to Speaker's Corner and then they realize how like underwhelming it is. They're like, oh shit. Oh, this is like, come on, man. You could have stayed at home. He's just lost walking around.
Yeah.
I think he's just going down mostly based on pride, you know what I mean? And like the channel as well, you know, sort of get some views up and stuff. So, you know, just a combination of things.
You even
But the
waved
pride,
goodbye to Busker before he left. I'm just not.
What's up with Busker's camera though? Proper shit quality.
I don't know, but Hurl reckons he's going down there next week to meet the Wasp. Have you heard this one, Wendy?
Yes.
Why? What's the Wasp up to?
Well, the Wasp said he was going down there, so now Hurl's going down there. He's taken up the challenge, apparently. He's going down to meet the Wasp.
What is there some issue with the Wasp or something? Has he got beef with the Wasp?
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So they all trying to catch up to other people that have gone down to try and get physical. Now they want to do it.
Yeah, basically get a name for themselves, Jedi. You know. Yeah.
It's a bit much when it's old geezers, though, isn't it? It's quite funny.
Yes.
Tell me this, Wendy, because I wasn't getting any answers in the chat.
Oh,
what regiment were you with? What's up? Big up, everybody. Big up.
Big up, bro.
What regiment were you with? Hello?
Excuse me?
What regiment were you with? Who'd you come over with?
None of your business.
What? None of my business. So
Yeah,
you came to my country. You came over to my country. How is it none of my business?
Okay, so hang on. So you're a Republican, yeah? So I'm telling you nothing.
No.
Okay?
No. I just don't like occupying forces going to different countries and stamping their dirty little boots all over them.
Well, as far as I know, Northern Ireland is a part of Great Britain. So
Northern Ireland or the north of Ireland?
the north of Ireland, yeah.
Yeah. How's that?
Oh, God.
Oh, I'm not getting into that, yeah? If you want to have your
Well,
argument about...
okay, yeah, well, let's not get into it. Just tell me what regiment you're with so I can get some
None
more
of
of
your
it.
business. Do you think I'm
Yeah,
nuts?
there's
I've
a
got
reason
an
why
Irish
you're not telling me.
Republican. I've got an Irish Republican sat here. You want to know what regiment? No.
An Irish Republican sat with you, yeah? Yeah?
What?
You have an Irish Republican sat with you? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
There's an Irish Republican sat here and you want to know my business and she ain't going to tell you. That's what she said.
What's that got to do with him? If he's a wanker if he's sitting with her.
I think
Well,
she was
you
talking
know, I
about
haven't got an Irish... Hang on. I have not got an Irish Republican sat next to me. I'm talking about you. And it's not just me, it's my whole family. And my parents and my grandparents.
Tell me this, what did you join the British Army for? For a wage? Was it for a wage?
For a career. For a career.
For a career? Why didn't you just do that in the civilian life?
Well, it's nothing to do with you.
Sorry? It is if you came out.
It's nothing to do with you.
People's faces and stuff.
Why are you trying to stir up trouble? What's the matter with you?
I just want to know what regiment you're with, so I could get a better figure.
There is no way. Look. You know.
I know why you're
like
not
I
telling
do.
me.
There's no way I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, I know why you're not
telling you.
I know why you're not telling me. That's the thing.
But I can't tell you I wasn't in the parachute regiment, okay?
Not Squaddy then, what?
What?
What? Squaddy.
So hang on. So you think the only regiment you think the only regiment is the parachute regiment?
You know what regiment you are with.
I'm not telling you.
Why not? Someone told me you were the medic before.
I'm not telling you anything.
You got to be stupid to give out information. That's the problem. Without information, people start.
I just want to get a better feel for what you are doing over here.
what I was doing over there.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time outside of Woolies.
Outside of Woolies?
Outside of department stores, searching
In
people.
In Belfast.
Well,
in Belfast.
Take your pick.
Yeah, well, it must be Belfast because it's the only poxy city in the fucking country.
Well, what's your problem? Why do you want to know what regiment I was in or what I was doing?
Because I just told you. I'm not saying it again. I just told you.
Look, why don't you get your government? Why don't you get your devolved government to have a referendum?
We don't have a devolved government. The devolved government is up in the north.
Wait a minute.
The devolved government is in the north. We don't have a devolved government.
Hang on, so you're in the south. Hang on, you're in the south. You're in the south, moaning about the north.
Well, I'm in the south.
So you're in the south, moaning about the north.
I've got people in the north. You listening to me? I have people in the north. We all have people in the north.
So you really cannot come up with anything to help the people in the north, can you?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
So why don't you advise them? Why don't you advise the people in the north of Ireland?
We've made peace with you.
Advise the people in the north of Ireland to have a referendum about whether they want to stay part of Great Britain or unify with Southern Ireland.
You're in the north of Ireland. You know what they're like. How can you advise them of anything? This is why they went to war with you.
No, they didn't go to war with us.
They didn't go to war.
Went to war with us.
What happened in 1969? What happened?
The Northern Ireland government, the Northern Irish government,
you came
and
over
the British troops.
You shot 11 people in Derry, yeah, and then we went to war with you again. We had to go to war.
So let's talk about that day, shall we? Who was the one that made the first? Who was the one that did the first shot? Who fired the first shot that day?
Tell me. Yeah, you gotta tell me. Tell me. Please tell me.
Who?
Tell me. I'm waiting.
Wasn't it Martin? Wasn't it Martin McGuinness? I believe it was.
Oh my God. Martin McGuinness was a hero. And he didn't shoot the first shot. You stop. He was about 12 years of age.
Martin McGuinness was 18, 19.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't. There was no one out that day with guns. That was a peaceful march. There was no one out that day with guns. There was
I'm not condoning what happened on bloody Sunday, right? I'm not agreeing with what happened on bloody Sunday, not at all. So it's wrong for you to come up on here and tell me anything about it, yeah?
Who fired the first shot then? What are you talking about? Who fired the first shot then?
Somebody within the Civil Rights March fired the first shot. And that someone was Martin McGuinness. And you know it. You know it.
No, it wasn't. So why didn't that come out in, what was it, the Savile inquiry, was it? The Savile inquiry was the first one, wasn't it?
The Savile inquiry, yeah.
I'm serious. Was it called the Savile inquiry? I think it was.
Well, Martin McGuinness was given special privileges in that. Hang on. Why was McGuinness given special privileges at that inquiry?
You tell me. You were around at the time. Tell me.
What are you on about around at the time? When was the inquiry? Do you know anything?
Do I know anything? When was the inquiry? The inquiry was in, I don't know, in the 90s or 2000s or something, was it?
No, the 2000s the inquiry was. Yeah.
Right.
And anyway, what you crying about? I'm
not crying about anything.
All the soldiers were found guilty, so there you go.
I know they were. I know they were. But if you were saying we didn't go to war with you. I'm just telling you the reason why they went to war with you again in the north was because of that day. because he was about
Well, it
stupid
may have
and
gone to
to
war, but
kill
as
another
always, they
11
didn't win.
people because he's killed what was it, 12 on Good Friday down
No,
here.
I didn't. No, I didn't. No, no.
You did. Not
No,
too
I
long
did
ago.
not.
100 years ago, sorry. 100 odd years ago.
Okay, so would you say then that all the killings, all the
100
destruction,
odd years ago,
all the
Well,
hatred?
yeah,
This guy
1916.
doesn't know what he's on about,
And they
heathen.
shot
All
the
the
leader.
you were going to
hatred.
let the
They shot the
Nazis
leader.
through
Would
the
you
back
say
door,
it's
70.
worth it?
Sorry?
Would you say it was worth it?
You are the one stomping your boots all over the place.
So did you agree with the Good Friday Agreement then?
I believe in peace, yeah.
Good. That's good to hear, actually.
But I don't think there's going to be peace for very long because they want to stick another
Well,
border up.
let me give you a
And you
hint.
shouldn't
Let me
put
give you a
borders
hint,
up where you
right?
don't belong.
Okay, so if there's never peace, right, and if they start up again, I and millions of others will be in the streets protesting. There's no way our troops are going to be sent back over there. Not again. No.
What regiment were you in?
None of your business.
A British one. One with a skirt.
Wouldn't be funny if they marched into Liverpool, would it?
Pardon?
Yeah,
Pardon?
He said it wouldn't be funny if they marched into Liverpool. Talking to Scouts.
But
no, you've never been able to do it. That's why our port was built to conquer the Irish.
Yeah, but the Northern Irish government asked
Who
for...
do you support, Liverpool
Wait a
or
minute,
everything?
Look, this Irish guy. The Northern Irish government asked for the British troops to be sent in because the Catholics and the Protestants were fighting amongst each other and it got out of hand.
Yeah, and then what did you do? And then what did the British Army do?
What did we do?
They shot
We did
11
nothing.
people.
What
Cold,
did the IRA do? You ask
in a peaceful
yourself
manner.
what the IRA did.
The British Army came in as a peace. You're saying the British Army
IRA
came in
did.
as a peacekeeping. You're saying the British Army came in as a peacekeeping force. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, what was all the collusion with the fucking Protestants for?
Okay. Okay. So
And the collusion has been proven. It's been proven all over the fucking place since he's fucking got there in the 60s. Is what
I thought
fucking
you
collusion.
believed in. Hang on. I thought you believed in peace.
I do believe in peace. Who says I don't?
So why are you trying to drag up things that happened now?
You're telling me. Hold on a second. I can't even remember why I'm arguing with you now. But you just said there's something a second ago. I can't remember what it was. Or Hayden said it.
Look, it was the end of the IRA at Logan, wasn't it? Let's face it.
You said it.
Yes, it was. When the IRA thought they were going to ambush the SAS, and it was the other way around. Yeah?
Oh, yes, the SAS.
Have the IRA ever been held accountable for any murders?
Yes, they have, yeah. Yes, they have. They were in a part of prison. It was built for them. It was fucking built for them.
Tony Blair let them all out under the Good
Friday
Friday Agreement.
He's fucking interned us. He's interned us any fucking chance you got. Internment?
Yeah.
Well, fucking jail without trial or... Yeah. How would you like if the British Army marched into your town now and done that? Because we were supposed to be part of the British Empire, your closest neighbour, the breadbasket of Britain. How would you like it if they marched into your town and done that?
The Northern Irish government.
How would you? It happened in the north.
Shot 3 dead in Liverpool outside St George's Hall, 1919.
A Liverpool man. If I knew your second name, a Liverpool man shouldn't be siding with this sort of thing.
I've got the red hand of Ulster on me coat of arms.
Liverpool is full of Irish. Liverpool is full of Irish. I'd say there's more Irish in Liverpool, more white Irish in Liverpool than there is English.
Yeah, and there's a lot of orange
propaganda, lads,
lodges in
propaganda.
Liverpool as
There's
well.
as many Welsh.
A lot of orange
There's as many
lodges
Welsh.
in
There's as many
Liverpool.
Scots. There's as many Filipinos. There's everything. So it was a melting pot.
I'm sure.
Who do you think built all the houses? The Welsh built all the houses.
Look, Dublin is as well. Any port city is. But what I'm saying to you is it was a melting pot.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so how about bloody
people.
Friday? How about bloody Friday?
Yeah, and we
What
went
do you
through our
reckon
own
about
troubles.
it?
We went through our own troubles.
Friday and
We went through the troubles.
What is Bloody Friday? What is it?
Oh, that was only the day that the IRA let 14 bombs off in
Beautiful.
Belfast in one day.
I remember being evacuated from town when I was a kid.
You're saying
because they put a bomb outside the Toronto building.
I hope they got it done. I hope they got it done cheap, because it was either the bullet. It was never going to be the ballot box, and that's the only way anyone gets used to the table.
Hang on, but in the end, that's exactly where peace came from, wasn't it?
Yes, I reckon the point now is a little get out of Europe, and then get the north out.
Well, just because you're in Southern Ireland, right? You cannot whip up violence in Northern Ireland. Leave them alone.
They're whipping it up themselves. If you know watch the news lately, because you wouldn't watch the local.
We all know how you like to jump the border, don't we? Oh yeah, let's go to Northern Ireland, cause some trouble, get back in the car, jump the border over to Southern Ireland.
There's no trouble. There's no trouble because there's no border. You feel it.
Yeah.
That's why there's no trouble, because there's no border. The minute that border goes up, watch.
Have you noticed TikTok?
What do you think you're going to do? What do you think you're going to do?
You know the way TikTok's trying to stir up everything? Have you noticed the new famous song is Come Out Ye Black and Tans? Come out ye black and tans, come fight me like a man. It's a new thing now on TikTok, because that's what the Chinese are now infiltrating through TikTok, getting people singing these songs again.
Well, you see,
come out ye black and tans.
Black and tans. I'm not being funny, heathen, but that back then, the black and tans were absolute bastards. What they did.
They were poor. They were all out of prison, or squaddies that couldn't get fucking work after World War One.
Can you wait a minute?
It's a different veterans. It says in the song.
Wait,
come
heathen, hang on.
Come fight me like a man.
Heathen,
the ones who fought in Flanders.
Yeah,
Mr. Man.
Yeah. Mr. Man.
Who killed Michael Collins?
We did.
Exactly.
A freestayer joined, and he fought. Do you know, look, the oath to the King of England was the biggest thing Michael Collins ever fucking came back here with, and it was wrong. This is exactly what we were fighting for.
So you didn't get Southern Ireland.
Michael Collins was a great hero over here. And a civil war happened because of his death.
You lot are treacherous bastards. Do you know that? Absolute treacherous bastards, yeah.
So the English basically spent hundreds of years trying to rule over our country, and we're in the wrong for trying to fight back.
No, I said, who killed Michael Collins? He said we did. Michael Collins did nothing. Yes, the IRA killed Michael Collins.
The IRA didn't kill Michael Collins. So you don't.
The IRA did kill Michael Collins.
No, you don't know your history, woman. You don't know your history.
The IRA killed Michael Collins.
It was being fought and coming a Gale that was fighting against each other. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
You don't.
And the IRA killed
the IRA.
Yeah, whatever.
The IRA was the both of them at the time. I can't deal with this one. Tell me what regiment you are, yeah?
No.
Why not?
Why should I?
Because I want to get a better feel for what you're doing in my country.
I'm not in your country, yeah?
You're where?
What?
You're where in your country? You're where?
I was never in Southern Ireland, sorry.
You were in Ireland.
No Pope Rome. No Pope Rome.
I suppose you support Liverpool then, Eden, there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you went to mass on a Saturday, did you, Eden? Yeah.
Went to what?
You went to mass on a Saturday, did you? Or your parents went to mass on a Saturday instead of a Sunday.
Catholics, isn't it? That's Catholics.
No. Catholics go to mass on a Sunday.
Catholics do mass.
He even belongs to Orange Lodge, yeah?
Yeah, I knew.
Yeah, just the Sunday service. Just the Sunday service, lad.
Well, the Protestants over
and then the 12th of July.
The Protestants over here worship on a Saturday. We go to mass on Sunday.
Why so much hate when there's been so much peace?
Because, Wendy, there never should have been a need to have peace. If the English had just fucked off and left us alone, then we wouldn't have no need to be looking for peace.
Yeah, but why were the English over there? After the Irish,
you live in Northern Ireland?
Why were you civilizing us, weren't you?
Do you live in Northern Ireland?
Who's come and enslaved Englishmen, so we retaliated and never let go?
You were the first
Who's St. Patrick, your patron saint of Ireland? He's an English slave. You celebrate an English slave.
He was Welsh. He was fucking Welsh, you prick. He was fucking Welsh. And
he wasn't.
He was Welsh. He was Welsh.
English. He was English and you enslaved him. And that's why exactly why you didn't. That's why you didn't celebrate him every year to rub your nose in the Protestants.
One sec.
That's exactly what that's exactly why you do it, because you know it pisses the English off.
He was fucking Welsh and he was a Roman. He was Welsh and he was a Roman. Yeah.
Look.
And his wife.
What is your problem? What is it you want exactly?
And you know what? We used to celebrate St. Sheila's Day, except we had a famine in the country 150 years ago, and now we don't celebrate it anymore because it went out of our tradition. Another thing you fucking robbed from us, like our language.
It hasn't been robbed. You can have that back.
Bring back the day of St. Shields. What are you talking about?
Bring back the day of St. Shields.
Hold on a second. We have to go to head.
We took a day away.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't know
in the calendar.
You know your history. I don't know if you know your history about this country, Eden, but we had to go to hedge schools because of you bastards. Do you know what a hedge school is?
So what?
Do you know what a hedge school is? Man? It's kids getting taught behind a bush so they don't get fucking stopped by the fucking. It's because you didn't want us fucking reading and writing. Now what is that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do the same things across the empire.
Brother, that's only in the 1800s. In the 19th century. He's doing that. That's still in.
And this is the point. You don't know how it affected us because it's our history. You'll never know. You just sit there and talk about bloody Sunday, this and that, but you don't know shit.
If I happen in Liverpool, wherever my lives, you should feel the exact same. You should feel the exact same.
Hang on. So wouldn't you say you failed when you're still crying over it now?
Failed of what? So we got peace. You didn't get peace. Us.
Do you know what? I'll never stop crying over it until we have our
we felt exactly the same.
Oh, you're one of them, are you?
Okay.
What? Pick a fight with the wrong king, lad.
Pick a fight with the wrong
king. Fought the wrong war. Fought the wrong war. This goes back to medieval times.
You
chest back then. You got put back in. On your land.
He's under the point with Prince Charlie, yeah. Is that what you're talking about?
You didn't like Oliver Cromwell very much, neither did you?
Cromwell was a dirty bastard.
The Battle of the Boyne. The Battle of the Boyne was just an epic flipping. That's from
the Battle of the Boyne was the epic point. The Battle of the Boyne was the epic point. And this is that. It was after the Battle of the Boyne.
Because that's the whole reason that we were appalled. so they could build ships to go and conquer the Irish.
You uneducated about Ireland, fucking idiots, because you weren't
You were
taught
coming
nothing
over and enslaving the Welsh and the English on the West Coast.
Yeah, but we did because hold on. Before Christianity, the two islands were as one. And you can't say they weren't. And all the islands in between, all the islands on the top, and all the islands underneath, they were as one. And that the tribes mixed, married.
Astaghfirullah. You know, like I do, that De Valera had Collins murdered, and you know it. Don't lie.
I just said De Valera did. I said it. I said Graf did.
But why? Collins did his job.
Because why? Because what was the point in all? What was the point in it? What was the point in it? If he was just gonna fucking give another,
he got you your free state, and then you got your independence.
What's
the matter with you? I'm not agreeing with what the Black Bands did back then. Not at all. No, barbaric.
For real.
For real. Yeah.
We didn't just fight for 2/3 of the country. We didn't just fight for 2/3 of the country. Are you with me?
Hang on, wait a minute. So what people lived in the north of Ireland?
This is why we went to a civil war. Don't look, this touches close to the bone, and it still does. It's still an art memory.
No, can you answer my question? Which people lived in the north of Ireland?
Did you ever have a civil war? You did, yeah, back in what? Fucking million miles ago.
Can you answer my question? Which people at the time lived in the north of Ireland?
It was about 30-70.
It was the Protestants, and that's why we held on to Northern Ireland. Because the Protestants wanted to stay with Great Britain.
Fuckface. 30% is a lot.
Well, it's not enough, is it?
It's not enough for the vote, but it's enough to be fucking educated.
Why can't the north of Ireland then have a referendum now?
Why did you put on the dirty British uniform and snap your boots all over the place for a few bob?
Wait, hang on.
It's people like you that give your country the power.
Look, Great Britain has the power. You don't. You just have to deal with
that. Okay? Like you to join the army for a few bob and think they're going to get an education and a career out of it. What are you doing out of the British Army now? Tell me. I did. What was it? What are you doing out of it? What did they do for you? Tell me. So you could shoot at people. Tell me what you got out of it.
So you think every soldier's in the army to kill? Is that what you think?
Tell me what you got out of it so you could come over to my country and shoot at innocent people while they're marching on the street.
I did not. I did not.
Doors at night time because you wanted to intern men.
Wait a minute.
You wanted to intern men.
Go into Southern Ireland. I was never in Southern Ireland. Never once did I go into Southern Ireland.
Yeah, you can't. You can't come in. You can't come in here anymore.
We can go in if we want to. We can go for a stroll along, the road if we want to.
If you want to what? If you want to start
go for a stroll along the road.
Blown up 20 million times again.
Well, you was in the British Army.
Are you proud of the people you killed? Are you proud of the people the IRA killed?
20 million times again, do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to get your little Downing Street?
So what needs to happen here is you and your friend and people like you need to be reported to the security services. That's what needs to happen.
And the branch over here would know that. They'd know that. They know me. They know I'm not a fucking provost.
I'm sure they do, you fucking fantasist. I'm sure they do, you fantasist, okay?
Fantasist? Were you even in the North, were you?
Oh
my
God!
You live in the south of Ireland,
You're
nothing to
calling me
do
a
with me.
fantasist.
Do you know what? Do you know what actually makes me?
It's south of Ireland. It's not fucking Ireland. Do you know what? It's like 650 miles from top to bottom, or 850 miles, something silly like that. And you were saying the North as if it's a million fucking miles away on fucking in the Rock of Gibraltar, where you fucking shouldn't be either.
Oh, you mean when we killed those IRA and on the Rock of
Yeah,
Gibraltar? That was a
IRA,
good war.
You
Yeah,
killed
they
four
needed to be
IRA.
shot, didn't they?
Exactly.
Yeah, that was
And the Nazi
brilliant.
sympathisers.
Yeah.
The Nazi sympathisers.
Yeah.
What you hating? Go back
Exactly,
to sleep.
yeah.
Actually, I can't believe the bullshit that I'm hearing. And do you know what? It makes me fully understand now why growing up I was always told that the English were ignorant. Because this is a whole lot of fucking ignorancy for what?
Hang on.
Irish.
Well, you're not making
hold
any
on.
sense.
Listen to me for a minute. No,
you're not making any
because
sense.
the English
Right?
came
No,
over,
you're not making
took
any
our
sense.
fucking land, and they want to sit there and complain about what we had to do to try and protect our people and get our land back. Yeah, people like my granddad, people like my granddad and my great grandparents. Hold on.
Your fucking great granddad and whoever else fucking put on that fucking dirty uniform.
Yeah, can I just get you lot to like speak one at a time? It's hard enough hearing what some of you lot are saying, but if you just give each other the respect enough to make your statement and let the other person respond, I'd appreciate that. I understand that passions are high. I'm not trying to get involved, but I really would appreciate if you can let each other finish their sentences and get their points across, please.
So what is it you want from me? What do you want from me?
I told you already. I want to know what regiment you're in. To get a bit of lay of the land.
Have you been and found the many...
You know what I'm feeling with?
Okay.
Sorry.
Have you been and asked the many ex-squaddies that are on these panels that are male?
I don't know
Have you been
them.
and asked them?
I've never heard of any other person talking about it except for you.
Tough then, isn't it?
Sorry?
I said, I still don't know what you want from
I
me.
just told you what I want. I told you what I want. I want to know what
I told you I'm not...
You told me already you were in Belfast, yeah? You're in Belfast, outside Woolsworth. In 19...
Well, I'm not, I wasn't always in Belfast, but I'm already telling you.
1970s, was it 1980s? But just let us know, fill us in.
No,
So,
I'm not telling you the year.
We can put it to bed
I'm not
then.
telling
We
you
can put
my
it to bed whether
regiment.
you're a
I'm
girl
telling you
or a
nothing.
girl. We can put it to bed if you're a good girl or a bad girl.
Are you an Irish spy?
Am I an Irish spy? How am I an Irish spy?
What's your name? What's your name?
Stephen.
Stephen what?
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? A bleeding copper wouldn't ask me all this. Oh, you're lucky you got my fucking phone's name.
Okay, so what you want to know my regiment? I'm
You
not
don't
telling
even
you.
tell me what regiment you're in, Wendy Will. I'm sure Will isn't your second name.
Well, what does it matter?
Well, what doesn't matter then? You're asking me my second name.
So
What
you're
doesn't matter?
going around.
Sorry, can we let it go then? Can we just let it go? She's not going to tell you the regiment.
What go?
Just I don't understand.
You can take a sleep.
What's on
Bleeding, Liverpool, man, bleeding. I don't know what to be up with you sometimes, Hayden. I'd be buzzing off you sometimes, and then you'd be Prince Philip and all. Fuck's sake, man.
I was probably brainwashed, lad. I used to go and watch the Orange Lodge. I used to watch the Lodge. You can call me brainwashed.
They're in an Orange Lodge, yeah. You go marching on the 12th. Do you go marching on the 12th? Awful.
On the 12th of July in Liverpool, yeah.
So you're asking me what I'm holding things back for, but this motherfucker is marching on the 12th for something that happened bleeding 1,000 years ago.
No, go and watch the Lodge. I don't go marching. I don't put on a uniform.
I can't understand it. I can't understand you. Sure, you can't understand me.
So hang on. So are you glad now that there's peace? That there's been peace in Northern Ireland for 20 years? Are you happy about that?
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, of course I am.
Good.
Because
I'm not because it's
not. I'll tell you why, Mary Jane, just for 2 seconds, right? Because the Provos are nothing but fucking little. What do you call those people that go around think are the police?
What Dublin?
What all the people that go around thinking are the police? Fucking what you call that name?
The parliamentary.
Dublin, I think your accent. Right. Can you sing any Irish ditties? Do you know any?
What?
Can you sing any Irish ditties?
Any Irish seas?
No, any Irish shanty songs, anything like that? Can you sing?
I can sing a lot of songs.
Yeah, go on then.
Do you know how many British soldiers married Irish women? Quite a lot, you know.
I'd say so, the little dirty tramps.
That's not really nice, is it?
They're all the ones that are in the north. They're all the ones that are in the fucking north. That's who had to run away to the north.
Yeah, the north that we still have. Yeah.
Why didn't you just give back that? Anyway.
Oh, but you see, but hold on a second. Let me just say.
Now I'm on from there.
Hold on.
If I had a giant size console, I'd cut the fucking thing off and drag it over with a lot of chains and stick it beside Scotland somewhere. That's just fucking
that'd be a good idea. I'll go for that. I'll go for that.
You still haven't answered my question about a referendum. Why doesn't the North have a referendum?
What did the Scots do to you?
What's that?
Why would you stick with Scotland? What did the Scots do?
They saved as well.
Do you know what Scots was what the Romans called the Irish? Scots. And Scotland is land of the Irish. You know that fucking thing is took away. Doorboards.
Whatever your name is,
look it up.
Can you tell me why don't they have a referendum? Yeah.
Referendum. They're always having border polls. Don't you worry about that. We're on top of that. Wendy will.
Well, it'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? It would be brilliant. It would be really good. Yeah.
We're on top of that. We're breeding like fuck up there.
But you know what? The thing is, what I was going to say.
Breeding is
existence. But Dublin, hold on. It's easy for people to say we've had peace for the last 20 years, but has there always been peace? No, there fucking hasn't. There's always shit going on. And now with this Brexit thing as well, like I've said it for ages, it's all going to pop off again because of this. So, and
there was only a little girl.
There's always potential
I guarantee that there's no British soldiers going to be involved.
You can guarantee that. Bollocks.
Yeah.
Bollocks is right. You're a liar if you can guarantee that. A liar. Because the minute something happens, the minute one policeman gets shot, or the minute something happens to some civil servant or something, those dirty little squatty bastards will be back over.
Yeah.
And I've no doubt.
Okay, let me speak, right? Let me speak. All I can do is tell any young man who wants to join up, right, these days, not to. And that's what I do on a regular basis, right? I tell them not to join up, fight for this country.
Not to join up
who? Get on with their lives and do something
Not to join up the British Army, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Wait, here, hold on a second, Wendy. Can I ask you a question?
She said she couldn't dance unless she
Can
had
I ask you a question? Yeah.
when
When you joined up the British Army, where was the British Army already in the north of Ireland?
Yeah.
So you knew what you were getting involved with. And you knew you were going to go over and shoot at cousins of yours, basically.
I didn't shoot anyone, actually.
You
I didn't shoot
anyone,
anyone. So.
No, did you not know? What did you do?
No.
No. You don't know. What did you do? Did you go over and
made
stretch a
daisy
gig?
chain. I sat and made
Go over
daisy
and stretch
chain.
a gig? Did you sit in a chair somewhere? Did you? Doing fucking surveillance?
Yeah, I sat and made daisy chain. Look, all I can do is what I'm
All
doing,
you can do is
and I
what?
advise any young man
chair.
at all, not to join the army, not to.
Yeah.
Why would you advise them not to?
But your whole family has been in there. Why? Yeah, exactly. I don't understand. You were so proud of me. I go, my granddad, my great granddad, we've all sucked the British Army's cock.
Well, you see, you might think that offends me, but I'm bigger than that. It doesn't offend me. Yeah.
We've all got careers out of it. Sorry. It wasn't.
I did not get my career because of the likes of you. Okay.
Excuse me. You did, obviously.
No,
you did,
I'm sorry, I didn't.
If people like me,
I did not.
And kicking up the
I got my career from helping people that needed it. And that doesn't include the likes of you and your friend.
All a fucking career.
Question: did the Irish fight in World War II, and what was their regiment if they did?
Plenty of regiments. We had American regiments and English regiments in your dirty little fucking boom stomping armies.
In a dirty little fucking doom stomping arms.
Built stomping armies.
Yeah, I believe
So what do you think about the immigrants that are coming into Southern Ireland now then?
What do you mean, what do I think of immigrants? Immigrants have been coming in and out of Ireland for fucking thousands of years. And we've no problem.
Oh,
Do you ever
okay,
see any problems?
okay,
Do you ever see any race problems in Ireland, do you? No, you don't. No,
unless they try to take over our
fucking
fucking land.
Is you just hate the British. You can't move forward, can you? You can't move
now,
forward.
Hold on a second. You asked me a question there. What about the migrants coming into Southern Ireland? As if, like, what about them? What about them?
Well, there's a lot of people in Southern Ireland don't like it. They don't like it, do they?
Who in Southern Ireland doesn't like it? Because I'm here every day, baby.
All we are saying is give peace a chance.
Exactly.
Just because you've gotten on in age now, you were all fucking ready to sign up when you were 18 or what the fuck ever and come over to my country. Huh?
You will show.
May as well be in a civil war. These are our cousins. These are our cousins.
Okay, Mr.
Come over here. Fucking when you should have been punished under your breast when you had that fucking empire. Should be. We had a famine when you had an empire. Are you for real?
No, I wasn't alive when you had a famine. I'm sorry. It wasn't nothing to do with me.
Excuse me, no, I'm talking about your little British empire.
But it was nothing to do with me.
It's fucking gone now.
Well, I'm not going to be full of guilt.
I'm saying,
I'm not going to be full of guilt because of something that happened hundreds of years ago.
At a fucking famine.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear that? Did you, Will?
What do you want me to do about it?
I don't know. Some sort of reparations.
No,
lovely.
Not gonna happen.
Why not?
Well, the least you could have done was just given our lands back. Could have given our lands back.
Exactly. Well, we got most of our lands back, but do you know what? We're still renting a lot a fucking lot
Hang
off the
on,
crown.
wait a minute. I've said, why doesn't Northern Ireland have a referendum?
Why should it be only down to
They
Northern
have
Ireland?
border
Why
polls
can't
all
the
the time.
Republic have
Do you
a
know
say?
why they can't have a referendum? Doorboard. Do you know why they can't have a referendum?
Why?
What's the name of your
Why?
parliament?
You
What's
have a
the name of your
devolved government,
parliament?
I believe. You have
What's
a
the name of your
devolved government
parliament?
called
In London.
Stormont. Called Stormont.
No, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What's the name of your parliament over there, Mary Jane?
Dickheads.
Jesus Christ, someone answer me quickly.
Where does Mary Jane live then?
Westminster! Westminster! Had to come to me.
Oh, so
Had to
she
come.
lives in Britain, does she?
I don't
You
know
live
what you're
in
talking
Britain,
about.
Mary
Don't answer
Jane.
your
Mary
question.
Jane, do you live in Britain?
Oh my God. Who lives in Britain?
Mary
You live
Jane.
in Britain. Yeah, she lives in Britain. Yeah, she lives in London.
Okay. Nice to know.
Talking about one.
Yeah, because the peace treaty allows me to be here and
Yeah,
exercise
exactly,
my rights
yeah.
as a citizen in this country.
And I was surprised you weren't able to get a British passport because we were always able to get them over there.
Give peace a chance.
I don't know
Do you know
why
why
you're
we
not
were
happy
always
with
able
the
to get
peace
British passports?
treaty.
You know why we had that money up until the 1970s? Because he's always, even when we got our independence, he's always kept a little bit of iron thumb over us. Like we had to have an economic war in the 1950s, which is
Look,
Mr.
Mr. Dublin, right? It's not my fault what the government did. It's not my fault. I'm not responsible. I'm not responsible for what the government did.
No, but
Listen,
Wendy,
Wendy,
you were still happy to represent them. You were still happy to represent them. The same people that caused all the problems, you're still happy to represent them, and you're still like, you're still acting like it's okay when it was never okay.
So you
None of what they've done
I'll
was
take
okay.
it then that you represent the IRA. Is that right?
Yep.
The IRA, I represent Ireland and the people of Ireland, not the IRA or any other secret fucking organisation. I'm talking
So don't
about
tell
me.
Do
I'm
not
talking about
tell
me, my
I represent
family,
the
well, my
government, because I don't. I do not represent the government at all.
Anyone that joins the army, anyone that fucking joins the army, hello, that fucking getting a gun and fucking going into other countries. What the fuck do you, what are you even talking about? You're going in fighting for your country. You know, you're like,
I'm talking about now. I'm talking about now.
Yeah, I'm talking now. I'm talking about now. And at any time the British Army is in any other country. I'm talking about now. And whenever they're out anywhere else.
You're going to have to go to your own government.
Why aren't they just in Britain?
You're going to have to go to your own government and tell them all your fears and woes. And maybe they'll do something about it.
We don't have any fears and woes, you weirdo, you.
Yeah, that's just like some ignorant shit you're saying, you know. It's real talk. You're basically saying as long as it's not happening to you, you couldn't give a fuck. That's what I'm picking up from what you're saying, whoever that.
Yeah, I already asked Gordon Heaton if they marched into Liverpool or wherever Wendy was from.
The famine that was done on Ireland was engineered. It was an engineered famine.
Yeah,
it was deliberately done.
Because we were supposed to be the second city of the empire was supposed to be Dublin, and all sorts of trade and commerce for the empire was going on in Dublin, and blah blah. But you still came in and fucking wiped the place out. Yes, you did. What are you talking about?
Okay, your ancestors did it then.
The British.
I don't care. I'm not feeling any
You don't care exactly. You sound so ignorant.
As long as I did it, I don't feel any guilt.
Yeah, she's saying she
wouldn't until it happens to your own. Until it happens to your own, you won't feel no guilt, and that's just the reality of things. Some people are born ignorant because it's not happened to them. So I get
what the Irish did in Africa then? What about what the Irish did in Africa?
Why is it a comparative? Why is it such a comparative? You don't have to compare just to just for something to mean it's wrong. You're like, you're saying, well,
Connaught Rangers.
That's just like ignorant.
Anywhere
You
Irish
can talk about
and
your lands,
African people have been put together, they've always got along.
Know what I mean?
It's just
Connaught
interesting.
Rangers.
I'm going to ask again. I'm going to ask again, right? Because
What
it's
did they
obvious
do
I'm
in
talking
Africa?
to
Tell
idiots.
us, will you? Inform us.
Why doesn't the North of Ireland have a referendum then?
Now I want to know what we've done in Africa. I want to know what we've done in Africa.
No, you went over there with the Bible,
Are you talking
didn't
about when
you?
we were in
You
Congo?
went over there with
Are
the
you talking about
Bible
when we were in
and
the
you
Congo?
made sure that the Africans accepted Christianity, didn't you?
And
In a
and you know
horrible
this
way.
from what information? What information? Where's your source of information? Can I
History.
She probably
No,
history.
like is it indoctrinated
She
history or
probably-
can I want to see
It's in
your
the
source of
songs of the
information?
regiment,
Where
man.
would I
It's in the
find it?
songs of the regiment. Let's get
There was a lot
up
of
the
those
Connaught
missing.
Rangers. Get up the Connaught Rangers flags.
He
And
can go
I'll
back
tell you
to sleep
exactly
with
what they done.
In the
You know,
Congo.
the ones who put the sugar in the tea, they sing it. We are the Connaught Rangers, the man that meets our dangers, the ones that put the sugar in your tea.
Are you actually basing it on the siege of
That's a long,
Jadatville?
What the fuck are you asking? Martian song.
She's basically
Martin Song, yeah.
basing
It
it
tells
on
you
a
the true
film that she's
representation of the
watched.
regiments that were involved and what
Her
they were involved
history,
in.
Fuck off, Hayden.
her history lesson is based on a film called The Siege of Jadatville, basically.
I've
So
never
is
seen
that where
film.
you learned this information from? Some
I'm on
indoctrinated
Netflix.
film?
No.
Or was
No,
it somebody's
I know
diary
nothing
that you
about
read or
that
something?
movie.
So you
Okay,
wasn't
we're
born
not
there.
going
You
to
don't know
talk one
nothing.
at a time. That's
Listen,
fine.
You're
anyway,
just super ignorant woman.
Can
You're
I
a
talk for
super
1
ignorant
second?
woman.
1 second. Can I talk for 1 second, right? Wendy, what did the Irish do in Africa?
You went over there with your Bible, and you made sure that Africans accepted Christianity, didn't you?
When?
If this was 200 years back, you would have been clubbed already and the argument would have been done. I'm just saying.
Oh, so who are you, Mr. Birmingham? Who are you?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It doesn't matter who I am.
Just ask I watch Resident
You're an
Evil.
idiot. I would say all of you
No,
are
you're
idiots.
ignorant. I'd
Yeah?
rather be an idiot than
You're all
ignorant
idiots,
and
all of
stupid.
you.
You're docile and dumb. I'd rather be
Sorry,
an
I
idiot
missed
than
the answer.
docile and dumb.
Hold on. Hold on.
With your
What
docile
did the
opinion
Irish do?
Anyone
What
that
did the
joins
Irish
the
do?
based on
for a
fabricated
career.
history.
Oh, don't make me angry. Stop calling the English docile.
I'm not saying all. I'm saying she's docile and dumb. I'm not saying everyone's docile and dumb. Not everyone's ignorant like
All right,
her.
I'll be docile
She
and
fails
dumb,
to
but
realize that the
what exactly
famines
is your
and the wars were
argument?
engineered, and she's like, oh well, well they did it to these people, so what's wrong with us doing it? Like that's dumb. That's just dumb and ignorant.
Signed up knowing what's
Wait a
going on
minute.
in the north of Ireland.
He
So
came on here.
Hold on, Mandy. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, please. Please. You signed up to the British Army for a wage, for a career, knowing what was going on in the north of Ireland, to go over and shoot people.
Without
What
even
else
questioning orders.
Yeah.
Hold on, 1
And
second.
every single person who went to Northern Ireland hated going to
What else
Northern
do you
Ireland.
join the army for other than to kill people?
But who told you
If
they
you're
hated
not-
the government?
Are you an absolute lunatic?
Where do you get that opinion from?
Listen. If you're not protected, hold on.
If you're not Irish, you don't have a say.
Britain is an occupying force. It's not a defensive force, and they've never been a defensive. It's always been an occupying force. So they've always went out on to fucking kill, maim, murder, and rape.
And pillage resources as well.
And what?
Exactly. And pillage
And rape.
resources.
Yes.
You lying bastards, all
So
of you.
you're trying to say that the armies haven't
What
raped
did
in the
you
past
do for
20
them,
years?
man?
Look into things, and you'd find plenty of
I would
evidence.
never listen to
Even
the
till
likes
this
of
day,
you
rape
lot,
goes on.
okay? I would never listen to the likes of
When
you
you're
lot.
a prick, you're not.
You'd listen to mainstream information, yeah, that's fabricated, but you wouldn't look
No,
into
I'd
the
listen
facts
to
of
any
first-hand
Irish
accounts.
person.
You're a fucking
I
prick,
would
yeah.
listen to any
Yes, you're
Irish
ignorant.
person that had an ounce of intelligence. You lot don't.
That mentality, you sound
Look
like
at
a
the flags of the
robotic woman.
regiment.
Mad.
Look at the just look at the flags of the regiments of the Irish, and it'll tell you exactly where they fought.
Hey, you go back to
Exactly.
sleep.
They never turned away. This is exactly what Scotland are doing. This is exactly what all this infiltration is doing now, stirring up this shit. This is the same reason that the Scots are doing what the Scots are doing. The Scots want to turn the back on what they done as well. They were first in. They were first to plunder. They loved plundering. They were first into battle. When they used to wear it on the chest, and now they just want to turn away because they're all flipping all shy of the history.
Heathen. Listen. As long as they when the Romans came in, you bottled it when the Romans came in. It goes back as far as that. Scotland and Wales held their own when the Romans came in. They were afraid to go into those places.
Go back to history.
One second.
Some of the kings of England come and then took everything, then, didn't they? Like, what do you mean, lad? What do you mean you backed out when the Romans come? You could say you backed out and you haven't backed back in. What's in the last, 800 years?
No, he didn't.
Why are you throwing pigs like that, lad?
None of us was None of us was alive 800 years ago.
Fucking tree earlier on. Eden.
What?
You don't got to do with Rome or fucking Anglo-Saxons or Normans or fucking English. That's when you had your Irish roots. That tree you were showing.
Irish history goes way back further than a lot of people even acknowledge. They've got one of the first forms of written language.
Yeah,
was
the Ogham.
Yes, yeah.
No.
Cynthia.
He's right.
See how she's like, now. You haven't even, you're so ignorant, yeah. You don't like anybody else's version of reality. You don't even do no research, woman. You're just like, now, straight away.
We built Stonehenge. Where did you get your inner blue stones from?
I don't care.
And the Irish language is directly linked to African language. The Irish language is also directly linked to African language.
Stonehenge might have been built by the French, by the Spanish.
Excuse me?
People from the Spaniards.
What?
Iberia. You can follow the mounds where they used to bury themselves all the way up in the ship mounds.
Those Iberian Peninsula Celts, they only traded with us. We had no, we'd no form of the same language or anything like that.
So, tell me why the king or the queen of Ireland used to sit on an Egyptian stone.
Look into it.
Even Hitler didn't trust you lot in Southern Ireland.
But you
were going to let them in the back door.
Nah, Hitler tried to use Ireland as a base and was like, nah, mate. Don't get us involved.
No.
We're neutral.
The Irish contacted Hitler. The Irish contacted Hitler, and said, "Oh, you can come and put your ships,
We had the
back door."
Okay,
and even
politics.
Hitler said, "No thanks.
Politics is war without guns, and war is politics with guns."
We don't trust you lot. No
we
thanks.
were neutral, and Winston Churchill could never get over that we were neutral. Switzerland were neutral. We were neutral. Listen, we were only a small country. Did you not hear De Valera's speech after Winston Churchill?
Hence why Hitler didn't bomb it.
He said that we're a small country.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Will you not listen for 2 seconds? This is your problem.
No, you listen.
Jumping in with 2 seconds before you
cut him off. Finish what you were saying. Go on.
I told you. I said to you, the Irish got in contact with Hitler, offered him the back way through to get to Great Britain, and even Hitler didn't trust them. He said, "No, thank you."
Bullshit.
But where's your base of information? You can say this, but you cannot. Can you point me to the information source, please?
Have a look.
We've been getting.
I'm researching it. I'm researching it as you're.
Since before World War I.
You know what the funny thing is, woman, as you're talking to, I'm actually researching it, and everything you're saying is proven wrong anyway.
The IRA were bombing London during World War II.
Yeah, everyone Google it right now. Google it right now. Everyone Google it just to prove it wrong. It's funny. Everything she says, I've been Googling everything you've been saying for the last 10 minutes, and just everything you've been saying is just like.
Please.
I did, and Google says you're wrong.
Google it. Yeah, exactly. Google says you were wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
Because devil
Who's using
when
indoctrinated
Hitler
material
died,
now? Google. Google.
he can go back to sleep. When devil died,
You know what? I don't give a fuck about you, Irish, right?
Oh, you know what? This is so funny. I want to just put
I
the
don't
screenshot
care
in there
about you, Irish.
just to prove you wrong.
You're mixed
I know
up
you
in
don't.
the past.
Exactly, you're racist to the core. You're born indoctrinated. Racist. You just said it. You don't care about the Irish. You don't know no one Irish, and you don't care about them. You're weird, woman. You're so self-absorbed and ignorant. It's a joke. It's a joke, man.
She said leave it in the Irish hands. You can have a vote on it. What more do you want? I don't know what you want.
Hang on. Do you want the British to care, or do you want the British to stay out of your affairs? You want the British to stay out.
Do you want it or do you not?
You're still in Ireland. Your monkey hands are still in our affairs. What are you talking about, woman?
You would be the colonial oppressor, woman. You sound like a colonial oppressor. You sound like, oh, well, the world needs Britain to manage them. You sound so weird and deluded. I'm putting the link. I'm putting the link in the chat.
We established before, and it was a 70-30 vote. And that's what Wendy's even said now. Why did you have another vote?
Yeah, everyone, private chat. Yeah, the link's in the private chat. Let's prove her wrong.
The sting of the fucking
I don't know why the North of Ireland doesn't have a referendum. It would all be sorted out.
You're just a talking mouth, just shouting words, yeah, because
And
everything you're saying is disproven. I've just put the link in the private.
That's never
You're
seen
ignorant.
or
If
never
Google says you're wrong, you're clearly you're ignorant. Clearly you're ignorant and in denial. You're in denial about your own ignorance. That's funny. You do know that you're making a fool of yourself to the whole of YouTube who's watching this, yeah? Because I've put the link in the chat.
Your king is Google. Your king is Google.
No, your king's Google. Your king's Google. You're talking as if you was born then and you actually witnessed these and you know these people and they're like, yeah, Hitler did this and he said this to the island. You weren't there, woman. You weren't even born. You're so deluded.
Were you there? Were you there?
Well, I don't speak as if I was there. But I do my research. You don't even do your research. You're just talking and making shit up, you waffling woman. You weird waffling woman.
No,
I'm actually putting a link in the.
Man.
No, I put the link in the normal chat as well.
Wendy.
What? Dumb brummy, yeah? You're a dumb brummy. That's what you are.
Here's the link.
Look, you'd march into Birmingham, wouldn't you, if they asked you to? You're that pig. You're that asleep. You'd march into Birmingham, wouldn't you? If they asked you to. Wouldn't you? These dumb brummies that fucking kicking up a fuss. These dumb brummies, wouldn't you? You are a dope. Swear to God. You, the Lucha Granda and the Lucha Da and whoever else in your family joined the British Army are dope boards.
Yeah, if your family joined the British Army, it just shows how much of a sheep you are. Says it all. Sold themselves to the army.
She'd march into Birmingham. She'd march into Liverpool. She'd march into anywhere that
she only has that view because her family's probably directly involved in genocide. That's all it is. She's going to have them views. She's going to okay it. You know what I mean?
Right. Look, guys, I think the thing is, we all get told a version of history, and I believe that in England they don't get the same version that we get. So we know what our history is. We know the causes and the effects that it had on the people. Do you know what I mean? And obviously, Wendy's going to back her own people, and I hear that. But I think the truth is that if you actually want to know more about it and you want to do some research, it's out there. The truth is out there for people to see. You know, it's not always what they tell us. Which I've discovered myself.
Like Wendy's giving her opinion.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Dev sent flowers. That was it.
There's nothing on the internet at all. There's nothing on the internet saying that Ireland assisted Germany in any way.
Wear it as a medal. Don't you understand what we're saying? I know what you can bring up Wikipedia.
You don't know what you're talking about, Eden.
The IRA themselves say it.
The IRA wear what as a medal, Eden?
This is German, man. No, they expressed an interest, but didn't help him. She's even wrong there.
Eden, if you don't
How old are
answer,
you? How
I'm
old
never
are you,
going to answer
child?
on the
How old are you, child?
Look.
How
Let
old
me
am I?
Don't
let
worry
me
about how old I
interject.
am.
Irishman.
You're a
Let me
child,
interject.
aren't you?
You're a weird
Wendy,
woman.
one
You're a
second.
weird
Wendy.
You're
woman.
about
A
9
child
I
with
was
years
more,
born in
you're a child.
with
1983.
more logic than you.
All
A
right.
child with
All
more
right.
logic than
Listen.
you.
One second,
You
guys.
should be
One
ashamed,
second,
woman.
guys. Let
Dad.
Triller come through,
Come. Let me
please.
just interject for a second, guys. Listen, yeah, Irishman. Yeah, this is to you, Wendy, as well, right? Listen. I was born in Britain at the same time, right? I understand about what Britain have done all around the world, right? Of course, there are a lot of atrocities that have happened, right? Especially with the armies and everything else. There's colonial times and afterwards, right? So I can relate to the Irishman's thing about, you know, the famine, for example, that happened in Ireland. There was famine in India under Winston Churchill. You know what I mean? Before the partition and everything else, right? Also, you know what I mean? During as well.
And they love drawing lines.
So end of the day, bro. Yeah. The thing is, I would say this to you, bro. Yeah. I would say this to most people as well, bro. Yeah. We should forgive, whether you choose to or not. It's up to you. We should never forget, right? So it's important for us to remember, and obviously, like, you know what I mean, we're gonna have different viewpoints on this kind of history. You know what I mean, right? So it's good to listen to each other and understand where we're coming from, innit? Yeah. Instead of just pointing the finger. I've got a brother-in-law,
I think
right?
it's dangerous listening to.
I've got a brother-in-law who's from Ireland, right? Who was in the British Army in the Green Jackets, right? And he had to go through vigorous screening because he was from Ireland to get into that regiment, right? At the same time, do you know what I mean? He served the British Army, you know, what you call it, in his career
No
and everything
blacks,
else,
no
right?
Irish, no dogs.
Well, that no, again, there were no Irish, no dogs, no
That was in
Indians
the
as well, bro.
80s.
Don't forget the Indians, bro. We were part of that as well, mate. You know what I mean? No Indians as well. So fact is, get me, yeah, it's not right. Yeah, but we've moved on a long way since there. Do you know what I mean? We've come a long way. The last thing that we want to do is go back to the way we were discriminating and looking at each other like it's your fault, because a lot of the things that happened in the past, yeah, were beyond our control. You get me, right? The people that benefited are the people that
Triller,
were
I
caught.
hear you, but it's
know?
still happening now. It is actually still happening now. It's never fully gone away. And this peace treaty, it's only like I fully believe that
exactly.
there's always room for it to start again, and there's always there's always elements of it like sparking off in Northern Ireland.
And you
We've seen
really
it
want us to
recently.
go back
We've
bombing
seen it
London?
over the years, and we're going to see it more now because Brexit has happened. So this isn't something that has essentially gone away, because there's still that want of that's our land. There's still a lot of complications that it can cause for the people there. It hasn't fully gone away.
Well, if it comes back, if it comes back at all,
If it
you'll
comes
be
back,
left to
we'll
kill
blow the
yourselves.
products out of London.
The British are not getting involved.
The thing is, yeah, I don't think there'll be boots on the ground. That's the thing. I think that Britain have learned
The minute
you know,
here, listen,
lessons in the
sorry,
past. You know?
bro. What's her name? Sorry.
Triller, yeah, Triller. Or call me T,
Triller.
whatever's easier, yeah.
Yeah, T. Listen, once that border goes back up, that's it. All bets are off. Because it was the border.
Are you sort of loony? There is never going to be a border.
Oh my God, are you for real?
Yeah.
There's never going to be a border.
No.
You can't guarantee that.
Have you been reading the news, or have you been looking at it?
If there is a border, what the hell do you think you're going to do?
If there's a physical border, there's going to be
it goes against the peace treaty, so there won't be any fucking peace anymore. That's what's going to happen, Wendy.
That's because they keep arguing over nothing.
No, because what's the peace treaty all about?
Okay,
listen,
so who put the border up? Will it be Britain or will it be the EU? If anyone puts a border up, it will be the EU.
Don't even know what I'm
Britain.
talking.
Who's trying to protect it?
So what are you saying by the EU? You're talking about Ireland, but we won't. This is the whole thing.
Ireland
won't.
the EU. It will be
Britain.
It will be Britain because Britain is the one that's trying to protect their land. It will be because they're the one that wants to protect their borders.
They don't. We don't want a border. that means that you can guarantee the ones that will put the border up.
Bullshit. They were happy to sell out the peace treaty.
Yeah,
They were
you
happy
see.
to sign
Let's
off on
wait
the
and
border
see.
if necessary. They were
Yeah,
happy
let's
to
wait
sign
and
off on
see.
that if
Let's
necessary.
wait
But
and
the
see.
Irish government fought against it, and the Irish government said no.
Okay, let's wait.
Yeah, listen, Mary Jane, there's a reason why the British government came to the table in the first place.
Let's get real, yeah. Britain ain't got no strength in the waters no more, yeah. All their arsenal is outdated. That's the kind of reason why many over the last 2 years, have you heard about the Russian subs that have been coming into British water and they can't do nothing about it? They can't do nothing about it.
Tough shit.
They can't do nothing about it.
Shit. You shouldn't have
weak and useless. Yeah,
it's
absolutely. Weak and useless.
It's 60 miles from where I live. There's nothing but scum over there. I swear to God sometimes.
We're weak and useless. Yeah.
You put that nuclear plant in Wales. Wendy, you put your nuclear plant in Wales where you make all your little fucking nuclear weapons from.
Britain spend about 3 trillion on their army, bro.
Wait a minute.
Every 3 years.
Can I ask you what Wales got to do with you?
It's 60 miles from me, you fool, you.
You live in Southern Ireland, I believe.
I live in Southern Ireland. I live in Dublin. Fucking 60 miles
Wales
from
has nothing to do with you, does it?
60 miles from
I
a
don't
nuclear
care if it's only 3
reactor.
miles. It's nothing
60
to do
miles
with you.
from a nuclear reactor.
It's nothing to do with you.
This woman deluded.
Are you for real? If that melts down and the wind blows west, where the fuck do you think it's gonna go? Straight into my fucking gaff.
Sorry.
Move then. Move.
Yeah, but he's looking out for also the people that also live there, not just himself.
Yeah,
right?
this woman's just like ignorant, mate. Real talk.
No, of course, this is
She's not getting the point
serious.
what he's trying to make. She's not trying to get the point either. She's too busy fighting the point that he's trying to make.
She's dope.
In the logic in what
I don't care.
she's failing to even see the logic in what he's
Irish
saying.
do not want the British involved in their affairs. Therefore,
And how do
I
you
don't
know
care.
that? Are you an Irish person? Are you speaking on their
heard enough
behalf?
of
Are
them.
you weird woman? You're
Well,
a weird
ask
woman
the-
with your
ask the
opinion.
Irish
You're a
people
weird
on
woman.
this panel, then. Ask the Irish people on this panel.
I think he's already spoken.
Ask them what? Ask them what, Will?
Do you want the British involved in your affairs?
Why the fuck would we? What the fuck do you think we're
Thank
spending
you.
all this
No,
time
thank
for?
you.
Are you for real?
Thank you.
Are you for real?
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
The British need to just stay away from
What are you talking
people,
about?
leave us alone, give everyone back their fucking land that they've taken over the years, and just
Okay. So now you're swearing, so that means you've lost.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now you're swearing, that means
Smith
you've lost.
pissed off here.
So, why
Oh,
then?
the fucking radio
North of
Wendy's
Ireland,
Wendy's swearing
North
isn't a big
of
deal.
Ireland have a referendum.
Yeah, but Wendy, swearing isn't a
because
big deal,
it
by the
shouldn't
way.
be
Just to check
down
that
to
out.
only Northern Ireland. It should be down to all of the Irish people.
Exactly. And it's
Wait
a border.
Wait a minute.
Dope.
Wait a
Look,
minute.
this is your
Shouldn't it
arrogance
be down
and your
to not the
imperialism.
North of
again.
Ireland whether
No.
they want to be unified with Southern Ireland?
No, it should be down to all of the Irish
so
people.
you people in Southern Ireland think you've got a say over Northern Ireland? Is that it?
Us in the Republic of Ireland.
And you people in
You
England,
know,
you have
you
to say
do
over
know
anything.
that Ireland.
Yeah, but this the funniest thing,
You
yeah.
do know.
You don't have a say
you
over
do know
anything
that
because
Ireland.
you're not Irish in no way.
Yeah,
So
well,
how would
hang
you
on,
have a say in anything?
Wait a minute. You do know that Ireland isn't rich enough or got enough money to be able to run.
Do you realise money is only an ideology? You do understand it's just an ideology, just like
go
religion.
away, you fucking little idiot.
No, it's
go away.
well, this is how dumb you are. This is how dumb you are. You don't understand.
Wendy, what were you just saying about swearing, Wendy?
Counties. You do know that, yeah?
It's just dumb, woman.
You do know that. I'm talking to the Irish people, not the guy from Birmingham. You do know that, don't you?
You know what?
What?
Doesn't matter. You don't care, everyone. I'm on a panel. You weird
Southern
woman.
Southern Ireland does not have enough money to be able to look
Yeah,
after
with
the
the
Northern
European
Ireland.
Union backing us, with the European fucking bank, the ECC fucking
But
backing
how
us.
do you
We've been
know
told about
the
fucking
people
loads
in
of times.
Northern Ireland want to be
What
part
do
of the
you think we joined
EU?
it for? What do you think
And
we
wait a
joined it
minute.
for? What do you think we fought for our independence just to go for another? And I'm ashamed that they done this, but they went for another fucking
hang on.
empire. Then, well, we got loads of money
Okay,
off
then.
them. We're just a fucking milk.
Okay, then.
We'll never get down. We'll never get down as long as that
Okay.
European Union is still alive.
Yeah.
So shut the
So
fucking
why
milk.
then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So why then doesn't the North of Ireland have a referendum?
Wendy, one of the first things I learned when I studied politics. One second, bro. Wendy, one of the first things I learned when I studied politics was that when a government gives a referendum, yeah, they only do it when they know what the outcome is going to be. So
Exactly. They're doing border polls all the time. Exactly, brother. Exactly, Trill.
I bet she votes and thinks that her vote actually counts.
Because I thought they had their referendum overturned twice by the EU.
Who? What?
Oh, Ireland already had a referendum about leaving the EU and it got overturned twice or something.
No. Those two referendums were about abortion and something else is about something else. I don't know what the fuck is it. But we voted no, and what the bastards done to us was they came back to us with another vote, and the stupid cunts over here voted yes then for them. Look, well, this is what I was saying to Mary Jane a couple of weeks ago. It's going to be hard for us to revolt now because we're going to have to revolt against our own. And it was easier when those bastards were over here.
Look,
is that why you want to?
Okay, so why don't you start talks off with the devolved Northern Irish government and talk about the whole of Ireland then? Why don't you talk about the whole of Ireland having a referendum then?
Listen. What career did you get out of the British?
Look, my career is none of your damn business.
Tell me, will you please? Please, I'll give you a break.
No, I'm not even talking about it, okay?
You look nice in that picture there.
Oi.
Wendy, you don't look like a squatty in that picture. Ralph,
you never heard the phrase, mate. Looks can be deceiving, mate. Looks can be very deceiving.
I tell you, that was about 20 years ago. Probably in the north of Ireland on a fucking weekend off. The doorboard.
I've been called worse things.
I'm only messing with you. You're not a doorboard. You don't get into board butts and have a butt.
Look, the only way around it is a referendum. I mean,
the only
I don't know.
Explain there what regiment you were in, seeing what you were up to over here, what career you have, and what sort of money you're making now, and when you were in the British Army, to see what it was.
That information is for me and me only.
Was it worth it to occupy your cousin's fucking land and shoot at them?
No.
It wasn't worth it, no. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I misunderstood you. I didn't go into the army to shoot at my cousins or anything like that.
But so do you consider this island? Would you consider this island as your cousins?
Pardon?
Would you consider this island as your cousins?
Yeah.
So why the fuck you calling us slave-in bastards and stuff and talking to Hitler and all this shit, and you joined the British Army to fucking shoot us?
No, I didn't join the British Army to shoot you, love. No, I didn't.
Why would you do that to your family, man?
See, bro,
I do believe the Protestants and Catholics were getting
Protestant Catholics, that's just a religion.
Yeah, was related to Hitler's generals, yeah. So that's technically you went to war for the Germans, because if the British royalty
Okay, well, I
German.
don't care what the
Listen,
British say. I'm not listening to
listen.
them.
They're fucking all German and fucking Buckingham Palace anyway.
Oh, so now
They
you hate
have
the royal
been,
family too.
and that's been going on for time.
Yeah,
Fucking
Irishman.
speaking German in the
They
palace
just
at weddings
rebrand,
and
man. When they
all of that.
occupy, they rebrand. When they can't take over,
Why
they.
are you so obsessed? I mean, you don't want nothing to do with
Why am
Brits,
I
but you're
so
obsessed
sick?
with our
Are you
royal
fucking,
family now.
have you been listening to anything that's going on? Listen,
Why
why
are
am
you
I so
obsessed
obsessed?
with the
It's
royal
because you've
family?
been in the country for 700-800 years. That's why I'm so obsessed. Because you've been on my land for 700-800 years.
Well,
Why
I
don't you
don't believe we're in
fuck off?
Southern
Why
Ireland.
don't
I'm
you
sorry.
fuck off?
Oh, but he has a right to be concerned, Wendy, especially currently with current affairs. You know what I mean? What's going on right
Well, he
now?
needs to
You know,
go and
down there.
talk to his government then,
I
doesn't
know, but
he?
he's talking to
Oh,
us, isn't it? He's just expressing his views, Wendy. You know what I mean? That's all he's doing. You're
Yeah, this is
expressing your
it.
views. You
Well,
know?
he's not expressing them in a very good way.
Listen,
Whoa, nobody's
You
perfect,
sound like a
Wendy.
drunk old woman, you know. You
listen,
actually
Yeah,
sound
you
like
sound
that.
like a thief.
Randy,
A thief. You're on
what regiment were you in? And then we can drop all this. We can go on to something else.
You could have me tied to a chair. You could have me tied to a chair and beating me up, and I still won't tell you. None of your business.
Wendy, you're going to tie you to a chair. Right?
Irishman, let me ask you, what regiments, yeah, were the worst ones? If she said whichever regiment, which ones would you be the most concerned with? Which ones would really like hit home for you?
Wendy knows. I knew she was going to say that. I know, because I was in one. Yeah, dope. Listen, the paratroopers were the worst of the North. They were.
Yeah, they were.
The paras were.
She said she wasn't in that one.
No, I know, but she told me. I knew the name. I said the name earlier on. I can't remember what it was. She told me the name earlier on without saying it.
I've never told you the name. I've
You
never told you
you
the
said
name.
it earlier on.
I would
You
never
said
slip
it
up
earlier
like
on,
that.
Wendy Boo.
I would never slip
Wendy,
up like
you
that.
fucking said it earlier on. You were
No.
talking about fucking, what was it? I'm gonna remember it. I'm gonna remember what you said, or I'm gonna rewind or something. But you said earlier on, you were talking about some regiment that was so fucking good and fucking righteous and fucking can't go do fucking.
I don't think
shit
I've
or
said
fuck-
those words. I don't think
No, I
I've
didn't
said
say
that.
you did. But that was your fucking attitude when you're speaking about the fucking British fucking army. You're a wanker.
Okay, I'm a wanker.
Listen, Wendy, can I listen? Anyone that wants to marshal up their own people, although England is an occupying force, so it's other people. Anyone that wants to marshal, and it's their own people at the end of the day. It's their own people because we're all the same people. So you want to go marshal up other people in different countries and make them do this and that, and you're going to be part of that because you signed up for it to get a career out of it. Don't ever forget that.
Yeah, but Guy, there are a lot of people that joined the army, right? Because
It doesn't matter.
for that
And they're
reason,
all
right?
complicit.
Yeah, but they're
all
trying to get by, bro. A lot of people try to have a good career start, you know what I mean, and everything else.
Hold on, fair enough, brother. That's fair enough, right? That's fair enough.
And that's between them and their maker, bro. You know what I mean? Between the things that they've done. Do you know what I mean? Like in that regard. I mean, bro, obviously
they've enticed enough Irish people to fight in their wars. They've enticed enough Irish people because there was shit going on here, economic shit that we couldn't handle to fight in their fucking after war.
One of my friends went to prison. He went AWOL because he didn't want to go to Iraq. He said he didn't believe in the war. But he had to go to prison for a couple of years because he went AWOL, right? That's just the way shit happens.
Going to the glass house.
In World War I, when you wouldn't go over the top in World War I, after the whistle went, and you were still in the trenches, you got shot by the fucking wankers.
Okay.
Will and the likes of her.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, it is wonderful. It's not wonderful, actually. It's far from wonderful. The whole load of messes have made around the fucking world, and it continues on to this day with secret fucking societies and fucking secret bullshit that we're still putting up with. To this day, the fucking Americans, you built them idiots, and then you lost them.
I love the Americans. Yeah, the Americans are brilliant.
I don't think I think the Americans are a good example of, you know what I mean, how to fuck up everything and everything. Honestly, they're successful in their own right. They're a powerful nation, but the Americans,
they've
honestly,
lost it.
I mean, look, every single war that they've been in, I mean, Britain probably included. You know what I mean? Freaking hell! Do you know what I mean? What good has come out of it? Hardly anything, if any at all. You know what I mean? So we've proven, right, Britain and American, right, we should not be interfering in foreign policy, really and truly. We're the last nations to be doing that because we're useless. Absolutely useless.
Especially when you get out of somewhere, you shouldn't be drawing fucking lines. You should just get the fuck out of there. Shouldn't be drawing lines.
But the Protestants wanted to remain with Britain.
Come out, Wendy.
No, I won't shut my mouth.
Wendy, I'm not even that proud. You're such a proud British soldier, you won't even tell me what regiment you're with. I'm sure the rest of your little squaddy ones are sick at you. I'm sure they are.
You
I mean, Wendy,
why can't they just take all the Protestants back to the mainland?
Exactly.
Oh, why? They're Irish too.
They are Irish, exactly. And that's the thing, Wendy. They are Irish.
Yeah, and they wanted to remain with Great Britain.
Yeah, so they could have said no.
She said move them back to the.
Who said they wanted to remain with Great Britain?
Yeah, so why don't you move to Ireland then?
That's a completely different conversation.
No.
I'll tell you why we got British passports for the last 200 years. Is because you fucking rode us up the hole for the last 800 years.
Wonderful. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, well, shut your mouth then.
Yeah.
I'll be asking any Irish person why they have an English passport, because we deserve them.
To a lady.
Don't
mind your manners. Mind your manners, Irishman.
Don't expect anything different.
No fucking manners for anyone involved in Operation Banner. Fuck off.
Yeah, there were loads of messed up operations, man, going on around the world, man. You know what I mean? That Britain had an involvement in directly, indirectly.
Have you faced a male squaddy and told them this?
Have I faced a male squaddy?
Have I faced? Yeah. I faced a male squaddy, yeah.
Yeah, have you told them all this? Yeah.
Loads of times.
The same thing, yeah.
Most of them are human beings, and they fucking tell you what go on. You know?
Do they?
Yeah, pog my hole.
Yes, they fucking do.
More lies.
I mean, Wendy, can I at least make this one clear, right? You do have sympathy for the innocent lives lost, right, during the conflicts, right?
Yeah, of course I do.
No,
Thank you. That's all I want to know.
No, that's not what you said earlier, Wendy. That's not what you said earlier.
Yeah, yes, I did.
Including all the British soldiers that died when they were there, that didn't need to be there.
But unfortunately, you are not the government, are you?
Who's you? Who are you talking to? Me.
And I'm not the government, right?
Listen.
You represented them.
What goes on in my heart goes on in the hearts of the Irish people, so I know exactly what's going on around here.
No, I've met many Irish people, and I know the likes of you and your friend. Okay.
Fucking army.
You've got no idea about the likes of me.
I have a lot
my
of
family,
idea, yeah.
what my family had to go through because of what your people did. You've got no idea. No idea. Who said that?
Why are you living in my country then?
Is it your country? Do you own the land?
Because the peace treaty.
Can I see the land deeds, please? You weird woman.
Go back to Ireland if you feel like that.
The peace treaty. Well, as a matter of fact,
typical racist ignorant thing to say, though, isn't it?
No, let me just.
Wendy sounds like she actually owns the country or something.
I'm telling you.
She's talking about our nearest neighbours to her.
She sat in the pub on a Friday.
Fuck off back to Ireland. What?
Listen, you lot.
50 miles away. Oh, yeah, sure.
Outside Woolworths.
Scotland, you know, Dublin is closer to fucking Liverpool than Scotland is to Liverpool.
Do you know what? I've got no problem talking to Irish people with intelligence. You two have got no intelligence.
Who two?
Says the dimwit that joined the army. What a donut.
Wendy, they have passion. Wendy, they have passion. That's why they're on the panel, right? They're passionate about certain subjects.
No, Triller, don't get it mixed up, yeah? They have hate.
No, you've got it mixed up, woman. All your facts that you were stating got proven wrong. I proved all the facts that you were stating, though. Wrong.
They have hate.
Who joined
you got proven wrong on every single thing you said tonight. You got proven wrong.
They have hate. I don't.
You're born with hate. Just listen to yourself, woman. You're proper hateful and you don't even realise it.
Can you stop?
Who was trying to kill human beings? Who was trying to kill human beings in other countries?
Yeah.
So what did
Following
you think
orders
of the
like a
Omar
dog.
bomb?
Following orders like a little lost dog.
What did you think of the Omar bomb? What did you think of the Omar bombing?
Who was trained to kill other human beings in different countries? 60
signed up for it. She willingly signed up for it as well.
I'm asking you a question, yeah? What did you think of the Omar bombings?
I think that it was shit that everything was going on at that time, and it's unfortunate. That
what do you think about
bombings? Look, listen. You just need to kick up the arse to get the people.
This is what I said. It's easy for them to shout out. Oh, what about this day? What about that day? What about this one? What about that? How does that compare? How does that compare? How does that compare to the English going to Ireland?
She's just a mouth making noise. That's what it is.
25% of the population. How the fuck does that compare?
She feels important when her mouth is moving, but
million people.
She thinks that she sounds intelligent, but she doesn't realise that dumb she sounds.
Because I have the right to live here.
But why do you want to live here when you hate everyone?
I have the right to live here.
How about this? Yeah? If you're unhappy with us, why don't you try to remove us? Why don't you do something about it? You can't forcibly do nothing because you get punched in the face by anybody else.
I don't want to forcibly do anything. But someone who thinks like her,
guys, let's try and talk about this intellectually, innit? Let's try and talk about this rationally, intellectually, innit? Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like people with the mindset that she's
let's just use it for the sake of argument for all the listeners. Let's just try and use reason and logic here to try and put our arguments forward, innit? So
how can you bring logic?
Just try, bro. It's better if you just try, bro. I know it's a challenge, get me, even for me.
Can you use reason and logic when it comes to the British Empire?
It's easy to shout. It's easy to shout.
Listen to me.
Hear him out.
Just listen to me. How can it come to logic and reason when it comes to the British Empire? When the British Empire was at its height, they let a famine go on 60 miles from their border. In the second city of the empire, where we were producing most of your food for your armies, for India and stuff like that, when we were the bread basket of England.
Because we are better than that. We, as individuals, right, who think we should be doing better, we should be acting better than just, putting our points across, foully, right? We should try to be reasonable, logical, to put our points across so everybody can understand. Because we've got other people listening that may listen in the future. So let's just try, for the sake of others,
to put our arguments across a bit more. What have you got to say about the bombing?
She's still being ignorant.
Don't worry about her. Let Wendy do what she's doing.
Hold on, I didn't even hear the question.
What about the bombing at Enniskillen?
What about it?
Well, do you think it was worth it?
This is the same day that they wiped out Lord Battyman, Lord Beltman,
No, it was not. No, that was Warren Point when they murdered Lord Mountbatten. I'm asking about Enniskillen at the cenotaph when the IRA set a bomb off.
Cemetery. At the cemetery.
At the
This is what's
cenotaph.
wrong now.
At the cenotaph.
I don't know what that is, love. What's a
You don't know
cenotaph?
what a cenotaph is.
No, I
Wendy,
don't.
tell him. Wendy, tell him what it is, Wendy.
It's where they go to lay the poppies on the 11th of November every year.
Yes, at the cemetery. That's what I said.
Remembrance
I
Day.
said, I remember it. Yes,
It's
I
like a
know
monument.
about it.
It's like a monument, right?
Listen.
Hold on,
What do you reckon to that? What do you reckon to that big
How many people died?
What
How
do
many
I
people?
reckon for that?
Hold
What
on.
do you reckon
How
for
many
that?
people
Who was
died?
alive when it would have toasted
Robin,
it?
hold on.
What
How
do
many
you
people
think of
died?
that big
How
brave
many
act?
people died? How many
Shut up.
people
What do you
died?
think of that big brave
How
act?
many people died
What
on
do
that
you
day?
think of that
How many
big
people
brave
died on
act?
that day?
One at a time. One at a
Answering my
time.
question, are you?
He was
See?
18, Mary. I'm gonna look it up now. And Skillen. But tough shit. Tough fucking shit.
It's like if something happened to you while you was in on.
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati Live. I'm here to tell you to hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed and don't forget to hit the notification bell. We got links in the description for PayPal. You can hit us up on the super chat if you want to support. I also got Cash App. Keep it trill. Keep it locked. You're done now.
Right, 1987. I was only fucking 5 years old when this was going on.
Yeah, and 12 people
Wait,
died.
what year
So
did
again,
you say? What year?
1987.
Yeah.
This is Enniskillen. Yeah.
Yeah, the Remembrance Day
Yeah.
bombing. Yeah, 12
Yeah,
people
you're
died.
right. You old fart.
So again, how does that compare to the hundreds of thousands of Irish people that were wiped out by the British before then? How does that
Explain the million and the famine.
Mary Ellen, right? He came on here talking about the modern troubles in Northern Ireland.
I didn't. All I
am
asked
not
was your
prepared-
regiment. All I asked was
I'm
your
not
regiment.
prepared to
I
go
didn't
into
say
Irish
anything.
history where you lot blame the British for everything. Okay.
But that's the
We're talking
problem.
about
Is you
Enniskillen.
always want to talk about this, that, but where did it all stem from? It all
What
stemmed
about
from
the
the
Warrington
English.
bomb? What
Do you know
about
how?
the
Do you know how
Warrington
Joe?
bomb?
Okay.
Oh, what about
the
is
big
Alright, yeah. Let me just
let's not do the blame game.
Yo. That's like comparing, Pearl Harbor. You're like saying, well, they bombed Pearl Harbor. Well, does that make Nagasaki and Hiroshima okay? Because they weren't military bases; those are civilians.
Well,
It's the same.
excuse
It's the
me,
same
I
comparative.
don't believe we dropped a fucking nuclear bomb on
Well,
Ireland.
we as America. It was, no, no,
Well,
no. Yeah, we didn't.
UK allies, the same thing. Same thing. The allies.
To an
They're
extent,
joint
yeah.
military bases. Same thing. Same thing.
I didn't agree with what happened in Nagasaki and the other place. I
Hiroshima.
don't agree with what they did.
Can I just point out because you guys mentioned Nagasaki? You know, Nagasaki actually missed.
And Hiroshima.
That was actually going to be in a more densely populated area, but it actually missed.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
Hiroshima? Let's not forget about Hiroshima.
Yeah. That one hit its target. That one definitely hit its target. Yeah.
Shit, man. That wouldn't be so cold.
Bro, it's the only time in history
can I ask
more
Wendy a
people
question?
were incinerated so fast
You
in
sound
the
like
entire
Wendy
history
Bill, man.
of human civilization.
I need to ask a question. Did Tony Blair ever apologize to the Irish?
Somebody did.
Someone did.
Can't
David
remember
Cameron
who.
did. David Cameron did.
Yeah,
why did
David
he
Cameron
apologize?
did. Yeah.
Why
Shut
did
your
he
mouth, Wendy.
No, Tony Blair did. Why did Tony Blair apologize?
Tony did over the
Because
family.
Tony Blair was a weak-livered idiot.
Did Tony Blair
Tony's
apologize
behind the
for?
vaccine, everyone.
Why did he apologize? What did
He
he
apologized
apologize about?
over the famine, I think, Mary Jane.
Right. So is that not where it all stemmed from? So
No,
I'm saying
but
no, but my point is, if
famine.
the British government, can apologize and hold some accountability, why can't you, as a representative of them, why can't you?
Because I wasn't there.
You were there. You were in the north.
Look, we shouldn't have to. Wait, hold on a second. We shouldn't have to apologize for things that we weren't, born for, that we weren't involved in. Yeah,
If you
right?
participate,
That's our point. That's her point. When you participate, she's not willing to disclose certain information, so we don't know the involvement to what extent.
Triller, bro, hold on a second.
Well,
Hold on a
technically,
second.
if you sign to an army, you incriminated your
already.
Well,
She
if you're
knew
paying
there was a war
taxes, those
going on
taxes
in
are going
Ireland
towards the
at the time.
army as well,
She
right?
signed up at the time the war was going on in Ireland. Will you listen to me? She knew already when she was going to sign up that there was a war going on in Ireland. Yeah,
I get that, but my man
So
just said,
she
yeah,
knew
well,
she
if you're
was
signed
there.
up, Irishman, my man just said, if you signed up to an army, yeah, you're involved, right? But I'm saying to him, bro, yeah, if you're paying taxes, you're involved. Yeah, you're paying the army, you're fueling it, right? So end of the day, dude, yeah, being in the country, we're
There's one
involved
side of
regardless.
being in it, and there's fucking one side of being in it.
I
You know?
understand that. I understand that. Yeah, I get you.
Man.
Yeah, it's indirectly though. I'm saying people are
You
indirectly
can't
responsible,
remember
right?
going to someone else's country and paying taxes because your army is in someone else's. It's two different things, man. I know
That's direct involvement. Yeah, you can also be involved indirectly as well, right? That's my point.
Especially when you know what go on in the fucking other country when you're signing up. You know, it's like you fucking want to go fucking over there. Where else were they? I don't think they were anywhere else in the 70s.
Dude,
in the 80s, they were in Ireland and in fucking over in Argentina. They were fuck
Do you
all
really
else.
think the only place that you went was fucking Northern Ireland? Idiot.
Yeah.
Old man. Germany, Cyprus, Greece. What?
You were in Germany, right? You had a few bases in Germany. You weren't in Germany. Shut your mouth.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about occupation. You're talking about bases. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You fuck off. You
Come on, Irishman, a little less Irishman, a little less profanity, man. Come on, she's talking to you, she's engaging with you. Come on, you know what I mean? Let's just try and
listen. I won't stop at the first perfect.
Yeah, but you know, I'm asking you in
I have agreed that what the black and tans did was disgusting. Yeah.
Free play, that was 100 years ago.
I've agreed that what happened in the Easter uprising was really bad, right?
Yes, it was. Yes, of course.
What do you want from me? What more do you want from me?
I want to know what you are doing in the north in the fucking 70s or the 80s, 100 years later. Jesus.
Because our government told us to go there.
Because they told us to go there. You're a gobshite. Because they told us to go there. That sums it up, doesn't it?
Come on, Irishman, man. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is, bro.
Have you tried to be in the army? And have you tried to be in the army?
Why would I join the army? Listen.
Have you tried to be in the army?
Listen, I don't want to go out and shoot with her. Listen. I don't want to go out and shoot with her people. Why would I join the army? Why would I join the army if I don't? Listen.
So what are you moaning about?
What am I moaning about? I'm moaning about football. I just want to know what regiment you are in.
Yeah, I'm not telling you.
I know you're not, and there's a reason for it. Because you're a doorboard.
I was a mum. I'm what?
Because you're a doorboard.
I don't know what that means.
Well, tough shit.
Okay, Mr. Nice, aren't you?
If you just tell me what regiment you're in, I'd be able to know.
Come on, Irishman, drop it, man. She's not going to tell you. Freaking hell. Come on. Let's just have a conversation. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot more fruitful.
Were you even in the army, were you? I don't think you were.
Well, if you think whatever you want, I'm not going to argue with you.
I don't think you were in the bullshit about your
try
granddad.
that tactic. It's not going to work.
Yeah,
keep trying that tactic. It's not going to work.
He's just a
not going to
man,
work.
fucking down crack on the corner.
Yeah, whatever, love. It's not going to work.
Yeah. Your dad's a wanker. Your granddad's a wanker.
Has anybody else got any questions on the topic or whatever?
Good, great, wonderful.
Anybody else want to say anything?
Wendy,
what's
what
the
have you
red
got
hand
against?
of Ulster? What does the red hand of Ulster stand for?
Wendy,
Red Hand Ulster was there a long time before, long time before the Protestants got in there, Wendy. Check it out.
Yeah, I know.
A long time. Finn McKill and the Red Branch Knights of Ulster. This is pre-Christian. We're talking the Red Hand of Ulster. So you run check out that little facts there before you start talking to me about it.
A long time ago. Why can't we live in the present?
Exactly, Jupiter. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, let's get into the present. 1980s, 1970s. What were you doing in Ireland?
Getting
pissed. Sunbathing. Yeah.
Getting paid, weren't you? You were getting paid. Getting paid for being over here. What were you doing? Stomping around. Jamaica.
I wasn't in Southern Ireland, you fool.
I said in Belfast. Did I not just say Belfast?
I did not say I was in Belfast. You did. I didn't.
You just told me you were outside Woolworths in fucking 1906.
I did not say I was in Belfast.
You said sometimes.
Jesus Christ, there's two cities in the north, right? Derry and Belfast. Derry doesn't have a Woolworths. So you're obviously in Belfast, yeah?
Look.
I told you people up there, you fucking dope.
Yeah, okay, so you hate the British Army. That's brilliant. I haven't got a problem with that, right? But it's no good keep dragging it up because you're not going to get anywhere.
Wendy, do you hate Irish people?
Yes, you do. You
No,
just said
don't speak for her, bro. Don't let her speak for herself.
Do you have a problem with people from...
Why would I hate Irish people?
Do you have a problem with
hate
people from the south of Ireland? From the Republic of Ireland?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
It would seem that way.
I have no problem. Hang on, we've just been in a major argument, right? You expect me to sit here and say nothing, but I have no problem with the people in the south of Ireland. None at all. I just don't understand. Wait a minute. I don't understand why the governments can't get together and have a referendum once and for all.
Then I give you a slap.
Yeah.
Yeah, MJ, why does it seem like that? Why are you saying that? Why does it seem like that? You know, Wendy's just the way she is. If you've listened to her before, right? Why does it seem like she hates Irish people?
Just the way that she was speaking when she was speaking.
Because we weren't.
Yo. She said we were literally.
Marianne.
We got in bed with Hitler.
We weren't speaking. We were arguing. I don't have a problem with Irish
Man,
people.
such a bleeding note up for a second. 2 seconds.
No.
Hold on a second. You already said there about an hour ago. We were
shouting.
Yeah, you said the English were all tramps.
Basically, she made accusations. I put the facts in the chat to prove the accusations wrong.
I said the normal English
bloke. It's all based on her perception. That's all.
I'd rather talk to Irish people than this idiot Brummie that keeps interfering.
This is a thing. You got a problem with putting people in categories, ain't you?
Well, you know nothing. All you know is Google.
But yeah,
all you know is Google.
Says the person that got. Well, Google proved you wrong. Google proved you wrong.
Google's an idiot. Okay, I've got no problem with Irish people.
And you're not.
Can you
really.
Irish people tell me why there can't be a major referendum about Northern Ireland?
You've been told already.
Wendy, yeah, they've already discussed this. Wendy, let me answer this one.
Mary Jane, can you tell me, love? Mary Jane, can you tell me?
Because the English won't allow it.
We would allow it.
All right. Let's just say they did allow it, right? When it comes down to it, you're talking about a referendum, right? Coming from just Northern Ireland. So the Northern Irish, right, are going to vote whether to stay or whether to leave, right? Is that what you're saying, Wendy? Yeah.
Yeah.
You want a referendum just for North? Right. So based on that, what do you think the outcome is going to be? Do you think the Northern Irish, knowing that they're going to have a lot more benefits staying with Britain, right? The UK, right? Rather than leaving, right? What do you think they're going to vote? Generally speaking, what do you think is going to happen?
Wait a minute. A lot of Republicans will vote to go with Ireland. Yeah, to go with
Okay,
Southern Ireland,
but we're talking about what do you think the outcome is going to be, right? Hold on a second, Irishman, 1 second, yeah. What do you think the outcome is going to be? Knowing, right, there are a lot of benefits staying in with the UK, being in Northern Ireland, right? It's like the Brexit thing, right? To leave or to stay, right? You want to stay with Britain? If you want to leave and be with the,
you're gonna get a breakdown of a lot of Irish Republicans who want to go and be like you know unified with Southern Ireland, but then there's the Protestants and there's
I'm asking you for the outcome. I'm asking you for what the outcome would be. Let's just take Scotland for example.
The outcome could be I don't know.
It's not about could be. We know it could be 50-50. It's a 50. It is. Yeah. All right. Hear me out. Yeah. When Scotland, had a referendum, right? Knowing their long feudal, like their long feud with England, right? I would have assumed, Scotland would have just said, "Fuck England," all right? We're gonna do our own thing, right? But end of the day, majority of people living there said no. Economically, that's not a smart thing. That's a bad choice. We're not gonna do it. Most people voted to be part of the UK rather than to leave and be their own independent nation, right? That is exactly what is going to happen, right? With the Northern Irish, don't you think?
The north of Ireland is a different situation altogether.
Why?
So it's different completely to Scotland. So I think who knows? They could win. They could win by 51%. Who knows?
Of course, it could happen.
It wouldn't harm anyone to try.
Right, but again, right. So let's just say they have a referendum, right? Then, right, how long would it be for the next referendum to happen if the results that they didn't like the results, whatever, they want to do another referendum? Looking at Scotland, SNP are pushing for another one, right? You know what I mean? And it's going to take years for the next one to happen because they just had one right recently. So when do you think the next? It's going to take roughly
Northern Ireland had a referendum. No, look. Scotland is not going to get another referendum. Okay,
right?
They can push
for
as
how
much
long
as
do you
they
reckon?
want. They won't get
For
one.
how long do you reckon? For how many years? Yeah, do you reckon it'll be until they get another chance?
100 years, maybe.
Really, 100? I don't think so. It'd be more like about 8 years. Yeah, that's a long time to wait, regardless, right?
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong, Triller.
Okay, maybe.
But we're talking about the north of Ireland here. It's different to Scotland.
Right. So you're saying, right, let's push for a referendum now. So don't you think then, right, if you're saying let's push for a referendum, right, shouldn't they try and do that when it's the right time? If they know it's going to be, the next one's going to be in 100 years.
Now is the right time.
Interesting. But again, so you're saying most people in Northern Ireland, right, want to be part of Ireland, or they want to come back into the UK? I mean, stay part of the UK.
There's two sets.
Yeah, what are the majority right now in your mind?
Wait a minute, Dublin. There's two sets. You've got the Republicans who definitely want to go back with Southern Ireland. Then you have the Protestants. You have the Protestants who want to stay with Great Britain.
We've heard all this shit already. Why'd you join the fucking army?
Oh, where he is.
Bro, you're asking the same question again and again and again. Come,
I know.
I know, but you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere with that. Come. Bro, if you listened to her before, she's not going to entertain you like that, bro. You know what I mean? She's willing to stay on the panel and talk to us, but she doesn't want to tell you that kind of information. So don't go there, bro. You know, it's no point. It's a waste of breath. You're wasting your breath. That's all I'm saying. So ask something else. Or let anybody else on the panel ask some questions, because Wendy's more than happy to take questions. I think,
ask questions. I'll wait.
Oh, I don't know if anybody else wants to ask all amongst yourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I said, big up MC. I was just gonna say, for me, if there was to be a referendum, I don't believe it should only be the people of Northern Ireland that are involved. I think it should be the whole of Ireland that's involved.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah.
Referendum idea is rubbish because when Scottish Triller, your information was completely wrong.
Big up, Johnny.
Big up Dublin. When Scotland had a referendum in 2014, it was actually rigged. There's plenty of videos.
Yes, I said this.
So,
and they're actually doing a trial about it right now. Sturgeon's in the trial about it right now.
this is the thing. I can show you right now a video. I literally pulled up the Delil so I can show you whilst I was saying this. So if this is what the British are doing to Scotland, do you think the British are going to allow Ireland? Ireland's not going to. There's no point in referendum. There's literally no point.
Oh no! Look who's back. Jane is back.
You know, I'm so glad you just said that.
I've got a video. This is the thing. But what? This is the thing. So when I moved to Scotland, when I moved to London, in 2014, most of my Facebook was obviously all my Scottish friends because I lived there for a good 16 years or something, right? So when I was watching everything that was going on in Scotland, based on everything that was going on in Scotland, and then what was going on, and the news that was coming here was completely different. Like the British news, what they were showing was completely different. They made out like the yes voters were the ones that were causing riots in George Square, so on and so forth. When it was the no voters, there was plenty of pictures all over. Listen, sorry, but Trill, you're wrong. So I just wanted to.
No. I hear you out. You know what you said. So basically, look, you're telling me, right, that some corruption was involved, right, regarding that, right? But basically, what I was trying to say is, from what I know, right, the middle class kind of people around Scotland, obviously I don't know about the rest of the classes, right? Generally speaking, people in Scotland, we're looking at the economical, benefits, right?
Benefits. You need to understand how.
Remember what I told you earlier.
You either vote or you veto, innit? There's two different things you can do.
But the thing is, lots of people did vote, and they voted yes. Lots of people voted yes because Scotland is so rich in resources. They don't need Britain.
So how would Wendy vote? So Wendy, if you had a say in an Irish referendum, how would you vote?
Listen. You remember
how would I vote? I
Yeah.
would vote for Northern Ireland to be united with Southern Ireland.
Listen.
I'm glad you can laugh at such a serious
I don't care what you bleeding think anyway, Wendy. You bleeding put that uniform on. I know, Trilly, you're going to come in now and say, oh, please, I'll leave her alone because, well, fuck that shit, man.
Wait, hold on a second, bro. Listen, I'm on my own side, and I'll defend whoever I like, you know what I mean? And I'll talk.
We don't have to respect or ignorance, man.
You're coming in here, I'm trying to protect these motherfuckers that fucking put on a green uniform and fucking came in and stomped their little dirty boots all over where they fucking wanted to go.
Listen, you're talking about very controversial issues, right? You know what I mean? When it comes to this Irish thing and...
but we got to analyse the person who's talking.
We can talk about this.
We've got to analyse the people that are talking, Trilla. It's like you wouldn't take you wouldn't take housing advice off a homeless guy, would you? So we have to analyse.
Of course. But sometimes I like the underdog, you know what I mean? So, is what it is.
I get what you see. You got to dissect the mindset why she thinks that way. I get it.
The underdog, the Irish are the underdog, if anything. You're backing the wrong team if you like the underdog.
No, I'm not backing nobody. I'm not backing nobody. I'm just giving the person a chance to talk. That's what I'm doing. Giving people a chance to express themselves. That's what I'm doing. I'm not taking sides. I'm letting people have a chance to express themselves in the best way.
No, listen. She won't tell us our regiment for one reason and one reason only. Because she did the bollocks over in my country.
She was in one of them shitty Gloucestershire regiments or something.
I'm telling you, she's done nothing but badness over here. The doughboard.
See, with all these rigged votes and that, it's all common knowledge now that it's all rigged. Just last week, they caught a van full of ballot papers that were already signed weeks before the voting was even due.
Look at the last American election.
Yeah.
Look, that's what I'm saying.
People that are getting elected privately are shareholders in the companies that make these that make these voting machines and these systems.
This is what I was saying, Mary Jane. This is what I was saying, or whoever that is. This is what I was saying to Mary Jane about us having our own government now.
I don't think she understands that politics. I don't think she understands that politics is war without guns, and war is politics with guns.
Of course it is, man. Look. Listen, of course.
I'm gonna let you guys.
How did we get our freedom? Was with guns. Wasn't with words. Wasn't with any of that. Maybe after. But you need.
Shirley, there's no sound.
Yeah, I'll turn the sound off just in case. Like.
Okay, so what are we doing?
So I'm just showing you this video of the. This is a woman taking in the ballot votes, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the yes and the no pile. Like, that's what she does.
Is this all in England or America?
Scotland.
Oh, Scotland. Oh, okay. This is the independence thing, is it?
Yeah. It literally picks up votes from the yes pile and then adds them to the no pile.
Then we need to ask the question of who are these people that are doing these jobs of counting?
And who's filming
and how
it?
have they got that job? Is it because of their
and why are they
political
filming it?
beliefs?
So you know what? This was actually on the news. So I watched this on the news.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
It was on the STV news, so Scottish TV news, right? And it was like the cameraman made a mistake by like showing this, but then in Britain this was never shown. Does that make sense?
Shannon,
this was
as far as I'm concerned, Scotland can go and be on its own. Yeah, good luck to it.
Yeah, they would survive better.
Oh, do you know what? I can't wait for the day that Scotland gets their independence, Northern Ireland becomes part of Ireland again, yeah, and Wales just fucking
Neither can I.
breaks
You know
off,
what? Neither can
and
I.
Wales
That's the
breaks
day
off,
I love.
and
Yeah.
everyone that's left in England, yeah, can just disappear. I hope it just sinks away. Yeah,
Ideally.
Well, that'll be you. That'll be you.
No, because I won't be here.
No, you'll
You
be
never
back
know.
in
England is
Ireland, won't you?
England is a
Because you know
detached
what?
piece of
See,
land.
you and your British passport, you're going to be stuck here now. Guess what? I can go places.
And it is built on an aqua ledge as well. So
Wonderful.
England can easily disappear into the sea.
Hang
I hear
on.
what you're saying.
Hang on. You can all have your independence, right? But you leave England alone, right?
You know what? England wouldn't survive if every country.
Are you
alone.
mad?
Exactly.
Are you absolutely fucking crazy?
Wendy,
You
think
for
about
real?
something
wrong with you.
Think about your
Are you
beautiful
for
country.
real? After doing everything wrong.
Yeah, no.
Think about your beautiful country, your wonderful country, and think about how
That was
many,
built on
how
everyone else's lands.
how many countries.
Yeah,
exactly,
well, I tell you what, you go right ahead thinking that way, and we wait for the days of independence. Then we see who wants what.
It's not about thinking that way. We're looking at the facts about what's historically happened. Because there's people who survive these things who put their story on there. But exactly, you don't care because it's not happening to you. That's why you don't care, because it's not. You haven't had the reality of living through this stuff. Until it happens to you, you ain't gonna.
He did have the reality.
Through what exactly? Hang on, wait a minute. Living through what?
Guns on the shoulder. What are you talking about, brother?
He just hasn't been subjugated to like fucked up situations.
Hang
So
on.
she doesn't care.
Do you know how much money
She's
we
been
give
on the-
Scotland a year?
Whether she knows it or not.
Do you know how much money we give Scotland a year?
Money is just made up value. You don't get it. It's sweat equity. It's made up. People at the money, skilled people at the money.
You are a
Without skilled
complete
people, money
bastard,
wouldn't
yeah?
exist. Money's just printed out of thin air.
How many resources do you take from Scotland?
The British Army.
Money is not resources. It's like an imaginary thing. It's a piece of paper that the values
You
attached
try
to.
living without it. You try living without it.
Well,
yeah?
people were living fine without it. People were doing trade, barter, and exchange before money, woman. Do a history lesson. Read a book. Read a book. It'll really help you.
Well, you try living without money. You try it.
I do. I do pretty well without money.
You liar. You absolute liar.
Real talk. Real talk.
Yeah.
Yo, Wendy. Listen. Did you ever cut with a Stanley blade or a scissors with pillowcases? Did you ever cut holes at the top of it?
Excuse me?
Well, with pillowcases, right?
Huh?
But a scissors or a Stanley blade, did you ever cut holes at the top of it?
No.
Put it on
No?
your head.
Yeah, man.
Stick it on your head.
Look,
I think-
if you all hate us so much, I do not understand
I'm
why you're
home. I'm home, motherfucker.
Yeah, this is the thing. So England's practically in our country, so we can be here if we wish to be. So, you know,
not really. Not if you hate. Not if you wish
Listen,
harm
Shannon,
upon the country you're living in.
people have been
Not
coming
if
to these
you
two
wish
islands
harm
for thousands of
upon
years.
the country you're living in.
Are you saying we're supposed to love
Wendy,
the
shut your mouth.
I wish harm on your
No,
It just
I
depends
won't
on the
shut
imaginary
my mouth.
category you live in. It just
Listen.
matters on the imaginary category you choose to
Listen,
live in.
people. I've been reading mythology for a long time, and people have been coming to these islands for thousands and thousands of years from everywhere.
Same
You know?
all over the world.
So Wendy's bullshit is bullshit.
I know.
Straight
Do
up.
I care? Do I care?
She's
Why
happy
would I
being
care?
ignorant, man. She's happy being ignorant.
We got joining armies and I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what type of a person.
There's a saying, only the strong survive, the weak
Only the
cry.
strong survive.
Is that why so many people who join the army are in denial and in regret of ever joining the army? And
So,
you seem to be so proud of it.
Wendy, brother, let me ask this question, brother. If your army turned back around and
You ever
marched
read anything on WikiLeaks?
on your own town, what would you do, Wendy? Tell me, what would you do?
What if there was martial law?
If your army turned around from whatever barracks or base is close to your fucking gaff, what would you do?
She'll join them because she can't beat them. She'll be part of the problem.
The only way that would happen is if the government had to implement martial law.
But if it did
and
happen,
for that to happen, something bad must have happened. So, you know.
But if it did, and listen, you're talking about the fucking British government, you bleeding tick.
Look, just because I am not going to turn against my country just to please you, right?
Sorry, I'm talking about a hypothetical. Where listen. Whatever you base you sign up to, yeah. Whatever, I don't know if you live near your gaff now and where you grew up now or not. But whatever base is close to your gaff, whatever base you signed up to, yeah. What if they turned around and said, "Fuck this! These cunts aren't listening to what we're saying. Let's march on these." And
they're not
people
do
like
that,
you,
are they?
no, hold on. People like you that have joined up and they're getting a career and a few bob over.
Yeah. Shit, they'd be like, they promised her a wage and she'd never make it out the war.
What would I do? I'd want to know. Well, it wouldn't happen for a start, so it's a bit of a stupid question.
Well,
wouldn't
you joined the
happen
army,
for the
so.
start. Well, hold on, Wendy. Hold on. Listen, right? It happened 55 miles away from where you live. 55 miles away, right? In the other direction, east from you, is what? Right? Whatever it is, I don't give a fuck
people
what it
were
is.
killing each other. People were setting things on fire. Riots in the street. Murders everywhere.
So what? Police can't deal with that,
okay.
no?
So what? Yeah, right.
Police can't deal with that now.
They literally just.
I know she didn't say murders along with all of those little things. People were rioting on the street. People were blah 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 blah. There was no murders going on. People weren't killing each other. So why send in a fucking occupying?
I did say there was murders going on, right? I said there were murders going on. People were getting killed. The Northern Irish government asked for the British soldiers to come in.
The Northern Irish devolved government that wasn't devolved at the time. I don't think you know your history.
All wars were started.
The Northern Irish government.
There was no Northern Irish government. Close was gone a long time. A long time.
What is your problem?
I'll tell you what my problem is. The 11 people that were killed in Derry in 1969. The people that were killed.
Yeah, my problem is the 18 soldiers that were killed at Warren Point in 1979. So I really don't give a fuck about you and your problem, all right?
I know you don't give a fuck, but listen, I know you don't give a fuck, but listen, you joined the fucking army that came over here to my country. So this is why the gripe is. Yes, silly woman.
See, Wendy, because you don't give a fuck, right? Do you think that other people who are in a similar position to you, right, from Britain, Great Britain, and they've been in the army, do you think they should give a fuck, even if you don't?
Some do. Some actually live in Northern Ireland.
I know some do. I'm just saying, do you think they should though? They should care.
Yeah, that's up to them, and I do, but I don't. Not with people like this. I'm sorry. No.
We've hurt people.
Not everyone from the north of Ireland or Southern Ireland thinks like these individuals or talks like these individuals.
How would you know?
Yeah,
How would you know?
Because I know.
How would you know? You were there for a couple of
because she
tours.
searched it on Google.
You were there. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You were there for a couple of tours, a couple of 6-month tours. Fuck off, will you?
I know plenty of Irish people and Scottish people that feel the same way about this. So, like, yeah.
Well,
and
you know what, Shani, good luck to the Scottish when they get their independence. Great,
Look,
wonderful. But they're not having our queen. You're not having our queen, right? And you're not having our pound.
She doesn't give a bollocks, Sammy, but I swear to God, if they manage to
hold on to your pound as long as you can, because that's going to deteriorate in the next 2 years. Yeah, have that same energy for your pound in the next 2 years, because your pound's deteriorating really fast.
Keep your queen.
Sorry?
Why? I
Keep
don't
your
get
energy
you
and
people,
all that.
right?
You
look, I don't care what any of you think.
Very well.
I don't care
worry
what
about
any
me.
of you think. I'm not going to turn against my own country to please the likes of you, and that's the end of it.
Because they're a doorboard. You're an absolute doorboard. You fucking put on a fucking uniform, make money, get a career out of it, while other people are subjugated, fucking put on your boot and shove it. Shove it. In their own country, in their own city, in their own town, in their own village. Right up until 1995.
All right, and you know when the soldiers were shooting, what were they getting? Roses thrown at them?
No, they was getting stones thrown at them, and then they started arming both sides.
Weren't they being shot at also?
Motherfucker.
Weren't they being shot at also?
Who are the gun manufacturers? Who sells the guns to them? That's what you need to be asking.
But I tell you one thing.
What the hell do you expect them to do?
I tell you one thing, and I tell you one thing. This is where the Provost fucking lost, because they had to go rob banks and stuff to get their fucking weapons. But you cunts are getting it off the taxpayers. So don't give me shit about.
What the British Army does has nothing to do with you. What the British Army does has nothing to do with you.
Excuse me? What did you say again?
What the British Army does has nothing to do with you.
It does when they're marching all over me country.
Yeah.
Well, you live in Southern Ireland, and I don't believe they were marching all over Southern Ireland.
North or south.
You're pathetic.
You fucking Ireland. You fucking.
Yeah.
Wendy, anybody who's sympathetic to somebody's cause, right? You don't need to be from the country to be sympathetic towards somebody's cause. You know, so it can have something to do with them.
No. There's a difference. There's a difference between being sympathetic and being full of hate. This guy is full of hate.
Hayden. That was the good colonel from Libya that armed us with those AKs, by the way.
Yeah. How old is Northern Ireland? Sorry.
How old? Full of hate, Andy. People that join the army must be fucking mad.
How old is Northern Ireland? How long has Northern Ireland actually existed as a country?
Since 1921. Since 1921.
Because when do you even know that? Wendy, did you even know that?
Look.
Of course she didn't.
Had Michael Collins shot. Right?
Literally 100 years old. 100 shitting years old.
You don't know the man. You don't know the man. He was an Irish.
That just tells me about the intelligence of you lot, right?
Because he bent the knee to you bastards. And that's what we do over here. We shoot our heroes if they fucking bend the knee to you cunts.
He didn't bend the knee to anyone. He paved the way for
the
way for your independence. And you paid him back by murdering him. You paid him back by murdering him.
Yeah, we did. We did kill him, yeah. Because he wanted everyone in Ireland to bend down and swear an oath of allegiance to the King of England that we were after being fighting for the last 10. Yes, he did.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He paved the way for what you've got
now.
Look
what the fucking treaty
and you're
is,
too thick to see it. You are too thick to see it.
Look at what the treaty is, you silly woman.
Hang on, don't you have a Michael Collins? Hang on, wait a minute. Don't you have a Michael Collins Day over there?
No, we don't have a Michael Collins Day.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You liar.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
You do.
No, we don't. Oh my God. What?
I'm here.
How can you tell us something? How can you tell us something you've not? Have you ever lived in Ireland?
There's no Michael
That's none
Collins.
of your business.
Oh, she lived in Ireland. She was a bleeding squaddy up the north.
Why do you care so much about the British when you live in the south of Ireland? I don't understand.
I don't understand why you're so stupid.
Yeah.
No, you're the stupid one.
No. Listen, the north, south, east, west of my country is all one country. Do you understand that?
Right,
it's only a small island. It's only a small poxy island. Do you understand?